Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 275 to Chapter 330. Mother ***, are you two done laughing? De Huang Dog's gaze was as if he was about to eat someone alive. He felt that his current image was simply a humiliation to his noble image. No, let me laugh for a while more. Han Yan was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He was extremely happy, but soon after, he let out a shrill scream. Ouch, my butt. Han Yan only felt a sharp pain coming from his butt. De Huang Dog's movements were too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was hit. Damn dog, let go of me. It hurts so much. Han Yan cursed. He turned around and slapped De Huang Dog's head. Not only did he fail to scare De Huang Dog away, but his palm was also hurt from the impact. ***ck, what is this damn dog's head made of? It's too hard. Ouch, let go of me. My butt is about to blossom. Han Yan grimaced in pain, but De Huang Dog just wouldn't let go. Following that, the most intense battle between the man and the dog unfolded. Seeing this, Xianxia covered his eyes with his hands and secretly prayed for Han Yan. The man and the dog in front of him couldn't help but remind him of the first time he met De Huang Dog, and he knew very well how difficult this dog was to deal with. Mother ***, damn dog, if you don't let go, I'm going to fart. Han Yan roared. This move was indeed effective. Hearing that Han Yan was about to fart, De Huang Dog quickly let go and retreated to the side. At this moment, De Huang had already grown back to his original size. How dare you bite my butt? Han Yan was furious. He pounced on De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog didn't let him go. It seemed that he needed to bite a few more times to vent his anger. He had actually transformed his stalwart image into that of a little dog. This was really intolerable. Bang, 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 it was another fierce hand-to-hand combat. One man and one dog were locked in a fierce battle in the wilderness. It was hard to tell who was winning. Xianxia stood on the side and watched the show with a smile. The man and the dog fought for a full 10 minutes. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, both of them looked quite miserable. Han Yan's clothes were torn to shreds by the dog's teeth, and the golden fur on De Huang Dog's body was no longer glowing. It looked like a dog with mixed fur. Alright, the two of you have fought enough. It's time to get going. Xianxia shrugged and said. Little Chinzi, is it really okay for you to stand aside and watch the show? Han Yan was speechless. Neither of you are good people. De Huang Dog glared at Xianxia and Han Yan. When he thought of how he had to hide his tall and mighty image in the future and appear in front of people in the form of a little dog, the anger in his heart couldn't be restrained. In my opinion, even if he becomes smaller, he still looks like a dog. Why don't we use a piece of cloth to cover De Huang's head, leaving only his eyes open? I guarantee that others won't be able to see it. Han Yan suggested. ***ck, De Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit Han Yan's butt again. ***ck, it's still coming. Han Yan's body flickered, turning into a ray of light and flying forward. He wasn't willing to get entangled with this dog anymore. He had thoroughly experienced how difficult it was to deal with De Huang Dog. There would be no end to it once it started. Haha, Xianxia laughed out loud and quickly caught up with the two in front. He could imagine that with these two following him in the future, he wouldn't be lonely on his path of cultivation. A few days later, Xianxia and the other two arrived at the boundary of the Qing province. This should be the Qing province. Our speed isn't slow, I'm sure we'll be able to arrive before the trade fair starts. Xianxia said. The Qing province is the 5th biggest province in the eastern continent, it's really extraordinary. Just the landscape and aura alone is incomparable to the Qi province. The natural yuan energy here is much denser than the Qi province, no wonder it's ranked 5th in the eastern continent. For the black sect, the big sects here are like giants. Han Yan sighed. Let's go, we'll cross the Qing province and try our best not to cause any trouble. Xianxia said. After that, he looked at De Huang Dog who was following behind him. To be exact, he was now a golden puppy. De Huang, why haven't you said anything along the way? Xianxia said with a teasing smile. Get lost. De Huang Dog had been feeling gloomy for the entire journey. He was extremely depressed about his current image. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't change his current image, he would have changed back to his original appearance. Xianxia and Han Yan looked at each other and smiled. Both of them knew that De Huang Dog was in a bad mood, so they didn't bother him anymore. They immediately unleashed their speed and flew deeper into the Qin province. Xianxia didn't stay idle during the journey. He kept absorbing demon souls, and in just a few days, he had formed another 100 dragon marks, and his cultivation had improved again. Little Xianxia, the skill you're cultivating is really terrifying. You can absorb as many demon souls as you want. It's only been a few days, but I can feel that your aura has become stronger, and you're getting closer and closer to the mid-divine core realm. Han Yan looked at Xianxia with a surprised expression. This method of breaking through is indeed terrifying, but I can't use it for an unlimited amount of time, as it will affect my foundation. I still have a lot of demon souls that I can absorb, but with my current condition, I can't continue absorbing them. If not, it will affect my foundation, and I'll lose more than I gain. Xianxia said. He kept throwing glances at De Huang Dog. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and it had reached its limit. If he wanted to strengthen his foundation, the best way was to evolve the dragon transformation skill once again. If he could obtain De Huang Dog's blood, he would definitely be able to push the dragon transformation skill to the next level. However, Xianxia was just thinking about it. Looking at the dark expression on De Huang Dog's face, if he dared to make such a request, De Huang Dog would definitely go berserk. More importantly, extracting De Huang Dog's blood would have a huge impact on De Huang Dog's body. Xianxia didn't want to hurt his brothers just for his own benefit. In his mind, De Huang Dog and Han Yan were his brothers who had gone through life and death together. Besides, as Xianxia's cultivation level continued to improve, the amount of blood he needed was also increasing. Even for De Huang Dog, who possessed the dragon horse bloodline, only his blood essence could provide a great help to Xianxia. Asking Xianxia to extract De Huang Dog's blood essence was something that Xianxia couldn't do. Right at this moment, a 30-meter-long goshawk suddenly flew over from the left. On the back of the goshawk, there were 6 young men standing solemnly. All of these young men had proud expressions on their faces, and their cultivation levels weren't weak. All of them had reached the divine core realm, and it was rare to see such a young group in the Qi province. Those in front, get out of my way if you don't want to die. A young man in green clothes standing on the goshawk's back shouted at Xianxia and Han Yan. He was holding a long whip in his hand, and it looked like if Xianxia didn't move away, he would lash out at them. Damn it, so arrogant. Han Yan was furious, but he was stopped by Xianxia. These few men were wearing the same clothes, and anyone could tell they were genius disciples from some big sects in the Qin province. All of them were extremely arrogant, and they looked down on everyone. Xianxia only wanted to go to the blissful island right now. He didn't want to cause any trouble in the Qin province. Xianxia and Han Yan moved aside to make a path for them. When the few men came closer, they intentionally slowed down and looked at Xianxia and Han Yan with disdain. When the young man who shouted to get out of the way saw De Huang Dog, he immediately laughed out. Haha, look, this guy has a puppy as his pet, what a piece of trash. The young man laughed out loud. What are you looking at? Idiot. De Huang Dog immediately scolded. He was filled with anger right now, so there was no way he would show any mercy to these people. Damn dog, what did you say? The young man immediately became furious. I said you're an idiot, all of you are idiots, all of your families are idiots. De Huang Dog said with a disdainful tone. Damn it, you're courting death. The young man was extremely furious. He swung the long whip in his hand, which turned into a poisonous snake and whipped towards De Huang Dog, creating a large amount of sparks in the air. Pa, a huge hand grabbed the long whip in the air. Xianxia said, Lung Lung, friend, you better not mess with us. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death. The young man was extremely arrogant, so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Just when he was about to attack again, he was stopped by an alluring female disciple. Junior brother Wang, let it go, don't delay senior brother Mao. Senior brother Mao left first, he should have reached the serpent's great mountain stream by now. That serpent is going to evolve into a flood dragon today, and senior brother Mao wants to kill it while it's still weak. Humph. Count yourselves lucky. The young man coldly harumphed. With a swoosh, he pulled the long whip from Jiang Chen's hand, then he continued flying forward on his fly. Damn it, look at that stupid face of his, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of this master dog. Little Chenzi, why did you stop me? This master dog will bite them to death. De Huang dog was furious. Did you guys hear that? They're going to the serpent's great mountain stream. A bright light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. From what that girl said, it seems like there's a powerful serpent in the serpent's great mountain stream that's going to evolve into a flood dragon. Han Yan said. That's right. Although a serpent is powerful, it's just a serpent, and it's still a serpent. It's extremely difficult for it to evolve into a flood dragon, and there won't be any powerful serpents in the Qin province. If my guess is correct, it should be a peak divine core serpent that's trying to evolve into a combat soul warrior, but because of its bloodline, it's going to evolve into a flood dragon in advance. Jiang Chen said. Right after his words left his mouth, they immediately heard a loud explosion. From afar, a thunderous rumble could be heard. It's the heavenly tribulation. Transforming into a flood dragon is something that defies the natural order, and this serpent has actually attracted a rare heavenly tribulation. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation isn't strong, it's still not something a peak divine core demon lord can withstand. Even if this serpent succeeds in its evolution, it will definitely enter a weakened state. Those men just now are here for this serpent that's going to evolve into a flood dragon. Haha, my luck has come. Jiangchen burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he immediately flew forward and followed behind those men. The dark clouds kept pressing down and condensed in the sky far away. The heavenly tribulation wasn't loud. Obviously, it wasn't a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Plus, the place was remote and uninhabited. Otherwise, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. I have never seen a heavenly tribulation in my life. Today, I finally get to see it. Han Yan followed behind Jiang Chen and said with a surprised face. Country bumpkin. De Huang dog glared at Han Yan. What the hell? Have you ever seen a heavenly tribulation? Han Yan looked at De Huang dog. No. De Huang dog turned his head to the side. Ugh, Han Yan was speechless. But I know that heavenly tribulation won't come easily. When something that defies the heavens appears, it won't be tolerated by the world. At that time, the heavenly tribulation will come and destroy it. De Huang dog said. What is a thing that defies the heavens? Han Yan asked curiously. You are a country bumpkin who doesn't even know the meaning of defying the heavens. For example, the Saint Origin world is an independent world. Any existence that defies the heavens will not be tolerated by the world and will be punished by the heavenly tribulation. The flood dragon was originally a serpent. Now, it is transforming into a higher-grade dragon. Although it is just a flood dragon and not a real dragon, its bloodline has undergone a tremendous change, making it a noble existence. Therefore, when the flood dragon transforms into a dragon, the heavenly tribulation will come to punish it. If it can withstand the punishment, it will soar into the sky and become a noble existence. If it can't, it will turn into ashes under the heavenly tribulation and die a violent death. De Huang dog said. De Huang is right. We humans are the same. When we become a saint, we will also have to bear the punishment of the heavenly tribulation. If we can withstand it, we will become a saint. If we can't, we will turn into ashes. Cultivation has always been an extremely cruel thing. Jiang Chen said. In his previous life, he had experienced 2 heavenly tribulations from the minor saint to the great saint. He was very familiar with the horror of the heavenly tribulation. The difference between the heavenly tribulation of this flood dragon and the saint tribulation he had experienced was too great. Jiang Chen's only regret was that he didn't experience the immortal tribulation. If he could, he would be able to transform into an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. The tribulation of a sage. What kind of concept is that? Han Yan let out a sigh. For him, a saint was a lofty and unimaginable existence. In the Eastern continent, even a combat king warrior was rare, let alone a powerful saint. Han Yanqing lived in the tiny Qi province, and although he was a talented man who had broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm, in his mind, a saint was still just a legend. The little Xianxia is a heaven-defying existence. I dare to conclude that when the little Xianxia condenses his battle spirit, he will attract heavenly tribulation. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. De Huang Dog had a pair of sharp eyes, and he was very accurate in judging people. With how heaven-defying Xianxia was, sooner or later, this world wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Starting from the combat soul realm, perhaps he would have to face endless heavenly tribulations. That's right, little Xianxia is an abnormal monster. He's just an early divine core warrior. I've never seen anyone who is more frightening than little Xianxia. Han Yan nodded his head. Regarding what De Huang Dog said, he didn't doubt it at all. Jiang Chen's abnormal strength was obvious to everyone. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, and his eyes were shining brightly. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. In this life, he was going to walk a path that defied the heavens. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Rainbow-colored lightning started shuttling back and forth between the dark clouds like snakes. It looked beautiful, but the energy contained within it was unimaginably powerful. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen and the other two arrived near the serpent's great mountain stream. Feeling the pressure from the heavenly tribulation at such a close distance, it made their souls tremble. Standing in front of them were 7 men. All of them looked young, and they were all wearing the same green clothes. 6 of them were the men who had passed by Jiang Chen just now. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the direction of the serpent's great mountain stream. The eagle beneath their feet had disappeared, and in front of these 6 men stood a man with a solemn expression. This man had a handsome face, fair skin, and a muscular body. Between his brows, there was a domineering aura, and he was unleashing the aura of a mighty warrior from all over his body. This man looked to be in his mid-20s, but his cultivation base was incredibly strong. He had actually broken through to the late divine core realm, and being able to reach such a level at such a young age proved that this man had extraordinary talent. Those 2 guys actually followed us. The young man who had a conflict with Jiang Chen just now saw Jiang Chen and Han Yan flying towards them, and his expression immediately turned cold. What are you looking at? Idiot. De Huang Dog squatted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and bared its teeth at the young man, provoking him. Fuck. The young man couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He had a high status, and even within the sect, he was respected by everyone. But today, he was being provoked by a dog, and he was being called an idiot. How could he accept this? What's going on? The leading young man furrowed his brows as he glanced at Jiang Chen and Han Yan. An unfriendly look emerged in his eyes. Senior disciple Mao, I have no idea where these 2 guys came from, but they had some conflicts with junior disciple Wang before this. That little dog is the most detestable one, his mouth is really annoying. A female disciple said. Her tone was filled with admiration and respect for this senior disciple Mao. Humph. Kill them. Senior disciple Mao let out a cold snort. He was about to attack Jiang Chen. Roar! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from the serpent's great stream. A huge silver-white serpent, several tens of zhang long, abruptly flew out from the serpent's great stream. Its majestic body hovered under the black clouds. The serpent's body was thick and sturdy, and every scale on its body was the size of a palm. 2 huge claws grew out from its body, emitting a metallic glow. On both sides of the serpent's head, there were 2 long silver-white serpent hairs that were equally dazzling. Its gaze was extremely ferocious, and a single glance from it would make people feel as if they had fallen into hell. Senior disciple Mao, look. The serpent has come out to receive its heavenly tribulation. The female disciple turned pale with fright. Humph. Let those 2 guys go first. They better not cause any trouble, or else I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Senior disciple Mao retracted his aura, temporarily not attacking Jiang Chen. His name was Mao Feng, and he was the chief core disciple of the Qing province's Qingyi sect. Senior disciple Mao has been preparing for this serpent for a long time. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be killed. The disciple surnamed Wang said with an indifferent tone. Don't say anything, don't let the serpent discover us. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and this serpent is extremely ferocious. I'm sure it'll be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation and transform into a flood dragon. However, when that happens, this serpent will enter a weakened state, and will be the first to kill it. If I can obtain its demon soul and blood essence, my 9 murdering serpent dragons will be able to evolve, and I'll be able to break through to the combat soul realm, becoming a peerless genius who can compete with those true geniuses of the martial palace. Mao Fang's eyes shone brightly, as if he could already see his bright future. For the sake of this flood dragon in the serpent's great mountain gorge, he had put in a lot of effort. He had calculated the exact time the serpent was going to evolve, hid here in advance, and even asked these junior disciples to help him. Look, the heavenly tribulation is coming. The female disciple cried out in shock. Rumble, a thunderous roar resounded from within the dark clouds, and a thick blood-red lightning bolt struck down from above, chopping down towards the flood dragon's head. Roar, the serpent let out a wild roar. Bright beams shot out from its body toward the lightning bolt. Rumble, the power of the heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's entire body was wrapped in lightning bolts. Crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the lightning bolt, and the serpent's roars could be heard continuously, filled with a strong sense of misery and anger. When the lightning bolt disappeared, the serpent's body had started to emit black smoke, and its demeanor was not as good as before. Rumble, thunder and lightning rumbled, and an even stronger pressure came crashing down. The second lightning bolt was about to condense. This is the smallest heavenly tribulation, also known as the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. There are a total of 3 lightning bolts, and each one is stronger than the previous one. As long as it can endure it, it will be considered a success. Compared to the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulations and the 9 heavenly tribulations of sages, the difference is huge. With this serpent's ability, it should be able to endure the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. However, it will definitely be weakened for a period of time after the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. Those people are here for this serpent. Xianxia explained. He had a better understanding of heavenly tribulations. Little Xianxia, after this serpent withstands the minor 3 heavenly tribulations, it will transform into a real flood dragon, and it will possess a trace of the dragon's bloodline. If you can obtain its demon soul and blood essence, it will definitely bring you endless benefits. De Huang Dog's eyes were sparkling. He had a better understanding of the cultivation skill Xianxia was cultivating. That's right, if I can obtain the flood dragon's blood essence and demon soul, the dragon transformation skill will evolve once again. With that, my foundation will become more stable, and my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I'm really lucky today. A faint smile emerged on Xianxia's face. But, I'm afraid those people won't give up so easily. He turned to look at Mao Fang and the others. If they don't provoke me, we'll continue our journey after killing the flood dragon. But, if they provoke me, Xianxia coldly harumphed. This flood dragon was his great fortune, and whoever dared to stop him would only have one ending. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry, and when you have too many lice, you don't need to feel itchy anymore. Xianxia had too many enemies. He had even offended the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan, so he didn't mind offending a big sect in the Qing province. Rumble, thunder rumbled across the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. Another rumbling sound was heard, and a red lightning bolt as thick as a dragon struck down from the sky. The powerful lightning struck down like a tidal wave, completely enveloping the serpent in an instant. Uwu, the great flood dragon let out a shrill scream. The terror of the heavenly tribulation wasn't just its own attack power. What was even more shocking was the intense heavenly might. Under the heavenly might, all existences would feel small and insignificant, and their souls would tremble. After the second lightning bolt struck down, the serpent's condition started to deteriorate. Its gigantic body hovered in midair, and many of its scales had been torn off, and blood was dripping down from its body. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the dark clouds became denser and denser. The mighty heavenly pressure pressed down onto the giant serpent, causing the entire serpent's great stream to shake violently. Deafening rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the pool underneath. Soon, the third lightning bolt was formed. This was the last minor 3 tribulation, and as long as the giant serpent could survive it, it would complete its evolution. However, this tribulation was also the hardest to survive. The power of this tribulation was greater than the combined power of the previous two tribulations. Rumble, the dark clouds exploded, and a black lightning dragon descended from the sky with a loud roar, striking the giant serpent's body. Awoo! The flood dragon let out a mournful scream. The scales on its body were sent flying and its flesh was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood floated in the air. The flood dragon's huge body was directly struck down and fell into the depths of the deep ravine. After this strike, the dark clouds in the sky started dispersing. In just a few breaths of time, the sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, those who had witnessed the heavenly tribulation couldn't help but breathe heavily, and the shock in their hearts had reached an unimaginable level. This heavenly tribulation is really frightening. We can still feel the intense heavenly pressure from such a great distance away. If I was the one facing this heavenly pressure, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to think of fighting back. It's a powerful giant serpent with a strong body. If it was any other ordinary man, he would have been killed by the first lightning bolt. That giant serpent has survived the heavenly tribulation, and it has evolved into a flood dragon. It's going to break through to the combat soul realm soon. I wonder how it's doing right now. The disciples of the Qingyi sect were all sighing. Having witnessed the power of the heavenly tribulation with their own eyes, it had undoubtedly left an unforgettable shadow in their hearts. Get ready! That flood dragon is currently in a weakened state, and it's about to break through to the combat soul realm. This is the perfect chance for us to kill it. Once it breaks through to the combat soul realm, it will fully recover, and at that point of time, it will be impossible for us to kill it. Malfang unleashed his energy, then he took the lead and flew toward the bottom of the serpent's great stream. The others didn't dare hesitate, they immediately took out their combat weapons and followed behind Malfang. Although they knew the flood dragon was in a weakened state, after witnessing its mighty strength, they still weren't confident. On the other side, Xianxia and Han Yan exchanged glances and said, "Let's go." The two of them also flew towards the serpent's great mountain stream. At this moment, in the serpent's great mountain stream, the great flood dragon's entire body was submerged in the water, with only its head above the surface. The water was filled with fresh blood, and the great flood dragon's eyes were closed as it rested. Above its head, a golden light flashed unceasingly, and on its forehead, a sharp dragon horn had already appeared. This was a sign that it had evolved. Right now, the great flood dragon had truly evolved into a flood dragon, possessing the noble bloodline of a dragon. Right now, the flood dragon was in a very weak state. But at the same time, the flood dragon's bloodline in its body was helping it recover. It wouldn't take long before the flood dragon broke through to the combat soul realm, becoming a mighty demon lord. Do it! Malfang shouted. His face was filled with excitement. He stared at the flood dragon below him and struck out with his palm. Boom! Malfang's late divine core energy was completely unleashed. He struck out with his palm, unleashing a blinding light. The violent energy was like a small hill as it pressed down onto the flood dragon. The serpent dragon, who was resting, suddenly opened its eyes when it sensed the sudden attack. A raging flame that was completely formed from anger shot out from its eyes. Roar! The flood dragon was furious. Someone was trying to kill it while it was in a very weak state. This was something it couldn't accept. Even though the flood dragon was in a very weak state, it was still incredibly powerful. A powerful silver-white energy beam shot out from its mouth, shattering Malfang's attack in an instant. Roar! The flood dragon let out a furious roar. Along with a loud splash, its gigantic body shot out from the water. Its badly mutilated body hovered in midair, and its bell-sized eyes stared at the few humans in front of it without blinking, just like a poisonous snake. Despicable humans, how dare you sneak attack me while I'm in a very weak state? The flood dragon spoke in human language. Its voice was like a rumbling thunder. Haha, flood dragon, you're in a very weak state right now, you're no match for us. I advise you to accept your death, give us all your demon soul and blood essence, then you'll die a quick death. Malfang burst into laughter. He was determined to get the flood dragon's demon soul and blood essence, and together with his powerful cultivation, he didn't put the flood dragon in his eyes at all. Despicable humans, I'm going to eat you all. The flood dragon roared. Immediately after, the flood dragon dragged its gigantic body and flew far away. It was in the most crucial moment, and it didn't want to get entangled with these humans. Still want to run? How could Malfang give the flood dragon the chance to escape? He had already prepared for this, and moved the moment the flood dragon turned around. Malfang's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the flood dragon. His aura soared to the sky, and he shouted, "9 murdering flood dragons, die." Malfang's arm suddenly became incomparably thick, as if it was stimulated by yuan power. His arm immediately turned into an illusory flood dragon, and he launched an attack towards the real flood dragon. "You're courting death." The flood dragon was enraged. It swung its gigantic tail, and viciously slammed onto Malfang's attack. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions, and even shattered the summit of a mountain below. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The flood dragon was no longer the same as the previous flood dragon. After obtaining the flood dragon's bloodline, Malfang had gone through an earth-shaking transformation, both inside and out. Coupled with his powerful cultivation, even though he was currently in a weakened state, he was still not an opponent that ordinary people could handle. Malfang had obviously anticipated this, so he called over his junior martial brothers and sisters for help. Rumble, Malfang launched another attack. He unleashed a gigantic energy net, which was filled with illusory flood dragons. This was an incomparably powerful combat skill. If he could obtain the blood essence of a real flood dragon and observe the flood dragon's fighting form, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. The flood dragon became violent, and its gigantic body kept attacking. For a moment, it and Malfang were equally matched. And this was only because it was in a weakened state. If it were at its peak, Malfang would definitely be no match for it. "Damn it!" The flood dragon cursed. It broke through the energy net, and continued to flee. "Stop it!" Malfang shouted out loudly. The 6 disciples from the Qingyi sect moved at the same time. "Qingyi Grand Formation!" The girl shouted out loudly. The combat weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples started glowing brightly. The 6 of them worked together and unleashed a gigantic illusory net, sealing off the entire area, not giving the flood dragon any chance to escape. Everyone here were divine core warriors, and all of them were geniuses of the younger generation. Their overall strength was not something ordinary divine core warriors could compare with. Also, they were all from the Qingyi sect, so they had a pretty good teamwork. "These guys look pretty strong. Little Xianxia, should we help them?" Han Yan asked. "Don't worry, let's just sit on top of the mountain and watch them fight. I'm sure the flood dragon has more powerful skills in order to survive," Xianxia said with a smile on his face. He didn't have a good impression of these people from the Qingyi sect. If the flood dragon hadn't appeared in time to resist the heavenly tribulation, perhaps these people would have attacked them first. "Die now." Malfang took out a long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings from his storage ring. It was a high-ranked combat weapon, and it was one of the best among all high-ranked combat weapons. He held the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and with a loud whistling sound, he swung the sword toward the flood dragon. Slash! When the sword landed on the flood dragon's body, it immediately left a huge wound on the flood dragon's already badly mutilated body. Blood was spraying out from the wound. Roar! The flood dragon had suffered a serious injury, and it was as if its last nerve had been stimulated. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, and 2 visible flames of anger shot out from its body. "Lowly humans, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you all." The flood dragon was completely enraged. On top of its head, the newly grown dragon horn started glowing brightly. As the light grew brighter and brighter, the brutal energy emitted from the flood dragon became stronger. All the men from the Qingyi sect could sense a great danger from the dragon horn. Swoosh! In the next moment, a dragon-like beam of light shot out from the dragon horn. The beam of light was like an invincible sharp sword, and it shot toward Malfang's position. At this moment, a disciple of the Qingyi sect was standing right in front of Malfang. Poochie, the beam of light was too fast, and the disciple didn't even have the chance to react before he was pierced through by the beam of light. A huge bloody hole appeared on his body, and he died on the spot. He didn't even have the time to scream. After killing one man, the beam of light didn't slow down at all, and arrived in front of Mao Feng in the blink of an eye. Not good. Mao Feng cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the flood dragon's all-out attack to be this terrifying. Without any hesitation, he raised the long sword in his hand and swung it toward the beam of light. Clang, two enormous energies collided with each other, and Mao Feng's entire body was sent flying hundreds of feet away before he could stabilize his body. Under the impact of the enormous energy, Mao Feng immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood, and two bloody cuts could be seen on his sword-wielding palm. Roar! The flood dragon roared again, and swung its gigantic tail, smashing onto the body of the Qingyi sect's disciple who was standing closest to it. That disciple let out a blood-curdling scream, and was smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. However, the flood dragon's current condition was obviously worse than before. It was extremely weak, and the dragon horn on its head had completely dimmed. The flood dragon's body coiled up, and it didn't care about the rest of the Qingyi sect's disciples anymore. It soared into the sky, and flew away. It didn't even have the intention to kill the Qingyi sect's disciples. Hurry up, it's running away. De Huang Dog urged. Don't worry, it can't run away. With a sway of his body, Xianxia appeared in front of the flood dragon, and without saying a word, he unleashed the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, and pressed down on the flood dragon. The flood dragon's expression changed dramatically. It had already used up all of its strength in that attack, and now, there was no way it could withstand Xianxia's true dragon palm. Despicable human. The flood dragon was infuriated. It struggled violently, but it just couldn't escape from the true dragon palm. The flood dragon kept roaring furiously. It knew it couldn't escape today, and the anger and unwillingness in its heart were burning fiercely. The flood dragon had no idea how long it had waited for today's evolution. If it was given one more day, even if it was just half a day, it would be able to complete its evolution and break through to the combat soul realm. After that, it would transform into a true dragon and soar into the sky. Too bad, it didn't have much time left. It was destined to become someone else's. Don't resist. Xianxia said with a cold voice. The flood dragon was extremely furious right now, and there was no way it could withstand Xianxia's attack. Under the pressure of the true dragon palm, the flood dragon's body was twisting violently. Arg! Despicable brat, how dare you take my blood essence by force? The flood dragon kept roaring furiously. It was suffering a great pain right now, and Xianxia wanted to take its blood essence before it died. Once it lost its blood essence, the flood dragon would be finished. The blood essence was the flood dragon's complete bloodline, the result of its evolution. It had endured the pain of heavenly tribulation to obtain this bloodline, but now, it was being forcefully taken away by someone. How could the flood dragon feel good about this? Flood dragon, I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, and I'll feel guilty if I just kill you like this. I'll only take away your blood essence, spare your life, and let go of your demon soul. In this way, you'll only lose the chance to evolve, but you can still be a demon lord. Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed the flood dragon's blood essence. In an instant, a dark red crystal like blood sprayed out from the flood dragon's mouth and landed on Xianxia's palm. After losing its blood essence, the flood dragon instantly became depressed. Its gigantic body swayed back and forth in the sky, and it looked like it was going to fall down at any time. At the same time, the dragon horns on the flood dragon's head quickly disappeared. The flood dragon had once again returned to its previous demon lord form. From now on, it had lost its fate with the flood dragon. However, not being able to evolve was still better than losing his life. Xianxia could have killed the flood dragon and taken its demon spirit. However, Xianxia didn't kill the flood dragon and even let go of such a good thing like the demon spirit. Logically speaking, this was absolutely not in line with Xianxia's methods and style. Xianxia knew very well how much suffering a flood dragon had to go through in order to transform into a dragon. There were many flood dragons in this world, but how many of them could transform into a dragon and soar into the sky? It could be said that 1 in 10,000 was 1 in a million. This was the same as a human cultivator. What was needed was great perseverance. Xianxia admired this kind of great perseverance. He himself was also a person with great perseverance. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and in the future, He would also walk on the same heaven-defying path as the flood dragon. Moreover, Xianxia and the giant serpent had no enmity between them. He had already taken advantage of the serpent's perilous state. Moreover, the giant serpent that had lost its blood essence could no longer pose a threat to him. Therefore, Xianxia spared the giant serpent's life. "Let's go." Xianxia put away the blood essence and said to the giant serpent, "Lung lung." When the giant serpent heard that Xianxia was really going to spare its life, it was startled. It was very clear of its current state. If Xianxia wanted to kill it at this moment, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be as easy as crushing an ant to death. However, Xianxia had actually spared its life. This was something that the giant serpent found hard to believe. "If you don't leave, I'll leave. I believe those people won't let you go," Brother Jiang said. Hearing this, the giant serpent glared angrily at Mao Feng and the others. It then dragged its long body and flew into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. "Kid, you let it go? Aren't you afraid that it will seek revenge on you in the future?" Da Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. "I'm giving it a chance to live. If it wants to seek revenge on me, there won't be a second chance," Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. The reason why he let the giant serpent go was because he respected its strong willpower. But, if the giant serpent wanted to seek revenge in the future, then it would be regarded as an enemy, and Xianxia would kill it no matter what. Xianxia rarely showed mercy, and this was the first time he had done so. When a man traveled the world, he would kill if he wanted to, and not kill if he didn't want to. It was all up to his liking. On the other side, a few disciples from the Qingyi sect were furious when they saw the flood dragon leaving. Mao Feng was the first one to rush over. He angrily stared at Xianxia and said, "Bastard, how dare you steal my fruit and let the giant serpent go?" Mao Feng felt like throwing up blood. He had seen Xianxia take away the flood dragon's blood essence with his own eyes. That thing was supposed to belong to him, and he had prepared for so long just to obtain the flood dragon's blood essence and demon soul. But now, not only was he injured, he had also lost 2 divine core disciples, and in the end, all his hard work had gone to someone else. Not only did he not get the blood essence, he even let the demon soul go. "Get the hell out of here, idiot. Who the hell do you think you are? What do you mean it's your fruit? Does it have your symbol on it? Even if it's yours, so what if I steal it from you? Do you even need to think about it?" Da Huang Dog was standing on Xianxia's shoulder. Whenever he opened his mouth, it would make people want to throw up blood. "Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Buddy, I don't care who you are, but you better hand over the blood essence right now. If not, I'll make you die a miserable death." Mao Feng's eyes turned red, and his aura had completely locked onto Xianxia's location. "Buddy, the Qingyi sect is not someone you can offend, and senior disciple Mao Feng is not someone you can offend either. Hand over the blood essence." The disciple named Wang shouted out loudly. "You 4, go chase after the giant serpent. It's a spent force now, kill it and take its demon soul. Leave these 2 guys to me," Mao Feng told the 4 disciples. Today, not only was he going to kill the giant serpent, he was also going to kill these 2 guys who came out of nowhere. How dare they steal his fruit? They were courting death. Da Huang. Xianxia glanced at Da Huang Dog with an indifferent expression. Da Huang Dog's eyes immediately shone with excitement. He turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of the 4 disciples. "If you want to chase after the giant serpent, you'll have to go through this master dog first." Da Huang Dog shook his head. His 2-foot-long body swaggered around in front of the 4 disciples, looking very cute. However, this was indeed a powerful weapon that Da Huang Dog used to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger. If anyone really treated Da Huang Dog like a little dog, they would definitely end up miserable. "Damn it, I'm going to tear this damn dog into pieces." The disciple named Wang, who was holding the whip, couldn't stand it anymore. With a flick of his arm, the whip transformed into a poisonous snake and lashed towards Da Huang Dog. Da Huang Dog didn't even move, allowing the whip to hit his head. Pa, sparks flew in all directions. Da Huang Dog wasn't hurt at all, but the disciple named Wang who attacked was completely stupefied. "Too weak, it's Master Dog's turn." Da Huang Dog let out a furious roar. In an instant, he arrived in front of disciple named Wang. His body was still small, but his head suddenly became huge. He opened his mouth wide and covered disciple named Wang's head. Crack off, followed by a shrill scream. De Huang dog bit off disciple named Wang's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. What? Right now, the other 3 disciples were shocked. Looking at the ferocious De Huang dog, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They never expected this dog to be so frightening. An early divine core warrior couldn't even fight back in front of him, and was bitten to death with just a single bite. The 3 of them walked behind Mao Feng with fear in their hearts. With that dog blocking their way, there was no way they could chase after the giant serpent, and there was no hope of getting its demon soul. How dare you kill a disciple from the Qingyi sect? Who gave you the audacity to do so? Buddy, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the flood dragon's blood essence, and I'll consider letting you die a quick death, leaving your corpse intact. Mao Feng said while gnashing his teeth in anger. He had clearly seen through the cultivation levels of these 3 men and the dog, and he didn't take them seriously at all. In his mind, it was all thanks to him that Jiangchen was able to subdue the flood dragon just now. The flood dragon was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and any divine core warrior could easily kill it. If I give you a chance to live, the right thing to do is to get the hell out of here right now. I don't like to give people second chances. Jiangchen said with an indifferent tone. Haha, what an arrogant young man. Looks like you have no idea how strong I am. Since you don't want to hand over the blood essence, I'll kill you first, and then take it for myself. It was as if Mao Feng had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He stretched his palm forward and unleashed a flood dragon formed entirely from Yuan energy. The flood dragon dashed toward Jiangchen with incredible force. Jiangchen let out a cold snort in his mind. A strong killing intent shot out from his eyes. Since someone was courting death, there was no need for him to show any mercy. Jiangchen punched out with an iron fist and smashed onto the flood dragon. In an instant, the flood dragon shattered into pieces, destroyed by Jiangchen's punch. Mao Feng was a late divine core genius warrior, and he wasn't someone an ordinary late divine core warrior could compare with. If he was at his peak condition, it might be difficult for Jiangchen to kill him. But too bad, Mao Feng had been severely wounded by the flood dragon's counterattack before it died. Also, Jiangchen had formed another 100 dragon marks compared to when he left the Black Sect, giving him a total of 1,100 dragon marks. With all these factors, Mao Feng was no longer a match for Jiangchen. What? Mao Feng was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jiangchen's attack had given him a tremendous pressure. Die. Mao Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. The longsword in his hand turned into an arc of light and slashed toward Jiangchen. Humph. Jiangchen raised his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. He grabbed Mao Feng's longsword and forcefully snatched it back from Mao Feng's hand. Jiangchen's movement was as fast as lightning. He twisted the longsword in his hand, and the sharp tip of the sword was pressed against Mao Feng's throat. Don't kill me, I'm from the Qingyi sect. Mao Feng sensed the threat of death. But too bad, before he could finish begging for mercy, the longsword had pierced through his throat. You killed senior disciple Mao Feng. You're too daring. How dare you kill a disciple of the Qingyi sect? You won't be able to live no matter where you go. The girl was terrified. She was clearly threatening Jiangchen, but her voice was trembling. De Huang, kill them. Ah! 3 miserable shrieks resounded throughout the Serpent's Great Valley. The remaining 3 disciples from the Qingyi sect were all killed by De Huang dog. After De Huang dog had shown his mighty strength, he had finally vented all his frustrations, and he felt much better. Jiangchen didn't hold back at all when killing these disciples. The Qingyi sect was a big sect in the Qing province, and he had to kill them all. If not, they wouldn't be able to leave the Qing province alive. Even if they managed to leave the Qing province, they would be hunted down by the Qingyi sect, and they might even chase them all the way to the blissful island. Buddy, you've got a great harvest this time. The flood dragon's blood essence will be very useful to you. De Huang dog said in an excited manner. Let's go, let's find a remote place and absorb it. Once my cultivation level improves, I'll be more confident when I go to the blissful island. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Before leaving, Xianxia didn't forget to collect the storage rings of the disciples from the Qingyi sect. They were all core disciples of the Qingyi sect, and they must have a lot of treasures with them. Since they were all dead now, it would be a waste if he didn't take their treasures. 2 days later, Xianxia and Han Yan left the Qing province. They found a quiet valley and landed there. Brother Yan, De Huang, I'm going into secluded cultivation now, you two protect me. Xianxia said. Damn it, Daddy is protecting you again. De Huang Dog gazed at Xianxia with a gloomy expression. However, De Huang Dog had obviously gotten used to protecting Xianxia, so he just grumbled about it. Little Qinzi, just focus on your secluded cultivation. Han Yan said. After that, Xianxia chose a shabby cave and sat down with his legs crossed. With a flip of his palm, the blood essence of the fled dragon appeared in front of him while emitting a blood-red glow. Although the blood essence of a fled dragon can't be compared to a real dragon, it's still enough to help my dragon transformation skill evolve. With this blood essence, I'll be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm, and with a stable foundation, there won't be any problems. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he swallowed the blood essence without hesitation. Boom, the surging energy overflowed from the flood dragon's essence blood and spread to Xianxia's limbs and bones. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand the sudden impact of this violent energy. Only a freak like Xianxia, who had a tyrannical body. Buzz buzz. As if sensing the dragon's bloodline contained within the blood essence, the dragon transformation art began to circulate on its own. Within Xianxia's god core, blood-colored dragon patterns rushed out and swam around his body. Every single dragon pattern was like a real dragon, they were devouring the energy contained within the blood essence bit by bit and forming new dragon patterns. But, the energy was not the most important thing, the most important thing was the bloodline's energy. As the flood dragon's bloodline continued to be absorbed, Xianxia could clearly feel the dragon transformation skill changing. The dragon transformation skill was extremely profound, and even though Xianxia had been cultivating it for a long time, he still hadn't fully understood it. He only knew that when the dragon transformation skill was cultivated to its peak, it would form 100,000 dragon marks, and he would transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. But, he didn't know how the dragon transformation skill was divided into levels. If he really had to divide the dragon transformation skill into levels, after absorbing the fled dragon's blood essence, the dragon transformation skill would reach another level. Xianxia let out a deep moan. The pleasant and comfortable feeling brought by the transformation of the skill had intoxicated Xianxia. He felt as if his entire body was going through a tremendous transformation. His bones were cracking, his blood was boiling, and his internal organs were throbbing violently. Every muscle in his body was being tempered to the greatest extent, making his body even more sturdy. Above Xianxia's head, a blood-colored dragon shadow was constantly rotating. That was his blood qi, and it had become so powerful. Time to transform. Xianxia suppressed the excitement in his heart. His foundation was rising bit by bit, becoming thicker and thicker. Within his body, new dragon marks began to condense. Each additional dragon mark represented an increase in his combat strength, and the number of dragon marks represented Xianxia's strength. 100, 200, 300, an hour later, a deep and muffled explosion suddenly sounded out from the cave. Both Han Yan and De Huang Dog could clearly sense an extremely powerful energy leaking out from the cave. Under the impact of this energy, all the flowers and trees in the valley were shaking. Right at this moment, Xianxia's black hair was fluttering in the wind, and the white robe on his body was also fluttering. Blood-red dragon marks were floating all over his body, and each of them looked like a real dragon, and they were all carrying powerful energy. 1,600 dragon marks, that's right, 1,600 dragon marks. After Xianxia absorbed the flood dragon's blood essence, the dragon transformation skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Under the impact of this transformation, Xianxia had formed another 500 dragon marks, bringing his total to 1,600 dragon marks. This was the threshold of the mid-divine core realm, which meant Xianxia was now a mid-divine core warrior. Buzz, outside Xianxia's body, his yuan energy was violently vibrating. After breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, he was filled with confidence. With his current cultivation level, no one below the combat soul realm could be his match. If he were to bump into the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would definitely be able to beat the crap out of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Besides, with 1,600 dragon marks and a mid-divine core cultivation base, even if he were to bump into a combat soul warrior, he wouldn't be completely defenseless like before. Even if he couldn't defeat the combat soul warrior, he would still be able to escape. Xianxia knew the difference between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm. In the path of cultivation, the Qi Jing realm, Qi High realm, mortal core realm, heavenly core realm, and divine core realm were the 5 basic stages. In other words, Jiangchen was still stuck in the basic stages, but the combat soul realm was completely different. There was a huge gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, and it was extremely difficult to cross. A peak divine core warrior would never be a match for a combat soul warrior before his divine core transformed into a combat soul. To put it bluntly, the difference between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was also the reason why there were so few combat soul warriors. Even in the martial Saint dynasty, a combat soul warrior held a very important position. When Jiangchen was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, he was able to kill a divine core warrior. But, it was impossible for him to kill a combat soul warrior with his current mid-divine core cultivation base. Even for an abnormal monster like Jiangchen, if he wanted to kill a combat soul warrior, he would have to break through to the peak mid-divine core realm, or even the late divine core realm. But even so, it was still incredibly terrifying. The qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill had a huge impact on Jiangchen, and it had once again strengthened his foundation. Now, he could devour and absorb demon souls and devil souls to form new dragon marks, and it wouldn't affect his foundation at all. However, as Jiangchen's cultivation became stronger and stronger, the energy required to form new dragon marks would become more and more terrifying. Although Jiangchen had found a lot of demon souls, devil souls, and crystal cores in Inferno Hell, for the current him, only late divine core demon souls would be useful to him. Mid-divine core demon souls were much weaker, and anything below the mid-divine core realm would be of little use to him. Phew, Jiangchen let out a long breath. He had just broken through to the mid-divine core realm, so he didn't rush to absorb the demon souls. Instead, he was feeling the changes in his body. Too bad, the Flood Dragon's blood essence doesn't contain any innate abilities. Jiangchen felt it was a pity. The Flood Dragon had evolved, and if he could absorb the Flood Dragon's demon soul, he would definitely be able to obtain the Flood Dragon's innate abilities. However, right after that, Jiangchen threw his glance at Maofeng's storage ring. The combat skill this man used before was able to summon a Flood Dragon's shadow, and it's a very powerful attack. But too bad, he doesn't have the support of a bloodline. That's why this man wants to obtain the Flood Dragon's blood essence and demon souls, in order to perfect this combat skill. I wonder if this storage ring has them. Jiangchen thought to himself. He unleashed his Yuan energy and opened up Maofeng's storage ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found a golden paper lying quietly in a corner of the storage ring. With another thought from Jiangchen, the golden paper appeared in Jiangchen's hand. The paper was thin and light, but it was made from an extraordinary material. It was so thin that it felt like it was weightless. The words on the paper were emitting a faint golden glow. Jiangchen threw his glance onto the paper, and to his surprise, he saw 4 golden words, Flood Dragon's 9 murdering. There was even a description below the combat skill, and it was actually a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. This was something Jiangchen didn't expect. A high-ranked heavenly combat skill actually appeared in a small place like the Qing province. I'm afraid the entire Qingyi sect doesn't even have a combat skill of this level. Looks like this Maofeng is really lucky. I wonder where he found this combat skill, but too bad, he's too weak to unleash the full power of the Flood Dragon's 9 murdering. In order to cultivate this combat skill, I'll have to observe the Flood Dragon's form, and if I can obtain the Flood Dragon's bloodline, then I'll be able to unleash the full power of this combat skill. Jiangchen thought to himself. Now that he possessed the Flood Dragon's bloodline, this combat skill was simply tailor-made for him. He would be able to unleash the full power of every single strike. Of course, with Jiangchen's current mid-divine core cultivation base, it was still quite difficult for him to cultivate a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. Even with the support of the flood dragon's bloodline, he could only cultivate the first 3 strikes of the 9 murdering flood dragons. However, compared to Mao Fang, Xianxia was already much stronger. Mao Fang had only cultivated the first strike, and he still couldn't unleash its full power. The 9 murdering flood dragons was similar to Xianxia's 6 profound solar fingers. The first strike could unleash 1 flood dragon, the second strike could unleash 2 flood dragons, and so on. The last strike could unleash 9 flood dragons, giving it incredible power. But because Xianxia had the blood essence of the flood dragon in his body, he could unleash the full power of the 9 murdering flood dragons, and it was much stronger than the 6 profound solar fingers. What a powerful combat skill, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Han Yan said with mixed emotions. 9 murdering flood dragons, I found it from Mao Fang. A voice sounded out from behind them. Han Yan and De Huang Dog turned around and saw Xianxia walking out from the cave with both hands placed behind his back. Han Yan and De Huang Dog were shocked when they sensed the powerful energy unleashed from Xianxia's body. Little Chenzi, this is too much of a blow to my confidence. You've only been in secluded cultivation for 2 hours, and you've already broken through to the mid-divine core realm, Han Yan said in a gloomy manner. He possessed Gu Tianma's bloodline, and he was considered a peerless genius. With his talent, he wouldn't be weaker than anyone in the Martial Palace or Martial Saint Dynasty. But, when compared to Xianxia, he felt ashamed. The flood dragon's blood essence really helped me a lot, it gave me great benefits, and allowed me to break through to the mid-divine core realm. With my current combat strength, even ordinary combat soul warriors won't be able to kill me easily. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his words were filled with confidence. Although he wasn't a match for any combat soul warriors right now, it was still impossible for ordinary early combat soul warriors to kill him easily. That Mao Fang actually has a combat skill that can catch your attention. The power of the 9 murdering flood dragons just now is indeed incredible. Han Yan said. That Mao Fang is a genius with great luck. I wonder where he found a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. A combat skill of this level is extremely rare, even in the entire Eastern continent. I'm afraid it only exists in the Martial Saint Dynasty. But too bad, Mao Fang's strength is limited, and he can't unleash the full power of the 9 murdering flood dragons. That's why he's focused all his attention on that flood dragon. As long as he can obtain the flood dragon's demon soul and blood essence, he'll be able to unleash the true power of the 9 murdering flood dragons, and he might even be able to break through to the combat soul realm. Xianxia said. Kaka, it's a pity that the kid's luck isn't good enough to meet you in this place. All his hard work has been for you. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Buddy, you've broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and together with the powerful combat skill, the 9 murdering flood dragons, as well as all those frightening abilities, no divine core warrior will be your match. Even if you encounter those divine core geniuses from the Martial Palace, you'll be able to kill them with just a single strike. I'm afraid it won't be easy for those combat soul warriors to kill you. That's right. Now that I'm stronger than before, we won't have to worry about any troubles when we go to the Blissful Island. With a faint smile on his face, Xianxia was sure there would be a lot of formidable warriors during this trip to the Blissful Island. Plus, with his current sensitive identity, he dared not be careless. Also, those rogue cultivators and powerful sea demons from the Blissful Island were all formidable existences. This was the case for those who possessed great luck. No matter where they went, they would always be blessed with great luck. Just like this time, when he encountered the flood dragon, if Xianxia hadn't gone to the Blissful Island to participate in the trade fair, he wouldn't have appeared in the Qing province. If he hadn't been provoked by those disciples from the Qingyi sect, he wouldn't have learned about the flood dragon's evolution, and he wouldn't have obtained such great benefits. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would be a great opportunity for Xianxia. Today's opportunity had indeed brought unimaginable benefits to Xianxia. As for Mao Fang from the Qingyi sect, he had broken through to the late divine core realm at such a young age, and he had accidentally obtained a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. His luck was pretty good, but when a man's luck met someone who was even more heaven-defying than his own, his luck would be completely suppressed, and he would become a source of bad luck. This was the case for Mao Fang, and it was the same for the northern and southern dynasties. All of them were prideful geniuses who could look down upon the world, but when they met Xianxia, everything changed. The trio flew at top speed toward the ocean. They bumped into a lot of people along the way, but because of De Huang Dog's transformation, no ordinary people could recognize Xianxia. Also, Xianxia and Han Yan kept a low profile, so they didn't run into any trouble along the way. 10 days later, the trio had left the continent and arrived at the ocean's border. Looking into the distance, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness, and ripples could be seen everywhere. It was as if they could see the edge of the horizon. I wonder how big this ocean is. I'm afraid it's even bigger than the entire eastern continent. Han Yan said with mixed emotions. The Saint Origin realm is a vast continent, and there are tens of thousands of territories within it. It's impossible to measure its size. Aside from the east, west, south, and north continents, there are also many vast ocean regions. This ocean region is adjacent to the eastern continent, so it's naturally part of the eastern continent. However, the ocean region has its own system, and it basically has nothing to do with the continent. We're only at the border of the ocean region, and I'm afraid there's still a long way to go before we can reach the blissful island. Xianxia said. Little Xianxia, look at those people. I think they're heading to the blissful island as well. We don't know the exact location of the blissful island, let's just follow them. Han Yan looked at the group of people flying in front of them. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3. Some of them were riding on flying demon beasts, and they were wearing the same clothes. Judging from the number of people in the group, it was easy to tell that they were from some superpowers. This could be seen from the arrogant look on their faces. The ocean region is a dangerous place. Normally, there wouldn't be so many people here. I'm sure the reason why so many people are heading to the blissful island is because of the trade fair. Let's follow them and gather some information along the way. After saying that, Xianxia's body swayed slightly, and he flew towards the ocean. After the De Huang dog had shrunk, it squatted on Xianxia's shoulder and landed comfortably. Han Yan and Xianxia walked side by side. Feeling the rolling waves under their feet, they had a different feeling. Splash, all of a sudden, the water under their feet rippled, and a huge shark poked its head out of the water. It opened its bloody mouth and aimed right at Han Yan. Humph. Han Yan glanced at the shark coldly, and let out a cold snort. The shark was so scared that its body started to tremble, and it quickly dove back into the water, disappearing from sight. A puny sea demon dares to act so rashly in front of this young master? You're really courting death. Han Yan sneered. Idiot, what are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dog before? Fuck, why are you so ugly? Compared to this master dog's handsomeness, you're worlds apart. Hey. Hey pretty girl, are you interested in having a chat? Along the way, De Huang dog kept teasing everyone he saw. His mouth was extremely sarcastic, and it attracted a lot of hostile glares. Even Xianxia couldn't help but want to kill this dog, let alone the others. Xianxia felt helpless, and could only nod his head and apologize to everyone. He was already in a situation where everyone was his enemy, and he hadn't even reached the blissful island yet. If he offended everyone here, how would he survive? Han Yan coughed lightly, and purposely kept a distance from Xianxia, pretending that he didn't know this dog. Little Xianxia, bringing this damn dog along is no different from bringing trouble. Han Yan transmitted his voice to him. Get lost. Surnamed Han, you're the trouble. Since when can you leave this master dog at such a critical moment? De Huang dog bared his teeth at Han Yan, then turned to a female cultivator and teased, Hey pretty girl, how about becoming this master dog's human pet? I'll definitely spoil you. Xianxia finally couldn't take it anymore. Before the female cultivator completely lost her temper, he grabbed De Huang dog off his shoulder, pressed down on the dog's head with one hand, and covered its mouth with the other. Damn it. Damn dog, you better behave yourself. Can you not cause any trouble? Xianxia had the urge to vomit blood. This dog was the best of the best. No, it should be the worst of the best. His ability to attract hatred was top-notch. No matter where he went, no matter when, this dog would always give people the urge to tear him into pieces. Xianxia's eyes were filled with hatred. What made Xianxia even more depressed was that the female cultivator that De Huang dog teased just now seemed to be in her 50s. Her skin was rough, and her body was fat and bloated, not much different from a water bucket. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Morong Xiaoro again. De Huang Dog even teased someone like this. It was really embarrassing for him. Where did this damn dog come from? Kill him. Yeah, skin this dog alive, then throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. This dog is too mean. This young man is definitely not a good guy. Birds of a feather flock together. Like pet, like master. Yeah, let's stay away from him. He's definitely not a good guy. The people around were pointing at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly felt like he was mistaken as the world's #1 pervert. Immediately, he sped up, putting some distance between himself and these people. Damn it. You damn dog, do you still want to live in this world? Stop it for a while. Xianxia worked from left to right and slapped De Huang Dog a few times. Damn it, you damn brat. How dare you slap this lord dog's handsome face? You're the one who's tired of living. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit down on Xianxia's palm. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He was completely speechless towards this dog. In the end, he could only beg for mercy, begging De Huang Dog to stop causing trouble for him. Haha, little Chinzi, they all think that you're not a good guy. Han Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Get lost. You're the only one who's not a good guy. Xianxia angrily glared at Han Yan. Xianxia and Han Yan were very fast. In just a few minutes, they had shaken off those people. Another group of people appeared in front of them, discussing something. Xianxia and Han Yan hurriedly moved closer. These people must be talking about the Blissful Islands trade fair. This was a good opportunity for them to find out more about it. There's a blissful manor on the Blissful Island. That manor master controls the entire island, and has abundant resources. Someone said. That's for sure. Just a trade fair alone could earn a lot of wealth and resources. I heard that the manor master is a powerful demon beast from the ocean. He has a good relationship with many powerful demons from the ocean. He's really powerful. Hearing this, Xianxia and Han Yan looked at each other. No wonder Master Blissful is able to occupy a place in the ocean, he's actually a demon lord from the ocean. Han Yan finally understood. The Blissful Manor will hold a large-scale trade fair every year, and it's a grand occasion. Many superpowers in the continent will send their mighty warriors there, and many rogue cultivators, strange people from the ocean, and even demon lords from the ocean will participate. This trade fair is extremely rare, and there will be a lot of rare treasures, especially those from the ocean. They are rarely seen in the continent. That's right, everyone will take what they need, and trade with each other. Who wouldn't want to try their luck in this trade fair? Even combat soul warriors will show up. Of course. Even superpowers like the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect from the Jin province will send their men here, and even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty will show up. I heard that everyone who wants to enter the Blissful Island to participate in the trade fair will have to pay a certain fee to Master Blissful. Putting aside everything else, just the fee alone is an astronomical figure. Sigh, I'm so jealous of him. Xianxia and Han Yan heard the discussions of the crowd. With just a few words, they had given Xianxia a better understanding of the Blissful Island, and at the same time, it had given Xianxia hope for the 9 solar holy water. This was the main reason why he came to the ocean. In the next few days, more and more warriors arrived at the ocean. Most of them came from the 28 provinces of the eastern continent, and there were also some strange people from the ocean. They all wore different clothes, but all of them had pretty strong cultivation bases. Most of them were divine core warriors, and only a few were heavenly core warriors. All of them were heading in the same direction, the direction of the Blissful Island. They all had the same goal, the trade fair. The ocean waves kept rumbling, and the roars of powerful demons could be heard from time to time. However, when those demons sensed the powerful auras coming from the ocean, they immediately hid under the water, not daring to show their heads. During this period of time, the crowd passed by many islands. Some of them had beautiful sceneries, and they looked like a paradise from the ocean. Of course, most of them were deserted islands. The scenery of the ocean is really nice, and the natural yuan energy is abundant as well. This is a good place to cultivate. Han Yan exclaimed. Not only that, but there are also all kinds of rare treasures in the ocean. However, compared to the mainland, life in the ocean is too monotonous. Moreover, the environment is too monotonous. It's not as colorful as the mainland, Xianxia said. Xianxia and Han Yan's speed was extremely fast. Early in the morning, the two of them saw an island floating on the surface of the sea. Under the reflection of the morning sun, the entire island emitted a faint glow. From a distance, the island looked like a mirage, floating at the top of the coastline. With Xianxia and Han Yan's eyesight, they could already see the white mist floating above the island. We're here. The blissful island is right in front of us, De Huang Dog said. Soon, the three of them arrived at the edge of the blissful island. It was a beautiful island, and from where Xianxia stood, he could already see the scenery of the island. Verdant hills, clear waters, green pine trees, and a waterfall that reached the sky. The island was covered in mist, and it looked like a paradise on earth. Just a glance at it was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. Damn. Master Blissful really knows how to choose a place. Living here, even if I don't cultivate, I can still prolong my life. Han Yan couldn't help but say. I have to say, this is indeed a good place. Xianxia praised as well. The person who chose this island must be someone who knew how to enjoy life. Obviously, Master Blissful was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside the blissful island. These people were standing in groups of 2 or 3, floating above the water. There were at least 100 of them, and more people were appearing behind them. What are these people doing here? Why aren't they going in? Han Yan asked, puzzled. Where did these idiots come from? Don't they know the rules of the blissful island? When a cultivator heard Han Yan's words, he immediately shot him a disdainful look. Bastard, don't you know how to talk? Are you courting death? Big Yellow scolded the cultivator. Although he always quarreled with Han Yan, when it came to the time to face an enemy, he would definitely stand united against the enemy. The fuck? Where did this dog come from? How dare you talk to your grandpa like that? You're the one courting death. The cultivator was even more arrogant. After saying that, he directly grabbed towards De Huang Dog, completely ignoring Xianxia. Xianxia raised his palm and slapped the cultivator's face with lightning speed, sending him flying away. There were too many people who didn't know what was good for them. Not only did they not know what was good for them, they were also so annoying. Kid, how dare you hit me? The cultivator was instantly enraged. He pointed his finger at Xianxia, and 2 other cultivators came to his side. Obviously, they were his helpers. I hit you because I'm trying to save you, Xianxia said indifferently. What he said was true. If he didn't make a move to send that cultivator flying, that cultivator's arm would have been bitten off by De Huang Dog. Now that they hadn't entered the blissful island yet, Xianxia didn't want to cause any trouble. However, that didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. If this cultivator didn't let him off, he wouldn't mind killing him here. What did you say? The cultivator was enraged. Just as he was about to make another move, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. This silhouette was none other than Han Yan, whom he had just scolded as an idiot. Han Yan's palm was like a steel pincer as it landed on the cultivator's neck. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from that palm, causing the cultivator's soul to tremble. If you don't want to die, you'd better be quiet in front of me, Han Yan said word by word. His gaze was like 2 sharp blades, causing the cultivator to lose the courage to look at him. He felt that he wasn't facing a young man, but a bloodthirsty and terrifying demon king. He had no doubt that if he dared to resist, he would be killed by this young man in front of him. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Please show mercy, brother. My friend was too impulsive, I apologize. The other 2 cultivators' companions hurriedly apologized to Han Yan with a smile. They weren't idiots. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that this young man in front of them was extremely powerful and not someone they could afford to offend. He had such strength at such a young age, he might even be a genius disciple of some great sect. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. If he killed them in a fit of anger, they would have died in vain. You should be glad that you managed to keep your life. Han Yan retracted his palm, and the cultivator instantly became extremely weak. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Just a few seconds ago, he felt like a few years had passed. The aura emitted by this young man was enough to make his soul tremble. This should be your first time participating in the trade fair, right? It's normal that you don't know the rules of the Blissful Island. The Blissful Island will only be open to the public when the trade fair begins. Before that, no one is allowed to step onto the island. There are still 3 days before the trade fair begins, so those who arrived earlier will naturally have to wait here. One of the middle-aged men explained the rules of the Blissful Island to Xianxia and Han Yan with a smile, not daring to show any neglect. So that's how it is. Xianxia nodded his head. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to wait here like the others. He didn't want to attract too much attention when he came to the Blissful Island to participate in the trade fair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the following day, numerous silhouettes flew over from afar and landed on the outskirts of the Blissful Island. No matter if it was the cultivators from the mainland or the cultivators from the ocean, no one dared to break the rules of the Blissful Island. Before the trade fair began, no one dared to step onto the Blissful Island. Bang! All of a sudden, the sound of a tsunami could be heard from behind. After that, a figure appeared in the sky like a beam of light. Many people looked at the direction of the beam of light, and to their surprise, they found out that it was a majestic man. This man looked to be in his 40s, and he was 8 feet tall. He had a tall and muscular body, and his messy golden hair made him look ferocious. He was wearing a golden armor, and it was glowing brightly under the sunlight. What was even more shocking was this man's cultivation. He was a combat soul warrior. That's the Golden Lion. I never thought he would come to the trade fair. This Golden Lion is the overlord of the Golden Lion Mountain in the Liang province. He's not a human, but a rare male lion. He has a formidable cultivation, and no one dares offend him. Even those powerful sects in the Liang province have to give him some face. The Blissful Island's trade fair is really attractive, even combat soul warriors are here. I'm sure the Golden Lion won't be the first combat soul warrior to show up. All the big sects in the eastern continent will send their combat soul warriors here as well, and some powerful rogue cultivators might show up as well. The crowd were discussing among themselves, but they were all whispering to each other. They were afraid that their voices would offend the combat soul demon lord. A combat soul demon lord wasn't someone they could afford to offend. The Golden Lion had an imposing appearance. He didn't even look at the crowd, and he just walked toward the Blissful Island. This Golden Lion is so arrogant, how dare he ignore the rules of the Blissful Island? The trade fair is going to start in 2 days, and he's already walking toward the Blissful Island. Someone from the crowd said. Humph. Right after the man finished speaking, the Golden Lion let out a cold harumph. Without even turning his head around, the Golden Lion casually grabbed the warrior as if he was grabbing a chicken. No matter how hard the warrior struggled, he just couldn't break free from the Golden Lion's grip. How dare you talk about rules in the place where I, the Golden Lion, want to go? The Golden Lion was extremely arrogant. With a single grab, he killed the warrior with his bare hands, then he threw him into the ocean. After that, he continued walking toward the Blissful Island. That guy is really unlucky. If he doesn't know about the rules of the Blissful Island, he shouldn't have talked nonsense. A combat soul demon lord is extremely brutal, he died in vain. That's right, the rules of the Blissful Island don't apply to combat soul warriors. Combat soul warriors can enter the Blissful Manor whenever they want, and they will even be personally received by the master of the Blissful Manor. How can we compare with that? Many people shook their heads and sighed. That warrior had died an unjust death. A combat soul demon lord was simply too brutal, and his dignity was inviolable. The trade fair hasn't started yet, no one is allowed to set foot on the Blissful Island. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. A clear voice suddenly sounded out from the Blissful Island. Following that, everyone saw a bright light rising up from the island. Within the light was a young lady, or rather, a mermaid. The upper half of the lady's body was that of a human, and the lower half of her body was that of a fish. She was extremely beautiful, and her pair of big eyes were shining brightly. She was only wearing a thin green shirt, and her voluptuous body was enough to cause anyone who saw her to vomit blood. She was a divine core demon lord from the Blissful Manor. When the lady saw someone trying to break into the Blissful Island, she immediately came out to stop them. Humph. Open your eyes wide and see who I am. The golden lion coldly harumphed as he threw a disdainful glance at the lady. Yeah. Senior Golden Lion, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Senior Golden Lion is a good friend of our master, and you're a combat soul warrior as well, that's why you're not restricted by the Blissful Island's rules. Please come in. When the lady saw the Golden Lion, her attitude instantly changed, and she immediately welcomed him into the Blissful Island. Too bad we don't have such preferential treatment, otherwise, we might be able to build a relationship with the Blissful Manor Master. When the trade fair begins, we'll have an advantage in this stronghold. Someone said with envy. We'll talk about that after you become a combat soul warrior. At that time, the Blissful Manor Master will definitely give you face. Someone said. In this world where strength was everything, envy was useless. Strength was the most important thing. Another day had passed, and more people had gathered around the Blissful Island. They formed a dark mass, and the auras that these experts were casually emitting were enough to cover the sky and cover the earth. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water, and the sea demons below started to flee in all directions. Swoosh, suddenly, a cry sounded out from afar. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the cry, then they saw a huge eagle flying toward them with its wings spread wide open. It was an extremely powerful aura. 8 men were standing solemnly on the back of the eagle, 3 were old men, and 5 were young men. All of them were divine core warriors, and the old man who stood at the front was in his 50s. He had a powerful aura, and it was comparable to the Golden Lion who had appeared a day ago. He was another combat soul warrior. These 8 people were wearing the same green robes. Their faces were filled with a dark aura. They looked very unfriendly, as if they were about to kill at any moment. They are the men from the Qingyi sect in the Qing province. Their leader is Mao Sheng, the chief elder of the Qingyi sect, and he is an early combat soul warrior. I didn't expect to see him here. Why do the people from the Qingyi sect have such ugly expressions? It's as if someone owes them money. You don't know? I heard that not long ago, 6 divine core disciples from the Qingyi sect were killed in the Serpent's Great Stream, and one of them was a rare genius from the Qingyi sect, Mao Feng. Besides, that Mao Feng is Mao Sheng's grandson. Heavens, who was so bold to even dare to kill Mao Feng? They must be tired of living. No wonder Elder Mao Sheng was so angry. So it was because his own grandson was killed. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Han Yan's gazes landed on the Qingyi sect. When the gazes of the 2 men and the dog landed on the eagle, their faces instantly changed. Not good, quickly restrain our auras. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog and shoved him into his clothes. After that, he and Han Yan retracted their auras and hid in the crowd, not daring to move. Damn it, how could we forget about this eagle? Han Yan couldn't help but curse out loud. They had killed all the men from the Qingyi sect, so they wouldn't leave any evidence behind. However, they had forgotten about the eagle. Jiang Chen still remembered that when they arrived at the Serpent's Great Stream, the eagle had already disappeared. That was why they had forgotten about it. However, the eagle was an early divine core demon lord, and it was much smarter than humans. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if the eagle had seen how he killed Mao Feng and the other men. Now that the eagle was here, if they were recognized, they would be finished. What made them even more speechless was that Mao Feng had a combat soul grandfather, and he had personally come to the Blissful Island. Judging from Mao Sheng's expression, if he knew that the man who killed his grandson was here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh, the men from the Qingyi sect dismounted from the back of the eagle. After that, the eagle retracted its wings and transformed into a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a black robe, and his sharp eagle eyes were constantly scanning the crowd. The black eagle furrowed his brows, as if he had smelled something familiar. However, after glancing around, he couldn't find anything because there were too many people here. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and Han Yan let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Black Hawk couldn't find them for now, once the trade fair started, they wouldn't be allowed to kill anyone in the Blissful Manor. A large trade fair like this had attracted too many powers and cultivators. With so many rare and precious treasures, it was very easy to rob someone. However, the fact that the Blissful Manor's trade fair had been going on for so many years showed how powerful the master of the Blissful Manor was. Therefore, no one dared act rashly in the trade fair. "You guys stay here and wait for the trade fair to start," Mao Xing told the men from the Qingyi sect, then he started walking toward the Blissful Island. This was the privilege of a combat soul warrior. Not only could he enter the Blissful Manor at any time, he would also be personally welcomed by the Blissful Manor. "Haha, old man Ling Shan, am here as well." Following a wild laugh, a skinny old man flew over from the distance and landed next to Mao Xing. "Mao Xing, I heard your grandson was killed by someone, congratulations." Old man Ling Shan's words nearly made everyone vomit blood. His grandson was dead, and he was in a bad mood. "Yet, you came here to congratulate him? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Get lost." Mao Xing angrily glared at him. "Haha," old man Ling Shan burst into laughter. He took the lead and started walking toward the Blissful Island. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of Mao Xing. This old man Ling Shan is a weirdo. He is a rogue cultivator from the Qing province, and he's a combat soul warrior. However, he has a strange temperament, and he doesn't even give face to those big powers in the Qing province. Someone sighed. "Hee, this old man is not bad," Han Yan said with a smile. "Damn it. Buddy, you're suffocating this master dog." De Huang dog kept struggling in Jiang Chen's arms. "Behave yourself, if you show yourself now, you'll be recognized by that black hawk." Jiang Chen held onto De Huang dog's head tightly. Right now, there was no way for De Huang dog to show himself. The black hawk would recognize him in his puppy form, and if he transformed into his De Huang dog form, he would be recognized by everyone. The trade fair was getting closer and closer, and more great warriors were arriving. Many strange people from the ocean had appeared, and combat soul warriors were arriving one after another. They had arrived at the Blissful Island ahead of time. Basically, all the superpowers in the Eastern continent had sent their men here. They were led by combat soul sect elders, followed by some divine core sect elders and disciples. Especially the divine core disciples, they were brought here so that they could gain some experience. "Little Chinzi, this is a grand occasion. There are so many combat soul warriors here, and we don't even have a single one from the Qi province," Han Yan said in a low voice. He was slightly surprised when he saw so many combat soul warriors. Although Han Yan was a genius, the Qi province was a small place, and he had never seen so many combat soul warriors before. There are so many big provinces in the Eastern continent, but the Qi province and the Qian province are ranked at the bottom. Not to mention the Jian province, which is ranked second, even the Qing province, which is ranked fifth, has countless combat soul warriors. Jiang Chen said. "Look, a huge sword is flying towards us." Someone cried out in surprise. A huge golden sword was flying towards them from afar, and wherever it passed, it would cause huge waves to surge into the sky. A group of people were standing on top of the sword, and all of them were emitting arrogant auras. These people were all wearing the same clothes, all wearing white, and carrying a huge sword on their back. They looked like sword immortals. They are from the Myriad Sword sect, and those from the Jian province are here as well. Get out of the way, the Myriad Sword sect is not to be trifled with. If they attack us because of something they don't like, we'll die for nothing. The Jian province is the second biggest province in the Eastern continent, and the Myriad Sword sect is the #1 sword sect in the Jian province. I heard that the Myriad Sword sect's sect chief is a peak combat soul warrior, and he has a high chance of breaking through to the combat king realm. Even the Martial Palace's palace chief has to show him some respect. I heard that a genius disciple from the Myriad Sword sect was killed by a young man named Jiang Chen in Inferno Hell. That Jiang Chen is really awesome, he even dares to offend the Myriad Sword sect. That's nothing. Jiang Chen didn't just offend the Myriad Sword sect, he even killed the sect elder of the Shangguan clan. I heard that he is a butcher in Inferno Hell, and he has killed countless divine core warriors. He has offended many superpowers. Awesome, such an amazing ability at such a young age. I wonder what this Jiang Chen looks like. It's easy to recognize him. I heard that Jiang Chen has a majestic De Huang dog following him around. If you see a young man with a dog, I'm sure you'll recognize him as Jiang Chen. Following the arrival of the myriad sword sect's men, the crowd immediately started talking about Xianxia. Little Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Han Yan teased with his divine sense. Fuck, this master dog, am very famous. Didn't you hear that? You can only recognize little Xianxia when you see this master dog. The Dehuang dog stayed in Xianxia's embrace obediently, and said proudly. When the men from the myriad sword sect arrived, the huge sword underneath their feet instantly turned back into an ordinary longsword, and was put away by the man who stood at the front of the group. He was an old man with an imposing appearance, and was also a combat soul warrior. Not long after the myriad sword sect arrived, a few more powerful auras arrived from the distance. A group of 7 to 8 men riding on flying shields arrived at high speed. The men on the shields were all extremely arrogant, and they didn't seem to be any weaker than the men from the myriad sword sect. They are from the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan is here as well. The annual trade fair is truly a grand event, even superpowers like the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan are here. The myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan were both superpowers in the eastern continent. Apart from the martial Saint dynasty, no one dared offend them. The men from the Shangguan clan were also led by a combat soul warrior. Shangguan Chong, I didn't expect to see you here as well. The combat soul elder from the myriad sword sect who had arrived at the edge of the blissful island couldn't help but say when he saw the men from the Shangguan clan. What? Are you telling me that only you, Yi Xiao, are allowed to come here? Shangguan Chong said with an indifferent tone. Both men had just met, and the atmosphere was filled with hostility. It was obvious that they didn't have a good relationship with each other. However, after thinking about it for a bit, it made sense. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. The myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan were both superpowers in the Jian province, and it was natural for them to oppose each other. This was similar to the relationship between the 4 big sects in the Qi province. Humph. Yi Xiao coldly harumphed. He ignored Shangguan Chong and started walking toward the inner area of the blissful island. Shangguan Chong also walked into the blissful island with an imposing manner. Little Xianxia, the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan are here, and together with the Qingyi sect from the Qin province, all of your powerful enemies are here at the same time. If your identity is exposed, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Han Yan said to Jiangchen through divine sense. Why do I feel my scalp going numb? Jiangchen glared at Han Yan. He was speechless. In such a grand occasion, if his identity was exposed, he would be dead for sure. He wouldn't even know how he died. Did you guys see that? Even those men from the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan aren't allowed to enter the blissful island. They don't dare break the rules of the blissful island. Of course, Master Blissful is a powerful demon from the ocean, even the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan have to give him face. After all, this isn't the eastern continent. Besides, I heard that Master Blissful has an immeasurable cultivation base. No one would dare break the rules set by him. Even for superpowers like the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan, those below the combat soul realm weren't allowed to enter the blissful island in advance. They had to wait outside like ordinary people, and only enter when the trade fair began. There was only 1 day left until the trade fair, and more people had gathered outside the blissful island. Today, Jiangchen and Han Yan were the most depressed. The eyes of the eagle from the Qingyi sect were too sharp, and it seemed like it had already sensed a familiar aura. For the whole day, its eyes had been flickering non-stop. If this continued, they would be discovered sooner or later. Fortunately, Jiangchen and Han Yan were skilled at concealment. If it were anyone else, they would have been discovered long ago. Damn, that black hawk is so troublesome. It will find us sooner or later. Han Yan said gloomily. That's right. Little brat, don't tell me you're going to let this lord dog stay in your arms forever? The trade fair is such a big event. How can this lord dog be absent? The one who felt the most depressed was Dehuang dog. He had been cooped up in Jiangchen's arms for the whole day, and he had almost gone crazy. Looks like I have no choice but to expose myself. The trade fair is going to start soon. Once I enter the blissful island, I'll try my best to avoid that black hawk. Even if I can't, it doesn't matter. After all, the blissful island has a restrictive barrier. I don't think those men from the Qingyi sect have the guts to attack me. A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He wasn't a man who was afraid of getting into trouble. Furthermore, it was better to make an enemy out of the Qingyi sect than to expose his true identity. On the third day, when the sun had just risen, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from within the blissful island. After that, numerous beams of light shot out from the blissful island and stopped outside the island. The one leading the group was the mermaid who came out to greet the golden lion. Many warriors couldn't help but feel tempted when they saw this girl. The charm that came from a demon beast was much stronger than that of a human. Of course, even if these people had bad thoughts, they would only think about it in their hearts. They would never dare show it. They didn't dare offend or touch anyone from the blissful manor, because if they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. Behind the girl were dozens of men in golden armor. These men all had incredible energy, and although they didn't have strong cultivation bases, they were all at the peak heavenly core realm. The one leading the group was even a divine core warrior. These were warriors trained by the blissful manor. Not all of them were demon beasts from the ocean, many of them were humans. Friends, the annual trade fair of the blissful manor is about to begin. If you want to participate in the trade fair, you'll have to follow the rules set by the manor chief. The island and the manor will be opened now, and everyone who wants to enter the manor to participate in the trade fair will have to hand over 1 earth elixir. The woman's voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of every cultivator, allowing them to hear it clearly. What? 1 earth elixir per person? This is ridiculous. I remember last year, it was only 1,000 human elixir per person, but this year, it has increased by 10 times. That's right, 1 earth elixir is equal to 10,000 human elixir. Just to enter the manor, we have to hand over 1 earth elixir. How can this be? Damn it, there are so many people here. If everyone gets 1 earth elixir, the manor chief is going to make a fortune. Right after the girl finished speaking, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. The fee had increased by 10 times, and many people couldn't accept it. The difference between earth elixir and human elixir was not only in terms of energy, but also the level and quality of the energy contained in the pill. In other words, if someone wanted to exchange 10,000 human elixir for 1 earth elixir, no one would be willing to do it. The value of 1 earth elixir wasn't small, and only divine core warriors were qualified to absorb earth elixir. For some powerful divine core warriors, 1 earth elixir might not be worth much, but for those late heavenly core warriors, 1 earth elixir was more than enough to make them feel pain. This is the new rule set by the manor chief. If you don't want to, you can leave now, we won't force you. The girl said again. Haha, 1 earth elixir per person, it's not too much. We, the Myriad Sword sect, will be the first to hand over. Pretty lady, here are 7 earth elixir pills, and there are 7 of us here. A divine core disciple from the Myriad Sword sect laughed out loudly. He brought the men from the Myriad Sword sect and arrived in front of the girl, then he threw 7 earth elixir pills to her without any hesitation. Welcome to the trade fair from the Myriad Sword sect, I wish my friend a happy trade. The girl signaled the golden warrior behind her to keep the earth elixir pills, then she said to the Myriad Sword sect disciples with a smile on her face. The Myriad Sword sect is filthy rich, and all their core disciples are filthy rich, of course they don't lack pills. Someone murmured. Compared to a big sect like the Myriad Sword sect, they were really inferior. It's just 1 earth elixir pill, since we're here, there's no reason for us to go back. This is the annual trade fair, even if we can't get any benefits, it's still worth it to spend 1 earth elixir pill to broaden our horizons. A rogue cultivator walked up and handed over an earth elixir pill, then he walked into the blissful island. After that, the crowd became restless. One by one, they handed over their pills and entered the blissful island. Although Master Blissful's method was a little unscrupulous, most people didn't care about a single earth elixir pill. Those who really wanted to get some treasures in the trade fair were those who had some wealth and resources. Even those who didn't want to pay a single earth elixir pill. After all, since they were here, there was no reason for them to go back. Little Chinzi, let's go in as well. Han Yen said. All right. Jiangchen nodded his head. Both of them walked forward with big steps. They needed to enter the blissful island before the men from the Qingyi sect found them. Stop right there. Right after Jiang Chen and Han Yan took a few steps forward, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from behind. Jiang Chen and Han Yan's expressions instantly turned cold. They knew they were finally discovered. In a flash, the Black Hawk arrived in front of Jiang Chen and Han Yan. When it saw Jiang Chen and Han Yan's faces, its expression instantly changed. It's them. The Black Hawk pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and Han Yan and said loudly. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people. Countless gazes looked over, wondering what was the reason for the conflict. Black Hawk, what's going on? The 6 core disciples of the Qingyi sect walked up and looked at Jiang Chen and Han Yan. They killed Mao Feng and a few other disciples of the Qingyi sect. They were all killed by them. The Black Hawk's words immediately ignited the crowd. Most of the people here were from the Qing province, and the news of Mao Feng's death had already spread across the entire Qing province. Many people wanted to know who had the guts to kill the geniuses of the Qingyi sect. Damn it, we've finally been found out. This daddy here is going to die. De Huang dog jumped out from Jiang Chen's chest and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. That's right, it's them, and that damn dog. The Black Hawk was even more certain when he saw De Huang dog. For the past 2 days, he had sensed a familiar aura drifting in the air. However, there were too many people here, and Jiang Chen and Han Yan had concealed their auras, so he didn't notice it at first. But now, as the crowd moved, he immediately discovered the figures of Jiang Chen and Han Yan. How dare you? So it was you guys who did it. Daring to kill the disciples of our Qingyi sect, you really have the guts of a dog. You're courting death. Even 10,000 lives won't be enough for you today. Brat, you even dared to kill the disciples of the Qingyi sect? Who gave you the guts to do so? The disciples of the Qingyi sect were all agitated, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Several of them stood in front of Jiang Chen, and their eyes looked as if they were about to shoot out flames. It seemed like they wanted to tear Jiang Chen to shreds. This is bad news. I didn't expect this guy to be so daring. He even dared to kill the disciples of the Qingyi sect. Now that he's been found out, I'm afraid he's done for. They're definitely done for. The Qingyi sect is not a sect that can be offended so easily. They haven't even entered the blissful island yet, and they can still kill anyone they want. They're dead for sure. They still have combat soul warriors. I heard that Mao Feng was Mao Xing's grandson, and now that he's been found out, Mao Xing will definitely not let this matter go. It's impossible for these 2 guys to die so easily. The conflict was about to break out. Even the girl from the blissful island and the golden warrior had turned to look at the scene. From the discussions of the crowd, they had a general idea of what was going to happen. The girl threw her glance at Jiang Chen, wanting to see how this young man was going to deal with the current situation. Young man, you didn't expect this, did you? That day, I hid myself and wasn't discovered by you, but instead of running away after killing those men from the Qingyi sect, you actually showed up on the blissful island? You're really courting death. The eagle's threatening words stopped abruptly. Someone saw a bright beam shoot out from Jiang Chen's hand, and with a swoosh, it pierced through the eagle's body. Plop, the previously arrogant eagle was instantly sliced in half by the bright beam. The eagle fell to the left and right sides of the water, and its blood dyed the entire water red. I didn't kill you that day, but killing you today won't make any difference. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Killing an eagle from the Qingyi sect with just a single strike, and his expression didn't change at all. Just this temperament alone was something no ordinary man could compare with. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's actions immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. No one had expected Jiang Chen to kill a man from the Qingyi sect at this moment. In their minds, Jiang Chen should apologize right now. After all, not only did the Qingyi sect have a large number of disciples, they also had a combat soul warrior. Damn it, where did this young man come from? He just killed someone without saying anything. He doesn't take the Qingyi sect seriously at all. I heard that Mao Feng is a rare genius from the Qingyi sect, and he is a late divine core warrior now. If this young man can kill Mao Feng, it proves how strong he is. But, I didn't expect him to be so daring. He just killed a demon lord from the Qingyi sect in front of so many people. He has completely offended the Qingyi sect. Let's see what those disciples from the Qingyi sect are going to do. I'm sure they are no match for this young man, but I'm sure the Qingyi sect won't let this matter go so easily. I wonder if this young man has the guts to kill all those disciples as well. What a joke, unless he's a madman. Sounds of discussion rose from all directions. In an instant, everyone's gazes fell on Jiang Chen. The disciples of the Qingyi sect all had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they were glaring at Jiang Chen, and their killing intent was soaring to the heavens, none of them dared to make a move. Although they were arrogant, they were very clear about one fact, and that was that Mao Fang had died at the hands of this young man in front of them. None of them were a match for Mao Fang. How dare you kill the people of the Green Robe sect here? A disciple shouted at Jiang Chen. Scram! If you don't want to die, then don't block my way. I'm here to participate in the trade fair. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Humph. Summon Elder Mao Xing to execute these two brats. One of them coldly snorted. However, just as his voice faded, Jiang Chen moved again. A sharp longsword appeared in his hand. He casually swung it, and the sword light streaked across the disciple's neck like lightning. His head flew high into the air. What? The rest of the disciples cried out in shock, and their expressions changed dramatically. No one had expected this young man in front of them to be such a daring maniac. Elder Mao Xing, we found the murderer. A peak mid-divine core disciple shouted toward the blissful island. With his cultivation, he could easily transmit his voice across the entire ocean with his yuan energy. Furthermore, Mao Xing was a combat soul warrior, so his senses and hearing were extremely sharp. Therefore, he was able to clearly hear the disciples' words. You're courting death. I've killed one, I've killed a few, I've killed all of you. Go to hell. A ruthless look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes, and a cold killing intent burst out from his body. With a sway of his body, he dashed into the group of Qingyi sect disciples like a ghost. The longsword in his hand was like a poisonous dragon. Although these disciples were fighting with all their strength, there was no way they could be a match for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, he would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Accompanied by shrill screams, all the disciples of Green Robe sect died under Jiang Chen's sword light in just a breath's time. One by one, their corpses fell onto the surface of the water, blood gushing out wildly as they slowly sank. Oh my God! What did I see? Was this young man a peerless demon? Killing people is as easy as killing ants. Too audacious, too audacious. The Green Robe sect has suffered a great loss this time. The trade fair hasn't even started, but all of their core disciples have been killed. That Mao Xing must be going crazy. Fine, I really admire this little brother's courage. If it were me, I would definitely do the same thing. He has already offended them, and since he killed Mao Fang, Mao Xing will definitely not let him go. Besides, these disciples of the Qingyi sect want to kill him as well. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to be polite to him. Even if he is killed by a combat soul warrior later, I'll still be able to kill a few of them. Everyone was shocked and the scene was in an uproar. No one had expected that something like this would happen before the trade fair had even started. The Qingyi sect, a major power of the fifth largest province in the eastern continent, had been completely massacred. Rumble, right at this moment, a furious explosion sounded out from the blissful island, followed by a powerful aura. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately shouted at the people in front of him, "Get out of my way." The loud shout caused everyone's souls to tremble. In their eyes, this young man in front of them was a murderous demon, and no one dared to stand in his way. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen and Han Yan arrived in front of the girl in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen took out 3 earthen elixir pills from his storage ring and said, "We're here to participate in the trade fair. Here are 3 earthen elixir pills, we're going to enter the blissful island now." Now, everyone finally understood Jiang Chen's intention. He had killed all the disciples of the Qingyi sect, and this had attracted the attention of a combat soul warrior. It was too late for them to run away, and if they were caught, they would definitely die. The only way for them to survive was to enter the blissful island before the combat soul warrior caught up with them. Everyone knew that the blissful island was the territory of the blissful matter, and during the trade fair, no one was allowed to fight or kill anyone on the island. This was the rule set by Master Blissful, and even combat soul warriors couldn't break it. Without any hesitation, the girl grabbed the earthen elixir pills from Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Young master, this way please." Buzz, the air on the blissful island was twisting, and Mao Xing had finally appeared. "Let's go." Jiang Chen and Han Yan didn't dare hesitate. They immediately turned into two trails of light and flew toward the blissful island. The mermaid stared at Jiang Chen's back, and a stunned expression emerged in her beautiful eyes, decisive and daring. "I'm sure master will like a man like him." The girl smiled. Right after Jiang Chen and Han Yan stepped onto the blissful island, Mao Xing immediately flew out from the blissful island. Behind him were many combat soul warriors. They had sensed what was happening outside the blissful island. No matter what, the Qingyi sect was a big sect, and all their disciples had been killed on the blissful island. This was a big event, and all the combat soul warriors wanted to come out and watch the show. Mao Xing threw his glance at the spot where all the disciples of the Qingyi sect were killed. He could see the blood on the surface of the water, and the bodies were still sinking. The eagle's dead body was slowly floating up to the surface, causing him to be extremely furious. Swoosh, Mao Xing threw his red eyes onto Jiang Chen and Han Yan, as if he was going to eat them alive. "Buddy, did you do this?" Mao Xing asked with a loud voice. "That's right, they wanted to kill me, that's why I killed them." "What's wrong with that?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. Even though he was facing a combat soul warrior, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. After all, he had already landed on the blissful island. "Did you kill my grandson, Mao Feng?" Mao Xing's chest was heaving up and down. He was so furious that he felt like his lungs were going to explode. "Mao Feng wanted to kill me as well, that's why I killed him," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. "Little bastard, die now." Mao Xing flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike toward Jiang Chen. When a combat soul warrior attacked, the surrounding air was immediately set ablaze. The powerful attack struck toward Jiang Chen with a force that could topple mountains and overturn oceans. "Brother Yan, De Huang, get out of my way!" Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Mao Xing was extremely furious, and he had disregarded the rules of the blissful island and attacked Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen believed that Mao Xing wouldn't break the rules of the blissful island. Han Yan and De Huang were prepared for this. They immediately moved aside. 9 murdering flood dragons!" Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. 3 silver-white flood dragons emerged from his body. After that, the 3 huge flood dragons collided with Mao Xing's attack. Rumble, the violent impact caused the airflow in the air to become extremely violent, and even the ground of the blissful island was shaking violently. Under the tremendous impact, Jiang Chen was knocked back a few dozen meters before he could stabilize his body. He could feel his blood and qi tumbling within his body, and he felt an indescribable pain. "What?" Mao Xing was shocked. Not only him, all the combat soul warriors behind him were shocked as well. They had found out Jiang Chen's real cultivation level. He was only a mid-divine core warrior, but he was able to fight a combat soul warrior without dying. Not only that, it looked like he wasn't injured at all, he was just slightly shaken by the impact. Where did this abnormal monster come from? How can he be so strong? Don't tell me he's from the Martial Palace? Even in the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty, I don't think there's a monster like him. He's able to fight a soul warrior with just a mid-divine core cultivation base. Many people were shocked by what they saw. Being able to withstand a strike from an early combat soul warrior and survive wasn't shocking at all. It was said that the abnormal geniuses of the Martial Palace could fight early combat soul warriors with just a peak divine core cultivation base. However, this young man in front of them was only a mid-divine core warrior, and this was a huge contrast. "You're using Fonger's 9 murdering flood dragons. Little bastard, I'll definitely kill you today." Buzz, the air was shaking. A combat soul warrior was going to kill a young man with all his strength. This wasn't something to be proud of, but the Qingyi sect had suffered a great loss today, and his grandson had been killed, so Mao Xing couldn't care less about his own reputation. This Mao Xing is angry, he's trying to kill that young man, but he's forgotten the rules of the blissful island. "I don't think this is a good idea." "Don't worry, the rules of the blissful island will never be broken." This is related to the prestige of the blissful matter. Master Blissful will never allow something like this to happen. That young man is really strong, he can even fight a combat soul warrior. Where did he come from? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Not only is this young man decisive and daring, he's also a very meticulous person. Since he's here on the blissful island, he can be considered a protective talisman. Those who were here to watch a good show would never complain about a big show. The trade fair hadn't even started, and they were already able to witness such an exciting show. The Earth Elixir was definitely worth it, and this trip to the blissful island wasn't in vain. Little bastard, die now. Mao Xing unleashed a gigantic golden hand and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Bang, right at this moment, another gigantic hand appeared from behind, and it landed right on top of Mao Xing's gigantic hand. Following a loud explosion, both gigantic hands were destroyed at the same time. The one who attacked was a skinny old man. The old man wore a gray robe that was fluttering in the wind. He had a goatee on his chin, and a bright smile could be seen on his face. His eyes were extremely bright, and he stood in front of Jiang Chen. He was the one who attacked just now. Old man Ling Shan, how dare you stop me? This is the Qingyi sect's business, you better not get involved. Mao Xing was furious. Old man Ling Shan, can't stand people bullying the weak. You, Mao Xing, are a combat soul warrior, how dare you bully a divine core junior? I feel ashamed for you. Old man Ling Shan said with a wicked smile on his face. He always did whatever he liked, and he didn't care about any sex or superpowers. Old man Ling Shan, this brat killed my grandson and so many people from Green Robe sect. If you protect him, you will become my Green Robe sect's enemy. Mao Xing was flustered and exasperated. He knew old man Ling Shan's tricks very well, and if old man Ling Shan insisted on stopping him today, perhaps he would not be able to kill Jiang Chen. I don't grow up being intimidated. What's so great about being enemies with your Green Robe sect? Your grandson was killed because he's useless. Your Qingyi sect's disciple was killed because he's useless. I like this young man, so I won't let you kill him today. Furthermore, this is the blissful island. Killing someone on the blissful island means that you're ignoring Master Blissful's rules. You're looking down on him. Old man Ling Shan still had the same smile on his face, which made one have the urge to slap the bottom of a shoe on his old face. However, Jiang Chen found old man Ling Shan very pleasing to his eyes. Old man Ling Shan, don't try to drive a wedge between us. I'm only going to kill this brat, and I believe Master Blissful will understand. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you as well. It looked like Mao Xing was determined to kill Jiang Chen. But, it was understandable. He had been looking for the murderer of his grandson, and now, the murderer was standing right in front of him. Furthermore, the murderer had just killed so many people from Green Robe sect, which had seriously tarnished the Green Robe sect's reputation. If he didn't kill this brat, he would lose all his face. Swoosh, it seemed like he was enraged. Suddenly, a saber appeared in his hand. The saber chi shot out in all directions, and a sharp whistling sound could be heard as he slashed towards old man Ling Shan. Stop. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from the inner area of the blissful island. The shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it immediately stirred up waves of gigantic wolves around the blissful island. In the next moment, everyone could see a majestic figure flying toward them and standing between Mao Xing and old man Ling Shan. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was clad in a golden battle armor, but his battle armor was much brighter and mightier than those warriors. There were 2 sharp spikes protruding from the shoulders of the battle armor, which looked very dazzling. The battle armor was fully covered with runes, which made it look extremely mystical. The man's body was almost the same size as Golden Lion, and his angular face carried a domineering aura. Even the aura he was exuding was stronger than Mao Xing and old man Ling Shan. It's Master Blissful. I never thought he would be here. So he is Master Blissful. His cultivation base is really frightening. I'm afraid he has reached the mid-combat soul realm. Mao Xing can't compare with him at all. Since Master Blissful is here, I'm sure that young man's life is safe. Master Blissful will never allow anyone to break his rules. The appearance of Master Blissful immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was an influential figure in the ocean, and the most influential figure in this trade fair. No one dared to slight him. For those who had come from afar, being able to see the face of such an influential figure made their trip worthwhile. Master Blissful, Master Blissful. Xianxia threw his glance onto Master Blissful's body. With his eyesight, he could easily identify Master Blissful's true form, Golden Glory Fish. I never thought Master Blissful's true form would be a powerful demon beast. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Golden Glory Fish was the overlord of the ocean, and it possessed the bloodline of an ancient demon beast. It was a rare species, and it had wings on its back. Brother Mao, why did you attack on my blissful island? Why did you break my rules? Master Blissful stared at Mao Xing with an unfriendly expression. He had been hosting this trade fair for many years, and the rules he set were dead. No one had ever dared break them. Breaking his rules was equal to disrupting the order of the trade fair, and that was the same as not putting him in their eyes. Master Blissful would never allow such a situation to happen. Master Blissful, this guy killed my Qingyi sect's disciple first, and he even killed my grandson. If I don't kill him, the Qingyi sect will lose all its face. I hope Master Blissful can give me some face and kick this guy out of the blissful island. I killed him outside the island, so I won't be breaking your rules. Mao Xing said. Master Blissful ignored Mao Xing. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. What's your name? Chen Jiang. Xianxia said, reversing his name. Where did you kill the Qingyi sect's disciple? Master Blissful asked. Outside the island. Xianxia said. He knew Master Blissful's question was just a formality. Master Blissful's goal was to protect his own rules. As for Mao Xing's words of kicking him out of the island, Xianxia believed Master Blissful wasn't an idiot. He would never do something that would ruin his reputation. Furthermore, in Master Blissful's eyes, the Qingyi sect wasn't that important. The Golden Glory Fish was a type of extremely ferocious beast, and its personality was eclectic. It would do things according to its own preferences. If someone tried to threaten a creature like this, it would definitely backfire. From a certain point of view, Xianxia belonged to this type of person. Brother Mao, Xinjiang killed your Qingyi sect's disciple outside the island, so he didn't break my blissful island's rules. The trade fair has started, and all the people here are my friends. Of course, I can't kick them out. As for the grudge between your Qingyi sect and Xinjiang, wait until the trade fair is over. However, I don't want to see any more fights happening on the blissful island. Master Blissful expressed his stance. Master Blissful, can't you give my Qingyi sect some face? I have to kill this kid no matter what. Mao Xing didn't want to give up. Humph. Mao Xing, I've already given your Qingyi sect a lot of face by not holding you accountable for what you did just now. If you don't want to stay here, just get the hell out of here. If you're still here, you'll have to follow my rules. If you dare to attack me again, I won't be so polite anymore. Master Blissful harumphed coldly and instantly turned hostile. He waved his sleeves and flew into the blissful manor, leaving Mao Xing behind with a pale face. Haha, Mao Xing, did you hear that? If you don't want to stay here, just get the hell out of here. I don't think your Qingyi sect has that much face. Old man Ling Shan laughed out loud. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to ridicule Mao Xing. Mao Xing's face was covered in bruises, and his chest was heaving up and down. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry he was right now. This trip to the blissful island had really humiliated him. Not only had he lost so many disciples, he had also lost all his face, and become a laughingstock. Mao Xing's eyes flickered with a red light as he stared at Xianxia, who was standing beside old man Ling Shan. If looks could kill, Xianxia would have been killed by now. Mao Xing hated Xianxia to the bone, and he wished he could eat him alive. It was all because of this young man that he had lost all his face. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces. Mao Xing said while gnashing his teeth. Old fart, just get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. Xianxia waved his hand at Mao Xing. Caca, old dog? Pooh. What an insult to a dog. Why are you still standing here? Do you want this master dog to talk about life with you? De Huang dog was jumping around in front of Xianxia, looking very happy. The fuck, it's that dog again. This dog's mouth is so mean, I can't help but want to skin him alive. Now, even a little dog dares to show off in front of Mao Xing. I bet Mao Xing's lungs are going to explode from anger. Many people were speechless. This dog was really amazing, and his ability to attract hatred was top-notch. With just a few words, he could make someone die from anger. Humph. Mao Xing coldly harumphed. After that, he turned around and flew back into the blissful matter. Since killing was prohibited on this island, staying here would only make him a bigger laughingstock. Haha, old fart, go home and drink your mother's milk. De Huang Dog's words caused Mao Xing, who was still flying, to stagger. After that, he continued flying forward. Just like that, the lively scene had ended. An unknown young man had killed all the disciples of the Qingyi sect with a ruthless method, and in the end, he had even made a combat soul warrior vomit blood due to extreme anger. The name Xinjiang had become famous in an instant. Little brother, you've got guts. Old man Ling Shan turned to Jiang Chen and grinned. Thank you for helping me. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward old man Ling Shan. Old man Ling Shan patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder, smiled and said, this old man likes people like you who are not afraid of anything. That Qingyi sect is nothing to me. I, your father, just can't stand those people who rely on their big sects to bully others. Each and every one of them wears a sense of superiority on their faces, it's really annoying. Haha, what senior said is right. Don't tell me that only the Qingyi sect is allowed to kill us, and we're not allowed to fight back? How can there be such a rule in this world? Han Yan laughed out. Both he and Jiang Chen had a good impression of this old man Ling Shan. After all, this old man had just helped them a while ago. Little brother Xinjiang, the trade fair is going to start soon. You just need to focus on the trade. If that Mao Xing dares to find trouble with you again, this old man won't forgive him. After saying that, old man Ling Shan left in a carefree manner. This old man is not bad. This master dog really likes him. If I can keep him as my human pet. Ugh. Brat, why did you cover my mouth? De Huang Dog's mouth was pressed down by Jiang Chen's hands, struggling violently. You damn dog, he hasn't gone far yet. Han Yan was speechless towards this dog. The matter with the Qingyi sect had come to an end temporarily. Jiang Chen and Han Yan brought De Huang Dog and flew towards the center of the blissful island. They had paid a piece of elixir, which was equivalent to gaining the qualification to enter the blissful matter. Jiang Chen and Han Yan lowered their altitude, flying close to the mountains on the island. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the island, they couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. It made them feel that Master Blissful was a man who knew how to enjoy life. Outside the blissful island, the cultivators paid the elixir fee and entered the blissful island, walking towards the blissful matter. Along the way, some of them greeted Jiang Chen and Han Yan with a smile on their faces. The cultivator who almost had a conflict with Jiang Chen earlier even bowed to Jiang Chen with a flattering smile. After witnessing Jiang Chen's methods, the cultivator directly slapped himself twice. He was secretly glad that he didn't attack Jiang Chen just now. Otherwise, his fate would definitely not be better than those people from the Qingyi sect. Even the people from the Qingyi sect dared to casually kill them, let alone a rogue cultivator like him. This is brother Jiang Chen's first time coming to the blissful island. I'm sure he's not familiar with the trade fair here. The three cultivators came forward and asked with a smile. One of them was the cultivator who had called Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog country bumpkins. I really don't know about that. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. There was a kind look on his face. It was hard to equate this harmless-looking young man with a ruthless, murderous devil. There are so many people participating in this trade fair. There must be all sorts of rare treasures here. I wonder what's going on with the trade fair. Han Yan said. Brother Jiang Chen, there are actually two types of trade fair. The trade fair will last for 3 days. Within the blissful matter, there is a huge square that can hold over 10,000 people. The first type of trade fair will be held in the square. There will be people putting up rare treasures for sale. Some want to sell medicinal pills, while some want to trade for items that they need. However, there won't be any rare treasures appearing in the square. The cultivator said. What about the second type of trade fair? Xianxia asked. The second type is the auction held within the blissful manor. On the last day of the trade fair, the blissful manor will host an auction. Many people with valuable treasures will entrust their treasures to the blissful manor for auction. Naturally, in this case, the blissful manor will take a cut of the profits from the auction. In other words, the real treasures will only appear in the auction 3 days later. However, those who can participate in the auction are all wealthy people. Those rare treasures are not something that ordinary people can afford. The two cultivators spoke one after another. Clearly, they had a clear understanding of the trade fair. The reason why they took the initiative to explain to Xianxia was to apologize and leave a good impression on Xianxia. After all, they had offended him before. I see. I wonder if a treasure like the 9 solar holy water will appear in this trade fair. Xianxia asked tentatively. 9 solar holy water? That's the supreme holy water, priceless. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to obtain. A holy item like the 9 solar holy water is a priceless treasure to any cultivator. Who would be willing to sell it in an auction? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for oneself? One of the cultivators shook his head. The 9 solar holy water was too precious. It was a holy item with the purest yang attribute, extremely rare. Even in the divine continent, it was a rare treasure. A single drop of 9 solar holy water could completely improve a person's innate potential. Without any exaggeration, if a pig was given a single drop of 9 solar holy water, the pig's innate potential would undergo a complete transformation, transforming into a pig spirit. Thank you for telling us. Xianxia cupped his fists towards the 3 cultivators. Brother Xianxia, you're being too polite. If you need our help in the future, just let us know. The 3 cultivators cupped their fists towards Xianxia, then flew towards the blissful manor. This Master Blissful really made a fortune by reporting this trade fair. Looks like the price of 1 elixir per person is just child's play. The auction is the real deal. Han Yan sighed. That's right. There are too many people participating in the trade fair. I'm sure there will be all sorts of rare treasures. Those who possess treasures will definitely want to sell them for a good price. It's best to sell them to the auction house. With that, the blissful manor's commission will be astronomical. Xianxia nodded his head. Kid, with your current wealth, not to mention ordinary people, even some major powers can't compare to you. Wait until the auction, then buy all the treasures you have. De Huang Dog shook his head. Hopefully, the 9 solar holy water will appear. If that's the case, this trip will not be in vain. Brother Jiang took a deep breath. The main reason he came to the blissful island was to obtain the 9 solar divine arts holy water so that he could save Yan Xinyu. Soon, Xianxia followed the crowd and arrived at the blissful manor. The manor was huge, and as far as the eye could see, there were rows upon rows of exquisite buildings. There were green hills and clear waters, and there was a waterfall that looked like a beautiful waterfall. In the outermost area of the blissful manor, there was indeed a huge and spacious square. During the Qi province competition, the Whirling Sun Square was already big enough, but compared to this square, it couldn't be compared. Damn it, this square is huge. It's at least 10 times bigger than the Whirling Sun Square. He had finally seen the world today. Besides, he didn't have the chance to see so many divine core warriors in one place in the Qi province. Don't miss it. Quick, come and have a look. This is a top-quality divine condensing pearl from the ocean. It's a must for cultivation. It will let you enter the state of cultivation in just 1 second. Look over here, look over here. 100 yellow herbs are being sold for only 10 earth elixir. You won't get another chance like this. F***ck, do you think I'm an idiot? Yellow spirit grass is just a spiritual medicine at the peak of the human level. It can't even reach the earth level. Besides, it has limited effect in alchemy. You actually want 10 earth elixir? Why don't you just rob a bank? 1 earth elixir, are you selling it? Okay, this Taoist friend looks like a straightforward person. 1 earth elixir it is. Here are 100 yellow spirit grasses. Please take it. On the other side, old man, is your divine condensation pearl real? It must be real. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times. This is an overseas concentration pearl. It has been around for a long time. It's a must-have for calming the qi and concentrating the spirit. It's a divine tool for cultivation. One concentration pearl is only selling for 10 earth elixir. What a bargain. The white-bearded old man was holding a fist-sized pearl in his hand. It was emitting a crystal-like light and he had a complacent smile on his face. 10 is too expensive. 5. I'll buy 5. Friend, do you think I'm selling cabbages? Go, go, go. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Don't get in my way. There must be someone who knows his stuff. F***ck, old man, you're so impatient. 10 it is. I'll buy it. The middle-aged cultivator took out 10 earth essence pills and bought the spirit condensation bead from the old man's hand. This spirit condensation bead was indeed very useful for ordinary cultivators. It could allow cultivators to quickly enter a meditative state during the process of cultivation. Xianxia and Han Yan saw the transaction on both sides. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Little Xianxia, how is this a trade fair? It's no different from a vegetable market. This is the first time I've seen people haggle like this. Han Yan sighed. These people are very smart. No one wants to lose out. Xianxia smiled. Damn, the things being traded in this square are all the same. It's not interesting at all. It's better to find a place to stay in the villa, sleep for 3 days, and then participate in the auction. De Huang dog looked bored to death. De Huang, you don't understand. As the saying goes, great waves wash away the sand. Sometimes, good treasures will appear in small places. Since we're already here, let's take a look around. What if something catches our eye? What if we come across a really good treasure? Things like luck are hard to predict. Jiangchen patted De Huang dog's head, and the two of them began to walk back and forth at the trade fair. As the number of people increased, the number of transactions also increased. All kinds of strange treasures appeared one after another, and the entire trade fair became more and more lively. Quick, come and take a look. It's the cub of the ancient beast, the golden mammoth. Don't think that it doesn't have much cultivation right now. As long as it's nurtured well, it will grow into a real golden mammoth in the future. Just think about it, having a golden mammoth as a pet is such a great thing. Not far away, a strong man dressed in hemp clothes carried a small beast in his hand. This beast seemed to be about the same size as De Huang. It was completely white, with a pair of big ears and a long nose. The strong man swung it around in his hand. F***ck, do you think we're all idiots? This is clearly a pig. Damn, this guy must be an idiot. He's using a pig to fool people. If a golden mammoth looks like this, I'm willing to become a pig. Many people almost vomited blood. This strong man was too good at talking nonsense. Using an ordinary pig to pretend to be a golden mammoth cub, he really thought everyone was a fool. What do you know? You're just a bunch of mortals. You can't tell the good stuff. The strong man said impatiently. Not far away, Jiangchen shook his head and said, this trade fair is really a mix of good and bad people. There are all kinds of goods here. Little Xianxia, do you think that pig is a golden mammoth? Han Yan asked seriously. F***ck, Ah Yan, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. That's just a pig, and an ordinary pig at that. This guy selling this pig is really stupid. De Huang dog looked at Han Yan with disdain. That's a pig. Let's go. Jiangchen looked at Han Yan with a smile, then strode to the other side. 10,000-year ginseng fruit. Eat one and you'll be immortal. Heaven rank flourishing lotus king. There's only one in the world. Deep sea luminous pearl. It can help people to open their third eye. All sorts of hawking noises could be heard, each of them shouting with all their might. The praises of his treasures made Jiangchen speechless. F***ck, these bastards are all liars. Look at that thing, it looks like a carrot. How dare they call it a 10,000-year ginseng fruit? Are they kidding me? And that flourishing lotus king? Damn it, how can that thing be called a lotus king? Even if I've never seen a lotus king before, I'm sure it doesn't look like a chrysanthemum, right? And that thing? A luminous pearl can help people open their third eye? F***ck them. Han Yan felt like he was about to break down. These bastards who sold their treasures were really evil. They dared to sell anything and everything. Each of them was better than the other. Ah Yan, you don't understand, do you? Don't be fooled by their lies. In this world, sometimes, the more inconspicuous something is, the more likely it is to be a rare treasure. These scammers have taken advantage of the mentality of some people. Xianxia smiled. This trade fair was too big. Naturally, there were all kinds of people. There were a lot of liars, but there were also a lot of people who were selling their treasures. Everyone took what they needed. Some were willing to exchange for pills, some were willing to exchange for combat weapons, and some were willing to exchange for combat skills and cultivation skills. Little Xianxia, there are a lot of people in front. Let's go and have a look. Han Yan threw his glance into the distance. Indeed, there were a lot of people in front of him. 2 men and a dog walked forward and soon entered the crowd. They saw an old man with a white beard who had set up a stall. On top of the stall was a rusty scrap iron piece. This scrap iron piece was obviously a broken sword. No one knew how long it had been here, but it looked similar to the broken sword Big Yellow had found in Whirling Sun City. However, this broken sword in front of them was obviously different from the one Big Yellow had found. If not, with Big Yellow's senses, he would have sensed it just now. Old man, are you trying to fool an idiot? You said that scrap metal piece is a broken saint weapon, are you out of your mind? That's right, this scrap metal piece is just too ordinary. Even if you want to fool us, you should at least take out something decent. Haha, perhaps this old man is a relative of that pig seller, and he came to the blissful island to play. The crowd burst into laughter. You guys know nothing. Don't be fooled by this broken sword's ugly appearance, it is definitely a treasure. You guys just don't know what it is. The old man was wearing tattered clothes, but he had a pretty good cultivation level. He was a peak early divine core warrior. Tisk, let me, an expert appraiser, see what's so special about this broken sword. A middle-aged man bent down and picked up the broken sword. After examining it for a while, he threw it onto the ground and said with certainty, scrap metal. Get lost, you know nothing. The old man impatiently waved his hand. Haha, old man, how much do you want for this scrap metal piece? Someone teased. I want to exchange it for a high-ranked combat weapon. The old man said. Screw you, just a high-ranked combat weapon, how dare you ask for it? This old man is daydreaming, he wants to exchange a piece of scrap metal for a high-ranked combat weapon? His head must have been squeezed by a door, or bitten by a pig. The old man's words caused the crowd to burst into laughter once again. Wanting to exchange a piece of scrap metal for a high-ranked combat weapon? What a joke! Combat weapons might not be much for those disciples and elders from big sects, but for those rogue cultivators who lacked resources, they were extremely rare. They had to rely on themselves for their cultivation, and although this old man was a peak early divine core warrior, he still didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon that suited him. Your broken sword, I want it. A voice sounded out, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone's gazes landed on a young man in white. When they saw the face of this young man, they immediately swallowed the words of mockery they were about to say. This young man in white was none other than Xianxia. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Before someone could finish his words, his mouth was immediately covered by the man next to him. This man must have arrived last, that's why he didn't see how Xianxia killed the Qingyi sect disciple. You're courting death. Someone glared at the warrior, then he told him what happened to this young man through his divine sense. The warrior's face instantly turned pale, and he didn't dare say another word. Hee, young Master Xinjiang knows what's good for you, you can tell the value of my treasure. A high-ranked combat weapon is definitely worth it. When the old man realized it was Xianxia who wanted to sell his broken sword, a flattering smile immediately emerged on his face. This young man in front of him was a man with incredible abilities, and he was obviously a rich man. Young Master Xinjiang, this is just a piece of scrap metal. That's right, young Master Xinjiang, this old man is a liar, don't be fooled by him. The people next to him started trying to persuade him. Xianxia didn't say a word. He flipped his palm and took out a long sword from his storage ring, then he threw it to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up. The sword was extremely sharp, and it was producing a faint buzzing sound. Clearly, it was a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Young Master Xianxia is indeed a straightforward man, please keep this treasure well. The old man respectfully handed the broken sword to Xianxia, but he was laughing in his heart, I've indeed met a rich fool. I can't see anything special about this broken sword, but I've really earned a high-ranked combat weapon from it. Waha, I'm so smart. Sigh. Young people are so blind, they've been fooled so easily. That's right, we don't understand the world of the rich. A high-ranked combat weapon is nothing to them, but spending it like this is really a waste. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have gotten a piece of scrap metal to sell as well, maybe I would have met a fool too. The people next to him were whispering. Although they didn't dare to speak loudly, the way they looked at Xianxia was obviously different, as if they were looking at an idiot. Little Xianxia, why did you exchange a high-ranked combat weapon for a piece of scrap metal? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face, of course it's impossible. Only a true saint can create a saint weapon, and a saint is the strongest existence in the saint origin realm. It's extremely difficult to obtain a fragment of a saint weapon. However, this isn't a piece of scrap metal, it's a fragment of a king weapon. King weapon? Han Yan was startled, he didn't expect this, why can't I see anything? That's because you don't know anything about the Combat King realm. The Combat King realm is the true upper echelon, they have comprehended the law of space and are able to walk in the void. This broken sword has obvious ripples of the law of space, so it must be a fragment of a king weapon. Exchanging a high-ranked combat weapon for a fragment of a king weapon is a great deal. Xianxia said. What the fuck? Little Xianxia, how can you sense the ripples of the law of space on it? And how can you tell that it's a fragment of a king weapon? Xianxia was speechless. After knowing Xianxia for so long, this guy seemed to be omnipotent and omniscient. Because I have good eyesight. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Although this explanation was a bit ridiculous, the fact that a saint was a reincarnation was even more ridiculous. Let's go, let's take a look at other places. Xianxia said with a smile. He was originally disappointed with the trade fair, but now that he had obtained a fragment of a king weapon, his mood instantly became better. Furthermore, he had only paid the price of a high-ranked combat weapon. A high-ranked combat weapon was a rare treasure in the eyes of others, but Xianxia didn't care about it at all. He had at least a few hundred combat weapons in his possession, and more than 100 high-ranked combat weapons. Back in Inferno Hell, he had robbed countless combat weapons. Young Master Xianxia, please wait. I still have a treasure here, I wonder if young Master Xianxia is interested? The old man who obtained the high-ranked combat weapon hurriedly stopped Xianxia when he saw that he was about to leave. His impression of Xianxia couldn't be any better, and the smile on his face was as bright as a flower. Of course, if one were to use his old face as an analogy, it would be an insult to a flower. Oh? What is it? Let me have a look. Xianxia turned to look at the old man. He wanted to see what other treasures the old man had. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd that was about to scatter also became interested. They all looked at the old man. In their hearts, they had already classified the old man as an old swindler. They did not believe that the old man could take out any valuable treasures. Even with that thought in mind, when they saw the treasures that the old man took out, they were still dumbfounded. Some of them even started cursing. The old man carefully took out an item from the interspatial ring. The item was the size of a palm and was also rusty. It was a bronze plate. What the f***ck? This old man can't stop fooling people. He took out this junk again and thought it was a treasure. Does he really think young Master Xianxia is a fool? Damn it, I'll beat this old liar to death. He's too hateful. I really want to leave a standard size 7 shoe print on his old face. This old swindler only has this kind of junk on him, and he's still treating it like a treasure. He's too kind. I can't believe Master Blissful would kick this swindler out of the Blissful Island, and forbid him from participating in the trade fair ever again. The crowd gnashed their teeth in anger. They almost pounced on the old man and tore him into pieces. This old man was just too much. He was trying to scam people again with junk. It seemed like he knew young Master Xianxia was rich, so he decided to scam him. Piss off, piss off. You know nothing. The old man put on an angry face, then looked at Jiang Chen with a flattering look. Chen, Jiang brother, they're all blind. They can't recognize a real treasure. Don't think that it's just a broken bronze plate. It's quite heavy. This old man found it by accident. Although I can't see anything special about it, I'm sure it's not an ordinary item. Chen, Jiang brother, don't be scammed by this old swindler again. What kind of treasure is this broken bronze plate? That's right. Chen, Jiang brother, this old swindler is clearly trying to scam you. You might as well return that broken piece of metal to him. Many people couldn't stand it anymore and tried to dissuade Xinjiang. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the broken bronze plate. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about it. There wasn't even the slightest ripple of the law of space on it. However, Jiang Chen still took the bronze plate and felt its weight. This palm-sized bronze plate actually weighs 1,000 gold. What material is it made of? Even I can't tell. Looks like it's not an ordinary item. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. De Huang, can you tell what's special about this bronze plate? Jiang Chen asked. Even with my perception of treasures, I can't tell what's special about this bronze plate. However, I have a feeling that this bronze plate isn't as simple as it looks. Let's ask this old man how much he wants to sell it for. Since we have the money, let's buy it first. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Chen Feng. How much do you want to sell this broken thing? Jiang Chen asked. Seeing that Jiang Chen was actually interested, the old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. He thought to himself that he had indeed encountered a rich fool. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, 1,000 pieces of elixir. What? 1,000 pieces of elixir? Motherf asterisk cur, today, I finally see what it means to be greedy. Why don't you just go rob someone? I can't take it anymore. Beat him to death. We must beat him to death. A broken bronze plate for 1,000 pieces of elixir. This old swindler must have gone crazy from poverty. That's 10 million pieces of elixir. Chen, Jiang brother, if I were you, I would beat this old fart to death immediately. The crowd was stirred up. No one could stand it any longer. This was clearly a scam, and only an idiot would be fooled by such a scam. 1,000 pieces of elixir is too expensive. Besides, I have no idea what this thing can be used for. I'll give you 500,000 pieces of elixir, what do you think? Jiang Chen said. The crowd were startled, and they stared at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? 500,000 pieces of elixir, that was equivalent to 50 pieces of elixir. For an early divine core warrior, 50 pieces of elixir was a huge sum of money. An excited look emerged in the old man's eyes. He was just testing the waters, and he never expected Jiang Chen to be really interested in it. Chen, Jiang brother, the difference between 500,000 pieces of elixir and 1,000 pieces of elixir is just too huge. I don't think you should bargain like this, right? The old man had a bitter expression on his face. However, the crowd couldn't stand it anymore. This old fart didn't know when to stop. He actually sold a broken bronze plate for 500,000 pieces of elixir, he must be thanking the gods. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it, I feel like I'm suffering a loss. Jiang Chen casually threw the bronze plate into the old man's arms, then he turned around and left. Young Master Xinjiang, don't worry. 500,000 it is, I'll sell it to you cheaply. When the old man saw Jiang Chen leave, he immediately pulled Jiang Chen's sleeve and shoved the bronze plate into Jiang Chen's hand. 500,000 pieces of elixir was equivalent to 50 pieces of elixir, it was a lot. Besides, this bronze plate was useless to him, so he might as well exchange it for some cultivation resources. Jiang Chen took out a storage pouch and threw it to the old man, then he put away the bronze plate and left. Old fart, you're so lucky. Someone teased him, and the old man packed up his stall with a bright smile on his face. He even whistled as he left the place. On the other side, Jiang Chen hadn't even taken a few steps when he saw the burly man carrying a pig in his hand. The burly man ran up to Jiang Chen and said, "Young Master Chen Jiang, I can tell you're a man with a keen eye. My ancient golden mammoth only costs 100 Earth Restoration pills, young Master Chen Jiang. If you buy it, I'm sure you won't suffer a loss. It will be a great help to you in the future." What the fuck? Han Yan had an impulse to slap this man's face. This guy really thought Jiang Chen was a spendthrift. Obviously, this man had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance just now, and he thought Jiang Chen was just a rich fool. If he wanted to sell the pig today, he would have to sell it to young Master Chen Jiang. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? Damn it, you dare to call this stupid thing a golden elephant? Woof. De Huang dog barked at the pig. The pig seemed to be frightened, its eyes stared at the small dog in front of it, and its body began to tremble violently. In just a few breaths of time, the pig's hooves twitched, and its eyes closed. It was dead. How could an ordinary animal withstand the fright of De Huang dog? Haha, brother, your golden elephant was scared to death. Some people laughed and jeered. What golden barbaric elephant? Even a dog can scare it to death? That's ridiculous. Many people burst out in laughter. Young Master Chen Jiang, your pet scared my golden elephant to death. You can't just let this go, right? The robust man casually threw the pig aside as if it was a piece of trash and said to Jiang Chen. It seemed that he wanted to extort money from Jiang Chen. Oh? What do you want then? Why don't I give my dog to you? I wonder if you have the guts to accept it. Jiang Chen looked at the robust man with interest. De Huang dog bared his teeth. This bastard dares to accept me? I guarantee that I won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Why would I want your dog? You just have to compensate me with 100 elixir pills. The robust man said. Get lost. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. He really didn't want to tangle with this kind of person. Swish, that glare made the robust man's soul tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine. Only now did he remember what kind of person this young man was. He could even kill disciples of the Qingyi sect. If he offended this young man, he wouldn't even know how he died. Even if Jiang Chen didn't dare to kill him on the blissful island, once the trade fair was over, Jiang Chen could kill him with a single slap. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze, turned around and walked to the other side, leaving the burly man behind with a gloomy expression. Hey, why don't you ask young Master Chen Jiang for compensation? He's rich. Someone teased. Piss off, I want to die. The trade fair was in full swing. The entire square was filled with people, just like a wet market. Every single person here was a great warrior, and the weakest among them was a late heavenly core warrior. Divine core warriors were everywhere. Every single person here was someone that the fragrant Sky City could only look up to. This was the difference between different regions. As the saying went, different places nurtured different people. The Saint Origin realm was a vast land, and the natural yuan energy was different. Therefore, the people who came from the fragrant Sky City were different as well. The first day of the trade fair passed by quickly. Jiang Chen, Han Yan, and De Huang dog had a leisurely day. Aside from the broken king weapon and an unknown bronze plate, they found nothing else. Even though it was night time, the square was still bustling with activity. Warriors were fiercely trading with each other. Everyone here were great warriors, so they had good eyesight. Even at night, they could still see the treasures clearly. Little Chinzi, all the treasures here are just trash. We've been wandering around for a whole day, but nothing caught our eye. Han Yan said in an annoyed manner. Do you even need to think about it? The real treasures will only appear in the auction 2 days later. Didn't you notice that the blissful manor didn't even send anyone to maintain the order in this trade fair? De Huang dog said. That's right, the blissful manor doesn't care about this trade fair at all. All Master Blissful's goal is the auction that's going to take place in 2 days. A large-scale auction will bring unimaginable benefits to the blissful manor. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Master Blissful was a smart man, he would never waste his time on a trade fair like this wet market. Little Chinzi, do you think a treasure like the 9 solar holy water will appear in the trade fair 2 days later? Han Yan asked. I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head. The 9 solar holy water was his main goal, and he was even more anxious than Han Yan. What should we do now? We can't just walk around here blindly, right? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Let's enter the villa and find a place to meditate. We'll attend the auction in 2 days. As Xianxia spoke, he turned around and walked towards the direction of the villa. This market-like trade fair was really boring. He didn't fancy ordinary treasures, and if someone had a real treasure, they would definitely not take it out to trade here. They would definitely wait until the trade fair in 2 days. As for Xianxia, he wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to improve his cultivation. After absorbing the fled dragon's blood essence, the dragon transformation skill had evolved, and a total of 1,600 dragon marks had formed in his body, breaking through to the mid-divine core realm. He wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to absorb the demon souls and improve his cultivation. The conflict with Mao Xing had made Xianxia realize that with his current combat strength, he was still no match for a combat soul warrior. Since he had offended the Qingyi sect, once the auction ended in 2 days, Mao Xing would definitely attack him. Although old man Ling Shan was willing to help him, Xianxia didn't like his fate being controlled by someone else. Besides, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan were both his enemies. Under such a situation, the most important thing for him was to improve his combat strength. The Blissful Manor was a huge place, it occupied almost the entire center of the Blissful Island. The huge manor was brightly lit, and rows of exquisitely built courtyards could be seen. With both hands placed behind his back, Xianxia strode towards the entrance of the Blissful Manor. There were 4 entrances in the Blissful Manor, and the one Xianxia chose was the closest to the square. There wasn't even a single guard here. There isn't even a single guard here? Han Yan asked. The trade fair is still ongoing, so there's no need for any guards. Besides, no one would dare cause trouble in the Blissful Manor. With a smile on his face, Xianxia strode into the Blissful Manor. Not long after Xianxia and Han Yan left, they saw a beautiful girl walking toward them. The girl's body was soft, as if she didn't have any bones, and she looked very charming. She was none other than the mermaid who had appeared outside the Blissful Island. However, this girl didn't look like a mermaid, she looked just like a normal human. When the girl saw Xianxia, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face as she walked toward Xianxia. Young Master Chen Jiang. The girl slightly bowed toward Xianxia and said, My name is Xiao Wei, how can I be of service to young Master Chen Jiang? Xiao Wei seemed to be very interested in this handsome young man in front of her. As a demonic beast, she liked wild men the most. However, Xianxia's performance yesterday was not wild at all. He was simply barbaric, killing people the moment he attacked. That kind of decisiveness was the first time Xiao Wei had seen a young genius like him, which made her have a very good impression of Xianxia. Miss Xiao Wei, we would like to find a quiet place to cultivate in your manor while we wait for the auction in 2 days. I wonder if Miss Xiao Wei could do us a favor. As for how much elixir you need, I'll pay for it. Xianxia said straightforwardly. If it was someone else, they would have to practice elixir every single night they stayed here, but young Master Chen Jiang is different. Not only does Xiao Wei like you, even the master likes you. Therefore, no matter how long young Master Chen Jiang stays here, I won't charge you a single cent. Xiao Wei will bring young Master Chen Jiang to a quiet place to cultivate. Xiao Wei smiled at Xianxia, then turned around and walked into the manor. Kaka, little Chenzi, this girl has taken a fancy to you. De Huang Dog laughed loudly and spoke without restraint. Xiao Wei heard De Huang Dog's words, but the smile on her face didn't change, as if she didn't mind it at all. Xianxia and Han Yan glared at De Huang Dog at the same time. They really wanted to sew this dog's mouth shut. No matter what words came out of this dog's mouth, it would have a different meaning. Walking on the road in the manor, there were beautiful mountains all around. The houses on both sides of the road were complete courtyards with house numbers written on them. Under Xiao Wei's lead, Xianxia and Han Yan walked on a street. Underneath their feet was a shiny black rock, which was very flat. Along the way, they saw a lot of cultivators coming and going. Some of them had a complacent smile on their face, while some had an anxious look on their face. Most of these people have good treasures to auction, so they need to come to the manor in advance to record the information of their treasures. There are also some people like you, who have no interest in the trade fair outside, so they came here to cultivate. Xiao Wei explained. Jiang Chen and Han Yan nodded their heads. Those who could come here, no matter if they were staying or auctioning treasures, were all rich and powerful people. Miss Xiaowei, are the treasures in the auction all entrusted by someone else? Han Yan asked again. Of course not. Our blissful manor will definitely have a lot of treasures as well. Normally, the treasures in the finale will belong to our blissful manor, unless someone brings out a better treasure than ours. Only then will we switch to the finale. Xiaowei said. Jiang Chen and Han Yan nodded their heads again. They didn't doubt Xiaowei's words. Needless to say, there were a lot of treasures in the blissful manor. Since Master Blissful was the owner of this trade fair, if he didn't have any treasures, it would be a little unreasonable. Miss Xiaowei, do you know if there will be a treasure like the 9 solar holy water in this auction? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Young Master Qin Jiang, the 9 solar holy water is a pure yang treasure, it's extremely hard to find. I've never heard of the 9 solar holy water before. However, my position in the blissful manor is not high, so my knowledge about it is limited. Furthermore, those strange people from the ocean and rogue cultivators from the continent always have some amazing treasures. However, the records of their treasures are all top secret, and they won't reveal it to the public. That's why I have no idea about it. Xiaowei was very enthusiastic, she answered all of Jiang Chen's questions. However, she had never heard of a treasure like the 9 solar holy water. In fact, she only said those words to comfort Jiang Chen. In her eyes, although the blissful manor's auction was big, it was very rare for a treasure like the 9 solar holy water to appear. After all, if someone managed to obtain the 9 solar holy water, who would be willing to sell it? Thank you for your answer, Miss Xiaowei. Jiang Chen smiled. No matter what, this girl had given him a good impression. You're being too polite, young Master Qin Jiang. Alright, we've arrived. This courtyard is surrounded by mountains, and it's relatively quiet. I wonder if young Master Qin Jiang is satisfied with this place? Xiaowei brought Jiang Chen and Han Yan to a courtyard. At this moment, the door of the courtyard was wide open, and there were 3 rooms inside. The courtyard had an elegant ambience, and there was a green mountain at the back. This place is not bad. This is a high-ranked combat weapon, Miss Xiaowei, please take it. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand, and with a bright flash, an extremely sharp longsword appeared in front of Xiaowei. Xiaowei's expression changed slightly. The longsword was as thin as a cicada's wings, and it was emitting a crystal-like light. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Young Master Qin Jiang, this, Xiaowei stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. It's yours. Jiang Chen walked past Xiaowei and went straight into the courtyard. Jiang Chen was never a stingy person. Besides, a high-ranked combat weapon could help him build a good relationship with the people from the blissful manor. Thank you, young Master Qin Jiang, for the sword. Xiaowei held the long sword in her hand. A strange expression emerged on her face. Although she was an early divine core warrior, she was only using a mid-ranked combat weapon. She never expected Jiang Chen to be so generous and give her a high-ranked combat weapon. This made Xiaowei's impression of Jiang Chen improve once again. When Jiang Chen and Han Yan entered the courtyard, Xiaowei helped them close the door. After that, she left happily. Brother Yan, I'm going to enter secluded cultivation to improve my cultivation. You and De Huang should go cultivate as well, just don't delay the auction. Jiang Chen said to Han Yan and De Huang dog. Alright. Han Yan nodded his head. There were 3 rooms, 2 men and a dog, 1 for each person. After Jiang Chen closed the door, he didn't have the mood to look at the furnishings in the room. He just sat down with his legs crossed. If I want to break through to the late divine core realm, the number of dragon marks I have will need to double. I need a total of 3,200 dragon marks. I have a strong foundation now, so I can easily use demon souls. But, although I have a lot of demon souls, I don't have many late divine core demon souls. Jiang Chen counted all the demon souls in his storage ring. The huge amount of demon souls was like a small hill, most of them were demon souls and devil souls, and some of them were crystal cores. Those crystal cores would be useful in the future, so Jiang Chen wanted to absorb them while he still had a strong foundation. Jiang Chen scanned his storage ring with his divine sense and counted all the demon souls and devil souls he had. He found out that there weren't many late divine core demon souls left. He had already absorbed some before he met the flood dragon, and the rest were all mid and early divine core demon souls, as well as a huge amount of heavenly core demon souls. With my current condition, mid-divine core demon souls won't have much effect on me, and early divine core demon souls won't have much effect on me. As for those heavenly core demon souls, they're even less useful. Absorbing them is like a tiger eating an ant, it's really boring. But since I don't have much use for them, I'll just absorb them all. Xianxia thought to himself. He estimated that the amount of demon souls he had right now could only allow him to form 600 dragon marks at most. The more he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more energy he would need to form a new dragon mark. It was a lot more energy than when he first started cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Every time he consumed a huge amount of demon souls and human elixir, Xianxia would deeply realize that cultivating the dragon transformation skill was a huge project. It was a path of consumption, a path of endless consumption, and a path that defied the natural order. The goal of forming 100,000 dragon marks was still far away from Xianxia, so he could only focus on what was in front of him now. Soon, he adjusted himself to his peak condition. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, Xianxia started absorbing a huge amount of demon souls. The mountain-like demon souls and devil souls in his storage ring immediately disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The way Xianxia absorbed the demon souls was like a whale sucking in water, it was really terrifying. If anyone saw him cultivating right now, they would definitely be shocked and faint on the spot. The consumption of energy was not something anyone could imagine. He was the king of energy consumption. If anyone witnessed how terrifying Xianxia's cultivation method was, they would understand why Xianxia was so terrifying. Compared to other warriors at the same level, the amount of energy he needed to break through was many times more. This was the reason why Xianxia was such a freak. Soon, a day and a night had passed. On the morning of the third day, Xianxia had finally absorbed all the demon souls and devil souls. Just as he expected, with such a huge amount of energy, he was able to form 600 dragon marks. What kind of change was 600 dragon marks? If it was strength alone, it would be equivalent to a force of 3 million jin. But if this force was used on Xianxia's body, it would be much more than that. The strength of the dragon marks could enhance each other's strength. Xianxia's eyes were shining brightly, and cracking sounds could be heard from all the bones in his body. The formation of each new dragon mark would temper his body, and with the strength of his body right now, he could fight a high-ranked combat weapon with his body. I now have 2,200 dragon marks, and my combat strength has increased by a lot. If I fight that Maoxing now, I'll have the strength to fight him. A confident expression emerged on Xianxia's face. With his current combat strength, although he wasn't confident he could kill a combat soul warrior, he had the strength to fight an early combat soul warrior. As a mid-divine core warrior, this was undoubtedly a terrifying situation. Xianxia pushed open the door and walked out from his room. He immediately saw a man and a dog staring at each other in the courtyard. When they saw Xianxia walk out, a hint of excitement emerged in their eyes. "Little Xianxia, you're finally here. I'm so bored. Today is the last day of the trade fair. If you didn't come out soon, De Huang and I would have gone to the square for a stroll," Han Yan said. Han Yan said. He and Big Yellow both had special bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, it was useless for them to cultivate in silence, as they might break through at any time. What's so good about the trade fair? Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't interested in the trade fair at all. Buddy, I think there will be a lot of people coming to the square in the next 2 days. Perhaps there will be something new. Let's go have some fun, it's boring to stay in this courtyard. De Huang dog couldn't hold it in any longer. Alright, let's go have a stroll. Xianxia casually shrugged his shoulders. Since it was the last day of the trade fair, he might as well take a stroll. 2 people and a dog walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the outside of the villa. When they arrived at the square, they saw that it was still a sea of people. Compared to the first day, the number of people here didn't decrease at all. Instead, it had increased. It seemed that many people had come from outside. I smell a familiar aura. De Huang dog's ears straightened up. With his bright eyes, he looked into the crowd and said, "Over there, let's go and have a look." An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It looked like De Huang Dog had found a treasure. Anything that could be sensed by De Huang Dog was definitely something extraordinary. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived in front of a stall. There were already a few people standing here, and the owner of the stall was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. On top of his stall, there was a fist-sized golden demon soul that was emitting a faint light. This is the demon soul of a flaming stallion, a mid-divine core flaming stallion. So this dog is here for this demon soul. Jiang Chen could tell the true origin of this demon soul with just a single look. At the same time, he also understood why De Huang Dog said he could sense the aura for a few breaths. The flaming stallion was a top-tier warhorse, and it was an extremely rare breed. It was considered a noble existence among all horses. De Huang Dog was a dragon horse, a hybrid between a dragon and a golden stallion. If De Huang Dog could eat this flaming stallion, it would definitely bring him great benefits. "Old man, how much is this demon soul?" De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer and asked. 500 earth elixir. The old man gazed at Jiang Chen and said with an indifferent tone. Obviously, this old man was a newcomer, and he didn't know Jiang Chen. Although the flaming stallion is extremely rare, I don't think a demon soul costs 500 earth elixir. That's elixir for 5 million people. Old man, you're really ruthless. Someone said. 500 earth elixir, not one less. The old man didn't even look at the man, he just said with an indifferent tone. He knew that if one didn't really need a demon soul, one elixir would be too expensive. If one really needed a demon soul, he would buy it even if it cost him 500 earth elixir. 500 earth elixir, I'll buy it. After that, Jiang Chen threw a storage bag onto the old man's stall. Everyone immediately looked over. Some of them knew Jiang Chen, and they couldn't help but sigh. It's him again. This Chen Jiang is really rich. 500 earth elixir, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yeah, I heard that he exchanged a battle weapon for a piece of scrap metal the day before yesterday, and he also exchanged 500 earth elixir for a broken bronze plate. Rich people are really human. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about it at all. As long as it was useful to De Huang Dog, it was worth it no matter how much money he spent. When the old man saw the 500 earth elixir, his eyes instantly lit up. The way he looked at Jiang Chen changed as well. He immediately said, "Little brother, please accept this." The old man handed over the flaming stallion's demon soul. Hold on. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. 3 young men in white with swords on their backs walked over. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Their faces were filled with undisguised arrogance, and they walked with an air of arrogance. Damn it, this master dog hates people who look like they're owed money. De Huang Dog said in a vicious manner. They're from the Myriad Sword sect. That man looks like Lin Enning from the Myriad Sword sect. I heard he's a rare genius among the core disciples of the Myriad Sword sect, and he has already obtained a spot to enter the martial palace. Those from the Myriad Sword sect aren't easy to deal with, let's hurry up and make way for them. This Lin Enning is a peak divine core warrior, and he has the highest chance of breaking through to the combat soul realm in a short period of time. He's one of the strongest warriors among the younger generation. Many people looked at Lin Enning with fear. In the Eastern continent, besides the martial Saint dynasty, superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan were the true superpowers. Everyone respected them, and no one dared offend the core disciples of the Myriad Sword sect. I found this demon soul first, I want it. Lin Enning arrived in front of the stall and said. Fuck you, get the hell out of this master dog sight. De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, he had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. Lin Enning had already paid for the demon soul, why did he, Lin Enning, find it first? Where did this damn dog come from? How dare you talk to senior disciple Lin like this? Are you courting death? The girl shouted at De Huang Dog. Get the hell out of here, damn bitch. Look at your ugly face, your face looks like a shoehorn. How dare you show yourself here? Hurry up and go back to where you came from, stop disgusting us. De Huang Dog was so angry that he felt like his lungs were going to explode. How dare these three bastards come out and fight with him? So what if they were from the Myriad Sword sect? In De Huang Dog's mind, the Myriad Sword sect was nothing. Damn dog. The girl was furious. As a girl who loved to look beautiful, how could she tolerate such words? She was so angry that she wanted to slap Big Yellow to death. However, she was stopped by Lin Enning. After all, this was the blissful manor, and fighting was not allowed during the trade fair. Lin Enning was the one who stopped her. Brother Jiangchen, I am Lin Enning from the Myriad Sword sect. I have a Fergana stallion, and if I were to refine this flaming stallion's demon soul, I would definitely obtain boundless benefits. I hope Brother Jiangchen can let me have this demon soul, how about it? Lin Enning said to Jiangchen. Back then, when Jiangchen killed the disciples of the Qingyi sect, he was there. He knew that Jiangchen was a ruthless person. Therefore, he was a bit more polite with his words. However, his words didn't leave any room for negotiation. From what he said, it seemed like this demon soul was already his. Geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect were always this arrogant. Anything they set their eyes on would be theirs. No one would dare to fight for it, not to mention Lin Enning from the Myriad Sword sect. For a moment, no one dared to say a word. Even the old man selling the flaming stallion demon spirit had an ugly expression on his face. Everyone's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen. They wanted to see if this Chen Jiang, who dared to kill a disciple of the Qingyi sect, would dare to fight against a genius from the Myriad Sword sect. Sir, why don't you give this demon spirit to a disciple from the Myriad Sword sect? The old man carefully said. He was now in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend someone from the Myriad Sword sect, and he couldn't afford to offend someone who could casually throw out 500 earth elixir pills. Furthermore, the old man said this for Jiang Chen's own good. After all, becoming an enemy of the Myriad Sword sect isn't a joke, it's a matter of life and death. If that's the case, then I'll have to thank you. Lin Enning said as he extended his hand towards the demon spirit. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would choose to compromise, a swift hand suddenly grabbed onto Lin Enning's wrist. It was Jiang Chen's hand. I'm sorry, I've already paid for it. This demon spirit is mine. Jiang Chen calmly said. No one has ever dared to snatch something from him, Jiang Chen. Furthermore, this is something that De Huang Dog has his eyes on. Even if he gave it up, De Huang Dog definitely wouldn't give it up. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't give it up. Just because he doesn't want to cause trouble doesn't mean he's afraid of it. He won't take the initiative to provoke the Myriad Sword sect, but he won't let anyone bully him either. Furthermore, Jiang Chen is very clear about the true relationship between him and the Myriad Sword sect. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Lin Enning's face turned cold. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Jiang Chen. Take off your stinky hands. Don't put on a high and mighty face in front of me. Jiang Chen retorted. Hua, these words caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people gathered around. Seeing that someone dared to fight with the Wanjian house, their faces changed. My goodness, this Chen Jiang is too daring. Not only did he kill people from the Qingyi sect, he even dares to offend a genius from the Myriad Sword sect. Although the Qingyi sect is strong, compared to the Myriad Sword sect, there's still a huge gap. This Chen Jiang has offended Lin Enning. I'm afraid he won't have a good time. Humph. I really like Chen Jiang's character. The Myriad Sword sect relies on their power to bully others. Others don't dare to resist, but Chen Jiang dares to. Chen Jiang was the first one to ask about the demon soul, and he's already paid the 500 elixir. People around whispered to each other. They all looked towards the center of the booth, wanting to see how the situation would develop. What was certain was that the people from the Wanjian house would not let this go. Bastard! How dare you speak to senior brother Lin like that? Are you courting death? Reckless ant! How dare you steal from the Myriad Sword sect? Just this alone is enough to kill you 100 times. The two disciples from the Myriad Sword sect scolded. One of the men even released his yuan energy and reached out his hand, grabbing towards Jiang Chen. Get lost. Han Yan let out a deafening roar. An extremely tyrannical force shot out from Han Yan's body. Under the push of this force, the disciple from the myriad sword sect let out a blood-curdling screech as he was flung back dozens of feet. Humph. The myriad sword sect is just SOSO. Even their core disciples are like this. They only know how to shout. Han Yan said in an extremely rude manner. Bastard. How dare you hit a disciple from the myriad sword sect? How dare you? The girl was furious. She pointed her finger at Han Yan's nose and scolded. Get lost, bitch. Without saying anything, Han Yan immediately slapped her across the face. The slap was extremely powerful, and he didn't show any mercy to the fairer sex. The slap landed squarely on the girl's face. She was a divine core genius warrior, but she couldn't resist Han Yan's slap at all. She was sent flying away, and she landed on the ground not far away from Han Yan. Swoosh, with this, the crowd became restless. Everyone threw their gazes onto Han Yan. No one had expected that not only was Qin Jiang so strong, even the young man following him was so frightening. Heavens, why are there so many abnormal monsters? Where did these two young men come from? How dare they hit a disciple from the myriad sword sect? That's a genius disciple from the myriad sword sect, but she was sent flying away by a single slap from that young man. How strong is this guy? How dare they attack someone in the trade fair? This is against the rules set by Master Blissful. Everyone were shocked. This was the first time someone had beaten a core disciple from the myriad sword sect in the trade fair. How dare you? Lin Ening's expression darkened. A powerful force was unleashed from his body, and with a swing of his arm, he continued grabbing towards the demon soul on the stall. But too bad, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grip. Jiang Chen's grip was like a huge iron clamp. Da Huang. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Da Huang dog leapt onto the stall, then he opened his mouth and swallowed the flaming stallion demon soul. You're courting death. Lin Ening was really furious this time. As a rare genius from the myriad sword sect, no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. He had never been humiliated like this before. Therefore, he immediately decided to kill Jiang Chen. Although he had witnessed Jiang Chen killing those disciples from the Qingyi sect, there wasn't a single late divine core disciple among them. Even if he were to attack, he could still kill all of them. Therefore, Lin Ening didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Pop, a slight vibration sound could be heard in the air. Lin Ening unleashed his yuan energy on his other palm, then he slapped it toward Jiang Chen. The shockwave shattered the old man's stall into pieces. The old man was so frightened that he quickly backed away. He didn't dare participate in a fight like this. Bang, Jiang Chen raised his palm as well. Both men slapped each other, then they separated and stood facing each other. Lin Ening didn't take Jiang Chen seriously, but he didn't know that in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was nothing but a fart. Senior disciple Lin, kill them. The girl stood up from the ground and shouted out without caring about her image. Being slapped and sent flying was a huge humiliation to her, and no one from the myriad sword sect had ever dared to treat her like this. Stop. Right at this moment, a shout sounded out from not far away. Everyone could see a group of dozens of golden warriors approaching at top speed, and the leader was a girl. She was Xiao Wei. Lin Ening, who was about to attack, retracted his energy when he saw the men from the Blissful Manor. Why are you fighting here? Don't you know the rules of the Blissful Manor? Xiao Wei said in an extremely cold tone. She was completely different from the beautiful girl who had brought Jiang Chen to the courtyard. Young lady, you've come at the right time. These two guys attacked my myriad sword sect's men, breaking the rules of the trade fair. They must be punished. Lin Ening said with a cold smile. Young Master Qin Jiang, why did you attack them? Xiao Wei looked at Jiang Chen and asked with the same cold tone. They attacked first, said Han Yan. He then casually explained what had happened. Many people had seen it, and it was true that the myriad sword sect was being unreasonable first. The two disciples who had been slapped and sent flying had even tried to attack Jiang Chen. What they had done had already broken the rules of the trade fair. Therefore, it was understandable that Han Yan had attacked them. It was also because he had met a tough guy like Jiang Chen. If it was anyone else, they would have already submitted to the myriad sword sect's tyranny. Bullshit. If we attacked first, why didn't anything happen to you? The girl was still as arrogant as ever. That's because you're not strong enough. Go home and take care of your children. Han Yan waved his hand at the female disciple, and his tone was not polite at all. Alright, on behalf of the blissful matter, I'm giving both of you a warning. If there's a next time, you'll have to follow the rules. Xiao Wei glanced at Lin Anying and Jiang Chen, then secretly winked at Jiang Chen. She then turned around and left with the golden warrior. Xiao Wei's action stunned many people. This didn't seem like the blissful manners way of doing things. Some people still remembered that during the trade fair last year, two cultivators had a conflict because of a small matter. They had broken the rules of the blissful matter, and both of their legs were broken and thrown into the sea. But today, they were only given a warning. Although the Myriad Sword sect was the one who started the fight, the truth was that it was Han Yan who had attacked them. If they were going to follow the rules, Jiang Chen and Han Yan would not be able to settle this peacefully. However, the mermaid had only given them a warning. It was obvious that she was siding with Jiang Chen and Han Yan. Senior brother Lin, the female disciple, clenched her teeth, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Anying waved his hand and stopped her. Chen Jiang, you're good. I'll remember what happened today. Lin Anying said Lung Lung. I suggest you forget about it. Jiang Chen said. Humph. Lin Anying coldly snorted, then turned around and walked out of the square with the two Myriad Sword sect disciples. The three of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. If they were outside, they would definitely not let this matter go. No one had ever dared to humiliate the Myriad Sword sect. But now, they were inside the blissful matter, and the Myriad Sword sect was here to participate in the large-scale auction tomorrow. He didn't want to break the rules of the blissful matter, and cause a conflict between the Myriad Sword sect and the blissful matter. Seeing that the Myriad Sword sect disciples had left, the old man who was selling demon spirits quickly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was secretly glad that he didn't get involved in the conflict between Jiang Chen and Lin Anying. If he did, he wouldn't even know how he died. I didn't expect to have a conflict with the Myriad Sword sect. Han Yan sighed. It's only a matter of time. Let's go. Jiang Chen didn't pay too much attention to what happened in the Myriad Sword sect. They just casually strolled around, but they didn't find any good treasures. On the other hand, after De Huang Dog devoured the flaming stallion's demon soul, he laid down on Jiang Chen's shoulder and looked drowsy. Little Chenzi, De Huang is about to fall asleep. Han Yan said. It's a good thing for this dog to fall asleep. Let's go, we'll return to the courtyard immediately. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen turned around and left the square, heading back to the blissful matter. Every time De Huang Dog fell asleep, he would gain a huge harvest. The dragon horse bloodline was beyond imagination, and after De Huang Dog obtained the flaming stallion's demon soul, he would fall into a deep sleep once again. Perhaps, he would be able to break through to the late divine core realm. The flaming stallion's demon soul was no different from ordinary demon souls for ordinary people, but it was different for De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog possessed the dragon horse bloodline, and he was the king of all horses. He could absorb the bloodline of any kind of stallion in the world, and the improvement of his bloodline was much more powerful than the improvement of his strength. Therefore, after De Huang Dog obtained the flaming stallion's demon soul, he would receive a boost that was a few times greater than the demon soul itself. The change in his bloodline would allow De Huang Dog to break through to the late divine core realm. With De Huang Dog's mighty strength, once he broke through to the late divine core realm, he would have the strength to fight ordinary combat soul warriors. This would be a great help to Jiang Chen. After returning to the courtyard, De Huang Dog had already fallen asleep. Jiang Chen placed him in a room. A day quickly passed. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the entire blissful matter was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of the auction that everyone had been looking forward to. The 3 days of the trade fair had come to an end, and today was the day of the real show. All the rare treasures would be auctioned off one by one. As everyone knew, the treasures auctioned off in the auction were not something the trade fair in the square could compare with. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the courtyard's door. Jiang Chen opened the door and saw Xiao Wei standing outside with a smile on her face. Young Master Chen Jiang, the auction is about to start soon. The master said he would give young Master Chen Jiang a VIP treatment. This is the number 3 private room. Xiaowei handed over a palm-sized plate to Jiang Chen. It was a beautiful plate made with gold, and the number 3 was carved on it. Jiang Chen and Han Yan were startled. They never thought Master Blissful would give them such treatment. Jiang Chen accepted the medallion with a smile. Miss Xiaowei, please thank the Manor Lord on my behalf. Jiang Chen didn't have a bad impression of Master Blissful. When he was in conflict with Mao Sheng, Master Blissful did help him. Also, Master Blissful must have been satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance that day, that's why he gave Jiang Chen the VIP treatment. There are still some things I need to take care of, Xiaowei. Young Master Chen Jiang, you can head to the auction hall later. Take the plate, someone will bring you to the designated place. Xiaowei bowed toward Jiang Chen, then she turned around and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn around and give Jiang Chen a sweet smile. Little Chenzi, I'm pretty sure this girl likes you. Han Yan teased. Get lost. Jiang Chen glared at Han Yan. Right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from one of the rooms. Beams of golden light shot out from the room, causing the air to tremble. It's De Huang, he's breaking through again. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect De Huang dog to break through so quickly. Just by sleeping for a day, he had broken through to the late divine core realm. This proved that the flaming stallion's demon soul was really useful to De Huang dog. Damn it, this dog is so infuriating. The way he broke through while sleeping is really depressing. Han Yan felt like throwing up blood. Han Yan had the urge to vomit blood. The path of cultivation had always been difficult. If an ordinary person wanted to advance to the next level, it would take a long time and a lot of luck. However, this dog had advanced to the next level just by sleeping. If word of this got out, many people would be so angry that they would vomit blood. You can't judge this dog with common sense. If you compare yourself to him, you're just looking for trouble. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He was used to De Huang dog's way of breaking through to the next level. Bang, along with a loud bang, the door of the room was smashed into pieces by a powerful force. A majestic-looking De Huang dog walked out from the room with a swagger. His head was so big that it looked like it was about to float up into the sky. De Huang, can't you just keep a low profile? You broke through to the next level, it's not like his door offended you, why did you have to smash it into pieces? Luckily, everyone's attention is on the auction right now. If not, you would have to pay for the broken door. Han Yan said. This is called an imposing manner. This is something that an ordinary man like you will never understand. De Huang dog said with an arrogant manner. Now that he had broken through to the late divine core realm, his combat strength had once again skyrocketed, and the imposing manner he was emitting had become even stronger. Alright, hurry up and transform back, the auction is about to start. Jiang Chen reminded De Huang dog. Damn you, daddy's mighty body is going to transform into a puppy, just thinking about it makes me depressed. Little Chenzi, with our current strength, even a combat soul warrior wouldn't be afraid of him. I think we don't need to transform back. De Huang dog said unwillingly. No, the auction hasn't started yet, I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen scolded. In the end, De Huang dog could only mumble something as he transformed back into his puppy form and jumped onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. After that, the trio walked out from the courtyard and headed toward the auction house. In the center of the blissful manor, a huge auction house was built. This auction house was huge, and it could accommodate at least 10,000 people. Looking from the outside, it looked like a huge tower. With such a huge venue, most of the people who came to the trade fair would be able to enter the auction house. When Jiang Chen and Han Yan arrived at the auction house, it was already crowded with people. However, with the people from the blissful manor organizing the crowd, it was still in an orderly manner. Damn it, we had to pay an earth elixir to enter the blissful island, and now, we have to pay another earth elixir to enter the auction house. This blissful manor is so cruel. That's right, this is too cruel. But, it's just an earth elixir, it's not easy for us to come here, and if we don't go and have a look, I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep when we get back. It's just an earth elixir, we have to go and have a look at what kind of precious treasures are going to be auctioned. Many people were dissatisfied with the blissful manor's behavior, but most of them were still willing to enter the auction house. Even if they didn't have the strength to fight for treasures, they didn't want to miss out on such a grand event. They wanted to see what kind of precious treasures were going to be auctioned. Soon, Xianxia and Han Yan arrived at the entrance of the auction house. He took out the gold medal given to him by Xiao Wei, and the expression of the golden warrior, who was standing in front of him, instantly changed. He looked at Xianxia with deep respect. "Dear guest, you are our VIP, so you don't need to pay any fees. Please follow me." The golden warrior made a gesture to Xianxia. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Xianxia followed the golden warrior into the auction house and walked towards the second floor. The auction house was a semicircular building, and there was a 3-meter-tall stage in the middle of it. That was the auction stage, and below the stage were rows of neatly arranged seats. Each seat was positioned in a different position, ensuring that no matter where one sat, they would be able to clearly see the treasures on the stage. As for the second floor of the auction house, it was filled with VIP rooms. Those who could come here were all men with great power and influence. For example, every VIP room was guarded by a combat soul warrior, and Xianxia was definitely an exception. Soon, the third private room appeared in front of him. After Xianxia and Han Yan entered the room, the golden warrior closed the door behind them. The furnishings in the private room were very simple. A long wooden table was placed in the middle of the room, and in front of the table were a few huge rattan chairs. There was a layer of transparent glass in front of the table, and when looking down from the rattan chairs, one would be able to see the entire auction house, as well as all the items on the stage. "This place is really nice, I didn't expect to be treated like this." Han Yan sat on the rattan chair with one leg crossed over the other. He had an enjoyable expression on his face. Compared to the crowded seats below, this was the VIP treatment. 10 minutes later, a deafening bell suddenly rang out in the auction house. The restless atmosphere instantly quieted down, and everyone saw an old man wearing a gray robe slowly descending from the sky. He landed on the auction stage in the middle of the hall. The old man looked to be in his 50s. His sleeves were clean, and his face was oily. He had an amiable smile on his face, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Besides, this old man had a formidable cultivation base, he was a peak late divine core warrior. Cough cough, after the old man landed on the auction stage, he let out a few light coughs and cleared his throat. After that, he looked around and said with a loud and clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction. I'm the auctioneer, Su Neng, and I'll be the host of today's auction. Next, I'll explain the rules of the auction." The old man started talking non-stop, but in everyone's eyes, his opening speech was just nonsense. His name was Su Neng, and anyone could tell from his name that he was a capable man. If not, he wouldn't be the host of such a large-scale auction. "This old man is too talkative, hurry up and start." "That's right, Daddy is almost falling asleep." Many people couldn't stand it anymore. This old man was too talkative. "Alright, I've finished explaining the rules, and I'm sure everyone here knows what they are. Next, I'll talk about the most important thing. For today's auction, the wealth of all the bidders will be calculated using the human elixir system," Su Neng said. This was to make the auction simple. The value of all the treasures would be calculated using the human elixir system, and it was equivalent to the basic unit of price in an auction. The entire hall remained silent. Everyone were staring at the auction stage, waiting for Su Neng to bring out his first auction item. Su Neng didn't disappoint the crowd this time. He didn't give a long speech like before. With a flip of his palm, a shining longsword appeared in his hand. When the longsword appeared, it immediately produced a buzzing sound, and it was shining with a cold light. Many people could tell that it was a high-ranked combat weapon, but it was just an ordinary high-ranked combat weapon. For divine core warriors, a high-ranked combat weapon was a precious treasure. Combat weapons were extremely precious. Ordinary early divine core warriors would have a hard time finding a high-ranked combat weapon due to their lack of wealth. There were even some mid-divine core warriors who didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon. After all, for those ordinary rogue warriors, it was extremely difficult for them to get their hands on cultivation resources and pills. The price of a high-ranked combat weapon was not cheap, and the lowest quality one would cost at least 100 to 200 earth restoration pills. Elixir was the lifeblood of all divine core warriors. Those rogue warriors didn't even have enough for their cultivation, let alone enough to buy a combat weapon. This is a high-ranked combat weapon. The starting price is 1 million elixir. The bidding begins now. Suning said. The starting price wasn't too high. 1,100,000, 1,200,000. The people downstairs were competing with each other. Some people had gotten some benefits from the trade fair, and they didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon with them, so they wanted to bid for it. On the other hand, the VIP area on the second floor was extremely quiet. They didn't even want to take a look at a high-ranked combat weapon like this. Everyone knew that the items at the beginning of the auction were just appetizers, and the main event would be the later part. After all, the blissful manor had to consider everyone's feelings. If all the items in the auction were rare and precious treasures, then the people downstairs would just be spectators, and they wouldn't have anything to do with it. Therefore, they decided to put some appetizers at the beginning of the auction, in order to liven up the atmosphere. In the end, a rogue cultivator from the ocean bought the high-ranked combat weapon for a price of 1,500,000. An ordinary high-ranked combat weapon was basically the same price. After all, high-ranked combat weapons were divided into different grades. The Axe of Thunder and the bloodthirsty sword in Xianxia's hands were both top-grade high-ranked combat weapons, and their price was at least a few times higher than the combat weapon in front of them. The next few treasures didn't have anything special about them. They were all battle skills and martial skills, as well as some ordinary pills. The auction went on for an hour. Not a single person in the VIP area on the second floor made a move. However, the people below were bustling with activity. Cultivators were shouting loudly. It was very lively. Alright, the treasures from before were merely appetizers. Next up is the real show. Everyone, please hold your breaths and see what this is. With a flip of Suning's palm, a crystal-like sphere floated out from his palm and hovered above the auction stage. The moment the sphere appeared, the temperature in the entire auction hall suddenly dropped. Many people could feel a slight chill coming from it. Everyone's gaze fell onto the sphere. In the center of the sphere, there was an ice silkworm the size of a thumb. The silkworm was transparent, as if it was a real crystal. It stayed inside the crystal ball without moving. An Arctic ice silkworm that has been crystallized. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He almost cried out. He never thought that he would see something like this in the auction hall. Everyone, please hold your breaths. I believe those who are knowledgeable can tell that inside this crystal ball is a real Arctic ice silkworm. Furthermore, this silkworm has been completely crystallized over the years. I believe I don't need to explain the value of this crystal ball to you all. Now, I hereby announce that the starting price of this Arctic ice silkworm is 15 million. Suning said with a clear and bright voice. Whoosh, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. 15 million was only the starting price. No one could determine the final price of this Arctic ice silkworm. Little Xianxia, is this Arctic ice silkworm really worth that much? Han Yan asked. The Arctic ice silkworm is a rare species that lives in the far north. Its body contains an endless amount of cold energy. Even if it is wrapped in a crystal ball, the cold energy cannot be completely concealed. In order to crystallize an Arctic ice silkworm, not only does it need an extremely cold environment, it also needs a long time. After crystallizing, the Arctic ice silkworm is a real treasure. Its body contains the cold energy of the far north, as well as a rich amount of energy. The starting price of 15 million is too low. Of course, the price will definitely rise. Xianxia said. How do you know everything? Han Yan rolled his eyes in a gloomy manner, then said with a puzzled tone, but this thing is so cold, ordinary cultivators can't even get close to it, let alone absorb it. Who would be willing to pay such a high price for it? You're right, the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm is indeed useless to ordinary cultivators, but to those with cold attribute constitutions and those who practice ice cultivation methods, it is a supreme treasure. If little you can obtain this crystallized Arctic ice silkworm, the benefits to her will be endless, and her Nining body might even undergo a transformation. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't get the 9 solar holy water, this Arctic ice silkworm had given him a pleasant surprise. Although it couldn't help Yan Qinyu wake up, once she did, it would definitely bring her endless benefits. How could I forget about little Yu's physique? Damn it, looks like I'm going to get this Arctic ice silkworm today. Han Yan looked at the Arctic ice silkworm, and a strange light was emitting from it. 16 million. A deep voice came from another private room on the second floor. It's someone from the Shangguan clan. Han Yan said. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He had a conflict with the Qingyi sect and Myriad Sword sect, so he didn't want to have any more conflicts with the Shangguan clan. But unfortunately, the Shangguan clan was the first one to bid. Looks like the Shangguan clan has someone who practices ice skills, or someone with a cold physique. Da Huang Dog said. 18 million. Another private room made a bid. It was a combat soul rogue cultivator from the ocean. 20 million. The Shangguan clan sect elder, Shangguan Chong, coldly harumphed and bid 20 million. 25 million. The warrior from the private room bid again, raising the price by 5 million, causing the atmosphere to become heated. 25 million. A combat soul warrior is really rich. I wonder who that guy is. He actually dares to compete with the Shangguan clan like this. The Shangguan clan is really rich, they'll definitely get what they want. Although that guy is also a combat soul warrior, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Many people became restless. This was the first precious auction item, and it had already caused a sense of tension in the atmosphere. 30 million. Shangguan Chong's tone carried a hint of anger. After calling out the price, Shangguan Chong continued, "Friend, please give my Shangguan clan some face." Hearing this, Su Neng, who had a bright smile on his face, immediately turned cold. He immediately said, "Friend from the Shangguan clan, please pay attention. This auction is a fair competition, you can't interfere with other people's bidding." In this aspect, the Blissful Manor had to show their strength. Otherwise, with the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, who would still dare to bid for the treasures? If that happened, all the treasures would be taken away by these two superpowers. The Blissful Manor would never allow such a thing to happen. However, after Shangguan Chong bid 30 million, the combat soul warrior didn't bid anymore. It looked like he didn't have any conflict with the Shangguan clan. The crystallized Arctic ice silkworm, the Shangguan clan has bid 30 million, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? There's only one such treasure, and if you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Suning asked around, and when he saw that no one wanted to bid anymore, his expression turned ugly. As a qualified auctioneer, he knew that the final price of the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm would reach at least 40 million, or even 50 million. But, because of Shangguan Chong's threat, no one dared bid anymore. This made Suning angry. Since no one else wants to bid, then I'll announce that the Shangguan clan bids 30 million, 50 million. Before Suning could finish his words, a calm voice came from the third private room on the second floor. Suning was startled for a moment, then a joyful expression emerged on his face. When the bid of 50 million was announced, the entire auction hall immediately exploded. Damn it, who's so crazy? He just raised the price to 50 million, this is insane. He's clearly trying to go against the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Chong told everyone to give face to the Shangguan clan, but this guy is just trying to embarrass them. I think it was Qin Jiang who made the bid just now. This guy is just too crazy. He has offended the Qingyi sect and Myriad Sword sect, and now he's going to offend the Shangguan clan. How many lives does this guy have? The entire auction hall was in an uproar, especially when the crowd found out that it was the young man named Qin Jiang who made the bid. This young man was simply too good at attracting hatred, he had offended all the superpowers. Haha, great. Young Master Qin Jiang has bid 50 million. The crystallized Arctic ice silkworm is definitely worth this price. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Is there anyone else? Suning burst into laughter, and his mood instantly became better. He was talking to the people from the Shangguan clan, so he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. The entire auction hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It wasn't difficult to imagine how angry Shang Guancheng was right now. A combat soul warrior had just retreated, and now, a reckless young man had suddenly appeared and dared to fight him head-on. Shang Guancheng's expression changed drastically. Humph. 60 million. Shang Guancheng coldly harumphed. As a combat soul elder of the Shangguan clan, if he was suppressed by a young junior, he would lose all his face. Therefore, Shang Guancheng immediately called out the bid of 60 million. 80 million. Right after Shang Guancheng finished his bid, Jiang Chen's voice sounded out from private room number 3. The huge sum of 80 million came out from Jiang Chen's mouth, and he didn't even cause any fluctuations. Swoosh, the bid of 80 million undoubtedly dropped a bomb in the entire auction house. The entire auction house was in an uproar, and no one could remain calm. Even Su Ning, who was on the auction stage, gaped in shock. The price of 80 million had far exceeded the true value of the Arctic ice silkworm. Su Ning hadn't expected the Arctic ice silkworm to be auctioned off at such a price. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's image in Su Ning's mind had become much bigger. He was extremely fond of this young man. As an auctioneer, if he could raise the price of an item to a much higher level than the actual price of the item, he would be rewarded handsomely. Crazy, this Chen Jiang is a lunatic. 80 million, where did he get so much money? This is what it means to be filthy rich. Chen Jiang is determined to get this crystallized Arctic ice silkworm. He's even willing to offend the Shangguan clan. I wonder if the Shangguan clan will offer a higher price. I don't think so, the Shangguan clan isn't an idiot. The price of the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm has been raised to 80 million, it has exceeded its true value. Although the Shangguan clan is extremely wealthy, they won't squander their wealth like this. Besides, I'm not sure if Chen Jiang will continue bidding. The entire auction hall was boiling with excitement. Everyone was talking about Chen Jiang, and his name had once again become a well-known name. Good, very good. Shang Guancheng said good twice, but his tone was filled with exasperation. Anyone could hear his anger and hatred towards Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, I think you pissed off that old man from the Shangguan clan. Han Yan smiled. I killed Shangguan Wei in Inferno Hell, and the Shangguan clan will become my mortal enemy sooner or later. I don't mind offending them. Furthermore, little you followed me from Flame City to the Black Sect, and I didn't protect her well. This crystallized Arctic ice silkworm, even if I have to pay a huge price, I have to get it. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, as if he didn't care about Shang Guancheng's anger at all. 80 million. Do you think that old guy will continue bidding? Han Yan said. Absolutely not. Although Shang Guancheng is a combat soul warrior, he doesn't have that much authority in the Shangguan clan. Even if he wants to compete for treasures, he has to have a certain amount of money. If he exceeds his budget, it won't be worth it. Furthermore, Shang Guancheng is afraid that I'll continue bidding, and at that point of time, the price of the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm will skyrocket to a frightening height, and that won't bring him any benefits. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What if that old guy purposely increases the price to cheat you? Han Yan said. Don't worry, he's worried that I'll cheat him. Once the price skyrockets, everyone will be scared. With Jiang Chen's temperament, he was able to accurately judge people. He was sure that after he bid 80 million, Shang Guancheng wouldn't continue bidding. Young Master Chen Jiang has bid 80 million, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Su Ning shouted out. However, the Shangguan clan's private room became quiet, and no one continued bidding. 80 million going once, 80 million going twice, 80 million going thrice. I now announce that the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm belongs to young Master Chen Jiang. Congratulations, young Master Chen Jiang. Su Ning shouted toward the private room where Jiang Chen was staying. After that, a girl walked out from behind the auction stage. It was Xiao Wei. She was dragging the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm and walking toward Jiang Chen. Where did this bastard come from? He's courting death, how dare he go against the Shangguan clan? Within the Shangguan clan's private room, a divine core disciple said while gnashing his teeth in anger. This guy's name is Chen Jiang, he has offended the Qingyi sect and Myriad Sword sect, and now, he's going against the Shangguan clan. Does he really think he has 9 lives? Brother Xiao is cultivating in the martial palace, and he's an early combat soul warrior. He cultivates the cold marrow skill, and if he can get this crystallized Arctic ice silkworm, it will bring him endless benefits. This damn Xinjiang. Once the auction is over, we can't let him go. All the disciples of the Shangguan clan hated Jiang Chen. Enough, there are many people who want to kill him, he won't be able to leave this place alive. Once the auction is over, many people will come looking for him, and we'll just snatch the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm from him. Shangguan Chong waved his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. On the other side, the door to private room number 3 was pushed open. Xiao Wei walked in with a golden tray in her hand, and a crystal ball was placed on top of it. Young Master Xinjiang is really generous. With a smile on her face, Xiao Wei said, I brought you the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm. Thank you, Miss Xiao Wei. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, causing the crystal ball to fly into his hand and be stored in his storage ring. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that there was nothing wrong with this treasure. The blissful manner's reputation wasn't a problem at all. It's my honor to be able to serve young Master Xinjiang. Xiao Wei said with a smile. Do I need to give you the 80 million now? Jiang Chen asked. No need, we'll settle it after the auction is over. Young Master Xinjiang, please continue looking at the treasures. Xiao Wei will take her leave now. Xiao Wei bowed toward Jiang Chen, then she turned around and left the private room. The next 3 treasures were all rare treasures, but Jiang Chen didn't bid on any of them, because these treasures were useless to him. Although he was rich, he wouldn't waste them for no reason. After all, he was a king of consumables. These 3 treasures were obtained by the Myriad Sword sect, Shangguan clan, and the Golden Lion respectively. Starting from the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm, all the other treasures were auctioned by the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor. The people below could only watch the show. The next treasure could have been the highlight of this auction, and I think it's time for me to take it out. My friends, please take a good look, this treasure is something that countless cultivators dream of having. Suning's voice was loud and clear. His words immediately caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to become tense. Everyone's gaze landed on Suning's hand. As if he was performing a magic trick, a roll of sleeves appeared on his palm. The roll of sleeves emitted a faint golden light. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what it was. Recorded in this scroll is an extremely frightening movement skill, it's called the Heavenly Wings. It's a high-ranked earth skill, starting price 40 million. Suning used his yuan energy to call out the bid of 40 million, and his voice echoed throughout the entire auction hall. What? A high-ranked earth skill? Oh heavens, how could someone be willing to auction such a treasure? In the Saint Origin realm, powerful cultivation skills and combat skills are the most precious, and movement skills are even rarer. A high-ranked earth skill is just too rare. I'm afraid even superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan don't have it. That's right. Although the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan have deep resources, and they might have high-ranked earth skills and combat skills, they might not have a movement skill of this level. I think the competition for this Heavenly Wings is going to be very intense, I'm afraid many people are going to bid for it. The entire audience became restless. As a cultivator, everyone knew the value of a movement skill. A movement skill of the same level was much more precious than a combat skill of the same level. A powerful movement skill could provide a cultivator with incredible strength. Once the cultivator's speed was increased, it would provide them with an unimaginable advantage, whether it was in a fight or for escaping. This was the most obvious example for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves had given him a lot of help during the fight 45 million. Right after Suning's words left his mouth, someone immediately called out a bid. It came from a private room on the 2nd floor, and it was the combat soul sect elder from the Qingyi sect, Mao Sheng. All the disciples Mao Sheng brought with him were killed by Jiang Chen, and he was all alone right now. He hadn't bid before this, but when he heard the name of the Heavenly Wings, he immediately called out a bid of 45 million, 50 million. Old man Ling Shan also called out a bid. A high-ranked earth skill, let alone a combat soul warrior, even a combat king warrior would want it 60 million. 70 million, 80 million. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Heavenly Wings had risen to 120 million. The last person to call out a bid was the Shangguan clan. When the bid was called out, all the rogue cultivators and ordinary powers became silent. Many of them had given up, as they had no other choice. Although they really wanted this movement skill, there was a limit to their abilities, 130 million. The one who called out the bid was Xiao from the Myriad Sword sect, 140 million. 150 million, 160 million. When Shangguan Chong called out a bid of 160 million, no one else called out a bid. Everyone knew that this Heavenly Wings was being fought over by the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan, and no one else had a chance. Little Xianxia, aren't you interested in this movement skill? Han Yan turned to Jiang Chen and asked. I have the 9 Phantom Wolves and the Dimensional Shift skill, so I don't need this Heavenly Wings. Brother Yan, are you interested in this movement skill? Jiang Chen looked at Han Yan. Indeed, he didn't have much interest in the Heavenly Wings. The 9 Phantom Wolves was the Bloody Combat Wolf's innate ability, and since he had obtained the Bloody Combat Wolf's bloodline, the strength of this skill would increase along with his cultivation. Furthermore, the Dimensional Shift was far more powerful than the Heavenly Wings, and the Heavenly Wings simply couldn't compare with it. However, Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the Combat King realm yet, so he couldn't unleash the full potential of the Dimensional Shift. I don't need it either, I have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in my body, and it has been fully activated. In the future, as my cultivation level increases, I will automatically awaken Gu Tianma's movement skill and combat skill. Han Yan shook his head. He had the advantage of his bloodline, so he wasn't interested in the sky-gliding wings, let alone Big Yellow. The wings of light on Big Yellow's back were as fast as lightning, and he was afraid that the sky-gliding wings couldn't compare with them. 200 million. Right when the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan were in a state of silence, Jiang Chen casually called out a bid of 200 million. Swoosh, when this number was announced, no one could remain calm anymore. Many people immediately jumped up from their seats, and countless gazes were thrown in Jiang Chen's direction. All of them felt like they were going to vomit blood. Damn it, is this Qin Jiang trying to cause trouble? He actually bid 200 million, just how rich is he? This guy didn't even bid before, but now, when the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan are about to win, he just raised the price to 200 million. This number is just too terrifying, I can't even imagine it. Looks like this is going to be interesting. This Qin Jiang has offended both the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, it looks like he might as well fight them to the end. No one could remain calm anymore. This Qin Jiang was just too incredible. He actually dared to fight 2 superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Putting aside everything else, just his courage alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Boom, 2 powerful energies suddenly burst out from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan's private rooms, sweeping across the entire auction hall. These 2 energies were filled with extreme anger, and the Shangguan clan's energy was the strongest. Right at this moment, another powerful energy descended onto the auction hall. This energy was even stronger than the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clans, and it immediately suppressed the other 2 energies. The auction is still in progress, please control your emotions. A domineering voice sounded out. It was Master Blissful. The entire auction was under his control, and he would never allow anyone to cause trouble in the auction hall. Little Xianxia, I thought you didn't want this movement skill? Then why are you bidding? Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. I'm just helping the Blissful Manor raise the price. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. F***ck, you're too black-bellied. Han Yan widened his eyes, he immediately understood what Jiang Chen was thinking. This guy was obviously trying to raise the price, forcing the Myriad Sword sect or Shangguan clan to pay a heavy price. Since both sides were enemies, there was no need for them to be polite. Kaka, you are quite sinister. I like it. Da Huang Dog cackled. Aren't you afraid that after you raise the price, they won't want it anymore? After all, the price of 200 million was not a small amount. Don't worry, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan have deep foundations, 200 million is nothing to them. Jiang Chen's face was filled with confidence. Today, he was going to scam these 2 tycoons. He would never show mercy to his enemies, and this could be counted as doing the Blissful Manor a favor. Once the price went up, the blissful manor would benefit the most. 210 million. Yi Xiao from the Myriad Sword sect continued raising the price while gnashing his teeth. After Yi Xiao raised the price, Shang Guancheng remained silent. He wanted to see if this Qin Jiang dared to continue raising the price. 250 million. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would add another 40 million without a second thought, truly driving up the price? Bastard! Yi Xiao was extremely furious. The crowd could easily imagine how furious he was right now. If Jiang Chen was right in front of him, perhaps he wouldn't even care about the rules of the blissful manor, and would just rip Jiang Chen into pieces. This was a blatant provocation, a provocation to the Myriad Sword sect's dignity. It wasn't just a matter of face anymore. Yi Xiao was very angry, but Suning was very happy. The grin on his face was so wide that it almost reached his ears, and his old face looked like a chrysanthemum. Right at this moment, he really wanted to run to Jiang Chen and call him daddy. Sect Elder, are we still going to raise the price? The Heavenly Wings is a high-ranked earth movement skill, it's very precious. A young disciple from the Shangguan clan asked. No, let Yi Xiao play with that guy. We don't know where that Qin Jiang came from, let's just wait and see. After the auction, he's definitely going to die. Shang Guancheng's face was filled with anger as well. However, since Yi Xiao and Qin Jiang were competing against each other, it was better for them to wait and see. Chen, brother Jiang Chen is filthy rich, he raised the price to 250 million, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Suning shouted at the Myriad Sword sect. 260 million. Yi Xiao raised the price again. Everyone could tell that Yi Xiao was on the verge of exploding in anger. 300 million. However, right after Yi Xiao's words left his mouth, Jiang Chen raised the price to 300 million. Bang, a muffled sound could be heard from the Myriad Sword sect's private room. Everyone knew what had happened, it was Yi Xiao who had smashed the table with his palm. Damn it, 300 million. What kind of grudge does this Qin Jiang have against the Myriad Sword sect? This is a sky-high price, I wonder if the Myriad Sword sect will continue to raise the price? This is insane, he's too damn rich. This number is enough to make me wet my pants. Everyone were shocked, no one had expected the price to rise to such an extent. That Qin Jiang was too aggressive, first he went against the Shangguan clan, and now he was going against the Myriad Sword sect. Within the Myriad Sword sect's private room, Yi Xiao's eyes were about to shoot out flames. His beard was trembling, and his robe was fluttering in the wind. The solid wood table in the private room was completely smashed. Sect Elder, this Qin Jiang is too hateful, I don't believe he can take out 300 million. The female disciple who was slapped by Han Yan said in an eerie manner. In my opinion, that bastard is just raising the price on purpose, he wants us to suffer a loss. Lin Enning said while gnashing his teeth. Humph. You want to play with me? This kid is still too young. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. The Heavenly Wings is at most 200 million, I'll make sure he gets it. Yi Xiao coldly harumphed. A ferocious expression emerged on his face. 400 million. This time, Yi Xiao spoke calmly. He directly raised the price by 100 million, raising the price to a sky-high level. Yi Xiao had already made up his mind, as long as Jiang Chen raised the price again, he wouldn't raise it anymore. He would give the Heavenly Wings to Jiang Chen, and let Jiang Chen buy it for more than 400 million. At that time, he would be shooting himself in the foot, and his heart would be bleeding. Damn it, 400 million. I wonder if the price can still go up. This is a rare occasion. I didn't come to the blissful island in vain. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Suning was so happy that his mouth was crooked. Just when everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to raise the price again, the private room number 3 went silent. What's going on? Is Qin Jiang going to give up? I think he's hesitating. After all, it's already 400 million. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the private room number 3. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, the people from the Myriad Sword sect suddenly became nervous. If Qin Jiang didn't raise the price again, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Haha, congratulations to the Myriad Sword sect for getting the Heavenly Wings for 400 million. It's really worth it. Congratulations. Xianxia burst into laughter. His words caused many people to feel as if they were on cloud nine. Yi Xiao even staggered and nearly fell onto the ground. Damn it. That works too? I can see it now. This Xianxia is obviously trying to trick the Myriad Sword sect. He raised the price on purpose. He doesn't want to compete for the movement skill at all. This time, the Myriad Sword sect is going to suffer a great loss. Sinister, this is too sinister. Where did this Xinjiang come from? He's like a big shot in a big sect. Now, even an idiot could tell that the Myriad Sword sect had been tricked by Jiang Chen. Yi Xiao raised the price of 400 million because he wanted to trick Jiang Chen, but in the end, he was the one who tricked him. Inside the private room of the Myriad Sword sect, Lin Enying and the others were standing aside. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They knew how furious Yi Xiao was right now. If his anger turned into a real flame, it would probably burn the entire auction hall. Zhenjiang, I'll remember this. Once the auction is over, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Yi Xiao clenched his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. It was really hard for him to swallow his anger. Haha, congratulations to the Myriad Sword sect for getting the Heavenly Wings movement skill. Congratulations. Suning laughed out loud. He placed the scroll on a golden tray and passed it to Xiao Wei, who was behind him. Xiao Wei then carried the tray and walked towards the private room of the Myriad Sword sect. Wakaka, this feels great, this feels great. Young lad, you're really sinister. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down in the private room. He didn't have a good impression of the Myriad Sword sect. Yesterday, he even had a conflict with a disciple from the Myriad Sword sect because of the flaming stallion. Little Chinzi, why don't you keep raising the price? Han Yan said with a smile. If I keep raising the price, I'll lose everything. 400 million is just right. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders. Right now, Yi Zhao's heart was bleeding. On the other hand, Shang Guanchong felt much better, he even felt a little happy. However, that Xinjiang was indeed hateful. With Xinjiang's performance today, there was no way he would be able to leave this place alive after the auction. After the Heavenly Wings movement skill ended, Jiang Chen didn't bid for the remaining dozens of treasures. On the other hand, the guests on the second floor had gone to the other private rooms to bid. The Shangguan clan had bid twice, but the Myriad Sword sect had remained silent. It was obvious that Yi Xiao was still in a state of extreme anger. Jiang Chen guessed that the Myriad Sword sect was probably waiting for the last item of the auction. Unless they found something they liked, they wouldn't make any more moves in a short period of time. Right at this moment, Suning took out a stone the size of a human head. The stone was pitch black, and it was emitting a cold glow, giving off an eerie feeling. The black stone was filled with devilish energy, and it was emitting a dazzling glow. It was clearly a great treasure. This is a supreme rank Devil Source Stone, a treasure brought by an extraordinary man from the ocean. This Devil Source Stone was found in an underwater devil cave in the depths of the ocean, and it contains natural devilish energy, allowing it to produce such a powerful Devil Source Stone. The stone itself is as hard as steel, and ordinary high-ranked combat weapons won't be able to break it. The starting price of this supreme rank Devil Source Stone is 10 million. Suning said. But this time it didn't cause too much of a commotion. After all, although the supreme rank Devil Source Stone was precious, it wasn't useful for all warriors. Most of those who came from the eastern continent were from the righteous path, and very few of them cultivated devilish skills. Only those rogue warriors or those extraordinary men from the ocean would cultivate devilish skills in order to improve their cultivation. As for this Devil Source Stone, it would only be useful in the hands of those who cultivated devilish skills, or those who were truly devilish beings. Ordinary people would never spend 10 million Devil Source Stones to buy it 11 million. However, someone still made a bid. The man who made the bid was a man dressed in black who was sitting in the corner of the room. His entire body was covered in a long black robe, and he gave off an eerie feeling. Clearly, he wasn't a righteous man. 15 million. Another voice sounded out from private room number 3. The one who made the bid wasn't Jiang Chen, but Han Yan. This supreme rank Devil Source Stone wasn't something that others cared about, but Han Yan was different. Brother Yan, you have Gu Tianma's bloodline in your body, do you really care about this Devil Source Stone? De Huang Dog said. What I care about is not the devilish energy contained within the Devil Source Stone, but the material of the Devil Source Stone itself. Once I break through to the Combat Soul Realm, I'm planning to forge a natal combat weapon for myself, and this supreme rank Devil Source Stone is a good material for that. Han Yan said. That's right. A mighty warrior's natal combat weapon will be much easier to use than ordinary combat weapons, and it will be able to unleash its full potential. More importantly, the grade of a natal combat weapon will increase along with the warrior's cultivation level, but only a few people are able to forge a natal combat weapon. The natal combat weapon is connected to the warrior's life, and the process of forging it requires a lot of effort. It's a very difficult process, and the success rate is very low. However, Brother Yan has the help of Gu Tianma's bloodline, so I believe he can do it. Xianxia said. When Han Yan mentioned natal combat weapon, it reminded him about his heavenly saint sword. He had spent a lot of effort to forge it, and he had finally succeeded. He had spent a lot of time and effort to create the sword. When his sword was Jiang's sword, it was with it. It was with red with natal energy. To saint, and it, with sword, and it with it, and it. But too bad, the heavenly saint sword had fallen off the saint cliff, and no one knew if it still existed or not. After Han Yan called out the price of 15 million, the man in black threw a glance at private room number 3, then he became silent. Obviously, everyone knew the owner of private room number 3 was not someone they could mess with. Since Qin Jiang had his eyes on it, it was better for them not to compete for it. Besides, 15 million was a huge amount of money for an ordinary Divine Core warrior. Alright, looks like there's no one left to compete for it. Now, I announce that the highest grade Devil Source Stone belongs to young Master Qin Jiang. This time, Suning straightforwardly told him the result. He had a very good impression of Qin Jiang. The auction continued. Not long after that, Xiaowei once again walked into the private room with a golden tray. Young Master Qin Jiang, the manor chief said that this highest grade Devil Source Stone will be given to young Master Qin Jiang for free. Xiaowei said with a smile on her face. If that's the case, I'll have to thank the manor chief. Jiangchen said with a smile on his face. He had helped the blissful manor earn a lot today, so giving them a Devil Source Stone for free wasn't a big deal. After that, the atmosphere of the auction was still very lively. All sorts of treasures appeared one after another. Earth-ranked cultivation skills and combat skills, and there were even 2 perfect-ranked combat weapons. However, both perfect-ranked combat weapons were obtained by the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Jiangchen didn't bid for anything, he was still waiting for the final item of the auction, the 9 solar holy water. Alright, the next item is the final item of our auction. A friend from afar asked us to auction this item. Therefore, in consideration of that friend's wish, we won't compete for this item based on the number of mana elixir. Suning's expression suddenly became serious. Hearing his words, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. What kind of treasure was this? Why did they have to change the rules? Under everyone's gazes, a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in Suning's palm. It was a pure golden jade bottle, and no one knew what material it was made from. Just the jade bottle itself was already a treasure. As soon as the jade bottle appeared, an aura of extreme yang was immediately released from it, causing everyone's expression to involuntarily tremble. The one who was shocked the most was Jiang Chen, who was in private room number 3. 9 solar holy water. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from his rattan chair. He nearly cried out in surprise. That pure yang aura was emitted from the 9 solar holy water. In his past life, Jiang Chen was cultivating the 9 solar energy skill, and he was able to condense 9 solar holy water when he was at his peak. Therefore, he was very familiar with the aura of the 9 solar holy water. He was certain that this jade bottle contained the 9 solar holy water. This was a huge surprise. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect the 9 solar holy water to appear in this auction. Inside this jade bottle are 3 drops of 9 solar holy water. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the 9 solar holy water, and I don't think I need to tell you how precious it is. Suning's voice was trembling. Taking out such a precious item to be auctioned was simply a reckless waste of resources. In his opinion, anyone who dared to take out the 9 solar holy water to be auctioned must have a mental problem. Hua, indeed, right after Su Ning's words left his mouth, the audience once again burst into an uproar. No one could remain calm any longer, and powerful energies could be sensed from all the private rooms on the second floor. Obviously, even superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan were shocked. Damn it, what a waste. How could he take out such a precious item like the 9 solar holy water to auction? If I could get my hands on it, I would definitely consume it myself. A single drop of 9 solar holy water is enough to cleanse one's body and make a genius out of it. Superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect are full of geniuses, and if a genius were to consume the 9 solar holy water, he would definitely have a heaven-defying talent. Not only that, it would be able to improve his cultivation. Even if a combat soul warrior were to get a single drop of the 9 solar holy water, it would be extremely beneficial to him. It would stimulate his potential, and at least increase his cultivation by 1 level. I never thought the final item would be the 9 solar holy water. The blissful manor is really going all out this time. I'm sure those in the private rooms on the second floor are going crazy. The entire audience was in an uproar. The uproar caused by the 9 solar holy water was unprecedented. Damn it, the blissful manor really auctioned the 9 solar holy water after obtaining it. If it was someone else, they would definitely keep it as a treasure. Han Yan said. If it was the blissful manor who obtained the 9 solar holy water, they definitely wouldn't put it up for auction. Looks like someone asked for it. Su Ning also said that someone asked the blissful manor to trade the 9 solar holy water with them. Looks like they don't want wealth, but some treasures. If my guess is correct, the owner of the 9 solar holy water must have given the blissful manor some other drops of 9 solar holy water. If not, the blissful manor wouldn't have helped that person so much. I wonder what kind of conditions the owner of the 9 solar holy water will ask for. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Little Chenzi, what if the conditions are really harsh? Han Yan worriedly asked. No matter what the conditions are, I have to get my hands on the 9 solar holy water. I have a huge amount of wealth with me right now. Aside from the huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir, I also have a few hundred combat weapons. Also, the resurrection pill and bloody knotweed that Xianxia gave me are all priceless treasures. Jiang Chen said. He was determined to get his hands on the 9 solar holy water, as it was related to Yan Qinyu's life. After the uproar, the crowd quieted down once again. Everyone was looking at Su Ning, waiting for him to tell them the conditions for the 9 solar holy water. Su Ning cleared his throat, then he continued, I've told you before, this 9 solar holy water is a transaction that a friend of mine entrusted to our villa. That friend doesn't want human elixir, nor earth elixir. Even if you can take out the heaven elixir, he still won't accept it. That friend said that he has 3 drops of 9 solar holy water here, and whoever can take out 3 9 soul restoration pills will be able to exchange for the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water. Many people were dumbfounded when they heard that. 9 soul restoration pills? What kind of pill is that? How come I've never heard of it before? I've never heard of it either. Looks like it's an extremely rare pill. I wonder if superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect or the Shangguan clan can take out this pill. Interesting, this is the first time that the auction isn't using human elixir and earth elixir. Many people were confused. This 9 soul restoration pill was extremely rare, and it was hard for anyone who wasn't a true alchemist to know about it. Little Chenzi, what exactly is this 9 soul restoration pill? Han Yan had no idea as well, so he asked. In his mind, Jiang Chen had become an omniscient man. The 9 soul restoration pill is a pill that can nourish the soul. It's extremely rare and precious, and the difficulty of concocting it is many times higher than ordinary pills that can nourish the soul. It's not something that soul elixir can compare with. The 9 soul restoration pills represent 9 different types of soul-nourishing herbs, and each type of herb requires 9 different types of herbs. In other words, in order to concoct the 9 soul restoration pills, you need 81 different types of soul-nourishing pills, and you also need to combine them with some precious herbs. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation of the 9 soul restoration pill, Han Yan's jaw dropped in shock. Such a complicated pill couldn't be concocted by any ordinary alchemist. Even the best alchemist in the Martial Saint dynasty wouldn't be able to concoct the 9 soul restoration pill. No wonder the blissful manor wants to auction off the 9-solar holy water, they don't even have the 9-soul restoration pill. Han Yan said with a sigh. Isn't that obvious? If the blissful manor had the 9-soul restoration pill, they would have traded it with that man directly. They wouldn't have used the 9-solar holy water to trade in this auction. De Huang Dog said, although the 9-soul restoration pill is precious, it can only heal the soul. However, the 9-solar holy water has unimaginable benefits for anyone. Little Chinzi, we don't have the 9-soul restoration pill either. It looks like the 9-solar holy water isn't that easy to get. I'm sure the man who has the 9-solar holy water isn't lacking in money. Only if he has the 9-soul restoration pill will he be able to trade for it. Han Yan said. Indeed, I don't have the 9-soul restoration pill, but neither do the Myriad Sword sect or the Shangguan clan. Even the strongest superpowers in the Jian province can't concoct such a pill. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. As a saint-level alchemist, his skill in alchemy was beyond anyone's imagination. He knew very well how difficult it was to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Suning scanned the entire auction hall. He noticed many people were whispering among themselves, but none of them said anything about the 9-solar holy water. This was no longer an auction, it was just a trade. Friends, is there no one who has the 9-soul restoration pill? 1 9-soul restoration pill for 1 drop of 9-solar holy water, I'm sure everyone here knows that it's definitely worth it. Suning's words were directed at the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. In his opinion, among all the participants of the auction, only these 2 superpowers could take out a 9-soul restoration pill. Haha, Suning, don't say any more. Even the best alchemist from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan can't concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. A loud laughter echoed out. It was old man Ling Shan. Auctioneer Suning, although our Shangguan clan can't take out the 9-soul restoration pill, we can take out all the ingredients needed to concoct it. I wonder if this is enough to exchange for the 9-solar holy water. Shangguan Chong said. Is the Shangguan clan joking? Or are you trying to slap the blissful manor's face? The blissful manor is rich in resources, and it's located in the ocean. You think the blissful manor doesn't have the same herbs as the Shangguan clan? As soon as Shangguan Chong finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded out from the 3rd private room. Everyone was very familiar with this voice, it was Qin Jiang's voice. Fuck, this Qin Jiang is obviously going to fight with the Shangguan clan, he's going to make them hate him. But, what Qin Jiang said does make sense. I'm sure the blissful manor can provide the same ingredients as the Shangguan clan, but what they want is the 9-soul restoration pill, not the ingredients. What they lack now is an alchemist who can concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. The sounds of discussion rose again. Everyone felt that Shangguan Chong had just spouted a bunch of nonsense. Qin Jiang, you have no right to interrupt when I, Shangguan Chong, am talking. Get lost. When Shangguan Chong heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. He wished he could just rush forward and eat that young man alive. An old dog trying to act tough in front of this master dog? You really don't know how to spell the word death. If there's a chance, let this master dog talk to you about life. De Huang Dog's words resounded throughout the entire auction hall, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Shangguan Chong's anger became even stronger. He was a combat soul elder from the Shangguan clan, and no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. But today, he was being humiliated by a dog. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Please be quiet. Before Shangguan Chong flew into a rage, Suning immediately stopped him. The blissful manor had accepted the reward from that man, and if they couldn't help him find the 9-soul restoration pill, they would have to return the reward to that man. That friend clearly said that he wants 100% effectiveness 9-soul restoration pill. If the Shangguan clan can't afford it, then don't force yourself. Suning said. Auctioneer Suning, the Myriad Sword sect can provide us with the ingredients needed to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Furthermore, we have a powerful combat soul alchemist who can try concocting the pill. Yixia from the Myriad Sword sect said. The 9-solar holy water was right in front of them, and no one wanted to let it go. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to get it. The people from the Myriad Sword sect are even better at joking. trying to concoct the pill? That's even more ridiculous. Let's not talk about the fact that our friend is in a hurry to get the 9-soul restoration pill. Even if he isn't in a hurry, how confident are the alchemists from your myriad sword sect in concocting the pill? And how confident are they in concocting a 100% effectiveness pill? Xianxia said again. The fuck, this guy is really amazing. It looks like he's going to fight the myriad sword sect and the Shangguan clan to the end. But, what he said makes sense. The 9-soul restoration pill is extremely difficult to concoct, let alone the fact that he wants a 100% effectiveness pill. I don't think even the alchemists from the myriad sword sect can do it. In today's auction, Xinjiang's name had spread far and wide. His name was like a thunderclap piercing everyone's ears. No matter if it was the myriad sword sect or the Shangguan clan, he didn't take them seriously. Bastard, do you think you, Xinjiang, can concoct a pill that my myriad sword sect can't? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Yi Xiao said while glaring at Jiang Chen. His hatred towards Jiang Chen was much stronger than Shangguan Chong's. Because of the heaven gliding wings, he had lost 400 million to Jiang Chen, and this made him feel as if he had just swallowed a fly. I'm really sorry, I don't know anything else but alchemy. I've concocted this 9-soul restoration pill a few hundred times, I'm very familiar with it. Jiangchen said with a loud and clear voice. His voice spread across the entire auction hall, and everyone could hear him clearly. At the same time, at the top of the auction hall, in a sealed room, 2 men were sitting cross-legged. Both of them were staring at a big crystal ball in front of them. The crystal ball was showing what was happening inside the auction hall. One of the 2 men had a muscular build, and was clad in a battle armor that was sparkling with a golden light. He was none other than Master Blissful. The other man was clad in a black outfit, with a bamboo hat covering his face. His body wasn't any weaker than Master Blissful's, and because of his clothes, his muscles looked like dragons, perfectly accentuating his body, and filled with explosive power. Judging from the aura emitted from this man, he wasn't very old. Master Blissful and the man in black had gloomy expressions on their faces, but when they heard Jiang Chen's words, their faces lit up. Who is this man? The man in black asked with a powerful voice. His name is Xinjiang, a rare genius among the younger generation. He's decisive and lawless, and although it's my first time meeting him, I like him a lot. I wonder if he's telling the truth when he said he can concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Master Blissful said. In the auction hall, right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the crowd burst into laughter. Haha, what a joke. I've finally seen what it means to boast shamelessly. Little Xinjiang, you should really take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your divine core cultivation base, even an alchemist won't be able to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. This was the first time he had laughed so happily since the beginning of the auction. Little Xinjiang, it's important to know your own limits. Even if you want to get the 9-solar holy water, you shouldn't boast so much. Of course, Shangguan Chong wouldn't let go of this opportunity to mock Jiang Chen. Auctioneer Suneng, this man is boasting, and he's disrupting the order of the auction. In my opinion, he should be expelled from the blissful island immediately. Mao Xing spoke as well. His words were like sharp swords pointing at Jiang Chen. His hatred for Jiang Chen was even stronger than Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong had only lost their face and wealth, but Mao Xing had lost a few disciples of the Qingyi sect, and his own grandson. Humph. If you don't have the ability, don't talk nonsense here. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Young Master Xinjiang, can you really concoct the 9-soul restoration pill? This isn't something you can joke about. Suning said with a frown on his face. He had a good impression of Jiang Chen, but this wasn't something he could joke about. Furthermore, in Suning's opinion, Jiang Chen might not be able to concoct the pill. After all, Jiang Chen was only a divine core warrior, and his soul energy alone wasn't enough for him to concoct the pill. Of course, but I want to buy 3 sets of ingredients from the blissful manor for the 9-soul restoration pill. Can you give me the 9-solar holy water after I concoct the pill? Jiang Chen said in a confident manner. If he can concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, Yi Xiao will be walking backwards from now on. Yi Xiao let out a cold snort. That's right, this guy is just trying to cause trouble. Even a combat soul alchemist from our family can't concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, and he's just a mere divine core warrior, what a joke. Shang Wanchong said with a sneer. Is that so? If I can concoct the 9-soul restoration pill with 100% effectiveness, I'll let both of you eat dog shit in front of everyone. What do you say? Jiangchen said with a loud voice. Bastard, what did you just say? How dare you insult me? You deserve to die. Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong were immediately enraged. With their status, someone actually wanted them to eat dog shit in front of everyone? This was a great humiliation. Since both of you are so sure that I can't concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, why don't we have a bet? I'll concoct the pill in front of everyone, and if I fail, you can take my life. But, if I succeed, you'll have to eat dog shit in front of everyone, and it'll be fresh. What the fuck, this bet is too cruel. Asking the elders from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan to eat dog shit in front of everyone. Damn it, how did he come up with this? Look at Qin Zhang's confident face, don't tell me he really has the confidence to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill? Impossible, he's only a divine core warrior, there's no way he can concoct the pill. I'm sure this bet is just to piss Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong off. This bet was too cruel, it was definitely the cruelest bet under the heavens. Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong were so angry that their faces turned red, and they couldn't even say a word. Wakaka, you two old fools should feel honored. This master dog can poop in 8 different flavors. De Huang Dog's wild laughter could be heard. Plop, many people in the auction hall immediately fell to the ground. Even Jiang Chen and Han Yan staggered and nearly fell on their rattan chairs. This dog was just too abnormal. CK his sister. 8 flavors. This dog is the best. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Can't he be more perverted? Aya, Daddy can't take it anymore, this is too funny. This bet is too cruel, I'm guessing Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong won't accept it. It's hard to say. If it's me, I'll accept the challenge. Qin Jiang clearly wants to humiliate them, he doesn't have the ability to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Even if he accepts the challenge, it won't be a big deal, as it will only bring shame to their faces. But, if he rejects the challenge, it will be even more shameful. Furthermore, once Jiangchen loses, because of the bet, they can just kill Qin Jiang right away. Many people couldn't take it anymore. That dog was just too despicable, it was simply invincible. Within the sealed room, Master Blissful started laughing as well. The man in black on the bamboo hat was laughing so hard that his shoulders were shaking. Damn it, this guy is a genius. I like him, and that dog is amazing as well. Master Blissful was startled by the man in black's words. Why did this guy's tone sound so weird? Could it be that he and Qin Jiang were the same kind of people? Young Master Nangong, what do you think? The Blissful Manor Master looked at the black-clothed man. I like this Qin Jiang. Since no one else has the 9-soul restoration pill, I might as well let him have a try. Just in case, it'll work. I can't afford to waste any more time. Cough, cough, damn it, it's acting up again. As the black-clothed man spoke, he coughed violently. His body trembled incessantly. It was obvious that he was suffering from great pain. Qin Jiang, can you really refine the 9-soul restoration pill? Master Blissful's voice sounded out in the auction hall. Of course, you can refine it on the spot. Jiang Chen was extremely confident. The 9-soul restoration pill was an extremely difficult pill to concoct. The combination of so many ingredients would consume an unimaginable amount of soul energy. Ordinary alchemists, even combat soul warriors, would have a hard time concocting it. However, Jiang Chen had the great soul derivation skill, which allowed him to have an endless amount of soul energy. He wasn't afraid of soul energy consumption. Besides, with his unrivaled alchemy skills, no one could compete with him. Fine, if that's the case, I'll let you have a try. The ingredients will be provided by Master Blissful, and if you can successfully concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, I'll pay for the ingredients. If you can't, you'll have to pay for the ingredients. Do you agree? Master Blissful said. For him, this was a profitable deal. If Jiangchen couldn't concoct the pill, Jiang Chen would have to pay for the ingredients. But, if Jiang Chen could concoct the pill, it would be worth it to use 3 portions of ingredients to befriend a high-ranked alchemist. Of course, no problem. Jiang Chen said. Alright, prepare the ingredients. Master Blissful said. Not long after that, a few golden warriors appeared on the auction stage. They poured out a huge pile of ingredients. When these ingredients appeared, a strong herbal fragrance immediately filled the air, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and relaxed. There were exactly 3 sets of medicinal ingredients, enough to concoct 3 9-soul restoration pills. Young Master Qin Jiang, please come to the auction stage. Suning said toward private room number 3. Jiang Chen opened the window, then he leapt into the air and landed on the auction stage. Isn't this Qin Jiang being too arrogant? Concocting pills has its own risks, and he only asked for 3 portions of ingredients? Does he really have 100% confidence in concocting a pill with 100% effectiveness? Look at his serious expression, don't tell me he can really concoct the pill? Who knows? Let's wait and see. I still don't believe a divine core warrior can concoct such a complicated pill. Even now, most of the people in the auction hall still didn't believe Jiang Chen could concoct the 9 soul restoration pills. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. He glanced at the ingredients, and he was secretly shocked by the blissful manner's wealth. All the ingredients required for concocting the 9 soul restoration pills were here. Jiang Chen didn't start concocting the pills immediately. Instead, he threw his glance toward the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan seats, then with a loud voice, he said, Guys, do you dare bet with me? If not, I'll start now. With this, Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong once again became the center of attention. Bet with him. Bet with him. Some of the people in the audience started cheering. As the saying goes, those who watch a good show never complain about things getting bigger. Their goal was to watch a good show. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong had ugly expressions on their faces. It wasn't that they didn't want to bet with Jiang Chen, it was just that Jiang Chen's bet was too cruel, so cruel that they couldn't afford to lose it. I don't believe a divine core alchemist can concoct the 9 soul restoration pills. I'll bet with you, if you lose, I'll tear you into pieces on the spot. Shangguan Chong's voice was like a loud bell, causing the entire auction hall to tremble. It wasn't hard to tell that this old man was really angry. Qin Jiang, Daddy will bet with you as well. If you lose, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Xiao spoke out as well. Both of them hated Jiang Chen to the core. More importantly, both of them were confident that they could win. No matter if it was the Myriad Sword sect or the Shangguan clan, both of them had combat soul alchemists, and they had even witnessed a combat soul alchemist concoct a pill. With the huge gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, they were sure that Jiang Chen couldn't concoct the 9 soul restoration pills, let alone a 100% success rate one. In Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's minds, Jiang Chen was doing this to humiliate them. Therefore, they wouldn't let Jiang Chen succeed. They thought Jiang Chen was sure that they didn't dare to bet, but they still did. Once Jiang Chen failed, they would have a reason to kill him, and vent their anger. Hearing this, Jiang Chen pretended to be startled. Haha, buddy, are you scared now? If you don't have the ability, don't embarrass yourself, just hand over your life. Shangguan Wei burst into laughter. In his mind, the startled expression on Jiang Chen's face showed that he was scared. I'm scared? Jiang Chen sneered, since the bet is set, everyone here can be the witness. I hope both of you won't go back on your words. De Huang, get ready. Kaka, I'm always ready, I'm sure the amount will be enough. De Huang dog was being too cheerful. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Damn it, I thought little Chinzi was just joking, but he's actually serious. De Huang, could it be that little Chinzi knows how to concoct pills? Han Yan was shocked once again. Is there anything that guy doesn't know? De Huang dog grinned. He was really happy right now. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's skills, but he did. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong were going to lose for sure, and at that time, De Huang dog wouldn't show any mercy, he was going to make sure the two of them would be enough. He can even concoct a pill like the 9 soul restoration pill? Han Yan said with mixed emotions. He was in a coma before this, so he had no idea that Jiang Chen was an amazing alchemist. That was why he was shocked. Don't worry, in the entire eastern continent, he's the only one who can concoct this pill. De Huang Dog was full of confidence. This bastard, is he the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Han Yan felt really gloomy. He had really met a super abnormal freak. But now that he thought about it, after spending so much time with Jiang Chen, it seemed like there was nothing Jiang Chen didn't know. He was really omniscient and omnipotent. The entire auction hall became restless. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen, who was dressed in white. Only now did they realize that this young man wasn't joking, because no one would joke around with their lives. Don't tell me this guy is really an alchemist? It's hard to say, but even if he is, Qin Jiang is just a divine core alchemist. How could he concoct a pill like the 9-soul restoration pill? Let's see, if he can't concoct the pill, Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong will definitely tear him into pieces. Everyone had their eyes on the auction hall, and Jiang Chen had become the center of attention. Silence. Suning shouted out loudly, "Young Master Qin Jiang is going to start concocting the pill, everyone, don't disturb him by talking." After that, Suning looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face and asked, "Young Master Qin Jiang, can we start now?" "Sure." Jiang Chen nodded his head. Suning moved to the edge of the auction hall and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. "Humph. I'd like to see how this little bastard is going to concoct the pill." Yi Xiao coldly harumphed. His words were filled with disdain. "He's just an ignorant junior, he's too arrogant, he's going to get himself killed." Shang Guanchong was sitting on a rattan chair with a calm expression on his face. Jiang Chen ignored the taunts from these two men, he calmly threw his glance at the pills next to him. Yuan energy burst out from Jiang Chen's body, and with the help of this energy, all the pills on the auction hall flew up into the air. Buzz. After that, a powerful soul energy rushed out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. With the help of this soul energy, all the herbs with different elements were separated. After that, Jiang Chen perfectly divided all the herbs into 3 portions, and each portion could be used to concoct a 9-soul restoration pill. What a powerful soul energy, this guy is really an alchemist. I never expected this guy to be so capable, I've underestimated him. Let's see, there are many divine core alchemists, but I'm afraid none of them can concoct the 9-soul restoration pill. Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong's expressions changed slightly. Jiang Chen really was an alchemist, and this really surprised them. However, it was just a surprise, and they didn't say anything. After all, being an alchemist and being able to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill were 2 completely different concepts. Inside a sealed room in the middle of the auction hall, Master Blissful and the man in black fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen without blinking, especially the man in black. Suddenly, a nervous expression appeared on his face. Only he knew how important the 9-soul restoration pill was to him. On the auction stage, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dazzling true dragon flame. The scorching hot flame instantly turned into a sea of fire, covering all the herbs. Sizzle. Immediately, the sound of herbs melting could be heard. The raging flames rose, and the temperature in the auction hall rose. What? He's trying to melt so many herbs at the same time? He's simply courting death. One of the men exclaimed. He was a respectable alchemist, and although his alchemy skills weren't that great, his understanding of alchemy was not something an ordinary alchemist could compare with. He knew very well how difficult it was to concoct a pill like the 9-soul restoration pill, and he couldn't afford to be careless during the concoction process. However, not only was Jiang Chen melting all the herbs at the same time, he was also trying to concoct 3 9-soul restoration pills at the same time. In other words, he was trying to concoct 3 pills at the same time. This was ridiculous. Haha, there's still something wrong with this kid's brain. If he succeeds in concocting pills like this, I'll go eat shit. Shang Guanchong burst into laughter. After witnessing Jiang Chen's alchemy skills, the confidence in his heart skyrocketed. He knew that he would win for sure. In his opinion, Jiang Chen's alchemy skills were the typical example of a broken pot. Master Blissful and the man in black furrowed their brows as well. Although they weren't alchemists, as experts, they had some understanding of alchemy. With the way Jiang Chen was concocting, there was no way he could concoct a good pill, let alone the 9-soul restoration pill. This kind of concocting method was nothing but a waste of ingredients. This made Master Blissful and the man in black feel disappointed in Xianxia. They thought this young man was too reckless. On the auction stage, Xianxia's lips curved into a cold smile. He didn't care about those mocking gazes. He was an old ancestor in the field of alchemy. His concoction technique wasn't something that anyone could understand. Not to mention the 9-soul restoration pill, even if it was a pill that was 10 times more complicated than this, it would not be difficult at all with the help of the great soul derivation technique. Huff huff, the flame danced in the air, emitting whooshing sounds. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming out from the flame. Xianxia was controlling the flame with an indifferent look on his face. In order to concoct a pill, it wasn't enough to just have a strong soul force and soul refining technique, it also required a strong flame. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't be able to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill so easily. But now, it was different. His true dragon flame was extremely powerful, it could burn anything. With the help of the true dragon flame and the great soul derivation technique, every single ingredient was being refined at an incredible speed. The process of concocting a pill was extremely boring, but no one felt that time was passing slowly. 2 hours had passed, and the refinement process was still going on in an orderly manner. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Xianxia anymore. 2 hours was enough for them to understand Xianxia's technique. Some people with discerning eyes could already see that under the refinement process of Xianxia, the essence of those ingredients was being extracted bit by bit, not a single bit was wasted. If it was an ordinary alchemist, his soul force might not be able to endure 2 hours in a row. Furthermore, refining hundreds of ingredients with different attributes at the same time was a great challenge to an alchemist's control and precision. It was not something an ordinary person could do. But Xianxia had done it. At least, he didn't have any accidents so far. His face didn't look nervous at all, it was as calm as it was at the beginning. He didn't show any signs of his soul force or yuan force being insufficient. I didn't expect this Xinjiang to be so skillful. He can actually control his strength to such an extent. Yeah, I'm afraid an ordinary alchemist wouldn't be able to do it. Let's continue watching. The refinement process isn't over yet. Furthermore, there's an even more difficult fusion ahead. Many people were shocked. They stared at Xianxia without blinking their eyes. They didn't even notice that time was passing by. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. At this moment, Xianxia had finished refining all the ingredients. The crowd could clearly see the essence of the ingredients floating in the flames. They looked like crystals, without any impurities. Heavens, he only used 4 hours to refine a few hundred ingredients. If it was me, I would need at least 20 days. That's amazing. Did you guys see that? The essence of every single medicinal ingredient was perfectly extracted. Not a single bit of it was wasted, and there were no impurities. If the fusion was successful, it would definitely be a 100% effectiveness pill. This Xinjiang is too terrifying. Today, I've finally seen what a genius looks like. Not only is he talented and powerful, his alchemy skills are amazing as well. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Let's continue watching. He's going to fuse the ingredients into a pill soon. This is the most difficult process, because each ingredient has a different attribute. It will cause the ingredients to reject each other, and once it goes out of control, it will explode and turn all the ingredients into ashes. Many people's expressions changed. Putting aside whether or not he could concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, just the fact that he was able to perfectly refine a few hundred ingredients in 4 hours was enough to shock the world. Inside a private room on the 2nd floor, Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong's expressions suddenly turned ugly. Thinking about the ridiculous bet they made with Xianxia, both of them felt their hearts tremble. Senior disciple Lin, do you think this Xinjiang will really concoct the 9-soul restoration pill? The female disciple from the Myriad Sword sect asked cautiously. Don't worry, it's impossible. The most difficult part of concocting a pill isn't refining the ingredients, but fusing them into a pill. With his divine core cultivation base, there's no way he can concoct it. Lin Enning said confidently. That's right, this guy is too arrogant, I'll let him know how to spell the word death. Yi Xiao said coldly, but it was clear that he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. On the other side, Master Blissful and the man in black had shocked expressions on their faces as well. Their opinions of Jiang Chen had changed once again. TSK, I never expected little Chenzi to have such a skill. Han Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. Back in the Black Sect, the strongest alchemist he had ever met was Guishan, but when he saw Jiang Chen concoct the pill, he immediately felt that Guishan was just a fart. Don't talk to me, I'm brewing. After saying that, De Huang Dog farted, causing Han Yan to be dumbfounded. In the next second, blurg, Han Yan threw up. Damn it, can't I just say hello? Blurg. It stinks. Han Yan's face turned pale. He hurriedly distanced himself from De Huang Dog. Only now did he realize that De Huang Dog had been quiet for the past 4 hours, he was actually brewing. Sigh, Han Yan let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt sorry for Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong. A fart from De Huang Dog was so powerful. If he really poop, the power would be enough to destroy a man's will. On the auction stage, Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. After all the herbs were purified, he was ready to fuse them into pills. This step was indeed the most difficult step in the pill concoction process, but it wasn't a problem for Jiang Chen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chen waved his palms. All the herb essences in the ocean of flames started moving towards the same direction, as if they were being summoned. The ocean of flames was divided into 3 areas, and in each area, there were over 100 herb essences. Jiang Chen was going to fuse 3 9-soul restoration pills at the same time. Sizzle, the herb essences collided with each other, producing a sizzling sound. This was the most difficult step, and it had a very strict requirement for the alchemist. He needed to have perfect control over his energy. At this moment, everyone was getting nervous. The most nervous ones were Yi Xiao, Shang Guanchong, and the man in black who was sitting together with Master Blissful. Whether Jiang Chen could successfully concoct the 9-soul restoration pills or not, the 3 of them had a direct relationship with him. The tense atmosphere lasted for another 2 hours. Looking at the medicinal essences within the flames merging in an orderly manner without any signs of being destroyed, Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong's faces finally broke out in cold sweat. They could no longer sit still. Don't tell me this Qin Jiang is really going to succeed? Looks like there's only one last step left. It's hard to imagine. Let's see if he can succeed in the last step. Everyone was getting nervous. If Jiang Chen succeeded, they would be witnessing the birth of a miracle. Another hour passed. Bang, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a light roar. The ocean of flames began to surge violently, and the temperature in the auction hall became even hotter. Following Jiang Chen's roar, 3 muffled sounds of thunder could be heard coming from the ocean of flames. After that, 3 beams of golden light shot out from the ocean of flames, flying around the auction hall. Swoosh, at this moment, everyone stood up, their mouths agape as they stared at the 3 golden pills dancing in the sky. 9-soul restoration pills. Inside the sealed room of the auction hall, the man in black suddenly stood up from his seat and cried out in surprise. These 3 pills are flying around on their own, they already have their own spirituality. These are 100% effectiveness 9-soul restoration pills. Oh heavens! What did I just see? He really concocted the 9-soul restoration pills. And he concocted 3 of them at the same time. This is unbelievable. What a monster. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The entire auction hall was in an uproar. The 3 golden 9-soul restoration pills were dancing in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Rays of golden light shone down from the pills, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, making those who smelled it feel refreshed. Suning was the closest to the pills, so he could absorb the most of the medicinal fragrance. As soon as the medicinal fragrance entered his body, Suning felt as if his soul was being nourished, and his life force had become stronger. The 9-soul restoration pill was a rare pill that could heal one's soul, and it had unimaginable benefits for one's soul. It really is a 100% effectiveness 9-soul restoration pill. This Qin Jiang really surprised me. Master Blissful's face was filled with surprise and shock. At the same time, Jiang Chen's position in his heart was rising rapidly. Who would dare look down on such an outstanding alchemist? On the auction stage, Jiang Chen recalled the true dragon flames into his body. After that, he waved his hand, and the 3 9-soul restoration pills turned into 3 golden beams and fell into Jiang Chen's palm, as if they were being summoned by something. How is this possible? This is impossible. Shang Guancheng's voice was trembling, and his face was extremely pale. When he thought about the bet between him and Jiang Chen, he felt like killing himself. How could this guy concoct the 9 soul restoration pills? I don't believe it, this can't be real. Yi Zhao's performance wasn't any better than Shang Guancheng's. He had lost the bet that he was so confident about. Young Master Chen Jiang, please come in. Master Blissful's voice sounded out once again. This time, his tone was filled with respect for Jiang Chen. Not yet, the bet between me and those two isn't over yet. Jiang Chen sneered. There was no way he would let Yi Xiao and Shang Guancheng go so easily, it wasn't his style. Whoa, his words immediately caused the atmosphere to become even livelier. Everyone looked at the private room where the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan were seated. Wakaka, at this moment, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out in the air above the auction hall. Everyone saw an extremely adorable puppy flying out from private room 3. The dog flew around in circles in the air, laughing maniacally. Haha, this lord dog has already prepared for a few hours. The amount is definitely enough. I wonder what flavor the two of you prefer. This lord dog can give you special treatment. De Huang dog's words made many people feel dizzy. Yi Xiao and Shang Guancheng almost fainted. They had made a bet that they would eat dog poop, but there really was a shameless dog here. F***ck, where the hell did this amazing dog come from? Could it be that the poop it excretes can be adjusted to taste? Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. This is too disgusting. This bet is too cruel. Yi Xiao and Shang Guancheng are probably thinking about killing themselves now. I can't take it anymore. I can't bear to watch the scene of me eating dog poop. Bastard! Yi Xiao let out a loud shout. A powerful energy wave broke the window of the private room on the second floor. Yi Zhao's robe was fluttering in the wind as he walked out from the private room. He glared at De Huang dog, and he wished he could eat this dog alive. When I was ruling the world, you little bastard weren't even born yet. How dare you humiliate me here? You're courting death. Shang Guancheng rushed out from the private room as well. He was standing on the edge of the window on the second floor. Behind him were a few disciples from the Shangguan clan, and all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. You two old farts, since you've made the bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you superpowers can't even afford a bet. This is too shameful. De Huang dog stood up on his hind legs and pointed his hoof at the two men while cursing. Humph. There are so many people here as witnesses, a loss is a loss. If I lose, I'll give my head to you without any hesitation. You're the elders of a superpower, how disappointing. But, a bet is a bet, you can't refuse it even if you want to. Jiang Chen let out a cold harumph. De Huang, let's give him an appetizer first. Han Yan shouted at De Huang, then he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Jiang Chen happened to see this action, but Jiang Chen was startled for a moment. He didn't understand what Han Yan was trying to do. Kaka, alright, this master dog has been preparing for a long time. After saying that, De Huang dog started flying around in the sky once again. After that, a scene that no one would ever forget for the rest of their lives happened. Countless people wanted to skin this dog alive. Dong, 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 De Huang dogs but kept rising up. Every time he did that, he would let out a heaven-shaking fart. The sound of his fart was deafening like the sound of a war drum. More importantly, this dog's fart had color to it. At this moment, the entire auction hall was filled with green airflow. Then, blurg, what the fuck, blurg, wah. I'm going to die from the smell, blurg, pooey. Just kill me, hurry up and kill this damn dog, blurg, blurg. At this moment, everyone started vomiting, and the once clean and tidy auction hall became a mess. While vomiting, some people used their yuan energy to block the green airflow. Blurg, Suning vomited, and so did Jiang Chen. Only now did Xianxia understand why Han Yan covered his mouth with his hand. This dog was too cruel, it was simply killing him. Wakaka. Dong, 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 De Huang dog was laughing out loud in the sky while farting. Furthermore, De Huang dog had purposely made most of the green airflow flow toward the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Hurry up and chase this dog out. Damn it, it stinks. How can there be such a stinky fart in this world? No, that's not a fart, it's a weapon. Young Master Qin Jiang, I beg you, hurry up and make that dog stop. I can't live anymore, blurg, none of them could stand it. This was no different from murder. In this world, perhaps only Big Yellow could make so many powerful cultivators vomit to this extent. Within private room number 3, Han Yan had shut the window tightly. He was lying on a rattan chair and laughing so hard that his body almost collapsed. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong were combat soul warriors, so they reacted quickly. They had used their yuan energy to block the green airflow from entering their bodies. However, their expressions were uglier than anyone else's. Just a few farts from this dog could produce such an incredible amount of power, and if he really poop, damn it, the power would be unimaginable. De Huang, hurry up and put it away. Jiangchen slapped De Huang dog's head. He never knew this dog had such an ability. He didn't even know about it, and today, he was the one who had been tricked by it. Hee hee, De Huang dog let out an evil laugh and retracted his energy. However, the entire auction hall was in a complete mess, and no one dared to look at it directly. Wah ha, this dog is too ferocious, too despicable, cough, cough. Inside the sealed room, the man in black saw everything that happened in the auction hall through the crystal ball. He was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. What do you think, buddy? Is my power strong enough? De Huang dog stood on Jiangchen's shoulder, and his body was swaying back and forth, scaring Jiangchen so much that his face turned pale. Damn dog, don't you poop on my shoulder. Jiangchen gritted his teeth and reminded De Huang dog. Others might not know, but he knew this dog very well. This damn dog was capable of doing anything. After that, Jiangchen waved his hand and unleashed a flame, expelling all the green airflow. Together with the help of yuan energy from the other warriors, they finally managed to eliminate all the green airflow. However, the faces of the people in the auction hall were still extremely ugly. Everyone was looking at De Huang dog with hatred and fear. This dog was just **T. Yi Xiao, Shangguan Chong, since you've lost the bet, come up here and receive your poop. Jiangchen shouted at Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong with a domineering aura. At this moment, everyone had a sympathetic look on their faces as they looked at Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong. The dog's fart was already so scary. If they really ate the dog's poop, would they still be able to live in the future? With Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's status, this was even worse than killing them. Bastard, how dare you insult our elder? You're courting death. A young disciple from the Shangguan clan was furious. He immediately leapt forward and thrust his palm toward Jiangchen. Humph. What a clown. Jiangchen coldly harumphed, then he forcefully thrust his palm forward. A powerful shockwave slammed onto the young disciple's body, causing him to let out a miserable shriek and explode into a blood mist on the spot. Killing a disciple from the Shangguan clan with his bare hands, perhaps only Jiangchen could do such a thing. However, many people thought there was something wrong with this disciple from the Shangguan clan. With his mid-divine core cultivation base, he dared to attack Jiangchen. Wasn't that just courting death? With the current relationship between Jiangchen and the Shangguan clan, how could he expect Jiangchen to show mercy to him because of his status? Little bastard, how dare you kill a disciple from the Shangguan clan? Shangguan Chong was furious. He unleashed his combat soul aura in an instant, then he grabbed toward Jiangchen. In the face of such an attack, Jiangchen didn't even move an inch, because he knew that he didn't need to move at all. Someone else would make a move. Stop. Sure enough, a loud shout sounded out. Master Blissful appeared above the auction hall. He waved his hand and unleashed a bright beam, destroying Shangguan Chong's attack. You want to fight here? Are you looking down on me? Master Blissful was obviously angry. This was his territory. Master Blissful, I'm sure you know what's going on. Besides, it was the Shangguan clan who attacked first. Jiangchen said. Master Blissful, I've broken the rules of the Blissful Island, but this guy has humiliated me. I can't let this go. Shang Guanchong was furious. That's right, we have to kill this little bastard. Yi Xiao was also filled with killing intent. Master Blissful furrowed his brows. Although he was one of the strongest people in the ocean, he didn't want to offend superpowers like the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. Chen Jiang, can you give me some face and forget about this bet? Master Blissful turned to Jiang Chen and said. Fine, since Master Blissful has said so, I'll give you some face. I don't have to eat shit, but I have to take it. De Huang, give it to them. Alrighty. De Huang dog wagged his tail and pointed his butt at Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong. This was an action that no one could look straight at. Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong's expressions changed dramatically, and their bodies started trembling with anger. Even though it was only De Huang dog doing this, it was still the biggest humiliation to the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, De Huang dog's butt suddenly grew bigger. After that, with a loud bang, a huge pile of poop emitting a green light shot towards Yi Xiao. At the same time, another loud bang was heard. De Huang dog spat out a second huge pile of poop. It was as big as a human head, and it was flying towards Shang Guanchong. Roar Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong were like two primordial beasts that had been provoked. Both of them were enraged on the spot. Both of them let out a loud roar, then they waved their hands and unleashed a beam of Yuan energy. The beam of Yuan energy contained a scorching hot aura, and it was strong enough to melt De Huang dog's poop. Just like what the crowd had expected, De Huang dog's poop was much more powerful than his fart. After the two huge piles of poop were shot out, the smell they emitted was enough to kill them. Many people were trying their best to hold back the urge to vomit. This was the first time in their lives that they had paid so much attention to these two piles of poop. It was impossible to make Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong eat dog poop according to their bet. Both of them were famous warriors, and they would rather die than be humiliated like this. However, De Huang dog's action was a huge humiliation to both of them. What happened today would definitely be a stain on their reputation, and they would become the topic of ridicule no matter where they went. Therefore, Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong attacked with hatred in their hearts. Two powerful Yuan energies struck the two piles of dung, and in the next moment, everyone heard a loud explosion. However, what happened next was something that no one had expected. Everyone was so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. The poop that was supposed to disappear was actually shattered by the Yuan energies of two mighty warriors. It turned into tiny dots of light, but it didn't disappear. Furthermore, those tiny dots of light were flying towards the two of them at lightning speed. *CK, some people immediately closed their eyes because the following scene was truly unbearable to watch. Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong's faces were filled with shock for the first time, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. They quickly unleashed their Yuan energy once more. Too bad, there were just too many of them that were smashed into pieces. Furthermore, the De Huang dog's poop was like a tarsal bone, and it carried a certain degree of offensive power. In addition to that, the stench emanating from the poop had temporarily affected Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong's mind. Therefore, even with their strength, they were unable to destroy all of the poop in an instant. Therefore, a scene that would make anyone want to throw up blood happened. The two Combat Soul senior warriors' bodies were splashed with a foul smell, and what made them even crazier was that their faces were also splashed with two splashes. Although it was just two splashes, it was still unbearable for them. What was even more unbearable was that one of them landed right beside Yi Xiao's mouth, and the uncontrollable smell drilled into his nose. Blurg, blurg, therefore, the Combat Soul warriors threw up as well. Ah! Damn dog, I'm going to tear you apart. Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong had gone mad. Both of them unleashed their Yuan energy violently, and the robes they were wearing were ripped apart. The violent Yuan energy swept across the entire auction hall. This was a huge humiliation, and it was even worse than killing them right now. From today onward, both of them would never be able to raise their heads again. Therefore, both of them had to kill this dog and tear him into a million pieces, as well as burn that damn Chen Zhang's bones into ashes. Both of them were on the verge of collapsing. They had completely gone mad, and they attacked De Huang dog at the same time. Enough! Master Blissful let out a loud shout. He stretched out both his hands and unleashed two gigantic cages toward Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong. The two men who had gone mad were instantly restrained by the cages. Both of them were only early combat soul warriors, and Master Blissful was a mid-combat soul warrior. The gap between them was huge. Master Blissful, are you sure you want to become enemies with the Myriad Sword sect? Let me go. If not, the Shangguan clan will raze your blissful island to the ground. Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong both roared out. Both of them were really angry, and they had never been so angry before. Even if it meant they had to go against the blissful island, they had to kill Jiang Chen and this dog. If not, both of them would lose all their face. Humph. How dare you threaten me? Don't forget where you are right now. I've set the rules here, and no one dares break them. The trade fair hasn't ended yet, so no one is allowed to fight here. If it wasn't for the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, I would have killed both of you right now. Master Blissful coldly harumphed. As a demon lord from the ocean, although he was afraid of superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, he wasn't afraid of them. After being shocked by Master Blissful's aura, the two men finally calmed down a little. Only now did they realize that they weren't in the eastern continent, but the ocean. If they really fought here, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. Master Blissful, we're already at war with that kid. Are you sure you want to stand on that kid's side and become the enemy of our two superpowers? Yi Xiao said. I'll say it again, this is the auction hall, and you have to follow the rules of the Blissful Island. Once you leave the Blissful Island, you'll have to settle your grudges by yourselves. Master Blissful said. He had given the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan enough face. Although he admired Jiang Chen, he didn't want to offend these two superpowers because of this. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. Master Blissful stepping out to stop them was already a great help. Besides, the grudges between Jiang Chen, the Myriad Sword sect, and Shangguan clan weren't something that Master Blissful could solve. After all, if they were to compare strength and resources, the Blissful Island was no match for these two superpowers. Fine, if that's the case, we'll wait until the trade fair is over. Shang Wanchong said with a loud voice. Since Master Blissful had taken a step back, they couldn't go too far. After all, the superpowers behind them were powerful, but it didn't mean that they were powerful themselves. A demon lord like Master Blissful had a ferocious nature, and he had a brutal side to him. If they provoked him and killed him, they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. The trade fair is now over. My friends, you can rest in the manor for now, and we'll leave the Blissful Island tomorrow. Master Blissful said to the crowd. The people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were the first to leave the auction hall and return to their courtyards. They had lost a lot of face during the auction, and Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong couldn't face anyone anymore. With their current situation, they should leave the Blissful Island as soon as possible, but before killing Jiang Chen, they wouldn't leave. The auction had come to an end. Under the lead of the Master Blissful's staff, the crowd left the auction hall in an orderly manner. Everyone was whispering to each other. Xinjiang and that dog had become famous, and the two piles of dung had become the most memorable things in the crowd. The two superpowers, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, had become a laughingstock. The auction would come to an end tomorrow. In the past, most of the cultivators would have left by this time, but this time, not a single one of them left. Everyone stayed, waiting for the good show tomorrow. The Myriad Sword sect, Shangguan clan, Qingyi sect, all of them wanted to kill Jiang Chen. After the trade fair came to an end tomorrow, there would definitely be a good show waiting for them. Everyone knew this. After everyone left, only Master Blissful, Su Ning, Jiang Chen, and a Huang dog were left in the auction hall. Jiang brother Chen, here are 3 drops of 9 solar holy water, please have a look. Master Blissful took the 9 solar holy water from Su Ning's hand and handed it over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He took the jade bottle from Master Blissful and put it into his storage ring. He didn't even need to look at it, Jiang Chen could easily tell that it was 9 solar holy water just from its aura. Here are 3 9 soul restoration pills, Master Blissful, and here are the human elixir and earth elixir from the auctioneer. Jiang Chen handed the 3 9 soul restoration pills to Master Blissful. At the same time, he took out a storage bag. There was a huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir in it. These were the money he had to pay Master Blissful for the auctioneer's treasures. Jiang brother Chen, you can keep these pills. As for the treasures, I'm giving them to you as a gift to make friends with you. Initially, I wanted to ask you to stay here for a few days, but since the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan are in a mess, I've decided to ask you to leave tonight. Master Blissful said, although I'm not afraid of these two superpowers, I don't want to become their enemy either. After all, the Blissful Island has been here for so long. If we become enemies with these two superpowers, everything here will be destroyed. Thank you for your kindness, Master Blissful. I understand. Jiang Chen had a good impression of Master Blissful, and he knew that this man was sincere in helping him. If that's the case, Jiang brother Chen, you can leave the Blissful Island tonight. Since the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan aren't paying attention to you, you can come back to the island when you have time. Master Blissful said. Right after Master Blissful's words left his mouth, the entire Blissful Island started shaking violently. After that, a strong wind started blowing across the ocean, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. What's going on? I've never seen such a huge disturbance in the ocean. Master Blissful's expression changed slightly. Along with the strong wind blowing across the ocean, with Jiang Chen and the others' senses, they could clearly sense the change in the temperature of the ocean. The temperature of the Blissful Island was dropping rapidly. The temperature is dropping rapidly, this has never happened before. Could it be that something big is going to happen? Suning's expression changed slightly. Rumble, the waves were getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Chen, Little Chenzi, something big is going to happen in the ocean, we can't leave now. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Even without De Huang Dog's reminder, he could already sense that something was wrong. Rumble, the sound of the ocean waves was getting louder and louder, as if something big was about to happen. Along with the rolling of the ocean waves, the temperature of the ocean kept dropping as well. The temperature of the ocean was constantly changing. For example, the temperature of the morning, noon, evening, and night were all different, but the fluctuation wasn't huge. There had never been a sudden drop in temperature, and it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. Master, it's evening now, and the temperature is much lower than usual. It looks like it's going to drop even further. This has never happened in the ocean before. Suning's face was filled with shock. I've never seen anything like this either. Jiang brother Chen, something big is happening in the ocean, I need to go deeper and find out what's going on. You can take advantage of the chaos and run away. Master Blissful said to Jiang Chen. After that, he disappeared from the auction hall. Suning cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen, then he too disappeared from the auction hall. Jiang Chen and Han Yan looked at each other. They could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? Are we really going to leave? Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen. We can't leave, something big is going to happen here, and it might be a rare opportunity. De Huang Dog said. But we've offended so many people, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble if we stay here. Han Yan said. Don't worry, with De Huang and my current strength, we can protect ourselves. It's impossible for Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong to kill us. Let's go, let's see what's happening in the ocean. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. With his and Big Yellow's current strength, they were no longer afraid of any early combat soul warriors. Since there was a sudden change in the ocean, something big might happen. Therefore, they couldn't leave right now. Within a sealed room in the center of the auction hall, Master Blissful appeared in a ghostly manner. The man in black was still sitting on a rattan chair with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't recovered from the hilarious scene of De Huang Dog's 2 piles of poop. Young Master Nangong, here are 3 9-soul restoration pills. According to the rules, you'll have to pay me 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. Master Blissful handed the 9-soul restoration pill to the black-cloaked man. Don't worry, I, Nangong Wentian, am a man of my words. I will not go back on my word. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Wentian took out a golden jade bottle. The bottle contained the same 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. Master Blissful's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took the 9-solar holy water. If it was him who obtained it, he would never auction it. However, all he did was set up an auction venue for Nangong Wendian, and exchanged 3 sets of ingredients for the 9-soul restoration pill for 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. What a great deal! Young Master Nangong, there has been a change in the ocean. Where would you like to go next? Master Blissful asked. I was injured by the soul-devouring barbaric beast. The barbaric poison has accumulated in my body and is constantly devouring my soul. I need to hurry up and recover my soul and think of a way to extract the barbaric poison. The changes in the sea have nothing to do with me for now. I need to stay here and refine the 9-soul restoration pill. Nangong Wendian said. When he mentioned the soul-devouring barbaric beast, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. That's good too. This is the forbidden area of the manor. Besides me, no one will disturb you. You can just stay here and focus on your cultivation. Master Blissful knew about Nangong Wendian's situation, so he wasn't surprised by Nangong Wendian's decision. This was also the reason why Nangong Wendian was willing to exchange 6 drops of 9-solar holy water for the 9-soul restoration pill. If he couldn't find a soul-healing pill like the 9-soul restoration pill, the injury to his soul wouldn't be able to heal, and it would be a fatal blow to him. After Master Blissful left, Nangong Wendian took off his bamboo hat, revealing an incomparably handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like a tiger's. His face looked like it had been carved by a knife. Together with his tall and muscular body, he gave off a strong masculine aura. He looked to be in his mid-20s, but the aura he unleashed wasn't weak at all. Although he hadn't broken through to the combat soul realm, he was at least a peak divine core warrior. Damn it, that damn soul-devouring barbaric beast, Daddy is going to die. Nangong Wendian cursed. His words had instantly ruined his perfect image. Right at this moment, everyone on the blissful island were standing in a place with an open field of view. They were staring at the gigantic waves on the ocean, and all of them had frightened expressions on their faces. In the far distance, even at the edge of the coastline, gigantic waves could be seen crashing into the sky. They looked like gigantic dragons, and when the waves collided with each other, deafening booms could be heard. The entire scene looked like it was the end of the world. The blissful island was floating above the ocean, and it was constantly shaking. It looked like it was going to be destroyed at any moment. Heavens, is the end of the ocean coming? What's going on? Why did such a huge wave suddenly appear? Could it be that something big is about to happen? This wave is a little too big. I've never seen something like this before. I'm sure something big is going to happen. If not, there wouldn't be such a drastic change. I wonder if there will be any danger. Everyone were shocked. None of them had experienced such a drastic change before. Feeling the blissful island shaking under their feet, many warriors suddenly lost their sense of security. Soon, the surrounding wind was filled with violent storms, and the path they took to get here had been sealed off. The waves became even more violent. Gigantic waves that looked like dragons turned into tornadoes, and the destructive force of these waves was incredible. In just an instant, those pitiful demon beasts were dragged out from the ocean, and they were instantly crushed into powder. It was a frightening scene. We're doomed, the path we took to get here has been sealed off. With such huge waves, even a divine core warrior would be in great danger if he were to enter it. There's no way we can leave this place. Only combat soul warriors can cross these huge waves, and even late divine core warriors will lose their way, even if they don't get killed by the waves. What's going to happen? The temperature is getting lower and lower, and it's still dropping. Everyone's expressions changed. The huge waves were too violent, and they were surrounded by strong winds. The path they took to get here had been sealed off, and there was no way out. There must be a reason behind this anomaly. With such a huge disturbance in the ocean, I'm sure something big is going to happen, something extraordinary is going to appear in this world. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Perhaps there will be some peerless treasures. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. When the word treasure was mentioned, he immediately became spirited. Rumble, the sky was spinning, and the entire sky was filled with huge waves. The endless waves were crashing down toward the blissful island like huge mountains. Some of the people with better eyesight had already seen an island not far away from the blissful island being destroyed by the huge waves. Right now, the endless waves were crashing down, and it looked like they were going to destroy the blissful island. Not good, the waves are too powerful. If they come crashing down at the same time, the entire blissful island will be destroyed. Someone cried out in shock. Huh. Right at this moment, Master Blissful let out a loud shout. His body flew up into the sky and hovered in the air. Everyone could see that Master Blissful had transformed into a huge golden fish. This fish's body was fully covered with golden scales, and it was more than 30 meters long. It looked like a golden mountain, and there was a pair of mighty wings on its back. This was the golden glory fish's true form, and it was extremely frightening. Under everyone's shocked gazes, beams of golden lights shot out from Master Blissful's body. These golden lights quickly turned into a huge golden net that covered the entire blissful island. At the same time, the huge waves were crashing down from all directions, causing the golden net to violently shake. However, it couldn't break it. What a formidable strength! Master Blissful is able to withstand so many huge waves all by himself. That's the golden glory fish's true form, it's the true overlord of the ocean. It's extremely frightening. Master Blissful's cultivation has reached the mid-combat soul realm, he's not someone ordinary warriors can compare with. With his strength alone, he can withstand these huge waves and ensure the safety of the blissful island. Master Blissful unleashed his might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. The reputation of this mighty overlord of the ocean was not just for show. Friends who have come from afar, there's a sudden change in the ocean, and I have no idea what's going to happen next. The blissful island will be your temporary shelter. I'm going to head deeper into the ocean and find out what's going on. I hope all of you can pour your yuan energy into this golden net to block the waves. The temperature of the ocean is getting lower and lower, and I'm sure the waves won't last for too long. Once the temperature drops to a certain level, the ocean will be frozen. Master Blissful's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. After saying that, Master Blissful's body moved, and his gigantic body pierced through the golden net and disappeared into the gigantic wolf. As a golden glory fish, the water was his domain, and with his mid-combat soul cultivation base, he wouldn't be harmed by the gigantic wolf while swimming through it. What impressed everyone the most was Master Blissful's courage. No one knew what was causing the sudden change in the ocean, and it wasn't hard to imagine how dangerous it would be for him to enter the ocean to investigate. There were many combat soul warriors on the scene, but perhaps Master Blissful was the only one with such courage. Everyone, let's work together and block the huge waves. The Golden Lion let out a loud shout and was the first to pour his yuan energy into the net. After that, all the other combat soul warriors joined in as well. All sorts of rogue warriors, extraordinary warriors from the ocean, and mighty warriors from the superpowers of the eastern continent were gathered here. There were more than 30 combat soul warriors here, and with their combined strength, they could easily protect the entire blissful island. Let's do our part as well. A divine core warrior let out a loud shout and injected his yuan energy into the golden net as well. Right now, the blissful island was related to everyone's safety, so no one dared be careless. Once the golden net was broken, the entire blissful island would be destroyed, and at that point of time, everyone would be dragged into the waves, and many would die. No one wanted to see this happen, so everyone was working hard. The gigantic waves were getting more and more violent. They were extremely ferocious, destroying everything in the ocean. Many of the weaker sea demons were killed by the waves. For all the creatures living on the ocean, this was a disaster. The atmosphere on the blissful island was extremely tense. Everyone was trying their best to unleash their yuan energy into the golden net, trying to defend against the gigantic waves. Superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Xianxia clan had joined the fight as well. Facing such a situation, they didn't even try to kill Xianxia. Of course, that didn't mean they had forgotten about their grudges. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong had seen Xianxia, and they had even locked onto his aura. However, this wasn't the right time to kill Xianxia. Everyone was working together to defend against the gigantic waves. If they attacked now, it would definitely disrupt the order of the island, and it would arouse everyone's hatred. Although the Myriad Sword sect and Xianxia clan were superpowers, they didn't want to be the target of everyone's hatred. It wouldn't bring them any benefits, as this concerned everyone's fate. Little Chinzi, it looks like those two old fools aren't going to let us go. Han Yan could clearly sense the hostile gazes from Yi Xiao and Shang Guanchong. Apart from them, there was another hateful gaze coming from Qingyi Sek's Mao Sheng. Don't worry, they don't have the guts to attack us now. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders, as if he didn't care at all. Jia, I'll let them eat something fresh later. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Recalling De Huang Dog's powerful poop, Jiangchen and Han Yan's expressions changed. What happened during the auction had made Jiangchen and Han Yan realize that they had been underestimating De Huang Dog all this time. De Huang, how did you master your fart? It's so smelly and loud, it's invincible. Han Yan gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. This master dog has a lot of abilities, you'll slowly learn them in the future. De Huang Dog said with an arrogant tone, as if farting was the most glorious thing in the world. De Huang, we don't really want to know about such abilities in the future. Jiangchen hastily said. De Huang Dog's ability made him speechless. Rumble, gigantic waves surged, bombarding the blissful island continuously. All the cultivators standing on the blissful island felt like they had fallen into an endless curtain of water, unable to see the outside world at all. However, he could feel that the sky had already turned completely dark. The sea breeze was very cold, and the temperature of the sea was still dropping. 3 hours later, the power of the gigantic waves had reached its peak. Master Blissful had been gone for 3 hours, and had yet to return. The sky was completely dark, but with the reflection of the gigantic waves, the blissful island was still quite bright. Papa, as time passed, the waves began to crackle, and some hard ice began to appear in the water. Look, there's ice in the waves. The temperature of the sea has dropped to a certain level and is starting to freeze. If the temperature continues to drop, the entire sea will be frozen. At that time, the waves will probably calm down. Someone said loudly. The ocean has never frozen before, and the temperature has never fluctuated so much. This time, the waves lasted the longest, as if they will never stop. I wonder what's going to happen next. Everyone's faces turned ugly. The unknown was always the scariest, and it could make people feel uneasy. As time passed, it was already midnight, and the gigantic waves had started to dissipate. A thick layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the sea outside the blissful island, and the temperature was still dropping. Some cultivators with weaker bodies would feel a bone-piercing cold if they didn't use their yuan force to protect their bodies. The sea breeze was whistling, and when it blew on their faces, it felt like they were being sliced by a knife. The next morning, the ocean had finally calmed down. The gigantic waves had completely calmed down, but the entire ocean was covered in a layer of white, as if the entire ocean had been frozen. Heavens, the entire ocean has been frozen, and the temperature has dropped to such a low level. This is too cold. This has never happened before, let me see how thick the ice here is. Someone flew out and threw a punch at the surface of the ocean. Now that the gigantic waves had disappeared, everyone's mood instantly improved, and the golden net was removed. Bam, it was an early divine core warrior who threw the punch. The punch landed on the surface of the ice and created a huge hole. What shocked everyone was that when the punch landed, they couldn't see any water underneath, it was still ice. What a thick layer of ice. Don't tell me the entire ocean is frozen? The man was shocked. What exactly caused this? Master Blissful still hasn't returned, I wonder if he's alright. Someone said. Thinking about the gigantic waves last night, he couldn't help but worry about Master Blissful. Master Blissful has a strong cultivation base, and his true form is a powerful golden glory fish, I'm sure he'll be fine. What should we do now? Now that the waves have disappeared, we can leave the blissful island and return to the continent. I'm not leaving, there must be something wrong with this abnormal situation, I want to stay and see what's going to happen next. That's right, although the ocean has calmed down, the entire ocean is still frozen, this is the biggest abnormality. I'm sure something big is going to happen. Perhaps some treasures will appear. It would be a waste if we just leave like this. The crowds were discussing amongst themselves. The storm last night had disappeared, which also meant that the danger was gone. Under normal circumstances, these people should have left the island and returned to where they came from. However, none of them had the intention to leave. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell that something extraordinary was happening on the ocean. Something big was going to happen, and if some amazing treasures appeared, it would be a huge loss for them to leave. Little bastard Xianxia, die now. Right at this moment, a thunderous shout suddenly resounded throughout the entire blissful island. Everyone could see Xianxia leaping toward Jiangchen like a mad tiger. He's finished, Xianxia and Yi Xiao are going to attack. Chen Jiang is finished. Now that Master Blissful is gone, no one can protect him now. The show is finally about to begin. I really want to know if that Chen Jiang has the ability to fight against a combat soul warrior. Following Xianxia's attack, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The most exciting event in this trade fair was the conflict between Jiang Chen and the Myriad Sword sect, Shangguan clan, and Qingyi sect. Especially Yi Xiao and Xianxia, they had received the most disgusting humiliation in history. When thinking about what had happened in the auction hall, the crowds felt like vomiting. It wasn't difficult to imagine what Xianxia and Yi Xiao were feeling right now. Shangguan Wei attacked with hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. In an instant, a huge illusory hand that looked like a fan slapped toward Jiang Chen. Humph. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Without showing any fear, he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm toward the huge illusory hand. If it was when he first arrived at the blissful island, Jiang Chen would definitely be no match for Xianxia. But, when he was in the blissful matter, he had absorbed all the demon souls he had and formed 600 dragon marks. Now, he had a total of 2,200 dragon marks, which was more than enough for him to fight an ordinary early combat soul warrior. Although it was still difficult for him to kill a combat soul warrior, he would have no problem defending himself. With Shangguan Wei's abilities, it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. Rumble, violent and destructive energies swept across the place, causing a huge amount of sparks to appear in the center of the collision. Jiang Chen's body swayed a little, but he was still standing in the same spot. What? Shangguan cried out in shock, as if he had just seen a ghost. Although he didn't use any powerful combat skills just now, the power of a combat soul warrior was still immeasurable. It wasn't something an ordinary mid-divine core junior could withstand. However, this young man in front of him had blocked it, as if nothing had happened. Amazing. What is this Chen Jiang's background? He's only a mid-divine core warrior, but he can actually fight a combat soul warrior? If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Did you guys notice? This Chen Jiang's strength has become much stronger than when the trade fair first started. When Mao Xing from the Qingyi sect attacked Chen Jiang wasn't a match for him at all, and he had to rely on old man Ling Shan to save him. But now, only a few days have passed, and he's already able to fight Xianxia. He really is a monster from the younger generation. Looks like it won't be easy for Xianxia to kill Chen Jiang. It's very dangerous. Xianxia isn't the only one who wants to kill Chen Jiang. Yi Xiao and Mao Xing are also here. If the three of them work together, Chen Jiang won't be a match for them, and he will be beaten to a pulp. Everyone were shocked by Jiang Chen's mighty strength. With just a mid-divine core cultivation base, he was able to fight a combat soul warrior. This had broken everyone's common sense. In their minds, the difference between a divine core warrior and a combat soul warrior was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. There was no comparison at all. There was a huge gap between the two realms, and there was no way to cross it. But, not only had this abnormal young man in front of them managed to cross it, he did it with just a mid-divine core cultivation base. This made people wonder if this young man was a late divine core warrior. He might be able to kill a combat soul warrior. Old fool, you want to kill me with just this little ability? Are you dreaming? Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. Arrogant and ignorant junior, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some talent. Today, I'll let you know the difference between a divine core warrior and a combat soul warrior. I'll let you know how frightening I am. Xianxia no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. He completely unleashed his combat soul aura. His life doesn't belong to you alone, it belongs to me as well. 3 combat soul warriors, and all of them were sect elders from big sects in the eastern continent. Attacking a mid-divine core junior at the same time was no doubt a shameful act. But, the three of them didn't think so at all. Their hatred toward Jiang Chen had reached a point where they didn't care about their own faces anymore. In Yi Xiao and Shang Wanchong's minds, losing face was nothing, because they had already lost all of it. On the contrary, if they wanted to save some face, they would have to kill Jiang Chen, and tear that dog into pieces. Damn it, these old fools really don't care about their faces anymore. Three of them are attacking at the same time. De Huang dog cursed. Brother Yin, step back, De Huang and I will deal with them. Jiang Chen said to Han Yen. Han Yen was so angry that his nose almost became crooked, but he still stepped aside. He was only a peak mid-divine core warrior, and had yet to break through to the late divine core realm. Although he had Gu Tianma's bloodline, he wasn't as abnormal as Jiang Chen. If he was a late divine core warrior, he might be able to fight a combat soul warrior, but right now, he was no match for them at all. But De Huang dog was different. After devouring the flaming stallion's demon soul, his cultivation had broken through to the late divine core realm. With his powerful dragon horse bloodline, he could now fight any ordinary combat soul warrior. 3 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time, unleashing 3 powerful attacks from different directions. Judging from the looks of it, they were planning to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang dog in an instant. Shameless. On the other side, old man Ling Shan couldn't help but curse. Even the golden lion couldn't stand it anymore. However, old man Ling Shan didn't attack right away. After all, no one in the eastern continent was willing to offend superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Old man Ling Shan was just a rogue cultivator. Boom, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog's aura were connected, so they attacked at the same time. One man and one dog unleashed their most powerful aura. Jiang Chen struck out with the 9 murdering flood dragons, unleashing 3 lifelike flood dragons towards Mao Sheng. At the same time, Jiang Chen struck out with the true dragon palm, grabbing towards Yi Xiao. De Huang dog also unleashed an unstoppable attack. A golden beam of light shot out from the top of his head towards Shang Wanchong. This is my grandson's battle skill. Little bastard, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Mao Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. He had long since recognized that the battle skill Jiang Chen was using was the battle skill of his grandson, Mao Feng. This situation caused him to vomit blood and anger. Only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to vent his anger. Rumble, 3 combat soul warriors were attacking 2 divine core warriors at the same time. Even the abnormal Jiang Chen and De Huang dog couldn't defend against such a joint attack. Their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were knocked back dozens of meters before they could stabilize their bodies. Under such a ferocious attack, both Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were shaken to a certain extent. They felt their qi and blood were tumbling within their bodies, and they felt an indescribable pain. Damn it, these 3 old fools are really despicable. How could they team up? De Huang dog said while gnashing his teeth in anger. If it's a one-on-one fight, we have nothing to fear. But, there are 3 of them, and it won't be easy to deal with them. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog felt gloomy. However, they didn't know that the 3 combat soul warriors were feeling extremely shocked, especially Mao Sheng. He had just fought Jiang Chen a few days ago, and at that time, Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, Jiang Chen had improved so quickly today. Damn it, I never expected that shameless puppy to be so frightening. I wonder what kind of dog he is, but he actually has the ability to fight combat soul warriors. I've really underestimated him. This is insane. This man and dog are fighting 3 combat soul warriors at the same time, and not only are they still alive, it looks like they still have the strength to fight again. I can't believe this is real. We've all witnessed how monstrous Qin Jiang is, but I never expected this dog to be so frightening as well. But, why do I feel like I've heard of this man and dog duo before? Many people were shocked. This man and dog duo was really powerful, they couldn't even kill 3 combat soul warriors at the same time. Such an abnormal combination was really rare. Some people felt that this combination looked familiar, but they just couldn't remember where they had seen or heard of it before. This guy and that dog are not easy to deal with. Don't show them any mercy, let's attack together and kill them. Yi Xiao said Ling Ling. Alright. Mao Xing shouted out loudly, then he became the first one to dash toward Jiang Chen. Yi Xiao and Sheng Wanchong both unleashed their energy and followed closely behind. The trio's attacks were even more ferocious than before, causing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's expressions to turn even uglier. Right at this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly shot out from the blissful matter. It was the light emitted by a combat weapon, and it looked like a huge ruler. Right after the ruler light appeared, a man dashed forward. Everyone could see a young man in black clothes, and he was holding a 3-meter-long azure ruler in his hand as he flew toward the blissful matter. Without saying anything, the young man raised the huge ruler in his hand and swung it toward Mao Xing, who was the first to dash forward. Swoosh swoosh, wherever the huge ruler passed, the air would produce a buzzing sound. Mao Xing dared not hesitate, and he immediately blocked the attack. Boom, the attack was incredibly powerful, and it actually knocked Mao Xing dozens of steps back before he could stabilize himself. After forcing Mao Xing back with a single strike, the man in black arrived next to Jiang Chen and stood still. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the man in black. His black hair and robe were fluttering in the wind, and he was 8 feet tall. His face was like a jade crown, and his eyes were bright and piercing. He looked really handsome. Where did this young man come from? He's so domineering. What a powerful aura he's unleashing. He's only a peak divine core warrior, but he's able to knock back an early combat soul warrior. A genius like this is really rare. What's going on today? Why are there so many geniuses here all of a sudden? It looks like this guy is here to help Qin Jiang. He's really daring. How dare he go against the 3 big sects? The sudden appearance of the young man in black immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone threw their glances at the young man, and they were all impressed by his domineering aura. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog also threw their glances at the young man in black. They were sure that they didn't know this young man, but since he had come out to help them, he had left a good impression in Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's minds. However, this young man in black looked like a righteous man, and he had a resolute expression on his face. He looked like a genius from a righteous sect. The young man in black threw a glance at the group, then he said with a loud voice, "Fuck you. 3 old bastards bullying one guy, I can't stand it anymore." Damn it, everyone instantly felt like they were going to faint. If this young man in black didn't speak, he would give everyone the impression that he was a domineering genius, a true gentleman. But, when he opened his mouth, the image he had built up was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy's words and his image were completely different. The fuck, so he's a kindred spirit as well. De Huang Dog staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. Who are you? I advise you to stay out of the myriad sword sect's business. Yi Xiao looked at the young man in black and said. He could tell that this young man was extraordinary. Even in the entire Eastern continent, there weren't many geniuses who could knock back a combat soul warrior with just a divine core cultivation base. Daddy's name is Nangong Wendian. I don't know anyone from the myriad sword sect, but Qin Jiang is my friend. If you want to kill him, I'll be the first one to object. Nangong Wendian carried an imposing aura. The huge ruler in his hand was glowing brightly like stars, and he looked like a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. After saying that, Nangong Wendian turned around and cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for the 9 soul restoration pill. You've saved my life, and from now on, you're my friend. Nangong Wendian said with a loud and clear voice. After witnessing Jiang Chen's performance during the auction through the crystal ball, he had decided to befriend Jiang Chen. Not only because Jiang Chen had concocted the 9 soul restoration pill and saved his life, but also because he liked Jiang Chen's way of doing things. His words immediately enlightened the crowd. This young man was the one who auctioned off the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water, the ultimate beneficiary of the 9 soul restoration pill. Where did this Nangong Wendian come from? Why haven't I seen him before? I've never heard of someone like him in the Eastern continent. A genius like him should be quite famous. There are very few people with the surname Nangong in the Eastern continent, and I've never heard of such a person. However, this guy is quite strong. Nangong Wendian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. This also meant that Jiang Chen had gained a new helper. With this, it would not be easy for Yi Xiao and the other two to kill Jiang Chen. Humph. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him as well. Shang Guanchong harumphed coldly. Killing intent filled his body. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself was here, he wouldn't be able to stop him from killing Jiang Chen. Besides, Nangong Wendian was the owner of the 9 solar holy water, and he might have more drops of 9 solar holy water with him. If Shang Guanchong could kill him as well, not only would he be able to get the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water from Jiang Chen, he might even be able to get more 9 solar holy water from Nangong Wendian. Kill them all. Yi Xiao let out a loud shout. He waved both his palms and attacked Jiang Chen. At the same time, Shang Guanchong and Mao Xing attacked as well. De Huang, don't hide anymore, fight them. Jiang Chen had been beaten to a pulp, and with Nangong Wendian's help, he could fight them one-on-one. Roar! Big Yellow threw his head back and let out a loud roar. His tiny body suddenly became extremely muscular, and he turned into a huge golden dog like a majestic yak, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Without any hesitation, he rammed his head towards Shang Guanchong. The transformation of De Huang dog had startled many people. However, in the next moment, some of them thought of something, and finally, they connected the man and dog in front of them with the legendary combination of man and dog. Many people found this dog to be very familiar. Even if they hadn't seen it before, they would at least have heard about it somewhere. After all, there weren't many dogs under the heavens that looked so majestic. You idiot, Daddy told you not to hide, I didn't tell you to show your true identity. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He really wanted to give this dog a big slap. This dog was really a troublemaker. Not only were there 3 combat soul warriors, but Big Yellow had also revealed his true form, which would definitely attract more enemies. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. What a majestic De Huang dog. Why does it look so familiar? Don't tell me it's the same dog from Inferno Hell? Not long ago, some people who came out from Inferno Hell spread the news. A young man named Jiang Chen has been killing everyone in there, and he has killed countless divine core warriors. Even the genius from the Myriad Sword sect, Yang Shua, and the Shangguan clan sect elder, Shangguan Wei, were killed. Also, that mighty De Huang dog is following Jiang Chen. Chen Jiang, Jiang Chen, I know. So this Chen Jiang is Jiang Chen. A young man and a De Huang dog, this is a unique combination. That's right. I heard that Jiang Chen is about 17 years old, and he looks exactly the same as Chen Jiang. Furthermore, there aren't many people who possess such formidable combat strength at such a young age, let alone the fact that he has a De Huang dog with a symbol on it. Many people cried out in shock. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire eastern continent, and there was no one who didn't know his name. However, most of them had never seen Jiang Chen in person. As for those who came out from Inferno Hell, most of them were severely injured, and some of them were traumatized. Basically, the first thing they did after coming out from Inferno Hell was cultivate in secluded cultivation, and they didn't participate in the trade fair. This was also the reason why no one had recognized Jiang Chen until now. But now that De Huang dog had revealed his true identity, and Jiang Chen had simply reversed his name, it was easy for people to guess his identity. Heavens, so he's the young devil king Jiang Chen who stirred up chaos in purgatory. No wonder he has such tyrannical strength. No wonder he dares to make the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan his enemy. He killed the Myriad Sword sect's genius, Yang Shua, and the Shangguan clan's elder, Shangguan Wei, back in Inferno Hell. Both superpowers have announced that they will kill Jiang Chen, and the enmity between them is irreconcilable. Of course, Jiang Chen won't be polite to them. This young man is truly a legend of his generation. To be able to do so well in a place like purgatory, this man is truly audacious. He dares to kill just about anyone. Seems like it won't end well today. After Jiang Chen's identity was exposed, everyone was shocked. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. They wanted to see if this lawless young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. You're not Chen Jiang, you're Jiang Chen. Shang Guanchong, who was about to attack, finally reacted. He stopped what he was doing and shouted at Jiang Chen, the great saint. That's right, I'm Jiang Chen, and I killed Shangguan Wei. Jiang Chen said in an imposing manner. Since he had been recognized, there was no point in hiding anymore. Good, good. It doesn't matter if you're Jiangchen or Qinjiang, you're going to die today. Those who go against the Shangguan clan will never have a good ending. Shangguan Chong gnashed his teeth in anger. Shangguan Wei's death had made the Shangguan clan decide to kill Jiangchen. He didn't expect to meet Jiangchen here, and he was even humiliated by Jiangchen. He had to settle this score, and if he couldn't kill Jiangchen today, he would lose all his face. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to walk around the world, he wouldn't even be able to raise his head in the Shangguan clan. Bastard, Yang Shua was the genius with the most potential in our myriad sword sect, and he was killed by you while training in Inferno Hell. Looks like you're going to die today. Yi Zhao's killing intent had completely locked onto Jiangchen. After knowing Jiangchen's real identity, he had no reason to let him go. The myriad sword sect's face was just like the Shangguan clan's, no one could offend it. Jiangchen, you killed my brother. Today, I'm going to avenge him. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. An old man in his 50s roared out. Although he was only a late divine core warrior, it looked like he was going to attack as well. After learning that his brother was killed, he swore to avenge him. Although his brother had committed heinous crimes and was banished to Inferno Hell, he was still his own brother. This old man had planned to head to the Black Sect to kill Jiangchen, but when he heard that Jiangchen had killed the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang, he didn't dare attack. Today, Jiangchen was trapped like a turtle in a jar, and this was a great opportunity for him. Jiangchen, my junior disciple was killed by you as well. Today, I'm going to make you pay with your blood. Jiangchen, you killed my sworn brother, I'm going to avenge him today. At this moment, the crowd became extremely agitated. Many warriors had drawn out their combat weapons, and their killing intent soared into the sky. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger, and it looked like they were going to skin Jiangchen alive. In just the blink of an eye, more than 100 divine core warriors had stood out and wanted to kill Jiangchen. The situation had instantly gone out of control. So, you're Jiangchen. I've been watching from the sidelines, and I didn't want to get involved in the fight between you two, but 3 disciples of the Yellow Arcane Sect were killed by you in Inferno Hell. I'm going to avenge them no matter what. Right at this moment, a combat soul warrior stood out as well. He was a supreme elder of the Yellow Arcane Sect. The Yellow Arcane Sect was a big sect in the Eastern Continent's Liang province, and it was ranked 10th in the entire Eastern Continent. Jiangchen, Daddy once had a disciple. Although that disciple had done all sorts of evil deeds and was exiled to Inferno Hell, we are still master and disciple. Since I bumped into him today, Daddy is going to avenge my disciple. Kiddo Jiangchen, you've killed countless innocent people in Inferno Hell. Even our sect elders were killed by you. I'm going to chop your head off today. Jiangchen, just give up and die. Kiddo Jiangchen, it looks like it's time for me to avenge him as well. The situation had completely gone out of control. In just the blink of an eye, more than 10 combat soul warriors had jumped out from the crowd. Each of them was emanating a tremendous killing intent, and they surrounded Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. Only at this moment did De Huang Dog realize how much trouble he had caused by transforming back into his original form. This was a trouble that even he didn't expect. Damn it, why are there so many people trying to kill us? De Huang Dog nearly fainted. Now that he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, it was impossible for him to escape. Have you forgotten how many people died in Inferno Hell? You idiot! Jiangchen glared at De Huang Dog and angrily scolded. De Huang Dog hadn't expected this, but Jiangchen had. This was also the reason why he asked De Huang Dog to disguise himself as a puppy. If he didn't disguise himself, they wouldn't have been able to make it to the Blissful Island. However, the one who felt the most depressed wasn't Jiangchen, nor was it De Huang Dog, it was Nangong Wentian. Right now, Nangong Wentian was struck dumb. His domineering aura had instantly withered away. With a bitter expression, he looked at Jiangchen and asked, "Brother, what's going on? What atrocious things have you done that so many people want to kill you?" Nangong Wentian had completely recovered his strength after absorbing the 3-9 soul restoration pills, and he was a proud man. Initially, he wanted to fight side by side with Jiangchen and fight these 3 combat soul warriors. But now, before the fight even started, so many enemies had appeared in the blink of an eye. How was he supposed to fight them? He could ignore those divine core warriors, but with so many combat soul warriors, there was no way he could fight them. Brother Nangong, this has nothing to do with you, please back off. Xianxia appreciates your kindness. Xianxia cupped his fist toward Nangong Wendian. He was very grateful to Nangong Wendian for helping them today, but with the current situation, if he forced Nangong Wendian to get involved, it would be the same as harming him. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of combat soul warriors, Xianxia's expression remained the same. He had been through much more dangerous situations in his past life, and he still survived. With his and De Huang Dog's agility and speed, even if they couldn't defeat these enemies, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to escape. Fuck, do you think Daddy is made of sugar? I'm not that weak. You've already shown yourself, and now you're going to back off? That's just too embarrassing. Oh right, so your name isn't Chen Jiang, but Jiang Chen. I don't care what your name is, Daddy is going to be your brother. Nangong Wendian slapped his chest and said. Although he looked like a carefree person, he was a very loyal man. Furthermore, if Jiang Chen wasn't here, he might not even be able to keep his life. He's finished, Jiang Chen is dead for sure. In a situation like this, even if he grows a pair of wings, I don't think he'll be able to escape. That's right, he has killed too many people in Inferno Hell, there are people everywhere who want to kill him. That Nangong Wendian is really an idiot, he knows he's going to die, but he still wants to get involved in this. There must be something wrong with his brain. Many people were discussing the situation. Today's sudden change was a dead end for Jiang Chen. Unless a god descended from the heavens, no one would be able to save Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, prepare to die. Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and kowtow to us, apologize to us, then kill yourself. Those men said while gnashing their teeth in anger. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a loud laugh, you think you can kill me? How naive. Let me tell you, if you haven't been to Inferno Hell, you won't understand the rules of survival. I killed your people because they wanted to kill me, so of course I'll kill them. It's only right and proper. Just like now, you all want to kill me, but who knows, maybe you'll be killed by me. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled, there was no sign of fear on his face. Putting everything else aside, just this aura alone was not something an ordinary person could compare with. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably piss their pants in fear upon seeing such a scene. Good spirit, I like it. Haha, so what if you have more people, I'll still kill them all. Over 100 men had surrounded Jiang Chen, Nangong Wendian, and De Huang Dog. Han Yan stood on the outside, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's energy had reached its peak. Nangong Wendian's black robe was fluttering in the wind, and he looked extremely arrogant. He couldn't hide his domineering aura, and the 100 men were unleashing their killing intent. They were determined to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The extremely cold temperature had become extremely hot because of the yuan energy unleashed by these warriors. Even the water on the island was showing signs of melting. Everyone became nervous. This was a deadly situation, and there was no way they could escape from it. Being surrounded by dozens of combat soul warriors, it was hard to imagine how Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to escape. Perhaps, escaping was just an extravagant hope. Little bastard, die now. Yi Xiao was the first one to let out a loud shout, then he dashed toward Jiang Chen. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the blissful island. The entire island started shaking violently. Following that, the blissful island started shaking even more violently. Some of the mountains on the island directly collapsed, and cracks started appearing on the ice outside the blissful island. It was as if something terrifying was about to emerge from the ice. What's going on? Is something big going to happen? Look, it looks like something is floating up from the bottom of the ocean. Everyone exclaimed. Many of them looked far away. This sudden change had changed the tense atmosphere on the island. Those who were about to attack Jiang Chen stopped their chi and looked far away. Ha ha ha. 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 Even Yi Xiao, Shang Guanchong, and Mao Sheng, who hated Jiang Chen to the bone, temporarily stopped what they were doing. In their minds, Jiang Chen was going to die today. However, they had no choice but to pay attention to what was happening in the ocean. Yesterday, when the ocean waves reached the sky, it had already proved that something extraordinary was going to happen on the ocean. Now, the entire blissful island was shaking, and the ice on the surface of the ocean started to crack, as if it was crumbling bit by bit. In the distance, an unknown object appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Xianxia and De Huang Dog also looked over. In the distance, they saw a gigantic object continuously rising from the bottom of the sea. The gigantic object had broken through the solid ice, and a part of it was already exposed. That place was at least 200 miles away from the blissful island. However, due to the appearance of that gigantic creature, the entire blissful island, which was 200 miles away, was shaking violently. Look, what's that? It's so dazzling. It looks like a glacier. No, it's an island of ice. Heavens, an island of ice that floated up from the bottom of the sea. This is too magical. Looks like the storm last night was caused by this island of ice. Now that the island of ice has appeared, I wonder what it is. Soon, half of the huge object floated out. Many people could already tell that it was an island covered with glaciers. Island of ice, it's the island of ice. The island of ice has reappeared. Yi Xiao from the Myriad Sword sect suddenly cried out. When he saw the island of ice, he completely lost his composure. As a combat soul warrior, he couldn't control his emotions at all. What? The island of ice has reappeared? How is this possible? The island of ice from 100 years ago has reappeared. Haha, what great fortune! This is a great opportunity for us. Heavens, the island of ice has reappeared. It's been 100 years, and it has reappeared. How can we miss such a great opportunity? Everyone were shocked. The island of ice had completely emerged from the ocean. The gigantic island was floating above the ocean, and it looked like a mirage. Under the bright sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. Sure enough, a treasure has appeared. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up, and his eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that this island of ice was a peerless treasure. It seems like this island of ice appeared once 100 years ago. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was extremely sensitive when it came to the events that happened 100 years ago. Perhaps everything that happened 100 years ago had something to do with him. Haha, the island of ice has reappeared. This is a great opportunity. Shang Guanchong burst into laughter. He was the first one to dash towards the island of ice. At the same time, all the people on the blissful island turned into beams of light and flew towards the island of ice at top speed. Those who hated Jiang Chen to the bone had completely forgotten about Jiang Chen. They threw him aside and flew towards the island of ice. Little Chenzi, this island of ice is so attractive that they didn't even have the time to kill you. Han Yan arrived next to Jiang Chen, his face filled with surprise. Haha, I never thought I'd find a treasure this time. Nangong Wendian burst into laughter. He came next to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang, thank you so much for your 9-soul restoration pill, it saved my life. Brother Nangong, you're too polite. Jiang Chen is extremely grateful for your help today. Allow me to introduce you, these two are my brothers, Han Yan and De Huang. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright, we're all brothers from now on. Since it feels weird to call me Brother Nangong, just call me Brother Nan. Nangong Wendian was a straightforward man. He had a good impression of both Jiang Chen and Han Yan, and he was willing to befriend them. Alright, Brother Nan, let's go check out the island of ice as well. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned into a beam of light and dashed toward the island of ice. The speed of a combat soul warrior was incredibly fast, and they covered the distance of 200 miles in the blink of an eye. Haha, the island of ice has reappeared. I, Shang Guanchong, am going to have a great opportunity. I'll be able to break through to the Combat King realm in the future. Shang Guanchong was the first one to arrive at the island of ice. He burst into laughter, then he dashed toward the island of ice. At the same time, all the other combat soul warriors were flying toward the island of ice as well. There was a legend about the island of ice in the eastern continent, and it was something that happened over 100 years ago. Now that it had reappeared, it caused a huge uproar. Bam, 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 but too bad, when all the combat soul warriors were about to get close to the island of ice, they were repelled by a silver-white barrier that suddenly appeared outside of the island of ice. Some of them were too brave, and they were repelled by the huge backlash, causing them to let out miserable cries. What's going on? Why can't we go in? Shang Guanchong felt his arm go numb from the backlash, and he was shocked. The island of ice hasn't truly opened yet, so we can't go in now. The Golden Lion said. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer. Someone shook his head helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Those divine core warriors who were shouting excitedly stopped when they saw all the combat soul warriors were repelled. At this moment, the island of ice was surrounded by people who were floating in the air. All of them were staring at the island of ice with passionate gazes, as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. What exactly is this island of ice? Why is it able to attract so many people's attention? Xianxia furrowed his brows. I've heard about this island of ice. I think it appeared 100 years ago, and it caused a huge commotion. However, I grew up in the Black Sect, so aside from the Qi province, I don't know much about the eastern continent. Han Yan said. I didn't expect Brother Jiangchen to have no idea about the legend of the island of ice. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. A figure appeared right next to Jiangchen like a ghost. Jiangchen turned around and saw a skinny old man. It was old man Ling Shan. Please enlighten me. Jiangchen cupped his fist toward old man Ling Shan. He had a good impression of this old man, as he had even helped him before. 100 years ago, an island of ice suddenly appeared in the ocean, and it caused a huge commotion. At that time, many warriors from the eastern continent and the ocean entered the island of ice. According to the rumors, as long as those who entered the island of ice are lucky, they will be able to obtain great benefits. The current emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty was one of the men who entered the island of ice 100 years ago. He was still a young man at that time, but after he came out from the island of ice, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and now, he has reached the unimaginable Combat King realm. Old man Ling Shan said. What? The Martial Saint dynasty's emperor only broke through to the Combat King realm after entering the island of ice 100 years ago. No wonder the island of ice can stir up so much excitement. I wonder what exactly is inside this island of ice, and did Senior enter the island of ice before? Han Yan asked. I'm only 80 years old this year, and I wasn't even born 100 years ago. That's why I've never entered the island of ice. I never thought I'd see the island of ice appear again in my lifetime. Old man Ling Shan said with a teasing smile. However, the news of the island of ice will soon spread across the entire eastern continent. I believe it won't be long before all the superpowers of the eastern continent will send their men here, including the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty. Could it have something to do with me when it appeared out of nowhere? Why does this island of ice give me such a familiar feeling? I feel like there's something in there that's calling me. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. He didn't know why, but this island of ice had an indescribable attraction for him, and he had no choice but to enter it. Looks like it's a great treasure. I have to go in and have a look. I'm a man with a great destiny, and if I can enter it, I will definitely obtain unimaginable benefits. Nangong Wentian said with a narcissistic smile on his face. Master Blissful went into the ocean yesterday, and I still don't know where he went. I wonder if he's in any danger? Jiangchen said. Don't worry, Master Blissful's true form is a golden glory fish. Besides, with his cultivation level, nothing bad will happen to him in the ocean. Old man Ling Shan said. He was very confident in Master Blissful. Bang! Right at this moment, a deep and muffled sound suddenly sounded out from the island of ice. In an instant, a beam shot out from the island of ice with incredible speed. A divine core warrior reacted quickly and grabbed the beam. When he saw what was in his hand, he immediately cried out in excitement, "Oh heavens, it's earthly elixir! A perfect quality earthly elixir!" The cry immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. The island of ice was actually shooting out earthly elixir. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Swoosh, everyone crazily dashed toward those beams of light. Those were genuine earthly elixir. Elixir was the foundation of a warrior's cultivation, and elixir was the lifeblood of all divine core and combat soul warriors. Each of them grabbed an earthly elixir in their hands, then they burst into laughter and said, "Wah-ha, it's really earthly elixir. This is like a meat pie falling from the sky." Bam bam bam, beams of light kept shooting out from the island of ice, and they filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Everyone became restless. This was a scene that only happened once in 100 years, and no one could suppress the excitement in their hearts. "I got an earthly elixir as well." "This isn't earthly elixir, it's a mid-ranked combat weapon." "Oh heavens, the island of ice is shooting out a combat weapon." "Another combat weapon." "Treasures. The island of ice is really a huge treasure. Grab it. A peerless treasure is going to appear soon. The island of ice is shooting out treasures. This is a rare opportunity, Daddy is going to be rich." Everyone were excited. The island of ice kept shaking and shooting out beams of light. At first, it was just elixir, but soon, combat weapons were shot out, and many golden scrolls that were either filled with cultivation skills or combat skills. A scene like this was beyond anyone's imagination. Many people were yelling and grabbing the treasures crazily. This kind of competition was the easiest way to cause conflicts, and soon, people started fighting each other, causing energy ripples to spread across the place. "The fuck, this is too intense. I'll feel sorry for these treasures if I don't grab them." Nangong Wentian was the first one to dash out and grab those beams of light. Old man Ling Shan also dashed out. Facing so many treasures, no one would be able to escape. Everyone was greedy. "Little Chinzi, why are you still hesitating?" Han Yen couldn't hold back any longer. If he didn't act now, all the treasures would be taken away. De Huang Dog moved his body and dashed toward those beams of light as well. "Get lost. This treasure is mine." "Ah, it's young Master Nangong." Come, come, come," a divine core warrior tried to snatch it away from Nangong Wentian with a pair of red eyes, but when he realized the person he was trying to snatch was Nangong Wentian, he immediately shivered, and dared not do anything reckless. F***ck, this is heaven elixir. Damn it, I actually got a heaven elixir. Damn it. The golden lion grabbed a heavenly elixir. Even with his combat soul cultivation base, he couldn't help but let out an excited cry. "What? There's actually heavenly elixir. This is crazy. Even heaven's elixir has appeared. How can we live? Hurry up and snatch it. If we can get a heavenly elixir, we'll be rich." Everyone's eyes turned red. Even heaven's elixir had appeared, it was like a dream to them. As warriors, no one didn't know the value of heaven elixir. An earth elixir was equal to 10,000 human elixir, and a heaven elixir was equal to 10,000 earth elixir. In other words, a heaven elixir was equal to the elixir of 100 million human elixir. This was an incredible amount of wealth. Furthermore, ordinary divine core and combat soul warriors would usually cultivate with earth elixir. Even peak combat soul warriors would rarely consume heaven elixir. Only combat king warriors were qualified to absorb heaven elixir, and even those mighty combat emperors would only consume heaven elixir. In the eastern continent, heaven elixir was an extremely precious treasure, but now, the island of ice was shooting out heaven elixir. This was crazy. Swoosh, a trail of light flew right toward Jiang Chen, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, and he immediately grabbed it. To his surprise, he found out it was a heaven elixir. "My luck is so heaven-defying." Jiang Chen grinned, then he stored the heaven elixir into his body without any qualms. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill required heaven elixir the most, and he knew the value of a heaven elixir. "That elixir is mine." Someone shouted out loudly. A few warriors caught up to Jiang Chen, and their eyes turned red, as if they were suffering from a disease of jealousy. "And?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Two cold beams shot out from his eyes, and the few warriors who were about to lose their minds immediately regained their senses. Only now did they realize who this young man in front of them was. "So it's young Master Jiang Chen. I don't want that elixir anymore, I'm going to steal some other treasures." "That's right, I don't want it either. Young Master Jiang Chen, please." The speed at which these warriors ran was even faster than the speed at which they arrived. They knew very well what kind of tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves. He was the #1 robber in Inferno Hell, and they had dared to steal something from Xianxia. This was no different than courting death. So many treasures. Human elixir, earth elixir, skills, combat weapons, this island of ice is so powerful. Someone was yelling. As more and more beams of light kept shooting out from the island of ice, the people's emotions were constantly being stimulated. Many of them had already lost their minds and were desperately trying to steal the treasures. Every single beam of light that shot out from the island of ice was a treasure. Xianxia wasn't interested in those skills, and combat weapons, because none of them were of high grade. Xianxia's main target was the earth elixir. Of course, if he could get more heaven elixir, Xianxia would be even happier. However, the heaven elixir that shot out from the island of ice was only a small amount, and it would take a lot of luck to get it. All the heaven elixir belongs to the Myriad Sword sect, no one is allowed to steal it. Yi Zhao's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded in every warrior's ears. Fuck you. Since when did the things that shot out from the island of ice belong to your Myriad Sword sect? You're shameless. It belongs to whoever gets it first. So many treasures, can your Myriad Sword sect take them all? Look, another good thing shot out from the island of ice, let's go. Right at this moment, it seemed like the Myriad Sword sect's name was no longer useful. It was a spectacular scene, tens of thousands of people were fighting for the treasures, and none of these treasures belonged to anyone. However, the Myriad Sword sect was trying to take all of them for themselves. This was bullshit. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed, and they couldn't care less about anything else. Swoosh, 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 3 beams of light flew out from the same direction at the same time. Xianxia's eyes fell upon these 3 beams of light. With his eyesight, he could immediately tell that these were 3 heaven yuan pills. Without any hesitation, he grabbed towards the 3 beams of light. 2 divine core warriors flew toward Xianxia from both sides. They were trying to steal the heaven elixir. Get lost. Xianxia shouted out in a cold manner. A powerful energy burst out from his body and knocked the 2 divine core warriors away. After that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 heaven elixir. Xianxia, little bastard, hand over the heaven elixir, I'll send you to hell. A cold voice sounded out from behind. Xianxia immediately turned around and saw a combat soul warrior attacking him. Xianxia recognized this man, he was from the Arcane Yellow sect, and he was one of the men who attacked him just now. It's hard to say who will be the one going to hell, Xianxia said with an indifferent expression. He waved his hand and unleashed the 9 murdering flood dragons. 3 frightening flood dragons roared and attacked the combat soul warrior, stopping him in his tracks. Humph, Xianxia coldly harumphed. He didn't pay any more attention to this man, he turned around and flew in another direction. Wherever he went, a huge amount of treasures would be collected by him, and it immediately aroused the anger of everyone. The island of ice was a peerless treasure trove. The continuous shooting of treasures lasted for half an hour. After that, the number of beams shooting out from the island of ice had decreased, but the competition was getting more and more intense. It was a miserable scene. Many people had been beaten to death in the previous battles. Their bodies fell onto the ice surface of the ocean, causing blood to flow everywhere. Buzz, right at this moment, an even brighter beam suddenly shot out from the island of ice. The beam produced a loud noise, and it attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's a spear. It's a perfect ranked combat weapon. Oh heavens, even a perfect ranked combat weapon is being shot out. Hurry up and grab it. The appearance of the perfect ranked combat weapon immediately caused many people to go crazy. Let's see who dares grab it. Shang Guanchong let out a furious roar. With a sway of his body, he grabbed toward the perfect ranked combat weapon. All the other combat soul warriors didn't hesitate either, they all dashed toward the perfect ranked combat weapon at the same time. All of them knew the value of a perfect ranked combat weapon, and even ordinary combat soul warriors wouldn't have one. Swoosh, they were fast, but someone was even faster. Everyone saw a young man in white clothes with a pair of blood-red wings on his back appear next to the spear. He grabbed the spear with his hand. Xianxia, little bastard, put down the combat weapon. Shang Guanchong was furious. He hated Xianxia to begin with, and the combat weapon in front of him was about to be his, but Xianxia suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away. How could he not be angry? Shang Guancheng waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam toward Xianxia with immense killing intent. Old fool, if you want to kill me, you'll have to consider your own abilities first. Xianxia showed no fear. With the perfect ranked combat spear in his hand, he unleashed his yuan energy, causing the spear to produce a buzzing sound. The sharp spearhead pierced toward Shang Guancheng. Bang! Under the attack of the perfect ranked combat weapon, Shang Guancheng's attack was instantly destroyed. A huge impact struck Shang Guancheng's body, causing him to be knocked back 3 steps. What? Shang Guancheng cried out in shock. He stared at Xianxia with a look of disbelief. He was a combat soul warrior, but he was knocked back by a mid-divine core young man with just a single strike. This was simply unbelievable. I told you, you're not strong enough to kill me. Take another spear strike from me. Xianxia was peerless, and it was as if the yuan energy in his body was endless. He raised the spear high up into the air, aimed it at Shang Guancheng, and then smashed it down. Swoosh, wherever the spear passed, the air would violently tremble. The spear created a lot of sparks when it hit the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Shang Guancheng. Shang Guancheng knew how terrifying and abnormal Xianxia was, so he dared not underestimate his opponent. With a wave of his arm, a sharp longsword appeared in his hand. Shang Guancheng raised the longsword and blocked Xianxia's spear. Clang! 2 perfect-ranked combat weapons collided with each other, and the shockwaves were so powerful that it could frighten anyone. Some warriors who were standing closer to the center of the fight were injured, and someone even let out a miserable shriek as one of his arms was shattered. Xianxia was a mighty warrior. With the perfect-ranked combat spear in his hand, he was fighting Shang Guancheng, a combat soul warrior, and he didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. It was really hard for anyone to imagine how a mid-divine core warrior could possess such formidable combat strength. This guy is very strong, kill him. Yi Xiao roared out. At this moment, 4 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time toward Xianxia. All these combat soul warriors were elders from various superpowers in the eastern continent, and they were all men with great judgment. That was the reason why they were so shocked. They had seen countless geniuses in their lives, but none of them had ever seen someone like Xianxia. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this young man continued growing, sooner or later, he would become someone that even their entire sect couldn't deal with. The best way to limit the growth of a genius was to kill him before he could grow. Xianxia's performance had made these men feel fear for the future. Therefore, they were determined to kill Xianxia at all costs. Rumble, 4 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The shockwaves caused ice shards to fly all over the place, and there were even treasures flying out from the island of ice from time to time. Therefore, the group that attacked Xianxia hadn't gathered together yet. But, these 4 combat soul warriors were more than enough to shock everyone. The energy was extremely powerful, and many people threw their gazes over. They wanted to see how Xianxia was going to escape from the joint attack of 4 combat soul warriors. Humph. Xianxia coldly harumphed. He didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face, instead, he was filled with a strong desire to fight. The 2,200 dragon marks had given him a huge amount of confidence. Even though he was facing the joint attack of 4 combat soul warriors, Xianxia still wanted to face them head-on. He wanted to see how strong his current combat strength was. Buzz buzz, the spear in Xianxia's hand produced a buzzing sound that made people's hearts tremble. The violently shaking spear was being controlled by Xianxia like a snake. Massive amounts of yuan energy were being instilled into the spear by Xianxia, and there were even numerous blood-red dragon marks floating on the surface of the spear, making the entire spear look extremely mystical. Boom, the spear produced a loud explosive sound. Under Xianxia's control, the spear shot forward. The area in front of them was filled with energy storms. This was the combined attack of 4 combat soul warriors, and any ordinary man who got caught in this storm would be instantly killed. Rumble, the spear emitted a dazzling radiance, like a huge heavenly pillar, fiercely colliding with the energy light wave. The violent destructive energy began to tumble. With just one collision, it directly evolved into a scene of great destruction. A bottomless hole appeared in the solid ice on the surface of the sea. Seawater seeped out of the hole and was then frozen again. Due to the existence of the ice island, the temperature of the entire sea dropped to a freezing point. Even if the seawater was pushed out, it would freeze again immediately. Dong, dong, dong. Under the impact of the collision, Xianxia was forced to take dozens of steps back before he could stabilize his body. He flew back up into the sky, and every step he took would produce a deep and muffled sound that sounded like the beating of a war drum. The spear in Xianxia's hand produced some cracking sounds. His face looked a bit pale, but he quickly recovered. With Xianxia's current combat strength, he couldn't fight 4 enemies at the same time. However, his body was extremely strong, and he could withstand the powerful counterforce. Therefore, even the combined attack of 4 enemies didn't injure him at all. How is this possible? Is this guy made of iron? His body is really strong, he didn't even suffer any damage from the counterforce. Everyone, take out your combat weapons and attack together. We have to kill this guy today, we have to make him suffer eternal damnation. That's right, he will only be a scourge if we let him live. Those combat soul warriors who wanted to kill Xianxia were gnashing their teeth in anger. The stronger Xianxia's performance was, the more they wanted to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's potential was really frightening. With just a mid-divine core cultivation base, he was able to fight all of them. If he broke through to the late divine core realm, wouldn't he be able to kill all of them in an instant? In the blink of an eye, a few more combat soul warriors arrived and surrounded Xianxia once again. All of them had powerful combat weapons in their hands, and most of them were perfect ranked combat weapons. Some rogue cultivators were lacking in resources, so they were only using high-ranked combat weapons. However, they were still top-ranked high-ranked combat weapons, and they were extremely powerful. Oh my god, I'm afraid Xianxia is finished this time. There are so many combat soul warriors, and they have even used their combat weapons. How is he going to fight them all? Sigh, Xianxia should have run away just now, but he was too greedy for those treasures. Now, he has to pay with his life, this is really not worth it. So many mighty warriors are trying to kill him, and Master Blissful isn't here either. No one can save him now. He was already in a deadly situation before this, but the sudden appearance of the island of ice has distracted everyone's attention. Now, almost all the treasures in the island of ice have been ejected, and all these mighty warriors are going to do is kill Xianxia. Many people felt pity for Xianxia, because in their minds, Xianxia was still a good man. No matter if it was an inferno hell or the blissful island, all the things he had done were world-shaking. Just his courage alone was enough to make people admire him. If Xianxia didn't die, he would definitely become a mighty man in the future, and become a great man. So many of you are ganging up on a single man? Do you guys have no sense of shame? Nangong Wentian was furious. With the huge ruler in his hand, he flew toward Xianxia, but he was blocked by a combat soul warrior. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, De Huang Dog was blocked by a combat soul warrior as well. Luckily, these combat soul warriors still wanted to save face when dealing with a dog. Therefore, not many people surrounded De Huang Dog. Xianxia, you're dead meat. Mao Xing let out a loud shout. Boom, right after Mao Xing's words left his mouth, something unexpected happened once again. Another muffled explosion sounded out from the island of ice, and in the next second, an object covered in flames shot out from the island of ice. Everyone knew about the legend of the island of ice from 100 years ago. Therefore, anything that came out from the island of ice would attract everyone's attention. Right when the object shot out from the island of ice, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. De Huang Dog was the first one to see the object. His eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately shouted toward Xianxia, "Little Chinzi, get that thing." Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, Xianxia's expression immediately changed. With a swoosh, he immediately flew toward the object. Anything that could attract De Huang Dog's attention must be something extraordinary. Xianxia firmly believed this. That thing is mine. Shangguanchang's speed was extremely fast as well. While slashing his sword toward Xianxia, he also leaped toward the object. All the other combat soul warriors didn't waste any time either, they all rushed toward Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia let out a loud roar and thrust his spear toward Shang Guanchong. At the same time, a pair of blood-red wings emerged from his back. His feet trembled as he unleashed the dimensional shift skill. At the same time, he also unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical Jiangchens appeared at the same time, disrupting everyone's plan. But, for Jiangchen, this small delay was more than enough. Jiangchen's movement was incredibly fast. When all the phantoms disappeared, the treasure that came out from the island of ice was already in Jiangchen's hand. The treasure was boiling hot, like a piece of steel that had just been burned. Ordinary warriors wouldn't even be able to touch it. Only someone like Jiangchen, who had a body as tough as steel, could control it. Jiangchen looked at the treasure in his hand and found out that it was a kettle. That's right, it looked exactly like a kettle. There was a handle at the back that could be used to hold the kettle, but there was a hole at the front that was about the size of a fist. The hole was blocked by a lid, and the high temperature was coming from the kettle. Jiangchen had a feeling that the kettle wasn't filled with water, because there was no way water could emit such a high temperature. At this temperature, all water would have evaporated by now. However, even with Jiangchen's eyesight, he still couldn't tell what kind of treasure this kettle was. The surface of the kettle was full of bumps and hollows, and numerous runes were carved onto it. These are ancient runes, don't tell me it's an item from the ancient era? Jiangchen was shocked. Jiangchen, hand over the treasure. Right at this moment, 2 combat soul warriors dashed toward Jiangchen from another direction. At the same time, the kettle in Jiangchen's hand was violently trembling, as if it was going to explode at any time. Jiangchen didn't have time to think. He stretched out his hand and pulled off the lid of the kettle. Right when the lid was pulled off, an extremely dangerous aura immediately burst out from the kettle. It was as if there was an extremely powerful destructive force hidden within. Buzz, the kettle that had its lid pulled off immediately became restless. Its entire body turned a fiery red color, and red smoke kept shooting out from its mouth. Roars could be heard coming from within, as if countless ancient beasts were howling. Jiangchen could clearly sense that something extremely powerful was about to burst out from the kettle. Without any time to think, he immediately pointed the kettle toward the 2 combat soul warriors. Rumble, a shocking scene occurred. A fiery dragon formed entirely from magma shot out from the kettle. The extreme temperature caused the air around it to burn. But, compared to the high temperature, what was even more frightening was the destructive force that was unleashed from the magma. Not good. The 2 combat soul warriors felt their hearts tremble. They could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from the magma dragon, and the danger was more than enough to threaten their lives. Without hesitation, they immediately tried fleeing in 2 different directions. But too bad, the magma dragon was too fast. In just the blink of an eye, it had engulfed the 2 combat soul warriors. Arg! Roar! The magma dragon that pierced through the bodies of the 2 combat soul warriors let out a thunderous roar. It flew for more than 1,000 miles before its energy was completely depleted. After that, it fell back onto the surface of the ocean, instantly melting all the ice on the surface of the ocean. A massive explosion occurred at the spot where it landed, causing ice shards to fly in all directions and smoke to billow in all directions. The frightening energy ripples caused everyone's souls to tremble. Hiss, 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 countless people gasped upon seeing this. All of them stared at the broken pot in Jiangchen's hand as if they were looking at the most frightening thing in the world. 2 combat soul warriors had been turned into ashes in an instant. This was extremely frightening. Oh heavens, what is that thing? It's so powerful. 2 combat soul warriors were destroyed in an instant. This is too frightening. Those are 2 combat soul warriors. With a treasure like this in Jiangchen's hand, who would be able to kill him now? Everyone were shocked, and no one was able to control their emotions. What happened just now was too frightening. A broken pot had actually destroyed 2 combat soul warriors. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Bang! The fuck, it's so powerful. Han Yan's eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? It's so powerful. Nangong Wendian was shocked as well. Not only him, even Jiangchen was struck dumb. He lowered his head and stared at the broken pot in his hand, his eyes glowing brightly. What a great treasure! Xianxia sighed. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that it was only a magma pillar that shot out from the broken pot. Furthermore, the magma that shot out from the pot could only be considered ordinary magma. Although its temperature was extremely high, it wasn't strong enough to directly destroy a combat soul warrior. It was the power of the broken pot itself that allowed the magma pillar to possess such destructive power. Shang Guanchong and the others were scared out of their wits. Those combat soul warriors who were gnashing their teeth and wanted to kill Xianxia now had frightened expressions on their faces. They kept backing away, afraid that Xianxia would point the pot at them. The scene just now had left a lingering fear in their hearts. Yi Xiao and the others were shocked and angry at the same time. At the same time, they were filled with regret and hatred. They regretted that they had acted too slowly. If not, this treasure would have fallen into their hands, and Xianxia would have been the one killed by the magma pillars. Haha, come on! Xianxia burst into laughter. He kept waving the broken pot in front of the crowd, scaring all the combat soul warriors so much that their faces turned pale, and they quickly backed away. After witnessing the frightening power of the broken pot, no one dared touch Xianxia again. Come on, weren't you very arrogant just now? Xianxia was facing more than a dozen combat soul warriors all by himself. He was emitting a domineering aura, and he was showing off his domineering aura. Xianxia, don't be so arrogant. I don't believe that broken pot can still attack you. Yi Xiao shouted out loudly. His words immediately caused the frightened crowd's eyes to brighten up. That's right, it seemed like the lava pillar just shot out from the broken pot on its own, it wasn't controlled by Xianxia at all. Now that the broken pot had stopped moving, didn't that mean it couldn't attack a second time? The smile on Xianxia's face became brighter. Although he pretended to be calm on the outside, he was actually cursing in his mind. Right now, apart from the fact that the broken pot weighed a few hundred kilograms, it was completely empty. Furthermore, after the lava pillar shot out from the pot, the temperature of the broken pot kept dropping. Perhaps it was because of the island of ice, but the pot in his hand had become cold. Haha, I guessed it right. That broken pot can only be used once. Guys, don't be afraid of him. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. That's right. If it could be used many times, with this guy's abilities, he would have attacked us just now. Shang Guanchong said. After Yi Xiao's reminder, they also noticed the change in the broken pot in Xianxia's hand. The broken pot looked ordinary, and its surface was full of bumps and hollows, just like a piece of junk that was thrown on the street. It didn't look like it had just been shot out from the island of ice at all. This could only mean one thing, Xianxia was just putting on an act. What the hell is this? Xianxia was speechless. He threw the broken pot away. Since he had been seen through, there was no point in putting on an act anymore. Swoosh, right when Xianxia threw the broken pot away, a figure suddenly appeared below and caught the broken pot. It was De Huang Dog. Damn you, what a wastrel. This thing is a treasure. The big yellow dog hugged the broken pot tightly and kept it away like it was a rare treasure. Xianxia had lost his trump card. Just when everyone thought Xianxia was going to die, something unexpected happened again. Beams of blinding light shot out from the island of ice in all directions. Immediately after that, a huge hole appeared on one side of the island of ice. Although the hole looked illusory, it was actually a door. Look, the door to the island of ice is open. Haha, the island of ice is open. Let's go in quickly. I'm sure there are more treasures inside. Let's go. Let's go into the island of ice and look for opportunities. The craze started once again. The island of ice's legend was too tempting. Before the island of ice was opened, so many treasures had already appeared. It wasn't hard to imagine how many treasures there were inside the island of ice. Little Chinzi, let's go into the island of ice. Nangong Wentian shouted at Xianxia, then he took the lead and rushed into the island of ice. Han Yan and De Huang Dog didn't waste any time either, they followed the crowd and rushed into the island of ice's door. Swoosh, of course, Xianxia wouldn't waste any time. There were too many enemies outside, and only by entering the island of ice would he have a chance of escaping from these combat soul warriors. Furthermore, after the island of ice's door was opened, Xianxia could feel the summoning force from the door even more clearly. Xianxia flapped the blood wings on his back. With the help of the dimensional shift, Xianxia's speed increased to the maximum. Since he was closer to the door than Yishao and the others, it was too late for them to stop him from entering the island of ice. Xianxia, don't run. Hurry up and enter the island of ice, we need to kill Xianxia. Yishao and Shangguanchong both shouted out loudly. Dozens of combat soul warriors also rushed toward the door. For them, killing Xianxia was just as important as entering the island of ice. At the same time, a completely different scene was taking place on the island of ice. Plop plop, aya, aya, all the warriors who passed through the door and entered the island of ice fell from the sky and landed on the ground. They were caught off guard, and all of them felt dizzy. With a mighty aura, Xianxia entered the island of ice with a sway of his body. However, right at this moment, a tremendous pressure suddenly pressed down from above. Xianxia couldn't control his body at all, and just like the others, he fell onto the ground and created a huge crater. Bam! None of the warriors who entered the island of ice were able to escape. All of them fell onto the ground, unable to fly normally. What's going on? I can't fly anymore. Something's wrong, my cultivation has been suppressed. Heavens, I'm only an early mortal core warrior now, what's going on? Me too. I'm only an early mortal core warrior now, I can't fly in the sky, and I can't even use my combat skills. It's like I've returned to the past, the yuan energy in my body has been suppressed. Why is this happening? Didn't they say that there are huge treasures on the island of ice? Why is my cultivation suppressed? Many people panicked, because to their horror, they found out that there was an unknown force that was suppressing them. Their cultivation levels had been completely suppressed. No matter what their cultivation levels were before, they were now only at the early mortal core realm. Many people's faces turned pale. For a powerful divine core warrior, the feeling of being a mortal core warrior had become unfamiliar to them. Now that they had returned to the past, they immediately felt that they were so tiny. Many people looked around and realized that they were in the middle of a desert. There wasn't even a single blade of grass growing on the ground, and it was a desolate place. Perhaps it was because of that mysterious force suppressing them, but there wasn't even a single breeze in this place. Everything was quiet and dead silent. Plop plop, what's going on? Why did I fall down? I'm a combat soul warrior, I can fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. Why can't I fly here? My cultivation, what? Mortal core realm? Are you kidding me? My yuan energy is being suppressed, and I'm only at the early mortal core realm now. What is this place? Where are the treasures? Where are the treasures? Why is this a desert? Everyone were shocked. The treasures they expected to find didn't appear, and instead, they had entered a desert. Everyone's cultivation levels were being suppressed, and no matter what their cultivation levels were before, they were now only at the early mortal core realm, including those combat soul warriors. De Huang Dog walked up to Jiang Chen. Nangong Wendian and Han Yen walked up to him as well. Their faces were filled with shock as well. Little Chenzi, do you know why our cultivation levels are being suppressed? Han Yen asked. The inside of the island of ice has its own dimension, and the scenery inside is completely different from the outside. This is a totally different dimension, a whole other world. There is an unknown force here, an ancient force that can suppress our cultivation level, and it can suppress our yuan energy to the mortal core realm. Jiangchen said with a smile. Jiangchen said. We can't see the end of this desert, where are we going to find the treasures? Nangong Wendian was speechless. Brother Nan, the island of ice appeared once 100 years ago. Although the scenery is different from the one 100 years ago, I'm sure there are treasures on this island of ice. I can sense that the ancient force only works on this desert. As long as we can leave this desert, we'll no longer be suppressed by that force, and we'll be able to recover our cultivation bases. Jiangchen said. If that's the case, let's leave this desert as soon as possible. Nangong Wendian said. What's the rush? The show is about to begin. Don't you want to see a bunch of combat soul warriors being beaten up so badly that they have to beg for their grandpa? Jiang Chen's lips curved upwards into a bright smile. He threw his glance toward Shangguanchong, Yi Xiao, and the other combat soul warriors. Soon, all the warriors outside the island of ice had entered the desert. There were more than 10,000 of them, and it was a grand scene. Right now, all of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. They stared at the vast desert around them, and felt their cultivation bases being suppressed. They didn't feel safe at all. Usually, only when one was strong enough would one feel safe. When a man turned from a majestic elephant into a tiny mouse, the difference in their hearts was unimaginable. Let's go deeper into the desert. I think this is just a small area, and once we leave this desert, we'll be able to recover our cultivation bases. Xiao said with a loud voice. As an elder of the Myriad Sword sect, his knowledge and experience were not something ordinary men could compare with. He could sense that the mysterious force only existed in this desert, and as long as they could leave this desert, they would no longer be suppressed by the mysterious force. The real treasure must be inside the island of ice. That's right, this desert is just a small area outside the island of ice. Mao Xing nodded his head. After saying that, the group of combat soul warriors started walking deeper into the desert. However, right at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. These 4 figures were none other than Jiang Chen, Han Yan, and the others. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and a bright smile could be seen on his face. He was shrugging his shoulders as he stared at Xiao and the others with evil intentions. Guys, didn't you want to kill me just now? I think it's better if you kill me first before searching for the treasure inside the island of ice. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't tell me you're so naive to think that we can't kill you just because our cultivation bases have been weakened. Let me tell you, even though we're only at the early mortal core realm right now, our resources are still stronger than yours. Killing you is as easy as flipping our palms. Shang Guanchong coldly harumphed. Why don't you give it a try then? Jiang Chen shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. Han Yan and De Huang Dog, who were standing at the side, smiled even more brilliantly. Others might not understand Jiang Chen, but they knew him all too well. In a battle between opponents of the same level, Jiang Chen was an invincible existence. Right now, everyone's cultivation level had been suppressed to the early mortal core realm, and their yuan energy was almost the same. Once they started fighting, it would be a competition of physical strength and strength. In this aspect, it didn't matter if it was Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, or Han Yan, all of them had an overwhelming advantage. As Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his skin was as tough as steel. These combat soul warriors were just like ants in front of him, and he could easily crush them to death. Shang Guanchong furrowed his brows. He really wanted to kill Jiang Chen right now, but since they were at the same level right now, and Jiang Chen's previous strength, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. This was also the reason why he didn't immediately kill Jiang Chen. Xiao, Mao Xing, and the other combat soul warriors had ugly expressions on their faces as well. After losing their combat soul strength, their confidence had been greatly reduced. What? No one is going to attack? Where's all that arrogance from before? Alright, since you guys don't dare to be arrogant anymore, then let me, Jiang Chen, be arrogant for once. Today, without my permission, none of you will be able to leave this desert. You old farts who have been trying to kill me, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I might be merciful and spare your lives. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen said. He was very arrogant right now, and also very excited. The ancient force in this desert was really amazing. In an environment like this, Jiang Chen was the absolute king. Even a combat king warrior would have to kneel down before him. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. What? You want us to kneel down? Presumptuous. Little bastard, how dare you talk to us like that? You're courting death. This little bastard is too arrogant. Does he really think we can't do anything to him just because we've suppressed our cultivation bases? He has no idea how strong a combat soul warrior is. Our abilities are not something he can imagine. That's right. This guy is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Although my cultivation base has been suppressed, I've spent my entire life tempering my body, and I've long obtained a body as tough as steel. The strength of my body is more than enough to tear him apart. Jiang Chen, die now. Everyone were furious. They were all mighty combat soul warriors, sect elders from big sects. No matter where they went, they would be respected by everyone, and no one would dare disobey their words. But now, there was a young man who wanted them to kneel down. This was ridiculous. One of the more muscular combat soul warriors among them dashed toward Xianxia like a ferocious tiger. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those warriors who were about to head deeper into the desert immediately halted their steps. The show between the combat soul warriors and Xianxia was about to begin once again. From the blissful island to the island of ice, and now to the desert inside the island of ice, the fight had never stopped. Pa, the man's fist struck toward Xianxia's face. But too bad, his fist was grabbed by Xianxia. Ha, the man let out a loud shout and circulated his energy, trying to destroy Xianxia. However, he was shocked to find out that Xianxia's palm was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free. How dare you say you have a body as tough as steel with such little strength? Xianxia said with a mocking expression. He exerted more force into his palm, causing a cracking sound to be heard, followed by a miserable shriek. In the next second, the combat soul warrior's wrist was broken, and a white bone pierced through his skin. It was an eerie and frightening scene. Pa, Xianxia slapped the combat soul warrior's face, causing all his teeth to be knocked away. The man couldn't withstand Xianxia's attack, and he fell to the ground. Without showing any mercy, Xianxia stomped his foot onto the man's face. After that, he exerted all his strength and pushed the combat soul warrior's head into the ground. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the warrior's body started trembling violently. In just a few breaths of time, he had completely stopped moving. Gasp! The scene caused everyone to gasp. Yi Xiao, Shangguancheng, and all the other combat soul warriors stared at Xianxia with fear. Right at this moment, they had lost all their previous arrogance, and their previous arrogance had been replaced by fear. Oh heavens, he's so strong. Those combat soul warriors are no match for Xianxia after their cultivation bases are suppressed. That's right, he's so brutal. Killing those combat soul warriors is as easy as stepping on an ant. Xianxia's body is too strong, he can't find anyone who can match him at the same level as him. Those combat soul warriors are done for. No way. No matter how brave Xianxia is, he wouldn't dare kill all those combat soul warriors. Many of them are sect elders from big powers, and Yi Xiao and Shangguancheng are from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Everyone were shocked. The situation between Xianxia and those combat soul warriors had taken a sudden turn. Just now, Xianxia was the one being beaten, but now, it was Xianxia's turn to do whatever he wanted to them. Kaka, De Huang dog let out a loud laughter. He dashed forward and arrived next to the dead combat soul warrior, then he took the storage ring from the warrior's hand. This man and dog were very familiar with killing people for money. Xianxia looked at De Huang dog with an appreciative gaze. A combat soul warrior's storage ring must contain a lot of wealth. Since he had killed the man, it would be a waste not to take all the wealth. Clap, clap, after killing one man, Xianxia walked forward step by step. He was all alone, and he looked calm and composed. However, those combat soul warriors kept retreating. The fear of Xianxia was becoming bigger and bigger in their minds. Xianxia, you better know what you're doing right now. Shangguancheng pointed his finger at Xianxia and shouted out loudly. Swoosh, with incredible speed, Xianxia grabbed onto Shangguancheng's finger. Then, he forcefully squeezed his palm, and in an instant, Shangguancheng's finger exploded into a blood mist. Ah! Xianxia, you bastard! Shangguancheng shouted out loudly. Old bastard, how dare you yell at a time like this? Do you really think Daddy doesn't dare touch you? I'll kill you first. Without saying anything, Xianxia kicked Shangguancheng's lower abdomen. Although Shangguancheng had blocked the kick with his yuan energy, there was no way he was Xianxia's match. The kick instantly shattered the yuan energy barrier, and Shangguancheng was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell onto the ground and started throwing up blood. Before Shangguancheng could stand up from the ground, Xianxia had arrived in front of him. He raised his fist and punched towards Shangguancheng's head. No, Shangguancheng's angry and unwilling voice stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen's punch could even shatter the hardest rock, let alone Shang Guanchong's head. Shang Guanchong's head was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch, and he died on the spot. After killing Shang Guanchong, Jiang Chen didn't even look at his dead body. He just turned around and continued walking toward the rest of the combat soul warriors. De Huang Dog walked over to Shang Guanchong's side to clean up the mess. Many people hated this dog, but none of them dared say a word. Swoosh, the entire scene exploded. Shang Guanchong's head was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch. Who would dare kill someone from the Shangguan clan? Not to mention that he was a highly respected elder of the Shangguan clan, and Jiang Chen killed him without even blinking his eyes. Jiang Chen's courage was undeniable. Jiang Chen slowly walked toward Yi Xiao. Right now, Yi Xiao no longer had the same demeanor he had before. His body was trembling, and he couldn't help but step back. Terrifying, this was too frightening, he wasn't a human. As a combat soul warrior, even with his yuan energy suppressed, he was still much stronger than an ordinary mortal core warrior. But, in front of Jiang Chen, his strength was just a joke. They felt like they were babies facing a strong man in front of Jiang Chen. He could kill them with just a single slap. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. You should know that you won't have a good ending if you offend the Myriad Sword sect. Yi Xiao threatened Jiang Chen, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. As a combat soul warrior, even his voice was trembling. Yi Xiao, why are you still spouting nonsense at a time like this? I've already killed Shang Guanchong, why would I care about you? If you kneeled down and kowtowed to me just now, you might have been able to keep your life. But now, it's too late. Slap, without giving Yi Xiao any time to react, Jiang Chen forcefully slapped Yi Xiao's face. The mighty combat soul sect elder from the Myriad Sword sect didn't even have the chance to fight back. He was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen, and all his teeth were knocked out. Or, it wasn't that Yi Xiao didn't fight back, he had tried his best to resist. But, Jiang Chen's strength was just too strong. His resistance was like the strength of an ant, it was completely useless. With the ancient force suppressing him, Jiang Chen was the absolute ruler of this desert. All living beings had to submit to him. No matter how strong one was in the outside world, in here, even a dragon had to coil up, and a tiger had to lie down. Stop. Don't kill Sect Elder Yi. The genius from the Myriad Sword sect, Lin Enning, suddenly shouted out. He attacked with lightning speed, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a poisonous snake, and it pierced toward Jiang Chen with lightning speed. Lin Enning's speed was incredible, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was as if he was moving in slow motion. Jiang Chen casually attacked, and no one could see his movement clearly. However, the long sword in Lin Enning's hand had mysteriously landed in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it, he simply swung his sword backward. Lin Enning's head flew high up into the sky, and a stream of blood sprayed out from the severed head, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Senior Disciple Lin. The female disciple from the Myriad Sword sect cried out in fear. She covered her mouth with her hand when she saw Lin Enning's head being chopped off. She was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. From the moment you tried to kill me, you should have known this would happen to you. Don't always put on that superior attitude on your face. Don't think that just because you're from the Myriad Sword sect, you can do whatever you want. Only you can kill others, but others can't kill you. This is bullshit. As long as I'm here, the Myriad Sword sect is nothing. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. His gaze was like a knife as it swept across the Wanjian house's disciples. These disciples were scared witless. Even though they secretly hated Jiang Chen to the core, they didn't dare to say a word. Up until now, how could they not realize that this young man in front of them was a lawless man, a real lunatic? He would kill anyone who offended him, regardless of their identity. Some people even had no doubt that in this desert, even if the current emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty was here, as long as he offended Jiang Chen, he would still be killed. The Wanjian house was nothing. In this world, perhaps only Jiang Chen would dare to say such big words. However, at this moment, no one found it funny at all. At the very least, Jiang Chen was very arrogant now. No one dared to say a word. Those cultivators who had threatened to kill Jiang Chen were now trembling in fear. In this desert, everyone's strength was suppressed. None of them were a match for Xianxia. As long as Xianxia wanted to, he could kill all of them. Hee hee, Xianxia. Wakaka, a discordant laughter broke the silence. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. What was the meaning of a vile man intoxicated by success? This was vividly displayed by De Huang Dog. One had to admit that right now, De Huang Dog, Han Yan, and Namgong Wentian were feeling extremely satisfied. They had finally vented out their frustrations. Xianxia, you will pay a heavy price for what you've done today. Yi Xiao, who was lying under Xianxia's feet, said while gnashing his teeth. That's not something you should worry about. Without any hesitation, Xianxia thrust his long sword forward and pierced Yi Xiao's neck, killing him with a single strike. The pungent smell of blood started filling the air. 3 combat soul warriors had been killed by Xianxia, and one of them was a genius from the Myriad Sword sect. Perhaps only the ruthless Xianxia could do something like this. Too ruthless. He didn't even put the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan in his eyes. I don't think Xianxia went too far. Don't forget how these people treated Xianxia outside. If not for Xianxia's incredible strength, he would have been killed by these mighty warriors. If not for the suppression in this desert, I'm sure they wouldn't have let Xianxia go. This is fate. That's right, there is no way out between them. Yi Xiao and the others can only blame their bad luck for stumbling into this desert. However, if Xianxia really kills all those combat soul warriors, it will be a huge mess. At that point of time, I'm afraid the entire eastern continent will be shaken. The crowds were sighing with mixed emotions. No one had expected the situation to change so quickly. This was a game of cat and mouse, but now, the roles had changed. Xianxia had turned from an old mouse into a powerful cat, and he was going to kill all those combat soul warriors. After killing Yi Xiao, Xianxia threw his glance at Mao Xing and said, "If you want to avenge Mao Feng, I'll give you a chance to strike now." Xianxia's words immediately caused Mao Xing's heart to sink to the bottom. He really wished he could eat Xianxia alive, but the current situation was clear, he was no match for Xianxia. If he struck now, his ending would be no better than Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chang's. Xianxia, I won't avenge Mao Feng and the Qingyi sect anymore. I, Mao Xing, swear with my life that from now on, the Qingyi sect will never make things difficult for you. What do you say? Mao Xing said. He was actually begging for mercy. He had no choice but to do so, because if he struck now, he would die, and it would be a meaningless death. Swear. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I know you're scared, but it's useless to be scared. I won't give you a chance to leave this desert. 3 of them are dead, and you're the 4th. Xianxia raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it toward Mao Xing. Xianxia, don't push it too far. Mao Xing shouted out loudly. Haha, who's the one pushing it too far? You're a mighty combat soul warrior, and you attacked me, a divine core warrior, back on the blissful island. Isn't that pushing it too far? More than a dozen combat soul warriors joined hands to kill me, isn't that pushing it too far? So what if I push it too far? Xianxia laughed out loudly. He stomped his feet and dashed forward like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mao Xing. The longsword pierced through Mao Xing's chest like a poisonous snake. Bang, an extremely sharp sword energy exploded out from Mao Xing's body, causing a huge hole to appear on his chest. You, the Qingyi sect, I won't let you go. Mao Xing's body slowly fell to the ground. The 4th combat soul warrior had fallen. Hua, the remaining combat soul warriors all had pale faces, and they were clenching their fists tightly. They couldn't help but feel depressed. They were mighty combat soul warriors, but now, their lives were in the hands of a young man, and they didn't even have the ability to do anything about it. When they thought back to what happened outside the island of ice, they couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. I'm sure these guys are feeling regretful right now. Old man Ling Shan stood far away from them with his arms crossed in front of his chest. I'm sure they're regretting becoming enemies with Xianxia. The golden lion nodded his head. Wrong, they regret that they didn't try their best to kill Xianxia when they were out there. If it wasn't for them being greedy for the treasures in the island of ice, Xianxia would have been dead by now, and none of this would have happened. Old man Ling Shan said with a smile. He had a gloating expression on his face, and at the same time, he felt lucky that he didn't become enemies with Xianxia. After killing Mao Sheng, Xianxia didn't stop. He continued walking toward the rest of the combat soul warriors. All of them were his enemies, and all of them were extremely strong. They posed a huge threat to him, and staying here would only bring him more trouble. You don't have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Your fate has been decided, you'll be the same as the rest of them, Xianxia said while walking forward. He was like a judge from hell, and with just a single sentence, he could decide the life and death of these men. Swoosh, just at this moment, a person flew up into the sky with a schwa sound. Behind his back, there was actually a pair of golden wings of light. Those wings of light were completely condensed from Yuan power. They flapped continuously, clearly an incomparably mystical movement technique. Haha, Xianxia, I bet you didn't expect this. Even though I'm only a mortal core warrior, Daddy can still fly. Once I leave this desert, my cultivation will recover, and that will be the day you die. The man burst into laughter. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a trail of light and flew toward the depths of the desert. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't even look at the man who flew away, because he knew that flying was useless, and that man was dead for sure. Trying to fly in front of me, this master dog? You're overestimating yourself. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. With a swoosh, the wings on his back spread out, and his majestic body turned into a trail of light. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the man who had flown far away, and blocked his path. Do you really think you can run away with that speed? De Huang Dog said in an impolite manner. The man's expression changed. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could fly besides him, and it was a dog. However, his fear of De Huang Dog was obviously not as great as his fear of Xianxia. Damn dog, get the hell away from me. The man raised the huge blade in his hand and swung it toward De Huang Dog. Swoosh, the blade slashed De Huang Dog's body in half. However, before the man could feel happy about it, he realized that he had just killed De Huang Dog's afterimage, and De Huang Dog's real body had appeared right in front of his face. Kaka, die now. Big Yellow's head smashed into the man's chest. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the combat soul warrior let out a miserable shriek. He was knocked back to where he stood, and after a few moments of struggling, he lost all signs of life. Big Yellow's head smashed into the man's chest, and he was knocked back to where he stood. After a few moments, he lost all signs of life. Many people gasped in shock. A huge part of the combat soul warrior's chest was dented, and all his internal organs were shattered. This made the crowd even more terrified of De Huang Dog. The fuck, how can this dog's head be so powerful? Nangong Wentian widened his eyes in shock. This was the first time he had ever seen such a frightening dog head. There was a fierce tiger in front of them, and there was no way out for them. This was a deadly situation, and these combat soul warriors had no chance of escaping from Xianxia's evil hands. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. When they were outside the island of ice, Xianxia had fallen into a deadly situation several times, but he always managed to escape. But, after entering the island of ice, the situation had completely turned around. With Xianxia's personality, he would never let these combat soul warriors go. Everyone had witnessed Xianxia's methods with their own eyes, and they knew how brutal he was. Furthermore, back in Inferno Hell, Xianxia had killed many divine core warriors. Even those from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan had been killed, let alone these men. In front of Xianxia, there was no way they could fight back. Let's attack him together. We're all at the mortal core realm, no matter how strong he is, he can't defy the natural order. That's right, let's attack together. Since we're all at the same level, I don't believe we can't kill him with so many of us. Two combat soul warriors shouted out with bloodshot eyes. Their words caused all the divine core warriors to become restless, especially those core disciples from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. All of them joined the fight, and the same went for the rest of the men. In just the blink of an eye, more than 40 men had joined the fight. All of them were emitting killing intent as they stood opposite of Xianxia. They finally realized that at this moment, they had to work together in order to fight for a chance of survival. All of them were at the early mortal core realm, and no matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to deal with all of them. Of course, the core disciples from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan hated Xianxia to the core. Besides, they knew that once all these combat soul warriors were killed, with Xianxia's abilities, they would be next. Even those divine core warriors who participated in the fight had the same thought. They had tried to kill Xianxia before, and the hatred between them had been formed. Right now, there was no way out. Only by working together and killing Xianxia would they have a chance to survive. Xianxia, if you're smart, you still have time to run away. A combat soul warrior shouted toward Xianxia. It seems that you've lived for so long in vain. You can't see the real situation at all. At this time, you're still putting on a high and mighty face. Do you really think that you can kill me, Xianxia, with so many people joining forces? Xianxia's expression was cold. He glanced around and looked at the others standing in the desert. Is there anyone else who wants to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Step forward now. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy to anyone who wanted to kill him. These people in front of him had their fates sealed the moment they tried to kill him. Xianxia had always been cruel and merciless to his enemies, and he would never leave any unnecessary troubles for himself. The crowd became restless, but no one dared step forward. Some of the men who wanted to kill Xianxia just now were hiding in the crowd, not daring to say a word. There were many smart men among them, and they could tell how frightening Xianxia was. Choosing to fight Xianxia in this desert was definitely not a wise choice. Instead of risking their lives, they might as well choose to protect themselves. Is that all? Xianxia threw his glance back at the men in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes like a sharp blade. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, causing it to shine with a cold light. Kill him. The leading combat soul warrior let out a loud shout, then he turned into a trail of light and dashed toward Xianxia. All of you have to die. Xianxia's mouth curved upward into an indifferent sneer. With a sway of his body, 9 Xianxias appeared at the same time, causing everyone to be dazzled. In the next moment, arg! Miserable screams sounded out from the group of dozens of men. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew all over the place. Xianxia's figure could be seen everywhere in the group of dozens of men. He moved like a ghost, and his speed was incredibly fast. These men didn't even have the chance to react. Or, they couldn't even see how Xianxia appeared before them, and they were all killed. Poochie, arg! Xianxia's sword was like a deadly poisonous snake. Every time he attacked, it would kill. Including those combat soul warriors, no one could withstand a single strike from Xianxia. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. All the spectators were scared witless, and the scene made their faces turn pale. Half a minute later, the scene returned to normal. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard from the tens of thousands of people. The deathly silence was terrifying. Everyone's gaze was on the azure battlefield. In just half a minute, over 40 men had been killed, and not a single one of them was left alive. The battlefield had turned into a pool of blood, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air, causing those who smelled it to feel like vomiting. 8 combat soul warriors, the core geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, and all the divine core warriors were dead. Blood was still dripping from the sword in Xianxia's hand. Each drop of blood that landed on the ground felt like an iron hammer smashing onto the hearts of the onlookers. Right at this moment, the way everyone looked at Xianxia had completely changed. This seemingly harmless young man was actually a cruel devil king, and he didn't even blink his eyes when killing people. Ruthless, too ruthless. So many mighty warriors, but he didn't even blink his eyes. We need to stay away from him in the future. I swear I'll never offend this devil king again. Everyone were telling themselves to stay away from Xianxia in the future. No matter what, they couldn't afford to become this devil king's enemy. The scene in front of them was just too brutal. Especially those who had participated in the encirclement against Xianxia but didn't stand out now. Each and every one of them was sweating in cold sweat. If they didn't stand out just now, they would have the same ending as those lying on the ground. There wouldn't be any accidents. There were more than a dozen combat soul warriors in the desert, including Old Man Ling Shan and the Golden Lion. Right now, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at Xianxia, and their hearts were trembling. They felt lucky that there were no grudges between them and Xianxia. If not, they wouldn't have a good ending. Although Xianxia's cultivation was weaker than theirs, it was a different story in this desert. He was an invincible existence amongst his peers. De Huang. Xianxia slowly put away the long sword in his hand, then he shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog immediately understood what Xianxia meant. He immediately ran over to the corpses and took away all their storage rings. He didn't even let go of those combat weapons. This scene made many of them itch. The combined wealth of these people was an astronomical figure. Furthermore, most of the treasures that were auctioned off in the previous auction had already been bought by these people. Now, all of them were in Xianxia's hands. Xianxia's face was filled with disdain. For Xianxia, there was no such thing as morality when dealing with his enemies. Those men were just jealous of him, and if he didn't take all of his wealth, the others would definitely do the same to him. This was the reality of life. Little Xianxia, we've gained a lot this time, much more than what we got in Inferno Hell. De Huang Dog's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Let's go, let's enter the island of ice. Xianxia replied with a smile on his face. Without paying any attention to the others, he started walking into the desert. He had concealed his identity when he came to the blissful island, and he didn't want to fight any of these superpowers. But, unfortunately, things had turned out this way. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. As the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, his path would always be filled with powerful enemies and tremendous pressure. After Xianxia left, everyone couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. Standing together with a devil like this was a huge pressure, especially for those who wanted to kill Xianxia. They really wanted to put their palms together and say Ba, as if they had just gotten their lives back. So many people have died, things are going to get out of hand this time. Someone said. That's right, most of those combat soul warriors have some background, especially those from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. Xianxia has killed so many people today, and the impact he has caused is much bigger than what happened in Inferno Hell. The island of ice has opened, and I'm sure all the superpowers in the eastern continent have found out about this. Perhaps they are sending their men here right now, and even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty will come here to look for treasures. When they see what happened here, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan will definitely go berserk. Not only that, some superpowers from other provinces won't let Xianxia get away with it. I'm afraid this trip to the island of ice is going to be very exciting. That's right, Xianxia is going to face a situation where the entire world is his enemy. I wonder if he can withstand the anger from those superpowers. Everyone were sighing with mixed emotions. In just 1 or 2 days, all the superpowers would arrive here. According to the situation 100 years ago, the entrance to the island of ice would only close after 7 days, and those who came here would have to find a new exit by themselves. In the following days, more and more mighty warriors would arrive at the island of ice, and at that point of time, the island of ice would truly be in chaos. In other words, the battle between Xianxia and all the superpowers had just begun. Let's go, let's enter the island of ice and leave this desert as soon as possible. I don't feel safe here. That's right, our cultivations have been suppressed, we don't feel safe at all. Once we leave this desert, our cultivations will return to normal. That's right, we can't touch the dead bodies here, let's just leave them here. When the mighty warriors from the superpowers arrive, something big will happen. Eastern continent, the Jian province, on top of a rolling mountain range, a white mist could be seen drifting in the air, causing the entire mountain range to look like a fairyland. On top of the mountain range, palaces and houses could be seen everywhere. The natural yuan energy here was extremely rich, and if any ordinary warrior could cultivate here, his or her cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This was an important place in the Jian province, a place that countless warriors yearned to visit. Because this was the base of a sect, the Myriad Sword sect. Right at this moment, outside of the Myriad Sword sect, dozens of warriors with long swords on their backs could be seen. The island of ice has reappeared 100 years ago, this is a great fortune. This time, I'll bring all of you to the island of ice, and how much you can get from it will depend on yourselves. An old man with white beard said to the people in front of him. This old man had a formidable cultivation base, and he was no weaker than Master Blissful. Aside from the 2 combat soul sect elders from the Tianjian Gate, the rest were all genius disciples from the Tianjian Gate. The man in the lead had a handsome face, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was emitting a powerful aura, and he was a combat soul warrior. Geniuses like him were extremely rare in the entire Eastern continent. After that, the old man took out a huge sword. The sword instantly grew bigger, and all dozens of people stepped onto the huge sword and flew away. They were heading toward the ocean. With the help of these mid-combat soul warriors, it would only take them 2 to 3 days to reach the ocean from the Jian province. At the same time, the same thing was happening to the Shangguan clan in the Jian province. After discovering the island of ice had reappeared, the Shangguan clan immediately sent their elders and geniuses over. Even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty were sent over. The island of ice's reappearance had brought a huge shock to the continent, and none of the powers in the eastern continent were willing to let go of this opportunity. All the powers and rogue cultivators from the other provinces in the eastern continent were heading there as well. For a moment, the entire sea was bustling with activity. Tyrannical figures quickly flew towards the center of the sea. Many cultivators who were closer to the sea had already arrived at the sea. The island of ice attracted the attention of countless cultivators, especially the geniuses of the younger generation. All of them were proud and arrogant, and each of them had a certain amount of luck. They wanted to rely on their luck to enter the island of ice and obtain more luck and benefits. Perhaps they could become famous in an instant. Many people still remembered that 100 years ago, the current Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor had left the island of ice. Because of that, his path of cultivation was unstoppable, and he eventually became a combat king warrior. Meanwhile, on the island of ice, the desert was huge. Jiangchen's group was the fastest, so they were walking at the front. Waha, I'm so happy today. Not only did I eliminate those old fools, I even obtained a huge fortune. De Huang Dog cackled. He was in an extremely good mood. Little Chinzi, I didn't expect you to be so ferocious. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect such a dazzling genius to exist in the eastern continent. Nangong Wendian said with a sigh. Little Chinzi has always been ferocious to his enemies. You know, those are all enemies, and if we were to fall into their hands, I'm afraid we wouldn't end up any better than them. Han Yan shrugged his shoulders with a carefree expression. This was how the world of cultivation worked, the strong preyed on the weak. Furthermore, if someone wanted to kill you, and you still wanted to be merciful, that would be no different from committing suicide. Brother Nan just said that there's such a dazzling genius in the eastern continent. Don't tell me you're not from the eastern continent? Jiangchen was startled, then he looked at Nangong Wendian. That's right, little Chinzi, brother Yan, although we've just met, we're kindred spirits. Furthermore, little Chinzi has saved my life before, so I won't hide it from you. I'm from the southern continent, and I was supposed to go out to train, but I didn't expect that I'd wander too far, and ended up in the eastern continent. Damn it, I'm so unlucky, I was ambushed by a soul-devouring barbaric beast the moment I arrived in the eastern continent. Although I managed to tear the beast into pieces, I was poisoned by the barbaric poison, and my soul was being devoured every second. In the end, I had no choice but to come to the blissful manor to look for some pills that could heal my soul. Ordinary soul pills are useless, as they won't be able to cure the barbaric poison. Little Chinzi, you're the best, you concocted 3 9-soul restoration pills for me, and now I've fully recovered. Nangong Wendian said. Jiangchen and Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect this guy to be from the southern continent. After hearing Nangong Wendian's words, Jiang Chen and Han Yan finally understood why Nangong Wendian was willing to exchange something as precious as the 9-solar holy water for the 9-soul restoration pills. The soul-devouring barbaric beast was an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It lived in extremely dark places, and was an expert in stealth and sneak attacks. This kind of demonic beast was extremely rare, but its attacks were extremely powerful. Furthermore, it could directly attack a person's soul, and relied on devouring souls to strengthen itself. If an ordinary cultivator was attacked by a soul-devouring barbaric beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, it was Namgong Wentian's good fortune to have met Jiang Chen. Damn it, the southern continent is so far away from the eastern continent. With your speed, I'm afraid it would take you quite some time to get here, right? De Huang Dog looked at Namgong Wentian and said. I'm a man who loves challenges and excitement. I spent more than a year to get here from the southern continent, but it wasn't a peaceful journey, and I went through a lot. When I have time, I'll tell you all about it. Let me tell you this, when I first came out from the southern continent, I was only an early divine core warrior. But now, I'm at the peak divine core realm, and I'll break through to the combat soul realm very soon. Hee hee. Namgong Wentian said in a narcissistic manner. The fuck? Han Yan gazed at Namgong Wentian speechlessly. With Brother Nan's talent, this is normal. Xianxia nodded his head and said. The journey from the southern continent to the eastern continent was a huge distance, and one could imagine how dangerous it was. Only by constantly experiencing danger and danger could a man grow faster. Furthermore, Namgong Wentian's talent was no weaker than anyone else's, and it was normal for him to have such a huge improvement after spending more than a year in the southern continent. Brother Nan, where did you get so much 9 solar holy water? Han Yan asked. Not much, Daddy only has 8 drops of 9 solar holy water on me. I used 1 drop myself, exchanged 3 drops for a 9 soul restoration pill, and gave 3 drops to Master Blissful as a reward. Now, I only have 1 drop left. Namgong Wentian said in a gloomy manner. Namgong Wentian didn't tell them where he got the 9 solar holy water, and neither did Jiang Chen or Han Yan ask. The two of them didn't ask about Namgong Wentian's identity in the southern continent either. In their eyes, having a brother and friend like him was more than enough. If Namgong Wentian was willing to tell them, he would tell them himself. If he didn't want to tell them, they would just be forcing him. The group continued walking forward. Even with their speed, it took them 2 hours to walk out of the desert. There was no night or day on the island of ice, neither was there a sun or a moon. Everything looked very calm, and it wasn't as dangerous or brutal as Inferno Hell. The weather was calm, the light was calm, everything seemed very calm. Waha, my cultivation has recovered. As expected, as long as we walk out of the desert, that mysterious force will disappear on its own. My cultivation has recovered as well. It feels so good to have my cultivation back. I couldn't even breathe when I was suppressed by that force. We've finally entered the island of ice. What awaits us is an endless amount of treasures. After walking out of the desert, everyone began to shout out in excitement. It was just as they had expected. The ancient and mysterious power only existed in the desert. As long as they walked out of the desert, the mysterious power would disappear and everyone's cultivation base would be completely restored. After walking out of the desert, there was a plain in front of them. The plain was very flat, no different from an ordinary plain. There weren't any treasures here either. Fly towards the end of the plain, we'll definitely find some treasures. Someone said. Right at this moment, many people threw their glances at Jiang Chen. Before they came to the island of ice, Jiang Chen was surrounded by enemies, and he could die at any moment. But after experiencing the desert, Jiang Chen had killed all his enemies with his own hands. Now that they had walked out of the desert, he didn't have to worry about his safety. The remaining combat soul warriors didn't have any grudges against Jiang Chen. If they did, they would have attacked him long ago. As for those divine core warriors who had grudges against Jiang Chen, none of them dared attack Jiang Chen. They had indeed recovered their cultivation, but so had Jiang Chen. The group of over 10,000 men were scattered in different directions, and they were all flying towards the end of the plain at the same time. This time, they were flying, no longer walking. A few minutes later, they reached the end of the plain. In front of them, a white fog suddenly appeared. When they got closer, they realized that there were actually 9 paths in front of them. In other words, there were 9 paths in front of them. Each path seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was full of an illusory feeling, and it seemed a little unreal. Why are there so many paths? How are we going to choose? We have to be careful. Although this island of ice is a treasure, there are many dangerous places in it as well. I'm sure some of these 9 paths will lead to the place where the treasure is, and some will lead to dangerous places. That's right, let's wait and see. Don't act too rashly. If we end up in a dangerous place, we'll just be throwing our lives away. The group who were flying in a panic immediately stopped and stared at the 9 paths in front of them. For a moment, they didn't know what to choose. The mysterious force that was suppressing them in the desert had proven that this island of ice was an extraordinary place. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. Where there was a great opportunity, there would be a great danger. No one would joke around with their lives, and they had to be careful when choosing the path. Little Xianxia, there are 9 paths here, how should we choose? Han Yan looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's image of being able to do anything had been deeply rooted in Han Yan's mind. Normally, Han Yan would ask Xianxia for help when he encountered an unexplainable situation. The unknown is always full of uncertainties, and every path here has its own uncertainties. Let's just wait and see, Xianxia said. He threw his glance at the 9 paths and observed them carefully, but he still couldn't figure anything out. Why are you panicking? I'm sure there are people who are more anxious than us. Let's let those who are anxious go in first. Namgong Wentian crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a calm expression. Time passed by slowly. The group of over 10,000 men stood outside of the 9 paths, and no one dared enter. But, the situation had started becoming restless. Just like what Namgong Wentian had said, some of the more anxious men were getting impatient. I don't think there's any difference between the 9 paths. Since you cowards don't dare enter, let me go first. I'll choose the path in the middle. Right at this moment, a young man who looked to be in his 20s stood out. He was a genius disciple from one of the Eastern Continent's sects, and he had broken through to the early divine core realm at such a young age. His face was filled with pride. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. All young men like to take risks. Therefore, this young man was the first one to step forward. He strode toward the path in the middle. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the young man entered the path in the middle. His body swayed a little as if he was hit by some kind of dimensional force, but he soon regained his balance. He turned around and laughed at the crowd. Did you see that? Nothing happened to me, Daddy will go first. The young man turned around and quickly walked into the path. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Nothing happened to me, I'll choose the path in the middle as well. Seeing that someone was fine after entering the island of ice, the rest of the men didn't hesitate any longer. Everyone knew that the first one to enter the island of ice would be the first one to obtain the treasures and opportunities. At this moment, a total of 8 men dashed toward the path at the same time. With incredible speed, they arrived in the middle of the path in the blink of an eye. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. A few shrill screams rang out, and under everyone's horrified gazes, the bodies of 6 people instantly exploded like balloons, turning into a mist of blood, and then completely disappeared. What? Many people exclaimed. Those who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. The scene just now was too terrifying. The road was still very normal, and from the outside there was not the slightest ripple, but the people who entered just like that died for no reason. What was even more puzzling was that out of the 8 people who had entered, 6 had died, while the other 2 young men were completely unscathed as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, the 2 young men's faces were undoubtedly very unsightly. Their bodies were also splashed with the blood of other people. The people who entered died just like that, while they were completely fine. This kind of scene was really too strange, and it made them tremble with fear. Why is this happening? Why did the others die when they entered, but nothing happened to these 2? What's going on? This is too scary. Nobody could stay calm anymore. This kind of scene was too scary. The 2 young men finally recovered from the shock, then they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Haha, I know, the island of ice's treasure is prepared for those who are lucky enough to enter, those who are not lucky enough to be able to enter. Since we entered and didn't die, it means we are lucky enough to be able to enter, haha. The 2 young men were extremely excited. They turned around and walked into the deeper part of the path, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That's strange, I don't believe it, it must be this path's problem, let me try another path, I'll choose the first path. An old man in his 50s walked toward the first path. He stopped when he reached the front of the path. Judging from the sweat on his face, he was extremely nervous. After all, he had done something bad before, so he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Damn it, let's do it. The old man clenched his teeth. It took him so much effort to enter, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. The old man took a step forward and entered the path. Haha, see? I told you it's the path's problem, nothing happened to it, arg. The old man's excitement had just started, but he immediately let out a miserable shriek just like before. In the next moment, his body exploded and turned into a blood mist. In the next moment, he disappeared, just like before. Swoosh, this time everyone was scared out of their wits. One by one, they looked at the 9 paths in front of them as if they were looking at the path of death. The deaths of those who entered were too strange. They died for no reason at all. There was no reason at all. Damn it, this is too scary. What's going on? That's right, this is too scary. There's something wrong with all 9 paths, someone is going to die. Everyone were shocked, and no one could stay calm anymore. Their mindset of searching for treasures had completely changed. No matter how precious the treasures were, they were not as important as their lives. The dozens of combat soul warriors in front of them were frowning as well, and their hearts were racing. One of them finally couldn't resist the temptation, and walked toward one of the paths. If you're dead, it means your cultivation level is too low. After saying that, the man took a step into the path. Right when he stepped into the path, everyone could see a frightened expression on his face. He was trying his best to escape from the path, but in the end, he was killed. Bang, a deep explosion sounded out. The combat soul warrior's body exploded, turning into a blood mist that drifted away in the air. Even a combat soul warrior is dead, who else dares go in? We're finished, this is the path of death, there's no way to enter it. Could it be that what that guy said earlier is true? They are all men with great fortunes? Fear appeared in everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but panic when faced with a situation like this. The golden lion furrowed his brows even tighter. As if he had just thought of something, he threw his glance at a young man who was not far away from him. The young man was only a peak heavenly core warrior, and he looked like a yes man with a pale face. Clearly, he was frightened by what had just happened. Slap, the golden lion grabbed the young man's shoulder and said, "You, go in. Senior, please spare my life, I don't want to die." The young man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In his mind, he was cursing the golden lion's uncle. So many people had died, and asking him to go in was no different than asking him to die. He didn't think he was some man with great fortunes. Go, you might not die. The golden lion exerted his strength and threw the young man into the hole like a kite. The young man was so scared that he immediately started screaming, and his face turned extremely pale. However, the strength of a combat soul warrior was too strong, and he had no other choice. Plop, the young man sat down at the entrance of the path. He was so nervous that his body was trembling. His eyes were tightly closed, and his pants were wet. He had really peed his pants. 1 minute passed, but the young man was still alive. He slowly opened his eyes and found that he was indeed in the path, but he was still alive. He immediately jumped up from the ground and stood up. Waha, Daddy is still alive. Daddy is also a man with great fortunes. The young man was extremely excited. He was still alive. He immediately bowed toward the golden lion, then he turned around and walked into the path. What happened? Why did some people die, but some didn't? This was the biggest mystery in everyone's mind. This was unbelievable. Little Chinzi, what's going on? Han Yan asked. Don't you understand? All these paths are the same, but they are selective. Did you guys notice that those who enter the path, those who are young are still alive, but those who are old are all dead? That means, only the young can enter the path safely, and those who are too old will immediately die. Jiangchen didn't lower his voice, so everyone heard what he said. Brother Jiangchen is right. If my guess is correct, all the young men below the age of 30 can enter, but those who are above the age of 30 can't enter. The golden lion said in a gloomy manner. All the combat soul warriors felt gloomy as well. Obviously, all of them were above the age of 30. Haha, I understand now, this path is prepared for the young. You guys are all old, and you don't have much potential left. The island of ice won't give you the fortune. A young man burst into laughter, then he flew toward one of the paths. Soon after, he disappeared into the path, and nothing happened to him. I don't think it's just 30, I'm 31 this year, I might be able to enter as well. Why don't you give it a try? Sure, I'll give it a try. The 31-year-old man walked forward with an imposing manner. He was extremely confident, thinking that he was still very young. But too bad, when he walked into the path, he realized his mistake. After the 31-year-old man turned into a cloud of blood mist, the crowd finally understood what had happened. Many people started feeling dejected, but those young men were extremely excited. It turned out that the island of ice wasn't open to everyone, it was only open to the young men. In this way, the pressure and the competition between the young men had instantly decreased by quite a bit. Looking at all the young men who were below the age of 30 walking into different paths, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian both pursed their lips. Hee, it's more interesting to fight with the younger generation. Little Chinzi, let's go. Nangong Wentian said. But right at this moment, Jiangchen furrowed his brows. According to his age, he was only 16 years old, not even 17 years old. However, his soul was that of an old monster who had lived for more than 1,000 years. If this was counted as his age, wouldn't that mean he was finished? Motherf asterisk cur, I've come here for nothing. Old man Ling Shan said in a gloomy manner. Rogue cultivators like us don't even have a talented junior. If not, we might be able to bring our juniors here to look for opportunities. Another combat soul warrior said. Daddy will only accept a genius disciple when I get back, this is so depressing. The golden lion was even more gloomy. The island of ice had finally appeared, but all he could do was stare at it. Those mighty warriors from the superpowers weren't able to enter the island of ice, but the young warriors they brought with them could enter. This was a good thing for the superpowers. Right at this moment, a figure flew toward them and stood in front of the crowd. It was none other than Master Blissful. What happened? Why aren't you guys going in? Also, who killed those corpses outside? Master Blissful looked at the golden lion and the others. I killed them all. Jiangchen said. Only now did Master Blissful notice Jiangchen and the others. When he recalled the horrifying scene in the desert, his expression changed. I understand. Master Blissful sighed and nodded his head. Thinking about the grudge between Jiangchen and those men, and the fact that his cultivation was suppressed in the desert, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Jiangchen had something to do with this. Even so, Master Blissful still admired Jiangchen's courage. Even he didn't dare offend the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Why did Master Blissful only show up now? Jiangchen asked curiously. We encountered some trouble at the bottom of the ocean, and now the island of ice has appeared. Why aren't you guys going in? Master Blissful looked at the paths and asked. Master Blissful, we can't go in, not even you. These paths are evil, only those below 30 years old can enter. Those above 30 years old will be killed. Old man Ling Shan said with a smile on his face. What? Master Blissful's expression changed. Master, old man Ling Shan is right, that's the truth. Nangong Wentian said. Hearing this, Master Blissful was struck dumb. Sure enough, he saw that those people walking towards the 9 paths were all young men. He couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out, what the F asterisk CK? To anyone, this kind of situation would make them speechless. The treasure was right in front of them, but they had no fate with it. This kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This is fate. 100 years ago, when the current emperor entered the island of ice, he was only 20 years old. Unfortunately, the island of ice only appears once every 100 years. We can only blame ourselves for being born at the wrong time. Now, we can only find another way out. If we're lucky, we might be able to find some treasures. The Golden Lion Great Demon said. Although the cultivators above the age of 30 were extremely depressed, this was the truth. There was no other way. They couldn't just barge in and die, right? Little Chinzi, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry inside. Nangong Wentian could not wait any longer. Jiangchen frowned. For the first time in his life, he felt uncertain. Little Chinzi, what's wrong? Han Yan noticed that Jiangchen didn't look too good. Nothing. Jiangchen smiled. If there's nothing else, let's hurry inside. De Huang dog could not wait any longer. I say, De Huang, you old dog, how old are you? Don't go in there and get yourself killed. Nangong Wentian looked at De Huang dog and said. Get lost. You're the old dog. Damn it, I'm a wise and strong man, how could I be 30 years old? De Huang dog bared his teeth and stared at Nangong Wentian angrily. Jiangchen's heart was beating like a drum, but he could not let go of the opportunity in front of him. Besides, he could feel that there was something in this island of ice that was calling out to him. Let's go. Jiangchen clenched his teeth. He had no choice but to fight. Which path should we take? Han Yan asked. Whatever. No matter which path we take, it won't be ordinary. Jiangchen's gaze fell onto the fourth path. He took a deep breath and strode forward. Master Blissful, we're going in. If we find something good, we'll share it with you. Nangong Wentian laughed out and was the first one to enter the path. He was about the same age as Han Yan, around 20 years old. Entering the island of ice shouldn't be a problem for him. In the blink of an eye, Han Yan, De Huang dog, and Nangong Wentian had all entered the path. Jiangchen took another deep breath and stepped into the path. Instantly, he felt that his soul was shaken. This made Jiangchen's heart skip a beat. Luckily, the shaking only lasted for a second, and Jiangchen's condition stabilized. Jiangchen let out a long sigh of relief, as the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Damn it, luckily, that force is only related to my age, and not my soul. Otherwise, this old man, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, would have died instantly. Jiangchen felt lucky in his mind. Little Chinzi, why do I feel like something's not right with your emotions? Han Yan asked curiously. He had been with Jiangchen for a long time, and Jiangchen had always been calm and collected. No matter how difficult or dangerous the situation was, he would always face it calmly. He had never had such a huge change in his emotions before. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Let's go. I don't think this path will be easy, let's be careful. Jiangchen reminded them. Cultivating the great soul derivation skill had made him extremely sensitive, allowing him to accurately sense that this island of ice wasn't an ordinary place. There was a saying that opportunities and dangers coexisted, and if they wanted to find something good, they had to be prepared for danger. All right. Both Han Yan and Nangong Wentian nodded their heads. In an environment like this, even with their strength, they didn't dare show any carelessness. Everything on this island of ice was extremely bizarre, and even a combat soul warrior had been killed at the entrance. It wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen if that mysterious destructive force hit them. They wouldn't be able to escape either. Tap tap, the path was extremely quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. 3 men and a dog were walking on the path with serious expressions on their faces. They had to be extremely careful. I feel like this path is going to be very long. Nangong Wentian said. This path is filled with cracks, and it's filled with an ancient aura. I wonder how many years this path has existed for, it's really eerie. Han Yan furrowed his brows. Everything here is extraordinary, we can't be careless, this path won't be peaceful. Jiangchen's instinct told him that this path wasn't as dangerous as it looked. 3 men and a dog kept walking at the same speed. After walking for an hour, they suddenly heard a miserable scream coming from not far away from them. The scream was extremely frightening, as if it didn't come from a human. Jiangchen and the other 3 couldn't help but increase their speed. Soon after, they saw a man lying on the ground a few hundred meters away from them, and his body was covered with blood. What was even more frightening was that the man's head had exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse. Blood was flowing out from the severed head, it was a terrifying scene. It's the man who came here before us. He was walking in front of us, but we didn't expect him to be killed. Han Yan said. This man is an early divine core warrior, and judging from his injuries, I think his head was exploded by a single punch, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Nangong Wentian said. Be careful, there might be some unknown creatures here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. How can we be sure? Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Because not many people have come here before us, and none of them have a particularly strong cultivation base. At least, no one has the ability to explode an early divine core warrior's head with a single punch. Besides, there are no treasures here, so there's no need to fight for them. I don't think anyone will kill each other before we reach the end of the path. Jiang Chen concluded. What little Chenzi said is right, since it's not a human, then there must be some other monsters hiding here. Han Yan's expression changed. Be careful. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted out. With incredible speed, he punched toward Han Yan's back. Bang, following a deep explosive sound, Jiang Chen's fist collided with something. Han Yan immediately turned around, and what he saw was a boulder that was taller than him. That's right, it was a boulder. Its entire body was yellow, and it had existed for a long time. The boulder had a pair of legs, and it looked exactly like a human. The only difference was that it didn't have any facial features on its head. It was a moving boulder, and it gave off an eerie feeling. Crack crack, after being severely injured by Jiang Chen's punch, cracks started appearing on the boulder's body. After that, it shattered into pieces and fell onto the ground. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Where did it come from? How come I didn't even sense it? Han Yan couldn't help but curse. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. If not for Jiang Chen's timely attack, he would have been killed by the boulder. Be careful, it seems like this boulder exists in the air. It can't be seen or touched, and it can attack at any time. I think this man was killed by the boulder's sudden attack. Jiang Chen said. Although the boulder is strong, it's definitely not a match for me. But, it's hard to guard against them when they hide in the air. Han Yan frowned. He was powerful and had sharp senses, but the boulder was like a ghost. If he was careless, he wouldn't be able to sense it. There's definitely more than one boulder. Jiang Chen squatted down and picked up a random stone chip. After a careful examination, he said, the boulder doesn't have any elemental energy waves. It relies on its own strength, which is why it's hard to sense its existence. Besides, these boulders don't have any signs of life, and they only know how to attack. It's hard to guard against them. The good thing is that once they are shattered, they will die instantly. Jiang Chen looked around. There was nothing around them except for the white fog. Even when they used their divine sense to probe the surrounding space, they still couldn't find anything. Let's keep moving. Try to get as close as possible. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen said. Damn it. This stone golem doesn't even have a demon spirit in its body. This is so depressing. De Huang Dog mumbled. He thought that since this stone golem could survive in such a strange space, it must have some extraordinary treasures in its body, just like the 9-life crystal beast in purgatory. Unfortunately, after the stone golem was killed, there was nothing but a pile of broken stones, not even a strand of hair. This stone golem doesn't even have elemental energy, so how could it have a demon spirit? However, fighting these elusive stone golems in this space can train your senses. Jiang Chen patted Nangong Wendian and Han Yan's shoulders. Fighting in such a highly concentrated state was very beneficial to the training of a cultivator's soul force and senses. The three of them and the dog continued to move forward. About half an hour later, they saw another corpse ahead of them. This corpse's death was exactly the same as the previous one. Both had their heads blown off by a single punch. Judging from the way the corpse died, there wasn't any intense battle before it died. In other words, this person was killed by the stone golem with a single blow before he could react. Whoosh, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew out from the void. A stone golem suddenly appeared in front of De Huang Dog like a ghost. It aimed its gigantic fist at De Huang Dog's head and smashed it down. Bang, the stone golem's fist smashed onto De Huang Dog's head. The expected scene of the stone golem's head exploding did not happen. Instead, the stone golem's arm was directly shattered. Kaka, You want to explode this master dog's head with just this little bit of attack power? You're too weak. De Huang dog laughed loudly. He suddenly dashed forward and smashed the stone golem into pieces, scattering them all over the ground. Damn, De Huang, how did you train your dog? You're too awesome. Nangong Wentian gave a thumbs up to De Huang dog. He was really impressed. De Huang's head is the hardest thing I've ever seen. If those stone monsters only attack the head and not the other parts of his body, De Huang won't even need to resist. He'll just stand there and let the stone monsters hit him. He was quite confident in De Huang dog's head. Even a high-ranked combat weapon couldn't break his head, let alone these stone golems. Few as he spoke, an obscure wind appeared once again, and a stone golem appeared behind Nangong Wentian. Humph. Nangong Wentian coldly snorted. His reaction was extremely fast. He quickly turned around and punched the golem behind him. This punch brought along a thunderous sound. It was an extremely oppressive sound of an elephant. When Nangong Wentian punched out, it was as if a barbarian elephant had appeared. With just a single punch, the golem was smashed into pieces. Xianxia, in front of my 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, everything will be destroyed, Kaka. Nangong Wentian let out a narcissistic laugh. Big brother, wake up. That golem is only an early divine core warrior, and it doesn't have any yuan energy, it's just the strength of its body. Han Yan pulled Nangong Wentian's clothes, telling him not to be so narcissistic. Nangong Wentian let out a few light coughs. He suddenly felt that killing an early divine core monster with a single punch wasn't a big deal. If a stone golem like this were to attack head-on, many people would be able to kill it. But your 10,000 everlasting elephant skill is pretty powerful. Xianxia said. With his experience, he could easily tell how terrifying Nangong Wentian's skill was. If he cultivated it to the extreme, he would be able to possess the strength of 10,000 elephants. It was an extremely frightening skill. Of course. Nangong Wentian felt proud of himself once again. In the following 2 days, the three of them and the dog continued to walk on this seemingly endless path. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by hidden stone golems. However, with their strength, no matter how well hidden the stone golems were, they were all killed. Under such intense battles, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's perception had indeed improved by quite a bit. Bam! Han Yan's fist that was wrapped in devilish energy punched towards a spot in the sky where there was a ripple. Following a cracking sound, a large amount of broken rocks fell down from the sky. Along the way, the group of 4 men and a dog had killed at least 100 stone golems. However, it seemed like there was no end to these stone golems, as if they would never be able to kill all of them. Damn it, this master dog can't take this anymore. When will we reach the end of this path? De Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen this path. Han Yan had a gloomy expression as well. Do you really think the other paths are peaceful? Let me tell you, none of the 9 paths are peaceful. If I'm not mistaken, the people on the other paths must be experiencing different kinds of dangers right now, just like us. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. While Xianxia and the group were fighting the stone golems on the white path, a gigantic sword and a battleship appeared outside of the island of ice. Both the gigantic sword and battleship were powerful magical weapons, and there were dozens of men standing on each of them. They were the men from the Myriad Sword sect and Xianxia clan. These 2 superpowers were extremely fast, and in just 2 days, they had arrived outside of the island of ice. Looking at the gigantic island of ice floating above the ice, the group couldn't help but feel their breaths quicken. The island of ice has reappeared. I never thought I would have the chance to see it again in my lifetime. The white-bearded old man from the Myriad Sword sect said with mixed emotions. Old boy, look at you, I can tell you've never seen the world before. The combat soul warrior from the Xianxia clan couldn't help but ridicule the old man. The Myriad Sword sect and the Xianxia clan had been enemies for a long time, and it was already good enough that they didn't start a fight when they met. Xianxia Hui, stop showing off. I don't believe you aren't nervous when the island of ice has reappeared. Who knows who's going to find a great fortune on this trip? Old Bai, Lung Lung, glared at Xianxia Hui and said angrily. After exchanging some words, the 2 superpowers started flying toward the illusory entrance of the island of ice. Plop, plop, just like before, this group of incomparably elegant major characters fell to the ground one by one, looking so handsome that they were in a daze. What's going on? Someone cried out in shock. There's a force here that's suppressing my cultivation. I'm only an early mortal core warrior right now, this is really weird. Shang Guanhui's expression changed. Sect Elder, look over there are so many dead bodies. A young disciple from the Myriad Sword sect saw a pool of blood not far away from them, and he immediately cried out in shock. Let's go have a look. The group quickly arrived in front of the dead bodies. When they saw the condition of the dead bodies, their expressions immediately changed. Bastard, who did this? Old Bai was so angry that even his beard was trembling. An intense anger rose up from his heart. Third Grandpa, this is Sixth Grandpa's dead body. All the men who came with Sixth Grandpa are dead. A young man from the Shangguan clan said while gritting his teeth. Senior disciple Lin Enning was killed as well. Who has the guts to kill all the men from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan? All the disciples from the Myriad Sword sect were furious. As disciples of the Myriad Sword sect, no matter where they went, they would always be supreme existences. No one dared to disrespect them, and no one dared to be their enemy. Everyone had to think twice before making an enemy out of the Myriad Sword sect. A scene like this had never happened before. Who did this? Old White Ghost was truly furious. He had even killed an elder of the Myriad Sword sect. This was a serious provocation to the Myriad Sword sect's dignity. On the other side, the Shangguan clan was in a similar situation. In the Eastern continent, no one had ever dared to offend the Shangguan clan's dignity like this. Even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty had to give them some face. I don't care who it is, we have to tear them into pieces. Shang Guanhui said while gritting his teeth. Let's go, once we leave this desert, that mysterious force will disappear. We have to find out who killed our men. Old Bai Lingling said. After that, he brought the group and flew toward the end of the desert. With their speed, they soon left the desert, crossed the plain, and arrived in front of the 9 paths. Right at this moment, there were still many people in front of the paths. When they saw the men from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, their expressions immediately changed. Judging from the expressions of these two superpowers, it was obvious that they had discovered what had happened in the desert. Swoosh, the combat soul genius from the Myriad Sword sect who was holding a folding fan grabbed a rogue warrior and pulled him toward himself. Tell me, who did it? This man's name was Ling Du, a peerless genius from the Myriad Sword sect. He had broken through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, and he was also a disciple of the Martial Palace. He had a very high status in the sect, and when he heard about the Island of Ice's reappearance, he followed his sect here. It's Jiang Chen. All your men were killed by Jiang Chen. The rogue warrior answered in a low voice, not daring to hide anything. Right now, the Myriad Sword sect was extremely angry, and if he didn't take this seriously, he could very well be killed. Jiang Chen? Which Jiang Chen? Ling Dulingling said. Jiang Chen, the one who walked out from Inferno Hell. He was followed by a Dehuang dog, and 2 of his companions. The man's forehead was covered in sweat. Slap, Ling Du slapped the man's face and shouted, bullshit. What cultivation level does that Jiang Chen have? How could he kill all those combat soul warriors? It's because the desert restricts everyone's cultivation level to the early mortal core realm. That Jiang Chen has a strong body, and he's invincible amongst those who are at the same level as him. That's why he was able to kill all your men. The rogue warrior was cursing in his mind. He was really unlucky, but he didn't dare show any neglect when facing Ling Du's question. He's right, all your men were killed by Jiang Chen, he is a madman. Someone said. Where is Jiang Chen? Ling Du said while gnashing his teeth. He has entered the inner part of the Island of Ice. The man said. Damn this Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Come, let's enter the inner part of the Island of Ice. Shang Guanhui unleashed his energy and was about to walk toward one of the paths. Don't go in. Someone shouted out. Right now, they had to stop Shang Guanhui from entering the inner part of the Island of Ice. If they didn't, Shang Guanhui would be killed immediately, and the Shangguan clan would blame them for not reporting what happened to him. If that happened, all of them would die together with Shang Guanhui. Shang Guanhui, who was about to take his first step, suddenly turned around and stared at the man who spoke. Why can't we go in? Sect Elder Shangguan, this path is extremely evil, only those below 30 years old can go in safely, but those above 30 years old will be killed immediately. The man said. What? Old White Ghost and Shangguan Hui cried out at the same time, their faces filled with shock. He's right, those above 30 years old will be killed if they go in, and many have already died. If not, why would we just stand here and wait? Old Man Ling Shan said. Third Grandpa, I didn't expect this island of ice to be so selective. What should we do now? A genius from the Shangguan clan asked Shangguan Wei. Looks like this island of ice is prepared for young men. Since we can't enter it, we won't do so. Ilong, Ilay, you two bring the rest of the men into the island of ice, find that Jiang Chen, and tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Shang Guanhui looked at the two young men standing next to him. Both of them had strong cultivations, both of them were combat soul warriors. Although they were only at the early combat soul realm, being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age was enough to prove their incredible talent. They were peerless geniuses that were rarely seen. Don't worry, Third Grandpa, as long as I enter the island of ice, even if that Jiang Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still be killed by me. I'll humiliate him thoroughly before killing him. I'll let him know the consequences of offending the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Ilong said in a vicious manner. As one of the most talented men in the younger generation of the Shangguan clan, he was a prideful man. There was no way he would take Jiang Chen seriously. He knew that Jiang Chen was only a divine core warrior, and in front of him, Jiang Chen was just an ant. As long as he attacked, he could easily kill Jiang Chen with just a finger. Although Jiang Chen had killed many combat soul warriors, that was because of the desert's suppression. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a divine core warrior could fight a combat soul warrior. Humph. Jiang Chen's life is mine. Shangguan Ilong, Shangguan Ilay, you better not interfere. I'll make that Jiang Chen lick my shoes, then humiliate him to death. Ling Du from the Wanjian house coldly snorted as he waved the fan in his hand. His arrogance was boundless. Ling Du, don't be too arrogant. Whoever can kill Jiang Chen will have to depend on their own abilities. Besides, when we're on the island of ice, your myriad sword sect better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave this place alive. Shangguan Ilong was even more arrogant and domineering. After saying that, he turned around and led dozens of young geniuses from the Shangguan clan towards one of the paths. Humph. Boasting shamelessly, why don't you take a look at yourself first? Ling Du slapped the folding fan in his hand. If he wasn't waiting to enter the island of ice, he really wanted to fight Shangguan Ilong right now. Jiang Chen has to die, but those people from the Shangguan clan are too arrogant. If I bump into them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Another young man from the Myriad Sword sect said. His name was Su Shuang, and he was a genius who had just broken through to the combat soul realm not long ago. Let's go, we'll enter as well. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan had entered different paths. Old White Ghost and Shangguan Hui had gloomy expressions on their faces. Although both of them were mid-combat soul warriors, they were too old, and their talent was limited. It was extremely difficult for them to break through to the next level. Initially, they wanted to come to the island of ice to look for opportunities, but who would have thought that they wouldn't even have the qualification to enter the island of ice? The younger generation of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect is too arrogant. Their sense of superiority is really annoying. Someone said in a low voice. Shoo, lower your voice. Those are 2 ferocious tigers. Do you want to die? Furthermore, they have the right to be arrogant. Look at Ling Du and Shangguan Ilong, they've broken through to the combat soul realm at such a young age. We can't compare with them. Someone said. Bam, right at this moment, in the 4th path, Jiang Chen had shattered a stone golem with a single punch. Along the way, he had lost count of the number of stone golems he had killed. When they reached this place, Nangong Wentian and Han Yan's expressions gradually became serious. The deeper they went, the more stone golems appeared. Sometimes, there would be several stone golems attacking at the same time, making it hard for them to defend against them. Luckily, these stone golems didn't have strong cultivation bases. As long as they didn't get sneak attacked, with their abilities, they didn't have to worry about any danger. Also, under such intense battles, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's senses had improved a lot. Another dead body appeared in front of him. The warrior's head had been shattered, and the blood on the ground had dried up. Sigh. This is the sixth one. This guy is pretty strong to be able to make it this far. Han Yan let out a long sigh. If I'm not mistaken, there were only 6 people who chose this path before us. In other words, all the people who came before us are dead. Nangong Wentian had a sad look on his face. This was undoubtedly a sad scene. Compared to those stone golems, these humans were, after all, of the same race. Now, they had all died before they could even enter the inner region of the island of ice, causing them to feel a little sad. Damn it, this path is so weird, I wonder when we'll reach the end. Han Yan cursed. Let's keep going. Xianxia strode forward. What happened next shocked them even more, because the stone golems didn't appear again. The path suddenly became extremely quiet. After walking for half a day, they finally reached the end of the path. The white mist that lingered around the path gradually disappeared. Little Xianxia, we've reached the end of the path. Han Yan said excitedly. There's a mountain range in front of us. Nangong Wentian smiled as well. The 3 humans and 1 dog moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the end of the path and entered the mountain range. Be careful, there's something different about this mountain range. Xianxia reminded them. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan took a closer look, and they couldn't help but frown. Such a huge mountain range, at least 100 li wide, but there's not a single plant here. Furthermore, the color of the mountain range is exactly the same as the stone golems. Realizing this, Han Yan's expression suddenly became a little ugly. Buzz, right after Han Yan's words left his mouth, thousands of stone golems suddenly emerged from the mountain range. After these stone golems appeared, they didn't make any sound and simply threw themselves at Xianxia and the group. So many stone golems. Nangong Wentian was shocked. These stone golems don't have a high cultivation base, let's fly over them. After saying that, Xianxia leapt into the air. The stone golems followed suit and blocked in front of Xianxia. Die. Xianxia punched out with his fist. It was a punch that could shake a mountain, and it contained a scorching hot energy. With just a single punch, he shattered dozens of stone golems, and after that, he continued flying forward with incredible speed. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian didn't dare slow down. They followed closely behind Xianxia and kept fighting the stone golems. The stone golems here are endless. Luckily, this mountain range isn't too big, so we can quickly tear open a path. Da Huang Dog looked mighty. With his majestic body, he smashed all the stone golems into pieces. 3 men and a dog were slaughtering their way forward, but none of them noticed that the mountain in the center of the mountain range was glowing brightly. Every time the light glowed, more stone golems would appear from within the mountain range. They surrounded Xianxia and the group from all directions. The good thing was, these stone golems didn't have any yuan energy, and they could only attack with their physical strength. At most, they could only attack with the strength of an early divine core warrior, and they couldn't pose any threat to the group. But, they couldn't keep besieging them like this. Humph. You think you can stop me with this bunch of lifeless things? Break for me. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon flame. The scorching hot flame could burn anything, and all the stone golems were instantly melted when they touched it. The 30-meter-long flame looked like a blazing fire dragon as it ferociously charged forward, burning all of the stone golems to ashes. However many stone golems tried to stop it, the same number of stone golems were burned to death. Let's go. Xianxia let out a loud shout. The group followed the fire dragon and flew forward. The fire dragon was unstoppable, and everything that stood in its way was destroyed. Haha, this fire dragon is amazing, it just opened up a path for us. No matter how many stone golems there are, we won't have to worry about them at all. We'll be able to cross 100 miles in no time. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter. But, their excitement didn't last long, and something strange happened again. Xianxia had been fighting the fire dragon for more than 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes, with their speed, even if they were blocked, they would be able to cross 1,000 miles in no time. However, the stone golems in all directions didn't decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more stone golems. What's going on? There are more and more stone golems, and I don't think we're able to cross them. Nangong Wendian frowned. Damn it, look at that mountain in front of us. When we first started, that mountain was right in front of us, and it's still right in front of us now. It seems like we've been fighting for so long, but we're still at the same spot. De Huang Dog finally realized something, and he felt extremely depressed. So that's how it is. This mountain range is so strange, it's like it can move by itself. Han Yan also realized what was going on. Normally, they should have already left the mountain range, but now, it seemed like they hadn't even left the place they were originally at. Damn it, there's no end to the stone golems in this damn place. If we don't leave, we'll die of exhaustion sooner or later. Nangong Wendian's 10,000 elephants' godly fist smashed dozens of stone golems into pieces, but it was useless. More and more stone golems pounced on them, and if this continued, they wouldn't even have time to rest. If they couldn't leave the mountain range, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. There must be a reason. You guys deal with the stone golems first, I'll check out the terrain. Xianxia recalled the fire dragon and used the great soul derivation technique to check out the mountain range. Han Yan, Nangong Wendian, and De Huang Dog surrounded Xianxia and killed the stone golems that were charging at them. Boom boom boom, the three of them continued to attack, shattering the incoming stone golems and protecting Xianxia in the center. Xianxia closed his eyes and released his soul power. With the help of the great soul derivation technique, nothing in the mountain range could escape his senses. They had been attacking for more than 10 minutes, but they were still at the same spot. This made Xianxia feel that this mountain range was definitely not ordinary. There must be something strange about it. Xianxia searched carefully and finally, he focused all of his attention on the inconspicuous mountain in the center of the mountain range. Swoosh, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. There's something wrong with that mountain. There's a faint light flickering on it. Every time it flickers, more and more stone golems appear. As long as we destroy that mountain, we'll be able to destroy all the stone golems. Xianxia pointed at the mountain. Little Chenzi, that mountain is still very far away, how are we going to destroy it? Han Yan said. That's right. Every time we move, the mountain moves along with us. It's very strange, we're always at the same spot. Nangong Wendian felt very depressed. Not necessarily. Did you guys realize that although we're at the same spot, our attacks aren't the same? The mountain is moving along with us. Therefore, we can just stand here and attack that mountain from a distance. As long as we destroy it, we'll be able to solve the problem. Xianxia said. Although the distance is not short, with our strength, it won't be too difficult to destroy it. However, with these stone golems blocking our way, it won't be easy. Little Chenzi, let's work together. You destroy these stone golems and open a path, I'll attack from behind. Nangong Wendian said. Once again, a huge ruler shining with blue light appeared in his hand. Alright, 6 solar fingers. Xianxia shouted. The 6 profound solar fingers was the most suitable weapon for this kind of long-range attack. 6 gigantic golden fingers that looked like pillars supporting the heavens appeared with a loud rumble. Then, they quickly fused together and rushed forward. The speed of the 6 profound solar fingers was extremely fast, it was as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, the stone golems would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 6 profound solar fingers had opened up a path. However, after killing so many stone golems, the power of the 6 profound solar fingers had decreased by a lot. Even though it had reached the mountain, it was not enough to destroy it. Right at this moment, Nangong Wendian made his move. He raised the huge ruler in his hand up high, and the star-like blue light became even brighter. This huge ruler's name was Myriad Stars Ruler. It was Nangong Wendian's natal weapon that he created by fusing the power of the stars. It was extremely powerful. Nangong Wendian let out a thunderous roar and swung his giant ruler forward. A bright blue Milky Way shot out from the ruler. The Milky Way followed the path created by Xianxia's 6 solar fingers and went straight to the center of the mountain range. It was not obstructed by the stone golems at all. Rumble, with a loud rumble, the myriad stars ruler's attack landed on the mountain peak that Xianxia had mentioned. The originally sturdy mountain peak was instantly smashed into pieces, just like the stone golems. The moment the mountain peak was smashed into pieces, the stone golems that filled the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. Seeing that their attack was effective, the few of them let out a long sigh of relief. With their abilities, although they were not afraid of the stone golems, the feeling of being attacked by countless stone golems for such a long time was not a pleasant one. After the stone golems disappeared, the mountain range returned to its original state. Other than the mountain peak that had been smashed into pieces, everything else was the same as before. After fighting for such a long time, there was not a single trace of the battle left on the mountain range. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the bottom of the mountain peak. Rays of ancient light shot out from the mountain peak. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of the few of them. "There's something inside," Han Yan said. "Wakaka, it must be a treasure." De Huang Dog laughed heartily and was the first to rush out. Like a golden ray of light, he arrived at the broken mountain peak in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Chan and the other two arrived, De Huang Dog had already rushed out. In his mouth was a worn-out bronze plate. "Pa! I thought it was some treasure. You made this Lord Dog happy for nothing." Big Yellow spat out the bronze plate from his mouth. With quick reflexes, Jiang Chen caught the bronze plate in his hand. The mountain was able to create countless stone golems, and it was able to make them feel like they were trapped in an illusion. There must be something extraordinary about this mountain, and anything that came out from it wouldn't be an ordinary item. Jiang Chen took the bronze plate and felt the weight in his hand. When he looked at it, his eyes widened. "Look at that bronze plate." Han Yan also saw the appearance of the bronze plate and cried out in surprise. Seeing their reaction, De Huang Dog also came forward and looked at the bronze plate carefully. Sure enough, this bronze plate was exactly the same as the one Jiang Chen had obtained before. "What's so special about this broken bronze plate?" Nangong Wendian asked in confusion. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Nangong Wendian. He took out another bronze plate from his storage ring and placed it on his left and right hand. Comparing the two bronze plates, they looked exactly the same, and there was no difference between them. "Damn, these two bronze plates are exactly the same. Little Chinzi, why do you have something like this?" Nangong Wendian was shocked. "I got this bronze plate when I was on the Blissful Island. I didn't expect there to be an identical bronze plate on the island of ice." Jiang Chen was shocked. With his eyesight, he could see that these two bronze plates were exactly the same. Even the materials used were exactly the same. There was no difference between them at all. Because of this, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. The bronze plate in his hand was exchanged from the old man, and the old man definitely didn't know what the bronze plate was used for. It seemed like this bronze plate was indeed something special. "I didn't expect there to be a bronze plate like this on the island of ice. Little Chinzi, it looks like this bronze plate is definitely something special. The stone golems from before must have something to do with this bronze plate," Han Yan said. "Maybe there are more bronze plates than just these two," De Huang Dog guessed. "It's highly possible. Anyway, let's put them away first. They might be useful in the future." After saying that, Jiang Chen put away the two bronze plates in his hand. Although the bronze plates didn't look special, Jiang Chen knew that they weren't ordinary. "Let's leave this place quickly," De Huang Dog said. 3 people and a dog walked along the mountain. This time, they didn't encounter any stone golems. However, when they were about to walk out of the mountain, a white fog suddenly appeared in front of them. It blinded their eyes and made them feel cold. "The environment here is unpredictable. It's really bad," Han Yan said gloomily. "I can feel that the white fog in front of us isn't dangerous. Once we pass through this white fog, we might enter another world." Jiang Chen smiled. He took a step forward and disappeared into the white mist in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 3 people and a dog walked out of the white fog. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, after getting out of the white fog, they saw another world. There was a plane in front of them, and the sky was blue. However, what attracted them the most was not this scenery, but the floating garden in the sky. That's right, the sky garden. At that moment, many people were walking back and forth in the sky above the garden. Those people all looked excited. Some of them had already started fighting. Moreover, there were people rushing out from other directions. After seeing the garden in the sky, they directly flew up. Xianxia knew that those people must have come out from other paths. The number of people coming out from those paths was obviously much more than the number of people coming out from the path they had come out from. From this, it could be seen that the other paths weren't that dangerous. Some paths were even safe. However, the path Jiangchen had come out from, only 3 people and a dog had come out unscathed. The others had all died miserably. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the garden in the sky was too attractive. Even though they were far away, they could still smell the rich smell coming from the garden. The strong smell of spiritual medicine rushed into their noses, making them feel relaxed and happy. Get out of the way. I found this 1,000-year-old ginseng. F***CKU. Why didn't you tell me that I broke the matrix? You can't get it yourself, yet you're jealous of others. There are so many spiritual medicines here. Go find something else. Holy sh**T. What is that? That's the mysterious Yuan ancient jade. Why is there such a big piece here? Holy sh**T. Look. That's the flourishing lotus king. It's a spiritual medicine that you can't even find in the outside world. Oh my god. There are rare spiritual medicines everywhere. This garden in the sky is a huge treasure. The people in the sky above the garden were all shouting excitedly. They had just seen a rare spiritual medicine genius that they would never see in their entire lives. Waha, a huge treasure. There really is a huge treasure. Master Dog will go first. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail, turned into a beam of golden light and rushed into the sky garden. Jiangchen and the other 2 followed him. When they entered the garden, they were immediately shocked by the scene inside. Holy sh**T. Nan Gongwentian's eyes were wide open. He felt as if he was dreaming. Holy sh**T. This garden has a circumference of 10 miles. Holy sh**T. There are spiritual medicines everywhere. Many of them are ancient. If this place was outside, all the sects would fight each other for it. Han Yen jumped up from his seat. Compared to this sky garden, Guishan's herb garden was like bullsh**T. The difference between them was too huge. Swoosh swoosh, more and more people appeared, rushing towards the sky garden. The number of people entering the island of ice was definitely not limited to those who had entered the island of ice at the beginning. During the days when the island of ice's entrance was still open, more and more young people would come to the island of ice in search of fortune. Those guys came out looking so relaxed, as if nothing happened to them. But we had to risk our lives to get out. How depressing. Nangong Wendian and Jiangchen had noticed these people as well. Some of them had obvious injuries on their bodies, and it looked like they had encountered some dangers in the past as well. However, the danger level was slightly lower than Jiangchen's group. There were also some paths where no one had come out. Obviously, they had encountered some great danger, and they might not have the chance to come out again. As for those who hadn't encountered any danger, they had already come out from the paths, and were now in the sky garden. They must have obtained a lot of benefits. It took Jiangchen and the others 2.5 days to come out from the paths. No matter what, those who had walked out of the 9 paths had now encountered the greatest opportunity in their lives. This garden in the sky was a peerless treasure. Every spiritual herb here had unimaginable benefits for the human body. Everyone's eyes had turned red, and they were shouting out excitedly. Haha, this fiery dragon fruit is mine. A divine core warrior burst into laughter. He extended his hand and grabbed towards a bright red fiery dragon fruit. Right when his palm was about to touch the fruit, a barrier suddenly appeared around the fiery dragon fruit and blocked the warrior's hand. At the same time, a rebounding force was unleashed from the barrier, forcing the warrior to take 3 steps back. On the other side, De Huang Dog was drooling. He aimed at a herb and was about to eat it, but he was blocked by a barrier as well, causing him to feel a pain in his teeth. Haha, idiot, there are defense mechanisms around these herbs. If you can't break the formation, don't even think about getting the herbs. The newcomers are all rookies. Someone burst into laughter. Those who were the first batch of people had obviously found out something was wrong. Damn it, there really is a defense mechanism around the herbs. This master dog was too panicked just now, so I didn't have time to check it out. But, trying to stop this master dog with such a small defense mechanism? You are way too naive. De Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a talisman onto the barrier. The barrier shook a few times, then it shattered into pieces. De Huang dog swallowed the herb with a single bite. This is strange, even the herbs are protected by a defense mechanism. Han Yan widened his eyes. Otherwise, do you think there would be so many elixirs here? Not to mention a garden with a circumference of 10 li, even a circumference of 100 li would have been ransacked by now. Every stalk of spiritual herb here is protected by a restrictive spell. In other words, if you want to obtain the spiritual herb, you must first break the restrictive spell. Moreover, the degree of preciousness, age, and value of the spiritual herb are different. The more precious the herb, the harder it is to break the restrictive spell. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Indeed, Han Yan and Namgong Wentian saw many cultivators exerting their strength on those precious spirit herbs. One of them forcibly occupied a flourishing lotus king, his face was flushed red. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break the seal around the flourishing lotus king. There are so many spiritual herbs here. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Namgong Wentian kept the huge ruler in his hand and walked towards one of the spirit herbs with a smile on his face. He abruptly stretched out his palm and a bright light flickered on his palm as he pressed it down on the spirit herb. With a bang, the seal on the spirit herb was broken and the spirit herb was in his hands. The weaker ones have already been taken by others. The ones left behind are the ones that aren't easy to break, but they're still precious. However, Anan, your method of breaking the restrictions is too clumsy. If you use brute force to break the restrictions, you'll die of exhaustion if you run into a slightly more difficult restriction. Xianxia said to Namgong Wentian. What the fuck? You're talking like you're so strong? Don't tell me you didn't use brute force to break the restrictive spells? Namgong Wentian couldn't accept it. In his mind, Xianxia was an abnormal monster with incredible combat strength, and he was also a great alchemist. A man like him must be a rookie when it came to defense mechanisms. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. He didn't even look at the spiritual herb as he casually pointed at it. The restrictive spell was instantly broken and the spiritual herb flew into Xianxia's hand as if it was being summoned. Xianxia strode forward. His fingertips flickered with a bright light. Every time he flicked his finger, a restrictive spell would be broken and all kinds of spiritual herbs would be taken into his pouch effortlessly. This scene caught many people's attention, including Namgong Wentian and Han Yan. This damn freak, I can't play with him anymore. The muscles on Namgong Wentian's face twitched. He finally saw what a real monster was. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Xianxia didn't use any yuan qi when he broke the restrictive spells. Instead, he used restrictive spells to break the restrictive spells. To be able to do this, one must have a high level of attainment in the Tao of restrictive spells and techniques. Han Yan was slightly better. After all, he had been following Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia's image of a freak had been deeply ingrained in his mind. No matter how strange Xianxia's performance was, Han Yan wouldn't be too surprised. Damn it, isn't he bullying us? Isn't that Xianxia? Is he still human? His combat strength is incredible, his alchemy skills are brilliant, and he's also an expert in restrictive spells and arrays. Is he trying to kill us? Breaking the seal with a wave of his hand? If this goes on, won't all the spiritual herbs here be collected by him? This won't do. I have to work hard. If I can't get some of such a big treasure, it will be a waste. Those cultivators who had entered the Sky Garden before could not take it anymore. Xianxia's performance had hit them hard. Putting aside Xianxia's side, De Huang Dog's side was even fiercer than Xianxia's. Wherever the dog went, there was an empty space. When he spat out the symbols, he had already pounced on the spiritual herbs. The moment the restrictive spells were broken, the spiritual herbs were already in his mouth. Damn it, what the hell is this dog? Don't tell me the restriction doesn't work on him? He's too cruel. He ate so many spiritual herbs. Isn't he afraid that he will explode? I can't take it anymore. I can't even compare to a dog. Many people felt dizzy. They didn't know where this guy came from. He was too cruel and inhumane. Of course, he wasn't a human. De Huang dog was like a tornado. When he saw the spiritual herbs he liked, he immediately pounced on them. He didn't care if there were people there or not. Damn dog, get lost. This old ginseng is mine. That cultivator shouted at De Huang dog. He hadn't participated in the Blissful Islands trade fair before. It was obvious that he didn't know how powerful De Huang dog was. Woof. Get lost, idiot. De Huang dog casually emitted an aura from his body and sent that cultivator flying. Then, he ate the old ginseng clean. As more and more people came, the sky garden became more and more chaotic. Many people started to fight. After being stimulated by Jian Chen and De Huang dog, seeing that the spiritual herbs were getting lesser and lesser, many people started to work together. After all, many of the restrictive spells on the spiritual herbs were very strong. It was very difficult for one person to break them. At this time, the disciples of the big forces were taking advantage of the situation. They had high-quality magic treasures in their hands. When they worked together, they had a better understanding of each other. This way, they would be able to get many spiritual herbs. Plop, that cultivator who had been using all his strength on the flourishing Lotus King for 2 hours finally couldn't take it anymore. He fell on the ground, sweating profusely. It was quite admirable for someone to put in so much effort for a spiritual herb. Unfortunately, even after using all his strength, he still couldn't break the restrictive spell. A huge dog head appeared on top of that cultivator's head. De Huang dog grinned at the cultivator lying on the ground and said, "Hee hee, you can't do it. Let this master dog help you." De Huang dog leapt over that cultivator's body and arrived in front of the flourishing Lotus King. This flourishing Lotus King was actually as tall as a human. Its entire body was as bright as a crystal. With just one look, one could tell that it had been growing for a very long time. This was a high-grade spiritual herb, a rare treasure that couldn't be found in the outside world. De Huang dog's eyes shone brightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a talisman pattern. The talisman pattern condensed into a restrictive spell and collided with the restrictive spell around the flourishing Lotus King. Buzz, the two restrictive spells collided with each other, producing a buzzing sound. Although the restrictive spell protecting the flourishing Lotus King didn't break, its light had dimmed a lot. This restrictive spell isn't weak at all. Even this master dog can't break it in one go. But if you want to stop this master dog, you're too naive. Break for me, De Huang dog said. He opened his mouth and spat out a few mysterious talisman patterns. This dog was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. He knew every kind of restrictive spell in this world. He could even create a complicated restrictive spell like the spiraling restrictive spell, let alone this place. If De Huang dog was given enough time, he would be able to take all the spiritual herbs in this place. The few mysterious talisman patterns gently landed on the restrictive spell, causing it to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, a soft pop sound was heard and the restrictive spell shattered. The resplendent flourishing Lotus King was completely revealed. The aura it emitted was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. What the F***ck? No way. The guy who was still gasping for breath on the ground wanted to bang his head against the wall when he saw this. At the same time, he hated De Huang dog so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been busy for 2 hours and had almost collapsed from exhaustion. Yet, he still hadn't been able to break the restrictive spell. But this dog had done it. How could he not feel depressed? Wakaka, this taste must be amazing. Big Yellow let out a loud laughter, and his saliva was flying everywhere. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow the flourishing Lotus King, but right at this moment, a huge hand covered the flourishing Lotus King with lightning speed. It uprooted the flourishing Lotus King and stored it away. De Huang Dog's eyes were spitting fire. He didn't even need to think to know who dared to steal his things. Bastard! There are so many spiritual herbs here, why did you steal this, Master Dogs? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. White smoke was constantly coming out of his nostrils. De Huang, the medicinal strength of this flourishing Lotus King is too strong. I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it after eating it. Give me back my flourishing Lotus King. Jiang Chen put on a look that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost. I won't even explode after eating you. Give me back my flourishing Lotus King. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he knew very well that the flourishing Lotus King was already in Jiang Chen's hands, he still couldn't help but threaten Jiang Chen. More and more people were gathering in the Sky Garden, and the herbs kept disappearing. All the people here were geniuses from the younger generation. These herbs were enough to create some geniuses, and now, they were in the hands of these geniuses. As long as these geniuses didn't die here due to bad luck, once they left the island of ice, their cultivations would definitely improve greatly. Everyone, stop. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded out from the edge of the Sky Garden. Everyone turned around and saw 4 young men standing at the edge of the Sky Garden. 3 men and 1 woman. All 4 of them had arrogant expressions on their faces, and the leading man was a tall and muscular man, even more muscular than Nangong Wendian. A genius from the Shangguan clan is here. I know him, his name is Shangguan Ilai, a genius from the younger generation of the Shangguan clan. He just broke through to the combat soul realm not long ago, I never thought he would come here as well. Damn it, he has broken through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, I'm so jealous. But, look at this guy, he doesn't look friendly. Perhaps it has something to do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen killed all the people from the Shangguan clan in the desert, there's no way they wouldn't be angry. Seeing Shangguan Ilai's arrival, many people started whispering to each other. Some even had fearful expressions on their faces. Putting aside the mighty reputation of the Shangguan clan, just the fact that Shangguan Ilai was a combat soul warrior was more than enough to frighten anyone. A genius combat soul warrior was not someone ordinary combat soul warriors could compare with. Shangguan Ilai's strength was much stronger than Shangguan Chong, who was killed by Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the 4 geniuses from the Shangguan clan threw their glances at the Sky Garden. Seeing that half of the garden had been taken away, a greedy expression emerged on their faces. Luckily, all the herbs were precious. Everyone, listen up. From now on, this garden belongs to the Shangguan clan. No one is allowed to pick any more herbs. Shangguan Ilai's voice was loud and clear, causing even the air to tremble. His words immediately caused everyone's expressions to change. Damn it, the Shangguan clan doesn't have to be so overbearing. This garden doesn't belong to them. Fuck them, they want to keep such a huge treasure all to themselves? The Shangguan clan is too arrogant. How could he do that? These herbs are ownerless, and whoever has the ability can get them. If that Shangguan Ilai has the ability, he can just break the defense mechanism and get those herbs himself. But, isn't his way of doing things a bit too overbearing? Everyone's expressions changed when they looked at the Shangguan clan, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. These herbs didn't belong to anyone, and they were the ones who discovered them first. How could Shangguan Ilai just take them away with just a few words? You've already obtained quite a lot of spiritual herbs. Don't be too greedy. Shangguan Ilai said with a sneer. Many people started to curse in their hearts. Greedy? Who was the greedy one? Before your Shangguan clan appeared, there were geniuses from all sorts of superpowers here. Not to mention the other superpowers, even that mighty Jiang Chen wasn't as greedy as your Shangguan clan. This is ridiculous. Brother Lei said that all the herbs here belong to the Shangguan clan, no one is allowed to take any of them. The girl from the Shangguan clan said with a clear voice. Looking at her alluring appearance, many men were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wished they could just strip her naked and ck her. Of course, they could only think about it in their hearts, no one dared to take action. Furthermore, as soon as the woman finished speaking, no matter how unwilling the crowd was, they all stopped what they were doing. None of them dared touch the herbs anymore. Even the superpowers from the other provinces had the same reaction, they couldn't afford to offend the Shangguan clan. Bang! Right at this moment, the sound of a defense mechanism breaking could be heard. De Huang Dog ate a spiritual herb with a single bite, then he walked over to another one. On the other side, Jiang Chen didn't even look at the Shangguan clan, he just kept collecting herbs. Nangong Wendian and Han Yan were the same. Both of them were whistling with a prideful look on their faces. Both of them were working together to destroy the defense mechanism and collect the herbs. Right at this moment, the three men and the dog's performance was really eye-catching. However, the crowd was secretly cheering in their hearts. All of them hated the Shangguan clan, and most of them knew about Jiang Chen's identity. If there was anyone here who dared to fight the Shangguan clan, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chen. Bastard, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The girl was like a tigress, she was even more arrogant than the men. She immediately started cursing at Jiang Chen and the others. Bitch, why are you barking so loudly? Do you think you're a pervert? De Huang Dog turned around and said to the girl. After that, he continued digging for herbs. Many people secretly gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. This dog was really incredible, he actually dared to call a genius from the Shangguan clan a bitch, his courage was really admirable. However, when they thought about his performance during the Blissful Islands auction, they felt relieved. However, De Huang Dog's words had completely ignited the girl's anger. She immediately flew into a rage. Damn dog, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. The girl immediately dashed forward. A soft whip appeared in her hand, and she immediately lashed it toward De Huang Dog. The whip was like a venomous snake, and since this girl was a peak late divine core warrior, if anyone was hit by this whip, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Among all the young disciples from the Shangguan clan, besides Shangguan Ilong and Shangguan Ilay who were both combat soul warriors, the rest of them were also very strong, all of them were late divine core warriors. Shangguan Ilong had obtained some benefits from the tunnel, so he and the others hadn't come out yet. Shangguan Ilay had brought these four men out first. He never expected someone would dare challenge the Shangguan clan's dignity. Swoosh, with incredible speed, De Huang Dog instantly hid behind Nangong Wendian's back. It was as if the soft whip had a mind of its own, it suddenly changed its direction and lashed toward Nangong Wendian. It looked like it was going to kill Nangong Wendian as well. Humph. How dare you look down on the Shangguan clan's dignity? You deserve to die as well. The girl was extremely domineering, she was going to kill Nangong Wendian. Damn bitch. Nangong Wendian's eyes instantly turned cold. The myriad stars ruler appeared in his hand, and it shone brightly with bright blue starlight. Nangong Wendian raised it high up into the air, then he swung it toward the girl. Pa, both attacks collided, causing the girl to cry out in alarm. The soft whip in her hand was sent flying away by Nangong Wendian. At the same time, Nangong Wendian's attack didn't slow down at all, and the heavy myriad stars ruler smashed onto the girl's body. Ah, the girl let out a miserable shriek, then she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, like a withered flower petal. Sister Ling. One of the young men from the Shangguan clan cried out in alarm. He quickly reached out and caught the girl in his arms. However, the girl's eyes were tightly shut, and after twitching a few times, she stopped breathing. She was dead. Sister Ling, Brother Lei, Sister Ling is dead. The young man cried out in pain. What? Shangguan Ilay furiously cried out. His eyes were almost shooting out flames. Someone actually dared to kill someone from the Shangguan clan in front of so many people? This was simply outrageous. Kaka, Brother Nan, I never expected you to be so fierce. You even dare to hit a girl, you're such a jerk. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. She's just a bitch who only knows how to bark, so what if I kill her? Nangong Wendian shrugged his shoulders, showing an indifferent expression. As for why Nangong Wendian dared to kill someone from the Shangguan clan, and why he could kill a peak divine core genius with just a single strike, some people were shocked, but some were calm. Those who knew Nangong Wendian clearly knew that he was Jiang Chen's man, and the grudge between them and the Shangguan clan was irreconcilable. Therefore, they wouldn't show any mercy to him. Furthermore, Nangong Wendian was someone who could fight combat soul warriors head-on, so killing a divine core warrior would be a piece of cake for him. So what if I kill her, hearing what Namgang Wendian said, the 3 disciples from the Shangguan clan couldn't take it anymore, especially Shangguan Ilai. He immediately locked his gaze onto Namgang Wendian. I don't care who you are, kneel down in front of my sister Ling's body and repent right now, then kill yourself on the spot. If I attack, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shangguan Ilai pointed his finger at Namgang Wendian. Who do you think you are? Fight me if you have the guts. Namgang Wendian was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. He immediately raised the huge ruler in his hand and pointed it toward Shangguan Ilai. You're courting death. Shangguan Ilai was really furious now. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of Namgang Wendian, then he forcefully unleashed a palm strike toward Namgang Wendian. So strong. Namgang Wendian's expression changed slightly. This Shangguan Ilai was really strong, Shangguan Chong couldn't compare with him at all. If they were at the same cultivation realm, Namgang Wendian wouldn't put Shangguan Chong in his eyes. But, the gap between the Divine Core realm and the Combat Soul realm was huge. With Namgang Wendian's current cultivation, he could fight an early Combat Soul warrior like Shangguan Chong, but if he wanted to fight a genius like Shangguan Ilai, there was still a huge gap. Myriad Stars ruler. Namgang Wendian was a brave man. Without hesitation, he swung the huge ruler in his hand toward the bright palm strike. Boom, a powerful shockwave swept across the place. Namgang Wendian was no match for Shangguan Ilai, and was knocked flying away. However, because of his incredible strength, he didn't suffer any injuries. Han Yan grabbed him and pulled him back. Roar! Right at this moment, De Huang Dog attacked. He immediately unleashed the soul-crunching tune. At the same time, Xianxia attacked from the other side. 3 ferocious flood dragons dashed toward Namgang Wendian. These 2 powerful attacks caused Shangguan Ilai's expression to instantly change. Especially the soul-crunching tune, it made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart. Luckily, he had already formed his combat soul, and was able to react quickly. He immediately took out his perfect-ranked combat weapon and blocked the joint attack from Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Even so, Shangguan Ilai still took a few steps back, and his face turned pale. How is this possible? Shangguan Ilai was shocked. With his combat strength, he was actually forced back by 2 Divine Core warriors. This was ridiculous. He stared at the man and dog in front of him, and suddenly, Xianxia's name popped up in his mind. Amazing. Even a combat soul genius was forced back by him. How come these guys are so strong? Shangguan Ilai is not an ordinary early combat soul warrior, his combat strength is far greater than any ordinary combat soul warriors. You know nothing. He is Xianxia. So, Xianxia is him. He's so young. He was the one who killed all those men in the desert, he's really ruthless. But, no matter how strong they are only Divine Core warriors, I don't think they are a match for Shangguan Ilai. Shangguan Ilai hasn't even used his true abilities yet. Many people started discussing amongst themselves. Some of them didn't know who Xianxia was, but after witnessing Xianxia's true abilities, they were extremely shocked. Many of these people were from various superpowers in the eastern continent, and some of them were from the Qingyi sect. Although they hated Xianxia to the core, none of them dared attack him. You're Xianxia? Shangguan Ilai threw his glance at Xianxia, then he said while gnashing his teeth in anger. That's right, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. All those dead men from the Shangguan clan were still lying in the desert, and it was all done by this young man in front of him. Before he came here, he had promised the Shangguan clan's elder that if he bumped into Xianxia, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. But, he didn't expect his enemy to be right in front of him. What's more, another bastard had just killed their sister Ling, causing their hatred to grow even stronger. That's right, I'm him. Your Shangguan clan is too overbearing. All the herbs here don't belong to anyone, and you guys just came here and tried to take them away, ignoring all the people in the world. Even I can't stand it anymore. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. His words were filled with hostility, because he knew that the enmity between him and the Shangguan clan was irreconcilable, and since it couldn't be resolved, he wouldn't bother trying to resolve it. Xianxia, how dare you? First, you killed our Shangguan clan's elder, Shangguan Wei, in Inferno Hell, and now, you've killed so many men from our Shangguan clan in the desert. No one under the heavens has ever dared treat the Shangguan clan like this. Even if you have 10 lives, you won't be able to survive today. Shangguanilei's energy fluctuated, and his killing intent soared to the sky. I only have 1 life. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Xianxia did not care at all. Humph. Xianxia, don't think that I've used all my strength just now. In my eyes, all of you are just ants. If all of you obediently kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll consider giving you a quick death. Shangguanilei coldly harumphed, causing his energy to become even stronger. A combat soul warrior had formed his true combat soul, and no divine core warrior could compare with him. Shangguanilei was also a genius, no ordinary early combat soul warrior could compare with him. Although he was knocked back by Xianxia and De Huang Dog's joint attack just now, he had fully recovered. As long as he used all his strength, killing all these people in front of him would be a piece of cake. All the people from the Shangguan clan are like this, they only know how to spout bullsh*t, Han Yan ridiculed him. Buddy, you haven't even grown your fur yet, and you dare to bark in front of this master dog? You're really courting death. This master dog advises you to get the hell out of here right now, and perhaps you might be able to keep your life. If not, you'll end up like that bitch lying on the ground. De Huang Dog's mouth was even more vicious. Humph. You arrogant bastards, let me take your lives. Thundercloud storm. Shangguanilei was extremely furious. Without wasting any time, he moved his body and turned into a storm, appearing in front of Xianxia and the group. In an instant, a massive thunderstorm swept toward Xianxia and the group. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, the thunderstorm swept toward them. True Dragon Palm. 10,000 everlasting elephants. 9 devil waves. Don't forget about this master dog. 3 men and a dog attacked at the same time. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw descended from the sky. Nangong Wendian immediately unleashed his golden barbarian elephant, which looked like a gigantic mountain. Han Yan's cultivation was slightly weaker, but Gu Tianma's physique wasn't something to be trifled with. The devil wolf rolled around like a devil king, while De Huang Dog spat out a golden beam from his mouth. It looked like a pillar that could support the heavens, and its attack was extremely powerful. Rumble, the combined attack of the 4 men collided with Shangguanilei's thundercloud storm. The entire battlefield was instantly destroyed, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Many people who were close to the center of the battlefield had frightened expressions on their faces, and they immediately flew away. The entire space had been turned into a chaotic mess, and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. A huge hole had appeared in the sky garden, and some herbs with weaker defense mechanisms had been destroyed. What a pity, once again, Shangguanilei was forced back 3 steps. The shocked expression on his face became even stronger. These guys in front of him were much stronger than he had imagined. He was a combat soul genius, but he had been forced back by 4 divine core warriors. This was something he had never even dreamed about. Of course, Shangguanilei had no idea what kind of abnormal guys these guys were. Putting aside Xianxia, he had 2,200 dragon marks, and that was more than enough for him to fight an ordinary combat soul warrior. If he had a few more dragon marks, and his cultivation base reached the peak mid or late divine core realm, he would be able to kill a young genius like Shangguanilei with ease. Nangong Wendian was a genius. Although no one could tell what kind of special body he had, he was definitely abnormal. Although he was only a peak divine core warrior, his combat strength was no weaker than Xianxia's, and he was more than enough to fight an early combat soul warrior like Shangguanchong. De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse. Although he hadn't fully awakened his bloodline, his strength was still incredible. With his late divine core cultivation base, he was more than enough to fight an ordinary early combat soul warrior. Han Yan was still a peak mid-divine core warrior, and he was only a step away from the late divine core realm. Although he was weaker than De Huang Dog and Nangong Wendian, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. With these 4 abnormal geniuses working together, it was more than enough to deal with Shangguanilei. Kaka, buddy, you should just go back and cultivate for another 2 years. Don't think you can occupy the entire sky garden with just this little ability. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. Right at this moment, the two young disciples from the Shangguan clan walked up to Shangguan Lei. One of them said in a vicious tone, "Brother Lei, don't be polite to them, let's attack together. Stand back, none of you are a match for them. You'll die if you fight them," Shangguan Lei said. He had fought with these four opponents twice, and he didn't gain the upper hand either time. He had some understanding of these four men and dogs' abilities, and the two young disciples beside him were only late divine core warriors. If they fought them, not only would they not be able to provide any help, they might even be killed instantly. Shangguan Lei focused his gaze and looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." "Sure." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and accepted the challenge. Shangguan Lei was startled by Jiang Chen's quick response. He was just testing Jiang Chen, and he didn't expect Jiang Chen to fight him one-on-one. The current situation was pretty obvious, none of these four men and dog were a match for him in a one-on-one fight, but if they worked together, they would be able to fight him. Only an idiot would agree to fight him one-on-one. Shangguan Lei was just joking, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be an idiot. "Are you for real?" Shangguan Lei asked in an unsure tone. "Of course, you and I will fight one-on-one. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens." Jiang Chen said with a bright voice. He accepted the challenge once again. "Little Chenzi, why did you accept his challenge?" Han Yan furrowed his brows. "That's right, this guy is really strong, and I don't think you can defeat him alone. If we work together, even if we can't kill him, we can still piss him off." Nangong Wendian couldn't understand why a smart guy like Jiang Chen would accept Shangguan Lei's challenge. "What do you know? Little Chenzi is trying to use that guy's pressure to break through his own limits," De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. If there was someone in this world who understood Jiang Chen the most, it would be this dog in front of him. De Huang is right, he needs to break through as soon as possible and improve his cultivation. The geniuses from the Shangguan clan are already here, and I believe it won't be long before the geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect come here as well, and maybe even the geniuses from the Martial Palace. At that point of time, there will be countless mighty warriors, and I have no idea how many combat soul geniuses there will be. We have too many enemies, and if we don't have a strong cultivation, we'll be nothing but a piece of cake for them. You know, none of the combat soul warriors who came here are above the age of 30, and all of them are monstrous geniuses. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around the garden in the sky, then he continued, "Furthermore, the environment here is very beneficial to me. I want to keep improving my strength during the fight with Shangguan Lei, and enjoy a feast." "A feast? You want to eat all the herbs here?" Nangong Wendian was surprised. "That's right." Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. Many of the herbs here were natural treasures, and they contained a massive amount of energy. Others might not be able to absorb them immediately, but Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so there was nothing he couldn't absorb. Now that he was fighting Shangguan Lei, Jiang Chen could borrow the pressure from Shangguan Lei to stimulate his potential, allowing him to absorb all the herbs and form more dragon marks. If he could find an opportunity, he might be able to break through to the late divine core realm. At that point of time, killing Shangguan Lei would be as easy as flipping his palm, and when he roamed the island of ice in the future, he would have the strength to fight those formidable geniuses. "Come!" Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. With a sway of his body, he appeared high up in the sky. The fight between him and Shangguan Lei would definitely be a violent one, and if they were to fight in this sky garden, many of the herbs here would be destroyed. What is this Jiang Chen thinking? Don't tell me he really thinks he can fight Shangguan Lei? That's right, if the four of them work together, they might be able to fight Shangguan Lei. If they fight him alone, none of them will be a match for him. This Jiang Chen looks like a smart man, why would he make such a decision? Let's see, Jiang Chen isn't an idiot, I'm sure he has some tricks up his sleeves. With a ferocious grin on his face, Shangguan Lei leapt into the sky. Not having to fight in the sky garden was Shangguan Lei's dream. If he and Jiang Chen fought with all their strength, countless herbs would be destroyed. Those herbs were the wealth of the Shangguan clan, and it would be a pity if they were destroyed. Jiang Chen, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. But, I really want to know, why do you have the guts to fight me alone? Shangguan Lei asked with great interest. Energy was rolling around his body. Because of this, Jiangchen flipped his palm, then 1,000-years-old ginseng that was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance appeared in his palm. Jiangchen unleashed his yuan energy, then the 1,000-years-old ginseng instantly turned into powder. The pure medicinal energy was absorbed by Jiangchen in the blink of an eye. The dragon transformation skill started circulating. All the medicinal energy and energy contained in the 1,000-years-old ginseng had been transformed into yuan energy, and 3 dragon marks were formed. Furthermore, the medicinal energy had penetrated into Jiangchen's internal organs and bones, making his life force even stronger. Shangguanilei was startled for a moment, then he burst into laughter and said, "Haha, Jiangchen, don't tell me you're trying to use these herbs to temporarily increase your strength. What a joke. Don't you think it's too late to increase your strength now?" In Shangguanilei's mind, what Jiangchen was doing was ridiculous. How could it be so easy to increase one's cultivation? Trying to increase one's cultivation during a fight was just bullshit. The gap between the combat soul realm and the divine core realm was huge. Furthermore, how could one swallow a herb like this? Usually, herbs would be refined into pills before being consumed, as they would be able to absorb the essence of the herb. Swallowing the herb like what Jiangchen just did would waste 90% of its medicinal energy. It's not too late. Jiangchen had a carefree expression on his face. He took out all the herbs and absorbed them as if they didn't cost anything. No one could see that the dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed in his body, and all the herb's strength was completely absorbed without any waste. Dragon marks were forming on his body, and with each new dragon mark, his combat strength would increase by another level. Jiangchen's dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. Shangguanilei furrowed his brows. He could clearly sense that Jiangchen's aura had changed. Although it wasn't a big change, Shangguanilei could sense that Jiangchen had become stronger. Courting death. Shangguanilei didn't want to waste any more time, he attacked without any hesitation. Lightning flashed around his body in an awe-inspiring manner, causing a huge thundercloud to form into a violent storm that swept towards Jiangchen. When a combat soul warrior attacked, the wind and clouds would change. Every strike was like a huge mountain, impossible to defend against. 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiangchen knew that this thundercloud storm was Shangguanilei's signature combat skill, so he didn't dare underestimate it. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the 9 murdering flood dragons. He had devoured the blood essence of a flood dragon, which gave him the bloodline of a flood dragon, allowing him to unleash the full power of the 9 murdering flood dragons. Roar. The flood dragons roared, and 3 giant flood dragons, each more than 100 feet long, suddenly appeared, rushing towards the surging thunderclouds. Rumble, lightning interweaved with each other, causing the air to tremble. Shangguanilei was indeed a genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was many times stronger than ordinary early combat soul warriors. In just an instant, all 3 of Jiangchen's flood dragons were killed by the thunderclouds. True Dragon Palm. Jiangchen coldly harumphed, then he unleashed the True Dragon Palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw smashed onto the thunderclouds, shattering them. At the same time, Jiangchen's body was knocked back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Haha, Jiangchen, you're no match for me. Today, I'll let you die in humiliation. Rock-shattering palm. Shangguanilei said in an awe-inspiring manner. He immediately unleashed the Shangguan clan's ultimate skill, the rock-shattering palm, toward Jiangchen. He could tell that although Jiangchen was strong, he was no match for him. However, a grin emerged on Jiangchen's face. The stronger Shangguanilei was, the more he liked it. He wanted to rely on the pressure from Shangguanilei to find an opportunity to improve his cultivation. Under the pressure, he would be able to absorb those herbs at a faster speed. Furthermore, under the pressure, he would be able to stimulate the hidden potential in his body, strengthening his foundation. That way, improving his cultivation in a short period of time wouldn't affect his foundation. This was the best of both worlds, and the reason why Jiangchen agreed to fight Shangguanilei alone. Furthermore, although Shangguanilei was strong and could suppress him, with his abilities, it was impossible for Shangguanilei to kill him. 6 solar fingers. Jiangchen let out a loud shout as he struck out with the 6 solar fingers as well, colliding with Shangguanilei's rock-shattering palm. All kinds of herbs kept appearing in his hand, and all of them were absorbed by him. The medicinal strength and energy kept flowing, and more dragon marks were forming in his body. Firethorn combat armor. Xianxia let out another loud shout. A layer of golden armor appeared on his body, and with the protection of this armor, he was even less afraid of Shangguanilei. Rumble, high up in the sky, the two fighters were locked in a fierce battle. Every time they launched an attack, the air would violently tremble, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Shangguanilei was extremely ferocious, and he kept unleashing powerful attacks, forcing Xianxia to keep staggering back. On the other hand, Shangguanilei was laughing out loud. He was immersed in the pleasure of bullying Xianxia, and he had completely forgotten that he should attack as soon as possible. He even wanted to use his perfect ranked combat weapon to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. Perhaps, in his mind, Xianxia should be tortured to death by him. During the course of the battle, Shangguanilei had neglected one thing: Xianxia was growing stronger, bit by bit. Once he reached a certain level, it would be impossible for Shangguanilei to kill him. Right at this moment, Xianxia was enduring the pressure from Shangguanilei, and his potential was constantly being stimulated. All the herbs he found in the Sky Garden had been completely absorbed by him, and 200 new dragon marks had formed in his body. Still not enough. Xianxia's black hair was fluttering in the wind. His entire body's functions had been activated, and all the herbs in his body were being absorbed like a fountain. His body was like a bottomless pit, every meridian, every muscle cell was in a state of extreme thirst, as if no matter how much energy he had, it would never be enough for him. The fact that his body's functions were being fully activated made Xianxia feel extremely excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to fill his body to the brim, as he needed more energy to replenish his body. Xianxia flipped his palm again, and the gigantic flourishing Lotus King, which was as tall as a human, appeared in front of him. Ha! Xianxia let out a loud shout as he punched the flourishing Lotus King. The gigantic flourishing Lotus King instantly shattered, and all the broken pieces were instantly absorbed by Xianxia's body. This Xianxia is insane. He just swallowed so many herbs, isn't he afraid that his body will explode? This method of swallowing herbs is such a waste. Sigh. Even if he swallowed so many herbs, it won't help him at all. He is being suppressed by Shangguanilei, he is no match for him at all. As long as Shangguanilei wants to, he can easily kill Xianxia with his strongest attack. Shangguanilei is obviously toying with Xianxia, he wants to slowly torture him to death. The situation of the battle was very obvious. Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position. Although he had swallowed so many herbs, it didn't seem like it would help him at all. He was no match for Shangguanilei at all. Only De Huang Dog had a complacent look on his face. He was looking at Shangguanilei as if he was looking at an idiot. This idiot is going to die a miserable death. De Huang Dog said. De Huang, little Chenzi has swallowed so many herbs, how come his energy doesn't seem to have grown? Han Yan furrowed his brows. What the hell do you know? That kid is trying to suppress his energy. Can't you see that his body has been fully activated? His combat strength is skyrocketing at an incredible rate, it's just that he's trying to suppress it. Once this feast is over, that Shangguanilei will die. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Xianxia had a lot of fighting experience. Even those old fellows from the big sects couldn't compare to Xianxia in terms of fighting experience. This flourishing Lotus King's medicinal strength is really strong, and the Lotus Heart even contains the essence of the heavens and the earth. Just this stock alone is enough to form 100 dragon marks. Xianxia was extremely excited. The medicinal strength of the flourishing Lotus King kept rushing into his limbs and bones, causing deep dragon roars to ring out from his body. New blood-red dragon marks were condensed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, 100 new dragon marks were formed. Currently, Xianxia's body had a total of 350 dragon marks, but his body was still in a state of hunger and thirst, like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. De Huang Dog! Xianxia shouted towards the ground. Hearing Xianxia's shout, De Huang Dog immediately understood. He opened his mouth and spat out some precious herbs towards Xianxia. De Huang Dog had swallowed quite a lot of herbs before, but he still had some left. Ah Nan, Ah Yen, give all these herbs to little Xianxia. De Huang Dog said. All right. Both of them nodded their heads and threw out all the herbs they had obtained before. All the herbs that filled the sky entered Jiang Chen's body. So many herbs, this is really scary. Nangong went inside. The scariest part is yet to come. Let me tell you, little Xianxia's cultivation technique allows him to completely absorb the medicinal strength. Furthermore, with so many herbs stored inside his body, it's like a treasure in itself. Little Xianxia is only absorbing the energy within them now. As for the other herbs with different attributes, he can use them again in the future to strengthen his foundation. De Huang Dog said. This dog was undoubtedly an extremely arrogant person, and he had never admired anyone, except for Jiang Chen. Putting everything else aside, just the way he swallowed herbs, could anyone else do that? The herbs were rolling around, and Jiang Chen's body was glowing brightly. Right now, he was like a treasure vault, and if someone caught Jiang Chen, they would be able to concoct pills with him. Back in the fragrant Sky City, even a guard of the Jiang family was drooling over the medicinal strength in his body, and wanted to drink his blood. Compared to the Jiang Chen in front of him now, the gap between him and the Jiang Chen in front of him was like heaven and earth. The Jiang family was nothing in the past. All the herbs that Jiang Zhenhai fed Jiang Chen were the lowest grade herbs, and any random herb from the sky garden was much more precious than the Jiang family's herbs. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from the surface of Jiang Chen's body, and thunderous booms could be heard. New dragon marks were forming in his body, and they were revolving around the god core in his qi. However, this powerful energy was forcefully suppressed by Jiang Chen. Haha, Jiang Chen, stop resisting. You're no match for me. I'm going to humiliate you now. Later, I'll chop off your arms and legs, then I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick my toes. Shang Guanilei kept unleashing his attacks, forcing Jiang Chen to continuously retreat. His face had turned pale, and it was a very pleasant feeling. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered. Right now, the number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 500, giving him a total of 2,700 dragon marks. With another 500 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the late divine core realm. Even with an increase of 500 dragon marks, it was more than enough for him to deal with Shang Guanilei. However, Jiang Chen's body wasn't fully filled yet, there was still a lot of room for him to break through to the next realm. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. De Huang, I still don't have enough herbs. Jiang Chen once again shouted at Big Yellow. Not only had he completely absorbed all the herbs he found in the garden, he had also absorbed all the energy stored in the storage rings of those combat soul warriors, including demon souls. Anything that could be absorbed had entered Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body was filled with all the energy stored in the storage rings. Damn it. This guy is a bottomless pit. De Huang Dog had an urge to vomit blood, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His body flashed and he arrived in front of a stock of ancient spiritual medicine. He struck out a few mysterious restrictive spells and broke the restrictive spells around the spiritual medicine. After collecting the spiritual medicine, he threw it to Jiang Chen. Nangong Wendian and Han Yen also joined in the digging of spiritual herbs. Ignorant. It's useless to be busy at a time like this. It's just a waste of these elixirs. A disciple from the Shangguan clan said with a grin on his face. All three of them had proud expressions on their faces. However, De Huang Dog and the others had started digging herbs again, which made them feel very annoyed. Of course, it was just annoyance, nothing more. After witnessing their abilities, none of them dared to stop them, as little sister Ling was still lying on the ground. Rumble, the shockwaves from the battle were too strong, and it seemed like Shang Guanilei was getting impatient. The killing intent radiating from his body was getting stronger and stronger. Brother Lei, don't play with him anymore. Just kill him. The disciple from the Shangguan clan shouted out loudly. Right after his words left his mouth, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Each figure was standing right in front of a man. These 3 figures were none other than De Huang Dog, Han Yen, and Nangong Wendian. Why don't you 3 just die first? Han Yen said with a grin on his face. You, how dare you? The expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically. They immediately took out their combat weapons and prepared themselves. These three guys in front of them weren't easy to deal with, and with their strength, they were no match for them. It wasn't up to them to decide whether they dared to attack or not. Han Yan and the other two men had used their actions to tell them that the Shangguan clan was just a fart. Ah, three miserable shrieks sounded out at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, three divine core geniuses from the Shangguan clan had been killed by Han Yan and the other two men. They were lying in a pool of blood, and they looked even more miserable than little sister Ling bastard. Shangguan Ilai didn't miss what was happening below. He was immediately enraged, and he let out a loud shout. I'm going to tear you apart. Shangguan Ilai was really furious. No one from the Shangguan clan had ever dared treat him like this. With a sway of his body, he charged down from the sky. A sharp longsword appeared in his hand. He was going to kill these three shameless guys first, then kill Jiang Chen. Swoosh, his speed wasn't slow, but someone was even faster. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen stood in front of Shangguan Ilai and said with a teasing tone, I'm your opponent. Fine, Jiang Chen, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill those three ants. Eat my sword. Shangguan Ilai shouted out loudly. Without any hesitation, he swung the longsword in his hand toward Jiang Chen. The sharp sword beam streaked across the sky like a waterfall, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Shangguan Ilai was furious. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen would be severely injured, if not killed by this attack, something unexpected happened. Boom, with a loud bang, boundless qi that was fused with energy suddenly exploded from Jiang Chen's body. That formidable qi was like ocean waves, one layer higher than the previous one, stacking on top of each other endlessly. Roar, a deep and muffled dragon roar sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. On the surface of his body, numerous blood-red dragon marks began to appear, as if countless real dragons were hovering in the sky. It was an extremely majestic scene. Buzz, the air trembled, and a golden spear appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. With a loud buzzing sound, he thrust it toward Shangguan Ilai. Clang, the spear and the longsword collided, producing a large amount of sparks. However, this time, the result of the collision was completely different. Jiang Chen, who had been suppressed by Shangguan Ilai all this time, had suddenly turned into a peerless god of war. With a single thrust of his spear, he knocked Shangguan Ilai back hundreds of meters. Pooh, Shangguan Ilai coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale, and he felt as if his soul was trembling. He stared at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression, then shook his head and said, Impossible, this is impossible. Shangguan Ilai couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a man become so powerful in such a short period of time? This didn't make any sense. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen was being suppressed by him, and in such a short period of time, the tables had turned. Heavens! What did I just see? How did that Jiang Chen become so powerful all of a sudden? He made a comeback. It must be because of those elixirs. Jiang Chen must have a way to completely refine those elixirs. He must have absorbed all the elixirs and turned them into energy for his own consumption, allowing his cultivation to skyrocket in such a short period of time. Shangguan Ilai has been tricked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has been suppressing his aura all this time. If Shangguan Ilai had used his ultimate attack and suppressed Jiang Chen with his perfect ranked combat weapon, he might have had the chance to kill Jiang Chen. Too bad, he thought he was bullying Jiang Chen, but in fact, he was just buying time for Jiang Chen to increase his cultivation. Now, he has overreached himself, and it's going to be difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen again. Everyone were shocked, and no one could remain calm. No one had ever thought that a man could become so powerful in such a short period of time. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Shangguan Ilai, the impossible is yet to come. You must be thinking that it's impossible for you to die, right? Jiang Chen said with a grin on his face. His current condition was extremely powerful, but he still hadn't reached his peak state. If he attacked Shangguan Ilai with all his strength, with Shangguan Ilai's abilities, there was still a chance for him to escape. Jiang Chen would never give him any hope. With a flip of his palm, another elixir appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was the bloody knotweed, which was given to him by Xianxia. Initially, Jiang Chen hoped that it could help Yan Chen use injuries, and now, it was time for him to use it. As if the bloody knotweed wasn't enough, Xianxia took out the heavenly frost grass and the 1,000-year dragon ginseng, then absorbed them all together. These were the elixirs given to him by Wu Jiao, and they were very old and had a very strong medicinal power. At the same time, De Huang Dog brought out some other high-grade elixirs from the Sky Garden, and he gave all of them to Xianxia. Clap, 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 right at this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from Xianxia's body. His energy started skyrocketing, and more dragon marks started forming in his body. Soon, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 3,100. At the same time, the bottomless pit in Xianxia's body had finally been filled. With 3,100 dragon marks, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-divine core realm, and he was just one step away from the late divine core realm. As long as he could form another 100 dragon marks, he would be able to break through directly. But too bad, this opportunity didn't allow Xianxia to break through to the divine core realm. But Xianxia was really satisfied with his current condition, because after such a huge improvement, his foundation hadn't been affected at all. Furthermore, all the elixirs in his body were still accumulating, and once he sorted them out, his foundation would become even stronger. At that point of time, breaking through to the late divine core realm would be a piece of cake. What really made Xianxia depressed was that the energy consumption for breaking through to the next realm was simply too huge, so much so that he couldn't even stand it. He had consumed so many herbs, but he still couldn't break through to the next realm. This was only the divine core realm. This made Xianxia feel like cursing. If this was the case when he broke through to the divine core realm, then when he broke through to the combat soul realm, the combat king realm, the combat emperor realm, or even the even more frightening saint realm, how much energy would he consume? The dragon transformation skill was really frightening, and just thinking about it made Xianxia's scalp numb. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. With his current strength, killing Shangguanilei was just a piece of cake. Shangguanilei, face your death. Xianxia took a step forward and arrived in front of Shangguanilei. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. I won't die. There is no way a divine core warrior can defeat a combat soul warrior. Shangguanilei let out a loud roar. The longsword in his hand was glowing brightly. Right at this moment, Shangguanilei had unleashed all his combat strength, and he was injecting all of it into the longsword in his hand. Clang, the spear and longsword collided. Shangguanilei's longsword flew out of his hand, and the spear was like a venomous snake, it didn't slow down at all. Poochie, the spear pierced through Shangguanilei's chest. The sharp energy unleashed from the spear shattered all of Shangguanilei's internal organs. Shangguanilei was killed with just a single strike, he couldn't even fight back. Everyone were holding their breaths, they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Shangguanilei was dead, and he was killed in such an easy manner. The crowd hadn't forgotten what had happened just now. Shangguanilei was extremely mighty, and he had suppressed Xianxia with his energy. But, who would have thought that in just the blink of an eye, Xianxia's combat strength had skyrocketed, and he had turned the tables, killing Shangguanilei with just a single strike? Fast, this was just too fast. Xianxia's attack was fast and brutal, he didn't give Shangguanilei any chance to react. Oh heavens, how strong is he? I don't think he has reached the late divine core realm yet, but he's able to kill an early combat soul warrior with just a peak mid-divine core cultivation base, and he's not just an ordinary warrior, he's a genius from the younger generation. This is just too shocking. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This is incredible. With Xianxia's incredible combat strength, even those peerless geniuses from the martial palace can't compare with Xianxia in terms of talent. Everyone were shocked. A divine core warrior being able to fight a combat soul warrior was shocking enough, but now, Xianxia was able to kill a combat soul warrior with just a peak mid-divine core cultivation base. This had completely overturned everyone's thoughts. Many people felt that Xianxia was the Shangguan clan's nemesis. So far, all the men from the Shangguan clan who had appeared on the ocean had been killed, and none of them were still alive. All of them had been killed by Xianxia. Shangguanilei was dead, and so were the 3 young geniuses from the Shangguan clan. These 4 guys in front of them had become devils. After killing Shangguanilei, Xianxia and De Huang Dog found some relatively precious herbs, then they left the Sky Garden. At this point of time, many people had left the Sky Garden and were heading deeper into the island of ice. Most of the elixirs had already been dug out, and those that couldn't be dug out would be useless to them. More importantly, no one knew how long the island of ice would be open for, and there would definitely be more precious treasures in there. They couldn't give up on the treasures in front of them just for the Sky Garden. Little Xianxia, you were really brave just now, you even killed Xianxia. I feel like your combat strength has increased way too fast. You must have cultivated some kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique, that's why you were able to absorb those herbs at such a terrifying speed. Along the way, Nangong Wentian couldn't help but ask Jiang Chen. Now, just like Han Yan, he admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This guy was simply capable of anything, concocting pills, breaking defense mechanisms, and even his combat strength had reached such a level. Nangong Wentian was just a peak mid-divine core warrior, and he was no match for him. Nangong Wentian was an outstanding warrior of the younger generation, a top genius of the southern continent. He was a prideful man, and he had never admired anyone. If he had to admire someone, it would be himself. But now, Jiang Chen had made him feel admiration. I've indeed cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. I perfectly absorbed all the medicinal strength and energy from those herbs. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Little Chen, this method of rapid advancement is like a feast for all. But, will it affect your foundation and foundation? If this is the case, it won't be good for your future cultivation, said Jiang Chen with a frown. That's right. Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen with a worried expression. Don't worry, the reason I fought Xianxia this time is to find an opportunity like this. Besides, those herbs I've absorbed are all sorts of herbs with different attributes. Although I've absorbed all the energy from them, most of the medicinal strength is still in my body. These medicinal strength can strengthen my body and strengthen my foundation. Not only will it not affect my foundation, it will also help me stabilize my foundation. Soon, I'll be able to break through to the late divine core realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. His current situation couldn't be any better. Without a doubt, he had gained a lot of benefits from this trip to the Sky Garden. You're really frightening. Looks like I'll have to work harder, if not, I'll be left far behind by all of you. Han Yan said in a gloomy manner. Among the 3 men and 1 dog, he was the weakest. Although he had the support of Gu Tianma's bloodline, if he didn't improve his cultivation soon, he would be left far behind by the other 3. Not to mention Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were also abnormal geniuses. It looks like there's no path in front of us. Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. In front of them was a vast expanse of white fog, and besides the white fog, they couldn't see anything else. There was no path in front of them either. Furthermore, the white fog was extremely dense, and the visibility was extremely low. This white fog is the same as the one we saw in the other paths, but it's much denser. It's not dangerous at all. If we want to reach the deepest part of the island of ice, we'll have to go through this white fog. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen and the others stepped into the white mist with lightning speed. When the people behind them saw that Jiang Chen and the others were safe and sound after entering the white mist, they immediately followed them. More and more people were rushing over from the Sky Garden. Many of them were entering the white mist one after another, causing the white mist to instantly become crowded. Not long after Jiang Chen killed Xianxia, a few men from the Shangguan clan came out from the other paths. The leading man was Long Ting Huyu, the genius of the Shangguan clan, Xianxia. Xianxia's aura was much stronger than when they first entered the island of ice, and it seemed like he was at the peak of the early combat soul realm. He was much stronger than Xianxia, and it seemed like he had encountered some great opportunities in the other paths. A group of men from the Myriad Sword sect came out from the Sky Garden together with the Shangguan clan. Ling Du and Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword sect were among them. When they entered the other paths, they were blocked by all sorts of demons and devils. However, those demons and devils weren't very strong, and they were at the same level as the stone golems Jiang Chen and the others had encountered. With the strength of the Myriad Sword sect's disciples, they could easily walk out from those demons and devils. The high-spirited men from the Shangguan clan arrived at the Sky Garden. When they saw the 4 corpses lying on the ground, their expressions instantly changed. Boom! Shangguanilong's fury instantly burned like a raging fire. He glared at one of the warriors and shouted, "Tell me, who did this?" The man was so scared that his body started trembling. He didn't dare hide anything, and with a trembling voice, he said, "It's Jiangchen and the others." What? Jiangchen again? One of the late divine core geniuses from the Shangguan clan cried out in shock. Impossible. That Jiangchen is just a divine core warrior. Although Daddy looks down on Shangguanilei, I don't believe Jiangchen can kill him. Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword sect said. They were happy that the men from the Shangguan clan were dead, but if it was Jiangchen who killed them, they wouldn't feel happy at all. Back in the Jian province, although the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan were enemies, in this island of ice, they had a common enemy, and that was Jiangchen. Su Shuang and Shangguanilei were old rivals, and because of this, he had a better understanding of Shangguanilei's strength. He knew how strong Shangguanilei was, and if he fought him, he would at most end up in a draw. Su Shuang couldn't believe that a divine core warrior like Jiangchen could kill Shangguanilei. It really was Jiangchen who killed them. The man didn't dare hide anything. He immediately told Su Shuang everything that had happened in the Sky Garden, and he emphasized on how the 4 men from the Shangguan clan were killed. Good, Jiangchen, looks like we're going to fight to the death in this island of ice. Shangguanilong's eyes seemed to be filled with flames of fury, and that dog and the other 2 bastards, I'll tear them into 1,000 pieces. Shangguanilong, that Jiangchen has the strength to kill Shangguanilei now. Although you're stronger than Shangguanilei, I don't think you'll be a match for Jiangchen. Ling Du said. Humph. That Jiangchen only forcefully improved his cultivation with some herbs, his cultivation base isn't stable at all. It's easy for me to kill him. Shangguanilong coldly harumphed. What's the point of talking so much? Let's chase after him. That guy is ahead of us, and he might be waiting for something good. Once his cultivation base improves again, even if we work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Jiangchen. Ling Du's eyes lit up as he said. Those geniuses from the Martial Palace are going to show up soon. With the relationship between us and the Martial Palace, I'm sure they'll help us. We have to kill Jiangchen. Shangguanilong said. Of course, I'm a disciple of the Martial Palace now. Ling Du said. When he mentioned the words disciple of the Martial Palace, an unconcealable pride emerged on his face. Indeed, being able to cultivate in the Martial Palace was a great honor, and it was normal for him to be proud. Chase after them. We have to kill Jiangchen and the other 2. Shangguanilong gnashed his teeth in anger. The group passed through the Sky Garden and continued flying forward. At this moment, Jiangchen, De Huang Dog, and the others had already passed through the white mist. Suddenly, 2 doors appeared in front of them. It was as if these 2 doors had appeared out of thin air, and they were standing right in front of them. The doors were wide open, and different auras could be sensed from them. 2 huge characters were floating above the doors. One was a golden character, life, and the other was a blood-red character, death. The door of life and death. Does this mean one of them leads to life, and the other leads to death? Han Yan's gaze fell on the 2 gates. When he carefully observed the life gate, he could really feel a vigorous aura drifting out from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. When Han Yan observed the door of death, he immediately felt an eerie feeling. He could even see some dark spirits floating inside the door of death, and it was extremely frightening. Damn it, we have to choose again. Do we even need to choose? We have to enter the door of life. That door of death is too frightening. I can still sense the strong death energy from such a close distance. If we enter it, we'll die a horrible death. Not necessarily, this island of ice is very strange. The door of life might not lead to life, and the door of death might not lead to death. More and more people arrived, and all of them stopped moving. The appearance of the gate of life and death caused people to frown. Everyone could clearly see that inside the gate of life, there was an abundance of life. There were green mountains and clear waters everywhere, multicolored lights lingered in the air, thousands of strands of auspicious qi. Inside the gate of death, evil spirits and ghosts could be seen everywhere. The eerie atmosphere was so strong that it made people's scalps go numb just by looking at it. In order to enter the island of ice, they had to go through the gate of life and death, just like the previous 9 paths. However, the previous 9 paths had stopped cultivators above the age of 30, so what would the gate of life and death stop? Or rather, what kind of danger was inside the gate of life and death? Nobody knew. The gate of death is filled with an eerie aura, it's scary. Under such circumstances, we have to choose the gate of life. I'm guessing that the gate of life might contain unexpected treasures, but the gate of death is extremely dangerous. I think we should choose the gate of life. Someone said, then strode towards the gate of life and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I choose the gate of life too. The gate of death looks so scary, even my soul is trembling. If we go in there, we will be torn apart by those evil spirits. That's right, we have to choose the gate of life. It's full of life, there must be treasures there. Many people walked towards the gate of life. It's not as simple as it looks. Sometimes, life is death, and death is life. It's just a matter of a thought. The gate of life might be even more dangerous. I'll choose the gate of death. Some people were brave enough to walk into the gate of death. After entering the gate of death, they disappeared as well. Looking from the outside, they could only see the eerie aura and the evil spirits moving around, but they couldn't see the shadows of the people who went in. Many people started to make their choices. Most of them chose the gate of life, and only a few chose the gate of death. Little Xianxia, which gate are we going to? Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen. These 2 doors aren't as simple as they seem. This trip to the island of ice is a training for the young generation. No matter if it's the gate of life or the gate of death, they both contain dangers and opportunities. However, there's a saying in the Buddhist school, if one wants to experience a true transformation, one shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing, one has to experience a real life or death situation. If I'm not mistaken, this is the true meaning of the gate of life and death. Therefore, I think we should choose the gate of death. Jiang Chen said. That's right. If you're afraid of death, then there's nothing to be afraid of in this world. Cultivating your mind to this level is also a profound realm. I think what little Xianxia said is right. Put yourself in a dead end and you'll be reborn. This is the true meaning of the gate of life and death. Moreover, the gate of death doesn't mean that you'll definitely die, and the gate of life doesn't mean that you'll live a good life. Nan Gongwen Tian nodded, agreeing with Jiang Chen's words. Then let's go through the death gate. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail. He was a fearless man, he didn't even put the gate of life and death in his eyes. Right when the 3 of them and the dog were about to step into the gate of death, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He immediately looked to the side of the gate of death. There, another illusionary door appeared. The door was swaying, as if it was an illusion, and couldn't be seen clearly. On top of the door, there was a huge illusionary character, illusionary. Illusionary gate, there's another door here. Jiang Chen said in a surprised tone. There's another door? Nan Gongwen Tian and Han Yan followed Jiang Chen's line of sight and saw nothing there, not even a strand of hair, let alone a door. Even De Huang Dog couldn't see anything. It was completely empty. Apart from the 2 gates of life and death, there were no other doors. Little Xianxia, are you blind? Where is there a door? Han Yan teased. You guys can't see it? Jiang Chen was startled. He was shocked. He could clearly see the gate of void, but Han Yan and Nan Gongwen Tian couldn't see it, not even De Huang Dog. Why was that? Little Xianxia, did you really see another door? Nan Gongwen Tian was shocked. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. Why is it that only you can see it, but we can't? De Huang Dog was puzzled as well. Buzz, when Jiang Chen looked at the gate of void again, he heard a buzzing sound coming from the door. Streams of cold aura came out from the door, causing Jiang Chen to shiver. However, Jiang Chen sensed a summoning force from the cold aura, a summoning force for him. I sensed this summoning force before coming to the island of ice, what is it that is summoning me? Jiang Chen was shocked, but he had made up his mind. He was going to go through the gate of void. Only he could see the gate of void, so he had to go inside and see what was summoning him. Nan Gongwen Tian, De Huang Dog, and Han Yan were still trying their best to see what was behind the gate of void, but in the end they couldn't find anything. In the end, they were certain that if there wasn't a door that only Jiang Chen could see, then Jiang Chen must be blind. However, the three of them knew very well how sharp Jiang Chen's eyes were. In other words, there really was an illusory door, one that only Jiang Chen could see. Little Chenzi, don't tell me you've decided to go through the Gate of Void? Han Yan asked. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm sure this strange door is filled with dangers. We can't see where the door is, and we can't go with you. If you really want to go through the Gate of Void, you have to be careful. Nan Gongwen Tian patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. I can handle it. Let's go our separate ways. You guys go through the Gate of Death, and we'll meet up inside the Island of Ice. After saying that, Jiang Chen stepped into the Gate of Void and disappeared without a trace. Eh? Why did Jiang Chen disappear? Could there be another door? That can't be right, there's nothing there. Strange, let's go have a look as well. Many people noticed how strange Jiang Chen's disappearance was. Some of them walked up and looked at the empty space in front of them, but they couldn't find anything. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. The three men and the dog looked at each other, then walked into the Gate of Death and disappeared. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others entered the Gate of Void, the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect arrived in an imposing manner. Where's Jiang Chen? Shangguan Ilong shouted as soon as he arrived. He went in. Someone replied. Right at this moment, Shangguan Ilong, Ling Du, and the others carefully looked at the Gate of Life and Death in front of them. They were shocked by the Gate of Life and Death, and they didn't know what to do next. Where did Jiang Chen go in? Ling Du asked. Jiang Chen didn't go through either of the two gates, he just disappeared from the side. It's very strange. Someone pointed at the side of the Gate of Death. Ling Du furrowed his brows. He and Shangguan Ilong walked to the side of the Gate of Death at the same time and carefully examined it. They even used their yuan energy to check it, but they couldn't find anything. You dare lie to me? Ling Du's face turned cold, and he stared at the man who just spoke with a sharp gaze. The man's body trembled, and he quickly explained, I didn't lie to you, many people saw it, Jiang Chen did disappear, but De Huang Dog and the others entered the Gate of Death. Hearing this, Ling Du and Shangguan Ilong looked at each other, then they looked at the Gate of Death at the same time. For the first time, these two sworn enemies agreed on something. They believed what the man said, because no one dared lie to them. They had no idea why Jiang Chen disappeared all of a sudden, and they couldn't chase after him for now. However, the other three had entered the Gate of Death. Shangguan Ilong, do you dare enter the Gate of Death? Ling Du said in an indifferent tone. Why not? This Gate of Life and Death isn't as simple as it looks. Even if we enter the Gate of Life, it won't be safe. Perhaps, it's even more dangerous than the Gate of Death. After saying that, Shangguan Ilong turned around and said to the others behind him, you guys can enter the Gate of Life, I'll enter the Gate of Death and kill those three. Brother Ilong, we'll enter the Gate of Death with you, we want to see you chop those three bastards into pieces with our own eyes. One of the Shangguan clan's disciples said fiercely. If that's the case, I'll enter the Gate of Death with you. Junior disciple Su, you bring the others and enter the Gate of Life, you might find some good fortune there. Ling Du said to Su Shuang. None of them were idiots, they could all sense that this Gate of Life and Death wasn't as simple as it looked. Not only were there dangers inside, there were also great opportunities. In order to kill the three of them, Ling Du had decided to enter the Gate of Death with the Shangguan clan's disciples, and let Su Shuang bring the other disciples to the Gate of Life. Alright, senior disciple Ling, be careful when you're with the Shangguan clan's disciples. Su Shuang reminded Ling Du he was very cautious of Shangguan Ilong. That's right, it's better to be careful. In my opinion, Ling Du, you should enter the Gate of Life. If not, once I kill those three bastards, I'll kill you as well. Shangguan Ilong said with a grin on his face. You? Ling Du Lingling said. He kept waving the folding fan in his hand, then he took the lead and entered the Gate of Death. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the scene. All the disciples of the Myriad Sword sect were using swords, but Ling Du was using a folding fan. Of course, this didn't mean he didn't have a sword, at least, no one had ever seen his sword before. More and more people came out from the Sky Garden, and they all disappeared into the Gate of Life and Death. The Gate of Void, after Jiang Chen entered the Gate of Void, he immediately arrived in a world of ice and snow. This place was boundless, filled with white glaciers, and the air was filled with bone-piercing cold air. The cold air here was extremely cold, and it could even freeze a man's soul. If an ordinary early divine core warrior entered this place, he wouldn't be able to last long, and if an ordinary heavenly core warrior entered this place, he would be frozen to death in less than an hour. Xianxia floated in the air, staring at the vast expanse of white glaciers. For a moment, he had a feeling that he couldn't find the right direction. This is a completely enclosed space. It's as if these glaciers were designed by someone. They could even be described as the work of the gods. I came in through the gate of void. I wonder what kind of dangers await me. Xianxia glanced at the undulating glaciers in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Everything here was too shocking, a beautiful world of glaciers. If little you could enter this place, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Her 9 physique was simply created for this place. Xianxia thought of Yanqinyu. After this trip to the island of ice, he would use the 9 solar holy water to save Yanqinyu's life. However, by that time, the island of ice would have already disappeared, and Yanqinyu would no longer have the chance to cultivate in this place. I don't know where to go now. I should try to sense that mysterious summoning force first. Xianxia released his soul energy and hovered above the glaciers, carefully sensing his surroundings. He didn't want to wander around aimlessly in this place. The reason why he came in through the gate of void was because of that mysterious summoning force. Now, he wanted to sense where that mysterious summoning force came from. Not long after that, Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes and locked onto a certain direction. His footsteps trembled, and he immediately dashed towards the depths of the glaciers. Boom! All of a sudden, a section of the glacier in front of him exploded, creating a thunderous sound. An incomparably majestic monster jumped out from within, blocking in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled, and he hurriedly steadied himself. When he saw the monster in front of him, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The monster's entire body was milky white, and it was completely made out of solid ice. Its 10 feet tall body constantly emitted a white, icy aura. This monster had 2 legs and a long tail behind it. The tail was extremely thick and sturdy, and it was also completely made out of solid ice. The monster's body was too majestic, but what was surprising was that the monster's face had no facial features. However, when its face was facing you, you couldn't help but feel a cold and gloomy feeling. It was as if there was a pair of venomous snake-like eyes staring at you from that featureless face. It was a very creepy feeling. Ice demon. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a demonic beast before. However, its entire body was made of ice, so he called it an ice demon. Roar. The ice demon clearly didn't have a mouth, but it let out an incomparably deep roar. It was a kind of roar that was unbearably hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Hearing such a roar, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel irritated. Roar. The ice demon roared out once again, then it leapt towards Xianxia. Humph. An ice demon with the strength of a mid-divine core warrior wants to hurt me? You're courting death. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He forcefully punched forward, and the punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. It landed heavily on the ice demon's body, and a cracking sound could be heard. The 3-meter-tall ice demon's body was instantly shattered into ice shards. However, something strange happened. The ice demon that was killed by Xianxia suddenly dashed out from a different direction, and it continued attacking Xianxia. What? Xianxia cried out in shock. It wasn't like he had never seen something like this before, but he was still shocked by it. It was extremely rare to see something like this in this world. The 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell was like this, and now, this random ice demon was like this as well. Fine, let me see how many lives you have. Xianxia unleashed his energy, then he killed the ice demon with another punch. In his mind, this ice demon should have the same attribute as the 9-life crystal beast, and it should have a few lives. As long as he killed all of its lives, it would be completely dead. But this time, Xianxia had really miscalculated. In just 1 minute, Xianxia had killed the ice demon 15 times, but the ice demon could still come back to life in an instant, and it was still as lively as ever. Damn it, don't tell me this ice demon has 100 lives? Xianxia felt really gloomy. With his strength, he was still entangled by an ice demon. This was really infuriating. After Xianxia killed the ice demon for another 8 times, he immediately noticed something different. No, this ice demon is definitely different from the 9-life crystal beast. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying creature to exist in this world. With so many lives, it should have been punished by the heavens long ago. Let me see what's going on. Xianxia frowned. This time, he fully utilized his great soul derivation technique. Strands of soul strength seeped into the air, and when the ice demon appeared again, Xianxia smashed it into pieces with another punch. With the great soul derivation technique, nothing could hide. Xianxia finally discovered the secret of the ice demon's unlimited resurrection. With his soul strength, Xianxia discovered that after the ice demon was killed, a fist-sized round piece of ice flowed out from the ice demon's body. However, this piece of ice seemed to have some kind of concealment ability, and he couldn't find it at all. Haha, I know now. So this ice demon has a demon spirit. Furthermore, its demon spirit can hide itself. With the help of this environment, it can resurrect endlessly. Xianxia laughed. He finally understood the reason why the ice demon could resurrect endlessly. He didn't know how the ice demon was born, but it had a special physique. Its demon spirit could hide itself, and no one could discover it. The environment here was undoubtedly the most suitable for the ice demon to survive. With the help of this environment, the ice demon's demon spirit could resurrect instantly. With my great soul derivation technique, there's nowhere to hide. Come here. Xianxia made a grabbing motion, and the demon spirit was caught in his hand. After the demon spirit was caught, it started to jump. True dragon flames. Xianxia coldly snorted. The true dragon flames seeped into the demon spirit, and instantly destroyed the ice demon's consciousness. The demon spirit that had lost its consciousness instantly quieted down. Xianxia held the demon spirit in his hand and examined it. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This world is really full of strange things. This kind of demon spirit is bone-piercing cold. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enjoy it even if they got their hands on it. If it fell into the hands of those cultivators with a cold attribute physique or a cold attribute cultivation technique, it would be an incomparably precious treasure. I have to keep this and give it to Xiaoyu in the future. Xianxia smiled as he stored the ice demon's demon spirit. He was very clear about Yan Qinyu's potential. The power of her 9-yin physique was still far from being unleashed. This injury was actually a transformation for Yan Qinyu. When she truly wakes up, her entire being will go through an earth-shattering transformation. It won't be long before she becomes a peerless demon. Asterisk roar, asterisk as if they had sensed the death of their companions, a series of bone-numbing roars suddenly sounded out from the bottom of the glacier in front of them. Before Xianxia could even catch his breath, he saw many white figures rushing out from the glacier and leaping towards them. Damn it, why are there so many ice demons? Xianxia had the urge to curse out loud. There were at least 100 ice demons that suddenly appeared. Every single one of them had a majestic body. Some were 1 meter tall, some were 2 meters tall, and some were even 3 meters tall. Obviously, the more majestic an ice demon was, the more tyrannical it would be. There was no doubt about this. These ice demons didn't have eyes. It was unknown what they used to observe, but they immediately sensed Xianxia's presence. In an instant, they surrounded Xianxia. Seeing this, the gloomy expression on Xianxia's face was replaced by a look of excitement. If it was someone else, these ice demons who could resurrect endlessly would be a deadly threat. But for Xianxia, these ice demons were a huge treasure. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The demon soul in these ice demons' bodies contained the purest cold attribute, and it was a true treasure. Not only could Yan Qinyu use it, if he sold it, many people would fight for it. These ice demons are all at the divine core realm, but their bodies are really strong. I can use their bodies to temper my fists. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud shout and attacked first. With a single punch, he shattered the ice demon closest to him. With the great soul derivation skill, the demon soul had nowhere to hide. Xianxia grabbed the demon soul in his hand, then he unleashed the true dragon flames and destroyed its consciousness. All the other ice demons were startled when they saw this. They knew their own strength very well, but none of them had expected that this human in front of them could kill their companion with just a single punch. This was unbelievable. Roar, however, this didn't stop the ice demons from attacking. It made them even more ferocious. All of them roared furiously as they leapt toward Xianxia. Only Xianxia was in such a situation. If it was someone else, just the unpleasant roars alone would have seriously disturbed their mind, and perhaps they wouldn't even be able to fight anymore. All of you are just here to deliver food to me, Xianxia said in a domineering manner. His fists turned into two afterimages as he kept striking the ice demons. Bang, 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 Xianxia's movements were incredibly fast. Although these ice demons had incredibly strong bodies, none of them could withstand a single punch from Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia could even kill a combat soul genius like Xianxia, let alone these divine core ice demons. If anyone could see this, they would definitely be shocked. Because Xianxia wasn't using any yuan energy at all, he was just attacking with his body. How fast was he? He was so fast that he could kill all these ice demons with lightning speed, and not a single demon soul could escape. How many people could have this kind of reaction and speed? This was the most primitive way of fighting, a pure physical collision. Under Xianxia's punches, the number of ice demons was decreasing one after another. Even those late divine core ice demons didn't have a chance to be resurrected by Xianxia. Their demon souls were captured by Xianxia, and their consciousnesses were burned away by the true dragon flames. Haha. Rumble, endless glaciers, vast and boundless. This peaceful and beautiful world was now witnessing the most primitive battle. Explosive sounds could be heard continuously. Although it was a battle of pure physical strength, it was still incredibly powerful. The shockwaves caused by the battle had destroyed some of the glaciers. Xianxia's mighty aura was boundless. Like a ghost, he flashed back and forth between the ice demon's camp. He looked like he was passing through a field of flowers, but not a single leaf could touch him. Every time Xianxia attacked, an ice demon would be destroyed. Roar, the battle had gone on for more than 10 minutes. At first, there were over 100 ice demons, but now, there were only about 30 of them left. Xianxia had a great harvest, he had obtained dozens of ice demons' demon souls. As for the rest of the ice demons, they were still fearlessly attacking Xianxia, trying to tear him in half. Xianxia knew that although these ice demons were powerful, they didn't have any intelligence. Or, to put it in another way, they were just killing machines, and they only had one thought in their mind. It's better that they didn't run away, I'll kill them one by one, I won't let any of them go. A sneer emerged on Xianxia's face. He attacked with all his might, and in just a few minutes, all the ice demons were killed. Roar, after killing all the ice demons, before Xianxia could feel happy about it, the roars of the ice demons sounded out in front of him once again. White lights flashed, and numerous white figures appeared. The number of these ice demons was double the previous number. What made Xianxia's eyes widen was that there were 3 combat soul ice demons this time. This glacial space is really a work of art, it can actually give birth to combat soul ice demons, this is really unimaginable. Xianxia sighed. Although the ice demons' demon souls were good stuff, Xianxia didn't want to waste too much time in this place. The only reason he came here was because of the mysterious summoning force. However, Xianxia couldn't retreat. He had to charge forward because the mysterious summoning force was right in front of him. If he wanted to find the source of the summoning force, he had to pass through the glacial region ahead. And if he wanted to pass through this glacial region, he was destined to have to fight with these ice demons. The scene in front of him made Xianxia recall the scene of entering the demon's den in the purgatory. There was an endless stream of demons. The number of ice demons here was probably more than the number of demons in the demon's den. After all, with the environment here, creatures like the ice demons must have been born because of the unique environment of the glacier. Right now, Xianxia could only hope that there weren't any ice demons that were too strong. Facing these 3 early combat soul ice demons, Xianxia didn't put them in his eyes at all. His body was incredibly strong, and his chi and blood were like dragons. With the support of 3,100 dragon marks, he was able to kill a genius like Xianxia, so killing these early combat soul ice demons was nothing difficult for him. Come, let's kill to our heart's content today. Xianxia unleashed his energy, and the Firethorn combat armor instantly covered his body. With the Firethorn combat armor, Xianxia didn't need to worry about these divine core ice demons. These ice demons couldn't even break through his defense, and with the Firethorn combat armor, he could easily kill these ice demons. All he needed to do was focus all his attention on the 3 combat soul ice demons. Buzz, Xianxia shook his palm, then a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered with a layer of mystical flame, and the flame looked like a flaming dragon as it coiled around the spear. Roar! The group of ice demons arrived in an instant. The leading ice demon's roar was extremely hoarse, and it would cause anyone who heard it to feel annoyed. However, Xianxia remained calm, and his mind was as steady as Mount Tai. He wasn't affected by the outside world. Buzz! The spear produced a loud rumbling sound. The true dragon flame on the body of the spear had a great suppressive effect on these ice demons. As the saying goes, ice and fire are incompatible. The true dragon flame was the king of all beasts' flames, a unique divine flame between the heavens and the earth. These ice demons were covered in ice, so there was no way they could benefit from the true dragon flame. Under Xianxia's control, the spear dashed forward like a flaming dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the leading early combat soul ice demon. This combat soul ice demon obviously had some intelligence. It could sense the frightening aura coming from the true dragon flame, causing its body to pause for a moment, and a look of fear emerged on its face. But right after that, the ice demon roared out furiously, then it forcefully punched toward the spear. These ice demons didn't have any weapons, their bodies were their weapons. Bam! Xianxia's attack was extremely powerful. Even without the help of the true dragon flame, this ice demon was still no match for him. Right when the ice demon's fist collided with the spear, the ice demon's entire arm exploded into pieces. The spear was like a poisonous dragon, and it didn't slow down in the slightest. It pierced through the ice demon's body, and after that, the spear shook, causing the ice demon's body to explode into countless pieces. An invisible demon's soul was pulsating. Before the ice devil could use this demon's soul to resurrect itself, Xianxia's huge hand had already grabbed the demon's soul. After that, he used the true dragon flames to burn away the ice devil's will, and a combat soul demon's soul was in Xianxia's hands. After that, Xianxia held the spear with one hand and wore the Firethorn combat armor. Like a majestic elephant, he dashed straight into the group of ice demons. Bam, 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 these powerful ice demons were too weak in front of Xianxia. Ordinary ice demons would die for sure if they were hit by Xianxia's Firethorn combat armor. However, the situation was too chaotic, and even with Xianxia's senses, he couldn't retrieve all the dead demons' souls at the same time. This gave these ice demons an opportunity to resurrect themselves. Of course, Xianxia didn't really care about this. For him, these ordinary ice demons couldn't do anything to him, and the Firethorn combat armor was more than enough to deal with them. His main focus was on the other 2 combat soul ice demons. Bang! The spear was extremely sharp, and it once again pierced through another combat soul ice demon, shattering it into pieces. The remaining combat soul ice demon seemed to have sensed how frightening this human was. It immediately turned around and fled with incredible speed. Still trying to run? Xianxia opened up a path with his spear, and with the help of the spear, he chased after the combat soul ice demon. The value of a combat soul demon's soul was much higher than the total value of all the ordinary ice demons' demon souls. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't let it go. 2 figures were blinking in the glacier. The light reflected by the glacier shone onto their bodies, making them look like they were in a dream. These 2 figures were the fleeing ice demon and Xianxia, who was chasing after them. One had to admit that the ice demons had a unique advantage in all aspects in this glacier. Their auras could perfectly merge with the auras of the entire glacier, and their speed was incredibly fast. Damn it, these ice demons are so fast. I can't even catch up with them with the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. This was the first time he felt defeated when it came to speed, even if it was because of the environment. Roar, roar, roar! Seeing that Xianxia was chasing after them, the ice demon threw its head back and roared into the sky. The roar this time was completely different from the previous ones. Although it was still hoarse, it was much clearer. Furthermore, it had a rhythm to its roar, as if it was sending out a signal. Summoning your partner? It'll be better if more combat soul ice demons come, I'll be able to get more demon souls. As long as there aren't any mid-combat soul ice demons, I'll be fine. Xianxia replied with a smile on his face. With his current strength, he was able to kill early combat soul warriors, but if he ran into a mid-combat soul warrior, he wouldn't be a match for them. Boom! Suddenly, the tallest glacier in front of Xianxia shattered, and a world-shaking roar sounded out from within. After that, a majestic body that looked like an iron tower dashed out from the glacier. It was an extremely powerful ice demon. Its body was over 30 meters tall, and none of the previous ice demons could compare with it. When the ice demon appeared, it immediately pounded its chest and stomped its feet. With its featureless face, it threw its head back and roared. Its hoarse voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears, and it could cause anyone's scalp to go numb. The ice demon's body was emitting a cold light. Coupled with the reflection of the glacier, if there was a sun here, the light emitted by the ice demon's body would be extremely dazzling. Fuck. Seeing this, Xianxia cursed. Without saying anything, he immediately turned around and started running. However, a huge amount of ice demons were chasing after him, causing Xianxia to have no choice but to randomly choose a direction and run as fast as he could. Because the Ice Demon King was neither an early nor mid-combat soul warrior, it was actually a late combat soul warrior. Initially, Xianxia thought it was pretty good to have an early combat soul ice demon here, but he never thought there would be such a powerful monster here. Fighting a late combat soul warrior was no different than courting death. Xianxia knew his own strength very well. Even if he fought with all his strength, he would still be no match for a late combat soul warrior. Even if he used the Great Illusion Realm, it would still be useless. If he used the Great Illusion Realm on a warrior with a much higher cultivation base, it would have the opposite effect. Besides, the Great Illusion Realm was only useful for those humans who had dreams and a past. This Ice Demon King was just a creature that had gained sentience not too long ago. It had never even left this glacial space, so how could it have any dreams at all? Roar. When the Ice Demon King sensed Xianxia's location, it immediately let out a furious roar and chased after him. With a sway of its majestic body, the Ice Demon King shot forward like an arrow, rapidly shortening the distance between it and Xianxia. This Ice Demon's speed isn't very fast, but because of the environment here, it can increase its speed to the maximum. There's no way I can escape from this late combat soul Ice Demon. Damn it, I'm going to be in big trouble this time. Xianxia had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he wasn't a man who would give up. The true dragon flames transformed into a flaming dragon and circled around his body. Because of its elemental attribute, the true dragon flames had a suppressive effect on the Ice Demon, thus shortening the gap between them. The Ice Demon King was incredibly fast, and in just 3 minutes, it had caught up to Xianxia, who was running at top speed. Xianxia was running at top speed. Xianxia was running at top speed, and in just 3 minutes, he had caught up with him. Roar. The Ice Demon King's intelligence was obviously not something an ordinary ice demon could compare with. It abruptly reached out its palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and smashed down toward Xianxia. True Dragon Palm. Facing such a powerful attack, Xianxia naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. He let out a loud shout and immediately unleashed the True Dragon Palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw was completely enveloped by the true dragon flames, and it struck toward the Ice Demon King's fan-sized palm. The purest true dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of all ice creatures. Under the control of the true dragon flame, the Ice Demon King was unable to unleash its full power. However, the gap between the two of them was just too big, so big that it couldn't be closed. Even with the help of the true dragon flame, the true dragon palm was still easily destroyed. Dong. The moment the true dragon palm was destroyed, a majestic force landed on Xianxia's body, sending Xianxia flying hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Barf. Even with Xianxia's incredible strength, he was still injured by such a powerful collision. He coughed out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and he could feel the blood and qi in his body tumbling inside out, giving him an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Fortunately, Xianxia was able to withstand such a powerful attack from the Ice Demon King. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have been crushed into dust on the spot. Ever since Xianxia started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had become stronger and stronger. This was also the reason why he was able to withstand such a powerful attack from the Ice Demon King. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew how terrifying the Ice Demon King was. He knew that he could withstand this attack, but he might not be able to withstand the next one. The Ice Demon King's attack had just begun. Demon Subduing Lock. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. He took out the Demon Subduing Lock from his interspatial ring. He had snatched this magic treasure from Xianxia in purgatory. He still remembered De Huang saying that the aura emitted by the Demon Subduing Lock made him feel uncomfortable. One must know that De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse, a true divine beast. Although the ice demon in front of him was a peculiar creature, as long as it had a demon spirit within its body, it would belong to the category of demonic beasts. The demon taming lock had a certain effect on the De Huang Dog, so it had a great restraining effect on this ice demon as well. The combination of the true dragon flame and the demon taming lock was the only way for Jiang Chen to deal with the Ice Demon King, and it was also the most effective way. As long as he could restrain the Ice Demon King's strength, he would have a chance to escape. Ring ring ring, after the demon taming lock appeared, it let out a clear and melodious sound, which then turned into waves that rushed towards the Ice Demon King. Roar. Hearing the sound of the demon taming lock, the Ice Demon King immediately became restless. It was no longer as calm as before, as it hated the demon taming lock. Jiang Chen could clearly sense the fear the Ice Demon King had for the demon taming lock from its emotions. Haha, looks like the demon taming lock is really effective. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. While controlling the demon taming lock, he also unleashed the true dragon flame and started running forward. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't try to use the demon taming lock to control the Ice Demon King, because he knew it was unrealistic. The demon taming lock in his hand wasn't a high-level demon taming lock, and it was very difficult for him to subdue a late combat Soul Demon King, unless Jiang Chen's strength was higher than the Ice Demon King's. Although the demon taming lock couldn't help Jiang Chen control the Ice Demon King, it could still effectively restrain the Ice Demon King's strength, preventing it from unleashing its full strength. Roar. The Ice Demon King was extremely furious, and it kept attacking Jiang Chen. While running away, Jiang Chen kept unleashing all sorts of powerful attacks. The Firethorn combat armor covered his body, and the spear in his hand kept colliding with the Ice Demon King's attacks. Wah. Jiang Chen kept running away. Every time the Ice Demon King attacked, it would cause Jiang Chen to throw up blood. If not for the true dragon flame and the demon taming lock, Jiang Chen might have been killed by the Ice Demon King. Damn it, I can't go on like this. My injuries are getting more and more serious, and although the dragon transformation skill can heal me, I can't withstand this big guy's crazy attacks. Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. The Ice Demon King was chasing him relentlessly, and it was determined to kill him. However, this boundless world of glaciers seemed to have no end, and there was no way out either. This had put Jiang Chen in a very difficult situation. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw a light wave not far away from him. Jiang Chen was very familiar with those light waves. It was definitely not the light waves emitted by the glaciers, but the ripples of water. It was because of the light waves emitted by the glaciers. There's water? How is this possible? The temperature here is so high, and there are glaciers everywhere, there shouldn't be any water here. Jiang Chen was shocked, but he knew that his judgment would never be wrong. He immediately used the demon taming lock and flew forward at top speed. After flying for about a dozen miles, Jiang Chen saw a deep pool below him. The water in the pool was flowing, and it didn't feel cold at all. The light waves from before were reflected from this pool of water. There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. I can't believe there's actually a calm stream of water in this glacier. This is unbelievable. It seems like this pool is not ordinary. Jiang Chen slightly furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen turned around to look at the Ice Demon King, and to his surprise, he saw the Ice Demon King standing about 100 feet away from the pool, beating its chest and stamping its feet while roaring. However, it didn't dare to approach the pool. The Ice Demon King doesn't dare to approach. Could there be something in this pool that it is afraid of? Jiang Chen was even more shocked, but he finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, with this pool, he would be able to completely escape from the Ice Demon King's pursuit. I really want to go down and see what exactly is hiding in this pool, that even the Ice Demon King doesn't dare to approach it. After saying that, Xianxia quickly descended from the pool. As the saying goes, a skilled person is always bold. What had Xianxia not experienced? It was just a pool, and he could enter it if he wanted to. Plop, Xianxia fell into the pool with a plop, creating a huge splash. When the Ice Demon King saw Xianxia entering the pool, it immediately became even more irritated. It roared and took a few steps forward, but it soon stopped. The Ice Demon King was extremely irritated. It kept pacing back and forth outside the pool, but it didn't dare to step into the pool. At this moment, Xianxia had already entered the pool. With his speed, he had already dove at least 100 feet deep, but the pool still hadn't reached the bottom. What a deep pool. Xianxia circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and spread out his soul power to observe every single movement in the pool, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Soon, Xianxia had already dove 50 to 60 feet deep, and he noticed that the water below was violently fluctuating, and there were even specks of light flickering in the water. Surprised, Xianxia quickly moved toward the specks of light. The water flow was very fast. Xianxia moved towards the center of the light, and he found out that the closer he got to the center of the light, the faster the water flow became. Xianxia was shocked, and he guessed that the reason why the water didn't freeze was because of the source of the light. Let's see what it is that even the ice demon doesn't dare to get close to it. Xianxia moved like a dragon, and with a few twists and turns, he arrived at the center of the water flow. He noticed that there was a palm-sized talisman floating in front of him. The talisman looked like a crystal, and it was extremely cold. The light was coming from this talisman. The talisman looked like a piece of ice, and it was completely transparent. What confused Xianxia was that even though the talisman was freezing cold, even colder than the glaciers outside, the water in this place wasn't frozen. Even with Xianxia's experience, he couldn't tell what was happening. The Ice Demon King must be afraid of this talisman. Let me see what's so special about this talisman. After saying that, Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the talisman in his hand. Chi-chi! Right at the moment when Xianxia's palm touched the talisman, a chi-chi-chi sound could be heard. Xianxia's body trembled, and he quickly threw away the talisman in his hand. His entire arm was covered with white frost, and it was completely frozen. So cold, it's even more terrifying than Xiaoyu's Nining body. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately circulated the true dragon flame to get rid of the frost on his arm, and his arm returned to its previous state. Only Xianxia could do this. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been frozen into a block of ice by the talisman. The true dragon flame was the divine flame of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. Ever since Xianxia started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had become stronger and stronger, and his chi and blood had become extremely vigorous. That was why he was able to resist the cold from the talisman. The talisman was extremely cold, but Xianxia didn't want to give it up. He knew that this talisman would be the only way for him to deal with the Ice Demon King. Xianxia didn't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place. If Xianxia wanted to obtain the spiritual talisman, the only way was to use the true dragon fire. Only the high temperature of the true dragon fire could restrain the icy chi coming from the spiritual talisman. Once again, Xianxia stretched out his palm. The true dragon flames had covered his entire palm, and it was wiggling like agile snakes. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. His hand moved extremely quickly, and with a swoosh, the talisman was once again in his hand. Chi-chi, the talisman jumped even more violently. Even with the help of the true dragon fire, Xianxia could still feel the bone-chilling cold coming from the talisman. However, because of the help of the true dragon fire, Xianxia was able to completely hold the talisman in his hand. Although the talisman was still jumping, it couldn't escape from Xianxia's palm. Holding the talisman in front of his eyes, Xianxia took a closer look at it. He could see that one side of the talisman was engraved with runes. They were mystical and mysterious, and even Xianxia couldn't recognize them. These should be left behind from the ancient times. I've never seen such complicated patterns before. Xianxia thought to himself. This island of ice had only appeared after he cut the heavens with his sword. There must be some strange things in it that were beyond the scope of the Saint Origin world. Xianxia turned the talisman over and looked at its back. 3 twisted words were engraved on the talisman, Black Ice Talisman. So this talisman is called the Black Ice Talisman. I wonder if it can deal with the Ice Demon King outside. Let's go out and give it a try. After saying that, Xianxia was about to jump out of the pond. Right at this moment, his soul power detected something at the bottom of the pond. Moreover, he could clearly sense the appearance of this thing. This made Xianxia's expression change instantly. After that, without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately flew towards the bottom of the pond. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the bottom of the pond. Sure enough, there was a palm-sized bronze plate at the bottom of the pond. Xianxia grabbed the bronze plate with his palm. He could feel that it weighed 1,000 jin. When he looked at the appearance of the bronze plate, he found that it was exactly the same as the 2 bronze plates he had obtained before. Another bronze plate? There are already 2 of them on the island of ice. What's the use of this bronze plate? Xianxia sighed. When he was on the blissful island, he had bought the bronze plate from the old man. He felt that the weight of the bronze plate was not simple. However, now that he had obtained 2 bronze plates that looked exactly the same on the island of ice, Xianxia felt that there was something fishy about this bronze plate. He was afraid that the secret behind this bronze plate was not small. Looks like I have to keep this bronze plate safe. It might be useful in the future. Xianxia carefully put the bronze plate into his storage ring. After that, he took the Black Ice Talisman and rushed out of the pond. Boom! Xianxia dashed out with a powerful aura, creating a huge wave. He was like a ferocious flood dragon as he dashed out from the water. When Xianxia flew more than 30 meters above the surface of the pond, he suddenly found out that the pond below him was quickly frozen. It was completely frozen. It really has something to do with this Black Ice Talisman. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the Ice Demon King. He found that the Ice Demon King's featureless face was staring at the Black Ice Talisman in his hand. Without a doubt, if the Ice Demon King had eyes, it would be staring at the Black Ice Talisman in shock. Xianxia could feel the Ice Demon King's current state of mind from its trembling body. From the Ice Demon King's emotions, Xianxia could clearly feel that it was afraid of the Black Ice Talisman, but at the same time, it had a strong reliance on it. Roar! The Ice Demon King let out another roar, but this time, its voice was much softer than before. Furthermore, it didn't have the ferocious aura from before. It just stood there, not daring to take a step forward. The killing intent it had towards Xianxia had also disappeared. Haha, looks like you are really afraid of this thing. Goodbye. Xianxia laughed out loud. He turned around and flew away with the Black Ice Talisman in his hand. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King was scared out of its wits. Without any hesitation, it quickly chased after Xianxia. Huh? You still dare to chase after me? Xianxia stopped in his tracks and glared at the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King also stopped in its tracks. It kept mumbling something to Xianxia, and it even started waving its arms around. It was hard to tell what it was trying to say. What are you trying to say? Xianxia asked with a frown on his face. He couldn't understand the Ice Demon King's language, but the Ice Demon King could understand him. The Ice Demon King continued waving its arms and stammering. After stammering for a few minutes, it finally realized that it had no way of communicating with the human in front of it. Soon after, it seemed like the Ice Demon King had thought of something. It immediately released waves of energy from its body. Those were the energy waves of communication, something similar to the divine sense. It could communicate with a human's divine sense. Please leave the Black Ice Talisman behind, and I'll let you go. The Ice Demon King had perfectly expressed its intention. Most importantly, Xianxia could completely understand it. Impossible. If I leave the Black Ice Talisman behind, you'll still kill me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Xianxia immediately rejected it. What a joke. The Ice Demon King was a late combat soul warrior, and they were in an environment like this. If he left the Black Ice Talisman behind, it would be the same as putting his life in the Ice Demon King's hands. He hadn't forgotten how frightening the Ice Demon King was. Regardless of whether the Ice Demon King was telling the truth or not, Xianxia wouldn't joke around with his life. I swear in the name of the ice god, if you leave the black ice talisman behind, I won't make things difficult for you. The Ice Demon King continued expressing its intention. Seeing how serious the Ice Demon King was, Xianxia finally realized that this black ice talisman was something special. He curiously asked, "Tell me, what exactly is this black ice talisman? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't leave the black ice talisman behind. I'll even destroy it." No. Hearing that Xianxia was going to destroy the black ice talisman, the Ice Demon King immediately cried out in shock, "I have no idea what this black ice talisman is. But, it's the thing that supports this glacier dimension, and I'm a living being that was born because of it. Without this black ice talisman, my cultivation will be stagnant. Furthermore, if I stay too far away from the black ice talisman, I'll lose the ability to hide my demon soul." Hearing this, Xianxia was even more shocked. The way he looked at the black ice talisman in his hand became even more unusual. What kind of miraculous existence is this? It can actually support this glacier dimension, and it can even give birth to a living being like this ice demon? Xianxia was really shocked. He believed that what the Ice Demon King said was the truth. If not for the black ice talisman being so useful to it, the Ice Demon King wouldn't have to act so submissively. "If that's the case, why didn't you bring the black ice talisman with you?" Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression. "No, we can't. We are all the ice god's people, and the black ice talisman is the symbol of the ice god, it's a supreme existence. We can't blaspheme it, and you can't take it for yourself either, that's a blasphemy to the ice god," the Ice Demon King said. In its mind, Xianxia taking the black ice talisman was a blasphemy to the ice god. Xianxia finally understood. It turned out that the black ice talisman was a totem to the ice demon, the symbol of the ice god. Xianxia squinted his eyes. After pondering for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked back at the Ice Demon King and said with a smile on his face, "Ice Demon King, do you want to see what the outside world looks like?" "The outside world?" The Ice Demon King was startled. Although it was only a late combat soul creature, it had already developed its own intelligence. Since its birth, it had been living in this glacier dimension, so it had no idea what the outside world looked like. "The outside world is colorful, it's much more beautiful than this place. If you want, I can bring you out of here and bring you to the outside world," Xianxia continued. If he could subdue this Ice Demon King and keep it by his side, it would undoubtedly be a great weapon for him. "No, if I leave the black ice talisman, my cultivation will stagnate." The Ice Demon King shook its head. However, from its tone, Xianxia could tell that it wanted to see the outside world as well, but because of the different environment, it couldn't leave this place. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll take the black ice talisman with me, and you'll follow me from now on. We'll leave this place and see a bigger world. Furthermore, you can always stay close to the black ice talisman, and your cultivation won't stop. It won't affect your demon spirit's ability to hide," Xianxia said with a smile. He had made up his mind to tame this Ice Demon King. Not only did he value the Ice Demon King's combat strength, he also valued its ability to hide and instantly resurrect. This ability was too terrifying. Once it was used in a real battle, it would be impossible for the enemy to defend against it. "No, you can't have the black ice talisman, it's a blasphemy to the ice god," the Ice Demon King immediately objected. It vaguely sensed killing intent towards Xianxia. The ice god was the most sacred existence in its heart, and the black ice talisman was the symbol of the ice god. It would never allow anyone to blaspheme the black ice talisman. It was precisely because of the Ice Demon King's loyalty to the ice god that Xianxia couldn't give up on the black ice talisman. In the Ice Demon King's mind, Xianxia had already blasphemed the ice god. The reason why the Ice Demon King didn't kill him right now was because it was afraid of destroying the black ice talisman. If he lost the talisman, the Ice Demon King would immediately forget about its promise and kill him. "You're wrong. I don't want the black ice talisman. It's the symbol of the ice god, but the symbol of the ice god can only be obtained by the ice god's inheritor. Only in the hands of the ice god's inheritor can the black ice talisman be considered sacred. Leaving it here is a big waste," Xianxia said. "What? The ice god's inheritor?" The Ice Demon King was shocked. That's right, the real ice god's inheritor. Xianxia said with certainty. Does the ice god really have an inheritor? The ice demon king was skeptical. Of course. Follow me and leave this place, I'll bring you to the ice god's inheritor. If I'm lying, I'll also swear on the ice god that I'll return the black ice talisman to you, and you can kill me as you please. Xianxia raised his hand and said in a serious manner. As a matter of fact, there was no ice god's inheritor at all. Even the ice god was just a symbol that the ice demon king respected in its heart, not a real existence. Xianxia had used this to his advantage, allowing the Nining body to pretend to be the ice god's inheritor. With the ice demon king's intelligence, as well as its respect for the ice god, it would definitely submit to Yan Qinyu. The ice demon king remained silent, as if it was thinking about something. It then raised its head again and used its unique way to express its thoughts. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Of course I won't lie to you. Xianxia smiled. Alright, I'll go out with you. The ice demon king agreed. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. Now that he had subdued the ice demon king, he no longer had anything to fear in this island of ice, and he could do whatever he wanted. However, the ice demon's appearance was too unique, and it had to be used as a trump card, as it couldn't be used casually. Therefore, it was better for the ice demon to hide itself. Ice demon, since you've decided to follow me, you have to listen to me. I want you to swear in the name of the ice god that from now on, you have to listen to everything I say, and you are not allowed to disobey me, and you are not allowed to plot against me in any way. Xianxia said in a serious manner. He had to keep the ice demon king under his control, only then would he not have to worry about it. Alright, I swear. In order to meet the ice god's inheritor, the ice demon king didn't dare to disobey Xianxia. I'm going to plant a divine sense seed in your body, you are not allowed to resist. Xianxia said. The ice demon king was startled, but it still nodded its head. It had just said that it would listen to everything Xianxia said, and it didn't seem like it had any other choice. Firstly, the black ice talisman was in Xianxia's hands, and the ice demon king couldn't afford to lose it. The black ice talisman was not only helpful to its cultivation, it was also a form of respect for Xianxia. Secondly, the ice demon king really wanted to know what the ice god's inheritor looked like. Moreover, it had been staying in this glacier space for a long time. Although it had a powerful cultivation base and possessed the intelligence of a normal human, compared to an old monster like Xianxia, the ice demon king was still too pure. Therefore, when Xianxia inserted the divine sense seed into the ice demon king's body, the ice demon king didn't resist at all. After everything was done, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. With this divine sense seed, he wouldn't have to worry about the ice demon king playing any tricks. As long as the ice demon king tried to harm him, Xianxia would be able to sense it through the divine sense seed, and with just a thought, he would be able to kill the ice demon king. Ice demon, after we leave this place, I'll put you and the black ice talisman in a storage ring. Xianxia said. A storage ring was only used to store items, and it couldn't store living beings. However, the ice demon king didn't need to come into contact with the outside world, and as long as the black ice talisman was present, it would be fine. Alright. The ice demon king nodded. It was now completely under Xianxia's control, and it couldn't disobey Xianxia's orders. There is a treasure here, I wonder if you can get it? The ice demon king suddenly said. What? There is a treasure in this world of glaciers? Xianxia cried out in surprise. The black ice talisman itself was already a rare treasure, and he had also obtained a bronze plate from the bottom of the pond. And now, the ice demon king was saying that there was another treasure in this place? Xianxia didn't doubt the ice demon king's words. After all, the ice demon king had lived in this place for a very long time, and it had become the true ruler of this place. Therefore, it was very familiar with everything in this place. Furthermore, since the ice demon king considered it a treasure, it must be something extraordinary. That's right, I'll bring you there. After saying that, the ice demon king soared into the sky. Its majestic body flew over the frozen pond below it, and continued flying forward. Xianxia hurriedly followed behind it. Right at this moment, the summoning force that had disappeared earlier reappeared, and it was coming from the direction where the ice demon king was heading. This immediately piqued Jiangchen's interest. The Death Gate, meanwhile, on the other side, Han Yan and the other two who had just entered the Death Gate had also encountered a rather troublesome situation. Not long after they entered the Death Gate, they were drifted into a gloomy space. The space was filled with Yin spirits, and it was extremely creepy. What was a Yin spirit? It was an undead spirit that was formed after a person died under the influence of resentment. They had no thoughts, only resentment and anger. They only knew cruelty and killing. They had no life, no blood, and were terrifying killing machines. In fact, pure Yin spirits weren't that scary, but the space that Han Yan and the others had entered was filled with a dense demonic aura. Under the influence of this demonic aura, the Yin spirits had also gained a demonic nature and turned into Yin demon spirits, which made them even more terrifying. The sky was filled with Yin spirits, and Yin spirits were everywhere. De Huang Dog, Nangong Wendian, and Han Yan had been killing them for a very long time, but he still couldn't kill all of them. All the living beings in this place seemed to have one thing in common, and that was their numbers. There were so many of them that you couldn't kill them all even if your hands were tired. Roar Han Yan, who was surrounded by dozens of Yin spirits, suddenly let out a deafening roar. With just this roar, all the Yin spirits around him were shattered into pieces. Waves of demonic aura were rolling around Han Yan's body like waves, and they looked like numerous black demonic dragons. Han Yan's energy kept rising. "Brother Yan is breaking through," Nangong Wendian said with a surprised expression. "These Yin spirits are stained with demonic aura, and they are perfect for Brother Yan. His cultivation base is at the peak mid-divine core realm, so it's normal for him to break through to the late divine core realm," De Huang Dog said in an excited manner. He knew how terrifying Gu Tianma's bloodline was. After Han Yan broke through to the late divine core realm, he would be able to fight against ordinary early combat soul warriors. Just like Nangong Wendian. What a powerful demonic aura. Gu Tianma's bloodline is really frightening. Brother Yan is like an ancient devil king that has descended into this world. This is really frightening, Nangong Wendian said with mixed emotions. During his trip to the Blissful Island, he had made friends with 3 abnormal fellows. There was no need to mention Jiangchen. De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse, and Han Yan had the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in his body. All 3 of them were freaks. Soon, Han Yan's energy had reached an extreme level. Under the impact of his bloodline, his cultivation base had almost stopped at the peak late divine core realm, and he was many times stronger than before. Hafnium, right at this moment, more and more Yin spirits appeared, and they surrounded the trio from all directions. Damn it, why are there so many Yin spirits? These disgusting things, there's no end to killing them. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but curse. These Yin spirits seem to be merciless. I'm guessing it's the same as the stone golems. If we can find the center and destroy it, we'll be able to kill all the Yin spirits and leave this place, De Huang Dog said. Right after his words left his mouth, Han Yan immediately turned into a trail of light and chased after the Yin spirits. I saw the biggest Yin spirit. As long as I can kill it, all the other Yin spirits will be destroyed. Han Yan had just broken through to the next realm, and he was at the peak of his strength. He unleashed the 9 devil waves and used them to open up a path. It was truly unstoppable, and all the Yin spirits were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Han Yan arrived in front of the biggest Yin spirit. Die for me. Han Yan unleashed a devil mountain and smashed it down. With a loud bang, the biggest Yin spirit was crushed to death. Swoosh swoosh, after the biggest Yin spirit was crushed to death, all the other Yin spirits disappeared on their own. They turned into chilly winds and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the trio couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. Nangong Wendian and De Huang Dog even gave Han Yan a thumbs up. Eh? What's that? Nangong Wendian looked down at the spot where the biggest Yin spirit was killed by Han Yan. There was a bronze plate the size of a palm. It's a bronze plate. After crushing the biggest Yin spirit, a bronze plate fell off. De Huang Dog cried out in shock. Han Yan held the bronze plate in his hand. After carefully observing it, he said, "It's exactly the same as the 2 bronze plates little Xianxia found." End of chapter 330. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.